Xiao Ran suddenly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He had a dream that felt incredibly real. In the dream, a continuous hailstorm fell across the entire world. The hailstones were as large as ping-pong balls, easily shattering ordinary glass, even car windows. A dense fog kept almost everyone indoors, and the temperature plummeted to around -10 degrees Celsius, though not cold enough to freeze people solid. It was June. On the fourth day, the power grid collapsed, and many people froze to death overnight. To make matters worse, the hail was highly toxic. Any liquid from the hailstones killed plants on contact, contaminated water sources, and caused severe vomiting and diarrhea, even in small amounts, or instant death if consumed in large quantities. Everyone was trapped, consuming their reserves. When food and clean water ran out, the most horrifying thing happened: cannibalism. But Xiao Ran never imagined that his wife's family would ambush him and dismember him alive. No, it wasn't a dream. Xiao Ran clutched his head. The 15 days of the apocalypse were too real, every second etched in his memory. Particularly the moment of dismemberment, the excruciating pain was unmistakably genuine. There's only one possibility, he thought. I have been reborn. He found his phone. The time displayed was March 1st. When did the apocalypse occur? June 1st. He remembered clearly because he was planning to take his son to the amusement park that day, but the hail started as soon as they stepped outside, and he was hit by a stone that hurt like hell. That meant there were exactly 3 months until the disaster. I need to make money, stockpile enough food and supplies for a lifetime, and build an apocalypse shelter that can withstand the hail and repel those who try to break in. How to make money? Easy. Xiao Ran had been reborn and knew exactly how the stock market would move over the next 3 months. His hobby was analyzing market trends and following stocks. But where would the initial capital come from? A lottery. He clearly remembered the winning numbers for the next draw. He had bought 2 yuan ticket and matched 5 numbers, so it was vivid in his mind. The jackpot had reached 2.5 billion, and if he bought 100 tickets, he could win the top prize. With capital and clear knowledge of the best stocks, making money would be easy. But the first thing is divorce. Xiao Ran's eyes turned cold. In his previous life, not only was he eaten by his wife's family, but before he died, his wife revealed a huge secret. The son was not his biological child. He died with lingering regret. Bitch. Xiao Ran clenched his fists, his eyes wild with rage. He would take revenge. I won't let your family die easily. Xiao Ran was an orphan who worked hard to get into university and then a decent company. He was introduced to his wife Zheng Wan, a nurse with a sweet face. Her parents were retired with small pensions, and she had a younger brother still in college. They dated, feelings grew quickly, and at Zheng Wan's soft request, Xiao Ran agreed to marry into her family, becoming Olivian's son-in-law. As an orphan, he didn't care much about lineage. He craved family warmth. After marriage, his wife's attitude turned cold, and his in-laws and brother-in-law were even worse. But because his wife soon became pregnant, he was immersed in the joy of having his own child, and selectively ignored it. After his son was born, he worked tirelessly handling diaper changes and bottle feeding alone at night. In the Zheng family, he was treated like a servant rather than a son-in-law. What was more ridiculous? His entire salary had to be handed over, leaving him with a measly 200 yuan pocket money each month. Meanwhile, his brother-in-law Zheng Gang. During his school years, he spent lavishly, and after graduation, he was picky about jobs, none lasting long. He often took his girlfriend to hotels and restaurants. Now Xiao Ran knew whose money was being used, his. But what angered Xiao Ran most was that the son he had raised for 3 years, pouring all his love into, was not his own. He was just a pathetic, laughable cuckold. You won't touch a penny of the wealth I accumulate from now on. The supplies I hoard you can only watch. I won't give you even a crumb. And I will kill you in the most brutal way. Xiao Ran got up from the bed, about to put on his shoes, but suddenly froze. He discovered that his mind was connected to a vast, boundless space. Is this an alternate space? With a thought, the phone in his hand vanished, and through his mind, he could clearly see it inside that space. Then with another thought, the phone reappeared in his hand. Xiao Ran's mouth fell open. I not only came back from the apocalypse, but I also gained supernatural powers. Now how much can I stockpile? Xiao Ran was thrilled. This solved a major problem for the shelter. No need to set aside a huge area for a warehouse, and food preservation required strict temperature and humidity control, which would greatly reduce design and construction difficulty. The appearance of the superpower proves that it wasn't a dream. Xiao Ran's expression was determined. He packed up, took what he needed, walked to the door, and abruptly opened it. What time do you think it is? Finally awake. His father-in-law Zheng Yujun almost threw his teacup at him, snarling, hurry up and wash the dishes and cook. Xiao Ran remembered that morning he had a headache and called in sick to work, and he had told Zheng Wan as well. But the moment he stepped out, he was treated like this by Zheng Yujun, making him feel as if he were back before his death, with Zheng Yujun holding a cleaver, dismembering him piece by piece. He stared at Zheng Yujun with murderous intent, longing to kill the old bastard on the spot. But he couldn't act impulsively. Taking a life now would cost his own, and killing him with one blow was too merciful. Under Xiao Ran's glare, Zheng Yujun's momentum weakened, feeling his eyes were terrifying, as if he would pull out a knife and kill him any moment. He immediately flew into a rage, pounding the table. Rebellion. You little bastard have grown bold, daring to glare at me. Xiao Ran walked over and slapped the old man across the face, sending him sprawling onto the table. At that moment, his mother-in-law Lin Mei came out holding her grandson, saw the scene, and screamed. The child was frightened and started crying. Xiao Ran used to love his son the most, but now seeing him only brought anger and disgust. Indeed, the child didn't look like him, but he had never suspected, thinking his wife's genes were strong. The result was that he had been wearing a green hat. Ridiculous, pitiful. When a good man is provoked, it becomes dangerous. Xiao Ran walked over, cut a lock of the child's hair with scissors, smiled coldly, and slammed the door as he left. 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Xiao Ran answered. The phone immediately erupted with Zheng Wan's roar. Xiao Ran, have you gone mad? How dare you hit my father? Divorce, Xiao Ran said coldly without any emotion, uttering only 2 words. The other side was stunned for a moment, and then after a long pause, Zheng Wan's louder roar came through. Xiao Ran, what the hell are you doing? You just wait, see how I'll deal with you when I get off work. Xiao Ran remained as calm as ever, saying indifferently, right now, immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I've already brought the household registration booklet, marriage certificate, and ID card. Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan roared again, but then she calmed down and said, don't be impulsive. Divorce isn't something you can just decide on. Don't you care about Xiao Jie anymore? Xiao Jie was Xiao Ran's son, named Zheng Jie, and of course a bastard child. Xiao Ran sneered. How long were you planning to fool me? Zheng Jie is not my son. He's your illegitimate child with Zhang Zihao. Back then you were so eager to marry me because you were already pregnant with his seed. How do you know? Zheng Wan's voice trembled. Never mind how I know. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now, or I'll go to the hospital and make a scene exposing your affair with Zhang Zihao. Let's see how you two clean up that mess. Xiao Ran said flatly. He was confident that Zheng Wan would yield. Sure enough, after only a moment's hesitation, she said, fine, I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Back then she had hastily married Xiao Ran mainly to avoid the scandal of having a child out of wedlock, secondly, to protect Zhang Zihao's reputation, and thirdly, Xiao Ran was too easy to control, essentially a free servant for the household. Even better, this servant handed over his entire salary. Now that the child was 3 years old, there was no need to worry about reputation, though it was a pity to lose Xiao Ran, this salary-earning servant. Xiao Ran took the subway to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and to his surprise, Zheng Wan had arrived even earlier and was waiting for him at the entrance. This woman was 27 years old, 160 centimeters tall, with a sweet face, big eyes, and a ponytail. She could be rated 70 out of 100 in looks, but her figure was a bit lacking, with a flat chest, barely an A cup. She looked at Xiao Ran with a mix of suspicion and disbelief, still shocked and horrified that he knew the truth. What she didn't know was that all of this had been confessed to Xiao Ran by her past self in his previous life. At that time, Xiao Ran was on the verge of death, so she naturally had no fear of leaking the secret. Xiao Ran don't think divorce is that easy. It involves property division, child custody, and many other issues. Zheng Wan said, still trying to persuade Xiao Ran to go back. Once they were home, the whole family could pressure him together, and she was sure they could convince him. You are our family's slave now and forever. Xiao Ran looked at her calmly. They'll leave with nothing. The child is yours, and I won't pay a single cent in child support. Logically, he could demand a division of marital property, and after a paternity test, he could even seek compensation. But he had no time to waste on this. He had to get divorced today, or else if he won the lottery before the divorce, it would be a huge mess. How could the Zheng family resist such a big piece of meat without trying to take a bite? So he gave up any claim to marital property. When the apocalypse came, he would have plenty of ways to get it back. Zheng Wan was left speechless and had no choice but to follow him to the divorce office. They took a number, waited in line. There weren't many people today, and soon it was their turn. The mediator tried to make one last effort. You two are still young, and you have a child. The child is not mine, Xiao Ran said flatly, expressionless. The mediator paused, stopped persuading, and asked, how will the property be divided? They'll leave with nothing, Xiao Ran said. Since the child was not his biological son, he had no obligation to support him, and by choosing to leave with nothing, there was no property division. The divorce agreement was quickly drawn up. Half an hour later, Xiao Ran swapped his marriage certificate for a divorce certificate. He felt a wave of relief. Finally, free from the Zheng family's den of demons. Without even glancing at Zheng Wan, he strode away. Zheng Wan's expression was venomous. She had lost a free servant and a substantial subsidy. Xiao Ran's current salary was over 10,000 yuan. You think you can just run away? No way. She pulled out her phone and dialed the police. I want to report a crime. Yes, my father was beaten. The culprit is Xiao Ran, ID number 3205. Xiao Ran left the Civil Affairs Bureau, had lunch, and at around 2 in the afternoon, he went to a nearby lottery shop. He recited a few numbers, spent 200 yuan to buy 100 tickets, aiming for the 500 million jackpot, the maximum prize for this draw. The lottery tickets had timestamps, and the surveillance cameras at the Civil Affairs Bureau could confirm the time of the divorce. So this was clearly post-marital property. But Xiao Ran had no money left on him. He had spent all his 200 yuan allowance. No matter, he still had Huabei credit. He booked a hotel on his phone, took a taxi there, checked in with his ID, and settled into a luxury hotel that cost 150 yuan a night. In the past, he would never have been so extravagant. But now, what was money? In the room, Xiao Ran began to explore the specific uses and characteristics of the alternate space. First, whether an object could be stored depended entirely on its size. Because there was a spatial gate limitation, 55 meters. Objects could be infinitely long, but their height and width could not exceed 5 meters. Weight didn't matter, as Xiao Ran didn't need to physically push them in, he just had to touch the object and focus his mind. Secondly, living creatures could not be stored. Xiao Ran went out to the lounge on the same floor and took the fish tank, which contained 5 goldfish. He pressed his hand against the tank, but no matter how hard he concentrated, the tank couldn't be pulled into the alternate space. However, when he opened the spatial gate, he could directly push the tank inside. When he took it out again, the fish were dead. So living creatures can either be forced inside or lured in by themselves. If used well, it could be a great trick. Third, the spatial gate could be opened at any position and in any direction within a 2-meter radius around him, but it couldn't be opened inside a solid object such as within a wall. As soon as he moved, the gate would automatically close, but he could reopen it immediately. Fourth, once an item was placed in the alternate space, its state was preserved. For example, if he put a cup of hot tea inside, it would still be hot an hour later. If he put a piece of ice in, it wouldn't melt a single bit after an hour. This is perfect for storing food. And the most critical part was that this state also included the object's kinetic energy. That is, if Xiao Ran threw a brick into the space, when he released it, the brick would come flying out with force. What if he stored arrows, bullets, or even objects dropped from a height? A deadly weapon. All Xiao Ran had to do was fill up his ammunition and practice aiming. Now, once I claim the prize tomorrow, I can buy a house, invest in the stock market, and convert the house into a safe house. In the evening, Xiao Ran deliberately chose a high-end restaurant and ordered the most expensive items. The feeling of spending money was fantastic. Xiao Ran sighed with emotion. Before this, he had only used 200 yuan a month. Why? Because he had to save it for his wife and son. And what was the result? He was just a pathetic cuckold. Spend lavishly. Starting tomorrow, he would be a rich man, and when the calamity came, he would become the richest man in the world. But by then, money wouldn't be paper currency, it would be food, clothes, energy, and so on. Upon his rebirth, Xiao Ran's mentality had completely transformed. Wouldn't anyone undergo a drastic personality change after being bound, slaughtered, and having their blood and flesh consumed by their wife's family? Moreover, he had long harbored resentment toward his ex-wife's family, enduring it only for the sake of his son. Yet discovering that the child was not his own became the final straw that broke him. When a docile person is pushed to the edge, they often become more unhinged than others. After finishing his meal, he settled the bill using Huabei, spending over 300 yuan. His credit limit exceeded 8000, so there was no risk of insufficient funds. However, to be honest, while this restaurant was exorbitantly priced, the taste was merely mediocre. Returning to the hotel, he found it was exactly 10 minutes before the television station began broadcasting the double color ball lottery draw. 1 number matched, 2 matched, 3 matched. All 7 matched. Xiao Ran smiled, realizing that his rebirth had not altered history. 500 million in hand. But taxes must be paid and charitable donations as well, so let's calculate it as 400 million. Xiao Ran lay down to sleep, tossing and turning as a flood of thoughts surged through his mind, keeping him awake. Meanwhile, the Zheng family was in an uproar. What? That bastard divorced you? Zheng Yujun couldn't believe it, even though his daughter had placed the divorce certificate on the table. In their eyes, wasn't Xiao Ran just a dog in their household? This dog had been utterly obedient, working tirelessly without complaint, but now it had bitten him and run away. He couldn't accept this. Where's that bastard? They'll go beat him up. Zheng Gang clamored, having just learned at home that his father had been struck by his brother-in-law, who was now his ex-brother-in-law. Daddy, I want a horsey ride. Zheng Jia also chimed in noisily. Your father is dead. Zheng Wan yelled at her son. Zheng Jia, however, clapped his hands in delight. Daddy's dead, daddy's dead. Because Xiao Ran had always spoiled him excessively, never speaking a harsh word, and the child was accustomed to the family ordering Xiao Ran around, he felt not a shred of respect for his nominal father. Zheng Wan was driven to distraction. Previously with Xiao Ran at home, she could leave their son to him without a care. Now a 3-year-old's incessant chatter at her ear made her feel murderous. She took a deep breath, had Lin Mei take charge of the child for now, and said, "I called the police, but they said it's a family matter and generally won't take action unless the injury is severe." "What?" Zheng Yujun leaped to his feet. "That bastard committed the grave offense of striking his elder, slapped me, and gets off scot-free." Zheng Wan remained silent. Although Zheng Yujun had been slapped, the mark on his face had mostly faded by now. With such a minor injury, how could a case be filed? "Sis, why did you agree to the divorce?" Zheng Gang also asked. "That guy made over 10,000 a month. Now that you're divorced, our family loses that income. How am I supposed to afford a wife?" "Exactly," Zheng Yujun added. "You know the conditions. Your future sister-in-law's family set a bride price of 300 and a house. Without that bastard's income, your brother's mortgage burden will be crushing." His plan was to use Xiao Ran's submitted wages to pay off his son's loan, but suddenly that money had vanished. How could he not be anxious? More anxious than when Xiao Ran slapped him. Zheng Wan felt a wave of irritation. Her father and brother only cared about Xiao Ran's monthly salary of over 10,000 without any concern for her future. Yet hadn't it always been like this since childhood? Suppressing her annoyance, she said, "I won't let him off so easily. He'll make Xiao Ran pay." Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang cursed and grumbled, but they had no idea where Xiao Ran had gone. No matter how angry or anxious they were, what could they do? "Remarry, we must get them to remarry," Zheng Yujun declared. "That bastard not only brings in over 10,000 a month, but is also a hard worker. We can't let him get away." Zheng Wan frowned and set him going out for some air. Xiao Ran already knew the son wasn't his. How could they possibly remarry? She was distraught. Lin Mei couldn't manage the child, and her son began throwing a tantrum, breaking things. All she wanted was to escape from it all. A night passed. Xiao Ran was full of energy. He went to the restaurant first for a hearty meal. How satisfying. During the half-month of the apocalypse, he had been allocated the smallest portion of food, and had even saved some for his false son. How ironic it all seemed now. How could he have been so foolish? Zheng Jie bore no resemblance to him at all, was willful and utterly unreasonable, traits unlike Zheng Wan's. How could he not be a bastard? Xiao Ran shook his head, putting these thoughts aside. His life was truly beginning today. After eating, he hailed a car and headed to the lottery center. Upon learning that Xiao Ran was there to claim a prize, the staff quickly ushered him inside. He presented the lottery ticket, had his identity verified, and then it was time to claim the prize. A full 500 million, but taxes took 100 million plus a charitable donation of 2 million, leaving him with just 398 million. This was still an enormous fortune. Several bank representatives were present at the lottery center, immediately approaching him to solicit business. Xiao Ran was indifferent. He had no need to buy financial products for interest income. He casually chose one, simply because it was closer to his residential complex. After the deposit procedures were completed, the department manager, brimming with spring-like enthusiasm, invited Xiao Ran out for a stroll, her seductive intentions unmistakable. Xiao Ran appraised her. Her appearance scored above 70. In Xiao Ran's standards, 60 was beautiful, so 70 was definitely above average. Xiao Ran was somewhat tempted, but declined. First, he had no time. Second, this encounter was clearly not without strings attached. What was her job? She was in deposit acquisition. If he slept with her, he would surely have to buy the financial products she recommended. Xiao Ran planned to invest most of his money in the stock market, aiming to multiply it to 2 billion or more within 2 months, and then spend the final month on a frenzied buying spree. Thus, his current principle was too crucial. He merely added the WeChat contact of manager Qian Yulian and left the lottery center. He took a taxi back to Jufu residential complex. Why return to his old complex? Because he intended to buy a house there. If he didn't buy a house here, how could he humiliate Zheng Wan's family and exact revenge after the apocalypse? Hill would keep falling. Being struck by a hailstone would not only cause bleeding and head injuries, but the hail itself was highly toxic. Contact with the skin caused excruciating pain, and if it drew blood, then death awaited. So Xiao Ran naturally didn't want to go elsewhere and compromise his revenge. In the same complex, he could move around via the underground garage. Ex-wife's family, how could I bear to let you merely starve to death? The suffering and pain I endured, you must taste them all as well. Xiao Ran arrived at the Wai Wujia real estate agency near the community. Looking for a property, sir, a male agent immediately approached him. Xiao Ran nodded. I want to buy a house. The agent was overjoyed, his spirits lifted to a higher level as he eagerly began introducing options. Xiao Ran raised his hand to stop him. I've set my sights on building 8 of Jufu community. That villa? Call the seller for me. I can sign the contract today and pay the listed price. However, I need the keys today and want to start renovations immediately. The male agent felt as if he were dreaming. This was practically handing money over on a silver platter. Could there be an easier deal? Alright, I'll call right away, he stammered. That villa was listed at 12 million. Even if he only got 0.5 commission, that would be 6,000, a fortune. Thank heavens he wasn't a woman, or he might have suspected Xiao Ran wanted to sleep with him. Half an hour later, the landlord arrived. The two parties quickly reached an agreement. Xiao Ran first paid a deposit of 1 million by card. Once the agent prepared the contract, they could proceed to the housing bureau for the transaction. The landlord gladly handed over the keys, reasoning that since Xiao Ran had provided his ID and other documents and the deposit was a full million, there was no risk of theft. The villa was empty except for worthless furniture, as all valuables had already been moved out. That agent was ecstatic and his colleagues were envious. In just over an hour he had earned 60,000. Too easy. The story became a legend, spreading rapidly not only within the real estate circle, but also to Jufu community, where gossipy aunties soon made sure the entire neighborhood knew. Xiao Ran entered the villa with the keys. Since he was already a registered owner of the community, he could enter by facial recognition. Once inside, he started searching online for home renovation companies. After evaluating ratings and reviews, he began contacting one. Hello, a gruff male voice answered. I want to renovate a villa, Xiao Ran said. No problem, the other replied. Xiao Ran stated his requirements, just one thing, strength. I want it so that even if someone outside tries to smash it with a sledgehammer, they can't break through. Windows and such need to have retractable steel plates. There was a stunned pause on the other end. In all his years of taking clients, this was the first time he had heard such a request. But the customer was king. No problem. How long will it take? Xiao Ran asked. At least half a year, depending on the size of your villa. Xiao Ran smiled. The construction period cannot exceed 2 months. There was another pause. You're renovating an entire villa, not building a pigsty or a doghouse. How can it be done in 2 months? It'll cost extra, the man said. Xiao Ran grinned. No problem. Hey, I haven't even named a price. Wait, I didn't even make an offer yet. How can it be extra? The man quickly said. Where are you? They'll come over right now, take a look at the site, and give you an answer. Fine, Xiao Ran nodded and gave the address. He had chosen this company because of reviews praising their ability to accomplish seemingly impossible tasks. 2 months to completely transform a villa into a steel fortress. That wasn't just difficult, it was nearly impossible. If not for China, the world's renowned infrastructure powerhouse, which other countries' renovation company could do it? He put down his phone and waited for Jia Yungue, the renovation contractor, to arrive. Meanwhile, he opened a stock trading app and began to operate, drawing on a vast reservoir of memories to guide his moves. But before Jia Yungue arrived, someone else came knocking at his door. Zheng Yujun and his wife were at home looking after their grandson, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door, urgent, as if the sky were falling. Who is it? Zheng Yujun asked grumpily as he went to open the door. When he opened it, he saw Aunt Lu from Building 7, notorious for her loose tongue. Old Zheng, you've been keeping a secret. Aunt Lu blurted out. Zheng Yujun was taken aback. Keeping a secret? Had news of his daughter's divorce already spread? Impossible. No one in the family would talk about such a disgraceful matter. Then it dawned on him, Xiao Ran, that bastard. The old man suddenly understood and began cursing. That ungrateful wretch. He hit me yesterday, and now he's spreading news of the divorce. Is he trying to drive our whole family to death? A snake in the grass. A true snake. We took him and gave him food and shelter, and this is how he repays us. Aunt Lu was dumbfounded. What? Your daughter and son-in-law are divorced. This just got even more interesting. She laughed. So your daughter and son-in-law are divorced. Oh, old Jing, you two really are something. She gave a thumbs up. I just heard from the agent that your son-in-law, Xiao Ran, bought that villa in the community. 12 million, and he didn't even haggle. Aunt Lu set her face full of anticipation for the drama. What did you say? Zheng Yujun couldn't believe it. Xiao Ran. Buying a house. A villa. Impossible. That bastard earned only a little over 10,000 a month, and he handed it all over. Yesterday, he left the marriage with nothing. How could he possibly afford a house, let alone a 12 million villa? Really. Go see for yourself. Aunt Lu was stirring up trouble. Zheng Yujun wavered. Aunt Lu was gossipy, but she wouldn't joke about something like this. But Xiao Ran buying a villa. It sounded like a fairy tale. Old Zheng, your family has struck it rich. You've even bought a villa. Aunt Zhao from upstairs came rushing over, her face full of envy. Zheng Yujun swayed, feeling his blood pressure rise. One person might be mistaken, but two. Could they both be wrong? Aunt Lu, eager to watch the show and known for her loose tongue, immediately said, Aunt Zhao, you don't know. Old Zheng's daughter and son-in-law are divorced. Aunt Zhao was shocked. Old Zheng, really? With such a wealthy son-in-law, you're letting him go. Then I won't hold back. Our Jejia is getting older, as she needs a boyfriend and marriage. She wasn't joking. Where could you find a son-in-law who could shell out 12 million for a villa? Divorced. Who cares about a second or third marriage when you're rich? Besides, everyone in the community knew Xiao Ran was a good young man. They weren't blind. Zheng Yujun was both startled and anxious. Bullshit, he immediately roared. That bastard bought the house with our money. I'm going to find him right now. Though he had no idea how Xiao Ran had come up with the money, he reasoned, you divorced my daughter just yesterday morning, and in such a short time you managed to scrape together 12 million. Thus this money must be joint marital property, and we're entitled to half. And since you were a Livian son-in-law, even you yourself belong to the Zheng family, so rounding up, all 12 million is ours. My son is about to get married, and is desperately in need of funds. The old man suddenly burst forth with astonishing vitality, darting out in a flash. The two elderly women exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. This was a huge scandal not to be missed. As for Zheng Youjuan, he trotted all the way to Building 8. It wasn't that he didn't want to run faster, it was simply the best he could manage. Fortunately, it wasn't far, and he soon arrived at the spot where a crowd of elderly folks had already gathered around the villa. Since the villa had a courtyard, everyone stood outside the fence peering through the railings. Hey old Zheng. Spotting Zheng Yujin's approach, the crowd turned to cast envious glances his way. Tisk, the Zheng family had nothing good, yet they'd stumbled upon a stroke of luck picking up such a promising son-in-law. Congratulations. Bought a villa, huh? Impressive, you'd never guess from usual, too low-key. The chatter from all sides failed to bring Zheng Yujun any joy. In his view, this villa was worth at most 10 million, not 12, meaning Xiao Ran had wasted an extra 2 million. That bastard squandering our family's 2 million. His face dark, he strode forward, and upon reaching the outer gate pounded heavily on the courtyard door. There was a doorbell, but someone his age simply wasn't used to using it. Bang bang bang. Fast and urgent, as if someone had died. Xiao Ran initially thought it was Jia Yungue, but a glance at the surveillance screen made him chuckle. It was Zheng Yujun. It seemed news of his villa purchase had already spread through the neighborhood, and Zheng Yujun couldn't resist charging over. He had no intention of avoiding the confrontation. In fact, he wanted the Zheng family to stew in envy, jealousy, and regret. How could he pass up a face delivered right to his doorstep? He opened the door, crossed the courtyard to the gate, and unlatched it. You bastard, Zheng Yujun cursed, trying to push inside, keen to keep the family scandal private. However, Xiao Ran blocked the entrance, preventing him from entering. The old man grew even angrier, pointing a finger at Xiao Ran's nose. You used our family's money, and you dare to keep me out. Xiao Ran laughed. Old fool, don't forget, I've already divorced your daughter, yesterday. I bought the house today, so what does it have to do with the Zheng family? At this revelation, the crowd buzzed with whispers and chatter. Some elderly aunties and uncles fixed their gazes on Xiao Ran intently. Divorced. Perfect. My daughter is still single. If she marries Xiao Ran, won't the whole family move into the big villa? Zheng Yujun wasn't intimidated by this. He sneered. Xiao Ran, do you think I'm stupid? You and Zheng Wan divorced only yesterday. Where did you get the money to buy a villa? This is joint marital property, and half belongs to the Zheng family. It sounded reasonable. The elderly folks who had entertained other thoughts quickly shifted their expressions. Indeed, if it were joint property, half would go to the Zheng family. With 12 million instantly halved, was Xiao Ran worth 6 million still attractive? Somewhat, but not much. Xiao Ran laughed. How property is divided depends on evidence, not your empty blather. Old fool, if you have a problem, sue me in court. Now get lost, or you'll call the police. Illegal trespassing could land you in detention for at least half a month. The last part was a bluff to scare Zheng Yujun. He had no idea if it was actually grounds for detention. But Zheng Yujun, unaware, recoiled in fear. Yet could he just slink away in disgrace? He couldn't bear it. He had already convinced himself that the villa was his and wasn't worth 12 million, so he had to seize ownership and renegotiate the contract with the seller. After all, only a deposit had been paid. They hadn't yet been to the housing authority. That spendthrift Xiao Ran had lost 2 million in a single day. He wanted to strangle him. Just then Lin Meiying arrived, carrying her grandson. After quickly grasping the situation, the old woman threw a tantrum, plopping down on the ground and wailing, You heartless little beast. Getting rich and abandoning your wife and child. You're despicable. Though this was slander against Xiao Ran, it unfortunately fit the facts. Indeed, Xiao Ran had come into money, divorced, and even given up his son. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Xiao Ran had been waiting for this very accusation. He intended to thoroughly ruin the Zheng family's reputation, making them pariahs in the neighborhood. He said calmly, Why did I divorce? Simple. Zheng Wan was already pregnant with another man's child before we married. She wed me only to cover up the pregnancy, using me as a fall guy. Zheng Youju and Lin Meiying. You've raised quite a daughter, shameless and vicious. In the 4 years I lived with your family, how was I treated? Did you ever once treat me as family? You made me do everything, dumping all the housework on me. Even when I worked overtime until 10 p.m., I still had to do the laundry. How don't you dare talk to me about conscience? You're not worthy. These words ignited the crowd. Xiao Ran had done something so despicable. Weren't they afraid her son would be born without a certain part? Lin Meiying had tried to make a scene, but ended up shooting herself in the foot. Now Xiao Ran's and the Zheng family's reputation would be utterly destroyed in the neighborhood. The elderly couple heard this for the first time, and were momentarily speechless, feeling the contemptuous stares of their neighbors piercing them, wishing the ground would swallow them whole. This was China after all. Getting pregnant before marriage and tricking a decent man into raising another's child was a scandal that would invite endless scorn. After a long pause, Lin Meiying snapped back, shrieking, "Bullshit! My daughter is such a good person. How could she do something like that? Xiao Ran, you bastard, just because you're divorced you can slander my daughter like this." Zheng Yujun also snapped out of it, lunging at Xiao Ran. "He'll fight you to the death. Don't bother fighting. I'm waiting for the disaster to carve you up piece by piece. If you drop dead from a heart attack now, that would be such a waste." Xiao Ran firmly pushed Zheng Yujun back. Though he wasn't particularly strong, dealing with a 60-year-old man was more than manageable. "How do you want me to name the lover?" Xiao Ran said coldly. "Xiao Ran has been carrying on an illicit affair with him, and I have plenty of videos. The last part was a lie, but how could Zheng Yujun and his wife know? Would they dare to gamble? If Xiao Ran played them publicly, they'd have to move to a different neighborhood to save face. Let's go." Lin Meiying tugged at her husband. Seeing Zheng Yujun still glaring, unwilling to let go, she whispered, "Call our son and daughter back to discuss a plan." "But Xiao Ran is still at work," Zheng Yujun said reflexively. Lin Meiying shot him a disdainful look. 12 million. With that kind of money, why bother working? Right? Zheng Yujun then trotted off happily behind her. As soon as Zheng Yujun and his wife returned home, they couldn't wait to call their son and daughter. "Zheng Gang, come back immediately. Mom, what's the rush? I'm about to win this round. Money, millions of money. Get back here now." "What? All right, I'm on my way. Xiao Ran, take leave and come back at once." "Dad, I just took leave yesterday. Oh, I can't do it again today." "Then quit that job. Do you realize Xiao Ran just spent 12 million to buy building 8 in our complex? Yes, that villa. Think about it. How could he make 12 million in such a short time between yesterday's divorce and this morning? So this must be money that bastard hid during the marriage, belonging to both of you as joint property. Dad, stop talking. I'm coming right now." Thus, within just half an hour, Xiao Ran and her brother entered the house almost simultaneously. "Mom, you said there were millions. Where's the money?" Zheng Gang's eyes sparkled with sheer delight. So his family was this wealthy. He was a hidden rich second-generation heir. Lin Meiying sneered, "The money's with Xiao Ran. A full 12 million. What?" Zheng Gang leaped up instantly. "How does that bastard have so much money?" Zheng Yujun raised his hand, saying, "Calm down, everyone. Sit down first. We need to discuss this slowly." "Discuss my ass. Let's go demand the money from that bastard right now." Zheng Gang could no longer contain himself. His girlfriend had been nagging him to buy a luxury bag before she had unlocked new positions. Wait, he had 12 million now. Why settle for someone like her? He'd find a younger, prettier woman with a better figure. "Sit down." Zheng Yujun first shouted at his son. Once Zheng Gang sat down sullenly, he turned to Xiao Ran and recounted how he'd heard about Xiao Ran buying the house for 12 million, and also relayed Xiao Ran's accusations against her. Xiao Ran, was that bastard lying? Zheng Yujun stared into his daughter's eyes. Xiao Ran was nearly furious. They had made a scene in public with Xiao Ran. Now had exposed her shameful secrets, and the whole neighborhood would gossip about her. How could she ever walk around the complex again? Useless allies. When something this important happened, they hadn't called her back first, but went to cause trouble themselves. Now they were happy, satisfied. But what use was anger? Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment before nodding. It's true. Xiao Jie isn't his child. She feared that if she denied it, Xiao Ran would release the so-called video. That would ruin her completely. How? How could you be so careless? Zheng Yujun scolded, letting that bastard catch on and even get evidence. He didn't blame his daughter for her wrongdoing. He only resented that she hadn't been cautious enough to avoid Xiao Ran's discovery. Truly like father, like daughter. All cut from the same cloth. Lin Meiying felt no shame either. She had always looked down on her son-in-law Xiao Ran. As long as the scandal stayed within the family, it was fine, but once it got out, she was still afraid of losing face. Zheng Gang cared even less. What does it matter if Xiao Jie isn't that bastard's biological son? He married my sister, so that 12 million belongs to her and to our family. He can't just take it all after the divorce. Zheng Wan raised her hand. Don't act rashly and don't do anything. I need to call someone for advice. I'm telling you again, until I finish this call, all of you stay put in your rooms. Otherwise I won't go after that money. Zheng Yujun and the others were reluctant, but had no choice but to comply. After all, Xiao Ran was her husband, well, ex-husband. If Zheng Wan gave up on the money, how could they get their hands on it? But who was she calling? Her lover, of course. Zheng Wan entered the room and dialed a number. "I'm still at work. If there's nothing important, he'll hang up," said a man on the other end. He was indeed her lover, named Zhang Zihao, a doctor in her department. Though only 33, he was about to be promoted to deputy director. A bright future ahead. "Listen to me first." Zheng Wan gritted her teeth and spilled everything about Xiao Ran. Zhang Zihao pondered for a moment. Xiao Ran claiming he has a video of us is probably a bluff. We've always been careful, and he could never get into the hospital, so he definitely has no evidence. As for Xiao Jia, the child was a vulnerability. A DNA test would reveal the truth. 12 million. Zhang Zihao's heart also trembled. His salary plus kickbacks would total over 10 million in a lifetime, but to have 12 million right now, absolutely impossible. Not even in the next 20 years. So greed took hold of him too. Xiao Ran could drop 12 million in one go without bargaining, which means he has far more than that. He analyzed calmly. "I don't know where his money came from, but it must have existed during your marriage. Otherwise, how could he suddenly have that much in less than 24 hours? How did he win the lottery? Everyone knows the lottery is a tax on stupidity. No one ever wins big." Zheng Wan was about to suggest a lottery win, but Zhang Zihao's reasoning convinced her otherwise. Indeed, who had ever known someone to win the lottery? No one. And Xiao Ran had more than 12 million. Of course. Who would spend all their money on a house without haggling? He must have far more than that to be so extravagant. So your first step is to file a lawsuit in court accusing Xiao Ran of hiding marital assets, declaring the previous divorce agreement void, and demanding a redistribution of property. Zhang Zihao played the role of a scheming advisor. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly. She had only graduated from a nursing school, while Zhang Zihao, he was a master's graduate from a prestigious university. Well-educated indeed, full of ideas and on solid legal ground. What had Zheng Yujun and Lin Meiying's antics achieved? Nothing but embarrassment. Look at his approach. "Zihao, you're so smart," she said sincerely. Zhang Zihao chuckled. "Go find a lawyer immediately. Don't be afraid to spend money. Win this case, and you'll never have to work again. You'll be a rich housewife." Zheng Wan nodded eagerly. "Let the lawyer draft the complaint. All you have to do is sign." Zhang Zihao continued his advice. "And tell your parents and brother not to cause any more trouble, or they'll create unnecessary complications. Remember, we live in an age of law. Making scenes and throwing tantrums will only make you a laughingstock." Zheng Wan nodded vigorously. "Yes. Yes. Yes." After hanging up, she went out and repeated what Zhang Zihao had told her. Of course, she didn't reveal that it was all his advice. She claimed they had figured it out together. When they heard Zheng Wan's analysis that Xiao Ran had more than 12 million, the greed in Zheng Yoju and Lin Meiying and Zheng Gang became uncontrollable. They were rich, filthy rich. Zheng Wan told them not to cause any more trouble, then grabbed her bag and left to find a lawyer. Xiao Ran's mistake was flaunting his wealth too soon, exposing his fortune. After waiting for a while, Jia Yungue finally arrived. The two exchanged pleasantries briefly before Jia Yungue grew impatient and stood up to inspect the house. He didn't bring many tools, just a measuring pin for a rough calculation, since no price had been discussed yet, so he naturally couldn't take it too seriously. The villa had 3 floors above ground and 1 basement totaling 600 square meters with a courtyard outside that didn't need renovation. Jia Yungue inspected the property from top to bottom, then returned to the living room on the first floor to discuss the price with Xiao Ran. Completing it in 2 months would be extremely tight, so labor costs would be very high. I'd need to arrange round-the-clock shifts. Xiao Ran smiled. "Just give me a number." 80 million. Jia Yungue said, then felt a bit embarrassed himself. The villa itself was only worth about 10 million, and the renovation cost would be 80 million. Only a fool would agree to that. But to finish within 2 months, 80 million was indeed a reasonable figure. He wasn't overcharging. Xiao Ran fell into thought. Seeing this, Jia Yungue quickly added, him not making up a price. "With the tight deadline, I really can't lower it much. I have to make some profit. If you think it's too expensive, we could extend the timeline. For 6 months, I could shave off about 10 million. But even that was still far above the villa's price." Xiao Ran, however, raised a hand and said, "It's not that I think the price is too high. I'm asking, can 80 million truly meet all my requirements?" "Of course it can," Jia Yungue said, patting his chest. "I've been in home renovation for years, and I know what I'm doing. Your villa is only 600 square meters. At 80 million, that's about 140 per square meter. Isn't that extravagant enough?" Thinking about it that way, it was indeed quite expensive. Xiao Ran nodded. "Good, let's sign the contract. Wait, sign it just like that. Aren't you going to bargain? Jia Yungue was stunned. He had never seen a homeowner who first complained about the low cost, and then didn't haggle at all. It simply screamed extravagance. Xiao Ran chuckled. I just need you to do a good job and meet my requirements. Don't worry, I'll deliver as promised, Jia Yungue said confidently, patting his chest. All right, let's sign the contract, Xiao Ran said. But let me be clear up front. If the inspection fails, I won't be easy to deal with. He'll spend that 80 million suing you. No problem. Jia Yungue replied. By the way, let me see the original property deed, and they'll need a copy. Xiao Ran shook his head. I just bought the house today, and the deed hasn't been issued yet. But that's fine. They'll pay you a 5 million deposit first. You can start working on the renovation plan. When the money runs out, they'll transfer more. If the delay is my fault, they'll still pay the full 80 million. Jia Yungue stared at him as if he were a monster. After a long pause, he said, you rich people are really strange. Jia Yungue left, of course, with a happy heart. An 80 million deal. He could easily make a few million. Xiao Ran was spending money like water, but he didn't feel a bit of regret. Although his stocks couldn't guarantee a 10 daily return, 5 or more was absolutely certain. So in 2 months, the 350 million he had invested would turn into 3 billion or even more. However, whether it was 3 billion or 5 billion, it made no difference to Xiao Ran. All the supplies he could purchase would last him hundreds of lifetimes. In 3 months, everyone's wealth would become zero, rendering it meaningless. He had a total of 398 million. He had invested 350 million in stocks, spent 1 million on the house, and paid a 5 million deposit for the renovation. So he still had 43 million, of which 11 million would soon be used for the final payment on the house. The renovation still required 75 million, but the project would take 2 months, so he could slowly withdraw money from the stock market. No rush. Xiao Ran was busy with his next task. He went to find an agent again, but this time not to buy a house. He was renting one. The villa would be under renovation for 2 months. He couldn't stay in a hotel every day, could he? It wasn't that he couldn't afford the hotel, but it would be inconvenient for receiving packages. He had a lot of online shopping to do. Besides, Xiao Ran also planned to rent a warehouse. As he stepped out the door, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was from his company, his direct superior manager, Lu Qing. He answered casually, and before he could say a word, the other side roared, Xiao Ran, are you dying of cancer? If you're not dead, get your ass back to work, or you don't need to come in anymore. Fine, I quit. Xiao Ran said calmly. He was going to be extremely busy from now on. How could he have time to go to work? Showing off. The apocalypse was almost here. What was the point of showing off? At least until he finished his preparations, he wouldn't have time for that. He hung up decisively. Back at the real estate agency, the male agent who had handled his previous purchase immediately trotted over. Brother, is there a problem? I need to rent an apartment, Xiao Ran said. Huh? The agent stared at him dumbfounded. Didn't you just buy a villa? You already have the keys and can move in as is. Why do you need to rent? Xiao Ran smiled. I'm going to renovate that villa. Do you have any good listings? As spacious as possible, clean, and with decent decoration. Oh, so he was renovating. That made sense. Someone who spent 12 million on a villa wouldn't just move into the previous owner's old place. He'd definitely want to renovate. No problem. The agent quickly said. Brother, I have several properties in hand. They'll take you to see them. They should be in Jufu residential area, Xiao Ran added. No problem. 2 hours later, Xiao Ran finalized the contract with the landlord, a 2-month short-term lease at a monthly rent of 1,200. It was a bit expensive, but the apartment was spacious, newly decorated, and luxurious. It was fully furnished, so Xiao Ran only needed to buy some bedding. Good, another thing done. Xiao Ran had far too many things to buy. However, most of his money was still in the stock market, and it hadn't yet reached the goal of a 10-fold increase, so he could only make small purchases for now. He started making a spreadsheet listing all the essential items. Some items required a long lead time, so he needed to place orders early. As he was compiling the list, his phone rang. He looked at the screen. It showed wife. I forgot to change the contact name. Xiao Ran picked up the call. The punishment for the Zheng family had already begun, so why wouldn't he answer Zheng Wan's call? Hello. Xiao Ran, I've already hired a lawyer to file a lawsuit with the court demanding a redistribution of our marital assets. Zheng Wan's voice was cold and ruthless. Give me an address so the court summons won't fail to reach you. He chuckled. So she had indeed filed the lawsuit. Xiao Ran was not surprised in the least. He smiled faintly. Hold on a moment. I need to find a lawyer too. From now on, direct any matters to my attorney. With a snap, he hung up the phone. Time to toy with the Zheng family a little. Xiao Ran had no intention of wasting time in court. He first searched online for the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City, then went to seek them out. As luck would have it, the renowned lawyer, He Qian, happened to be available. Mr. Xiao, are you aware of our attorney's fee structure? The receptionist kindly inquired. Yes, 300 per hour, Xiao Ran nodded. Indeed, it was expensive. The receptionist was inwardly astonished. From Xiao Ran's attire, one could hardly tell he was a wealthy man. She quickly made a phone call, then gave a slight bow to Xiao Ran. "Mr. Xiao, please follow me." She led Xiao Ran into an office, knocked first, and then pushed the door open. "Attorney, Mr. Xiao is here," she announced. He Qian, around 40 years old, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, looked up at Xiao Ran with a sharp gaze that seemed to see through one's soul. "Please have a seat," he said to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran sat down, and the receptionist asked, "Mr. Xiao, what would you like to drink?" "No need," Xiao Ran smiled. "I should be leaving shortly." "Oh, very well," the receptionist said, and departed. "Mr. Xiao seems to be in a hurry, so let's begin promptly," He Qian said. Xiao Ran nodded. "I divorced my ex-wife yesterday. However, after the divorce, I won the lottery. Now my ex-wife is suing me, claiming I concealed marital assets and demanding a redistribution of marital property." A hint of mockery played on his face. He Qian chuckled. The timing of the divorce and the lottery purchase should both have clear timestamps. "I think you wouldn't even need a lawyer. Just submitting the evidence would be a sure win." Xiao Ran shook his head. "Originally I was going to let it go, but since my ex-wife is being so aggressive, I've decided not to back down." "Oh." He Qian showed a flicker of interest. "What do you plan to do, Mr. Xiao?" "Before marrying me, my ex-wife was involved with another man and was pregnant. So the child is not mine. Here is the child's hair and my hair. We can do a paternity test," Xiao Ran stated calmly, as if recounting another person's story. "Yesterday, when I signed the divorce agreement, I chose to walk away with nothing. Now I not only demand an equal division of marital assets, but also seek compensation for emotional distress." He Qian pondered for a moment. "I should warn you, Mr. Xiao, my fees are very high. So high that the compensation you get from your ex-wife might not even cover my legal expenses." "It's fine. My lottery win is substantial. I'm not short on money," Xiao Ran smiled. He Qian was somewhat curious. "How much did you win?" 500 million. He Qian was drinking tea and immediately spat it all out. That was substantial. Despite his high fees, he could never earn 500 million in a lifetime. Xiao Ran paid it no mind. "The reason I sought you out, attorney, is because I know you're the king of divorce cases. What I want is to make my ex-wife's family pay the price. I was Olivian's son-in-law. For 4 years of marriage, I handed over my entire salary with only 200 a month for allowance. I endured it all for the sake of my son. Now that I've discovered the son isn't mine, even this docile man is going to explode." He Qian nodded, understanding well. But if there was this anger of a wronged husband, why had he so readily walked away with nothing? And then on that very afternoon, he won a huge lottery. It seemed almost as if Xiao Ran knew he would win and had rushed to leave the marriage to keep the prize for himself. Then he dismissed the thought with a smile. If Xiao Ran had connections in the lottery center, even enough to know the winning numbers in advance, how terrifying would that kind of power be? Could he still have been deceived by a woman for 4 years? He was overthinking it. "All right, do you have the original lottery ticket with you, Mr. Xiao?" "It's fine if you don't. For a prize this big, I can submit a request to the lottery center to issue a certificate. You just need to write me a power of attorney," he said. "I have the original ticket with me," Xiao Ran stated. Would he come all this way to hire a lawyer without being prepared? And so the process began. He Qian felt it was almost like stealing money, because even the most incompetent lawyer couldn't lose this case. The only difference was how much marital property and emotional distress compensation he could reclaim for Xiao Ran, and his fee was 300 an hour. Xiao Ran didn't care. He only made demands. "First, I want the litigation period to be as long as possible, but no more than 3 months. Second, I want them to pay as much as possible. And I plan to donate that money to Project Hope. You'd better let the judge know to avoid the impression that I'm extorting them." The longer the litigation, the more Zheng Wan's family would suffer and agonize. But if it went over 3 months, wouldn't they be spared from paying? So they also had to experience the pain of losing their wealth. He Qian found Xiao Ran's demand strange. He had never heard of anyone wanting to prolong a lawsuit. No matter. He hardly needed to prepare for this case. The longer the case dragged on, the higher his income would be. Why not? Xiao Ran gave Zheng Wan's phone number to He Qian. From then on, He Qian would handle the negotiations with Zheng Wan. He also assigned a trainee lawyer to Xiao Ran to keep him updated on the case's progress. This trainee lawyer was a cold beauty, standing a full 170 centimeters tall, with a face nearly a 90 out of 10, an exquisite figure with curves in all the right places, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses that added to her icy, striking allure. "Mr. Xiao, my name is Lu Mei. From now on, if you want to know how the case is going, just ask me," she said, escorting Xiao Ran to the entrance of the law firm. Her tall frame, along with her 34D bust and perfectly rounded pert derriere, drew the gazes of countless passers-by. "All right," Xiao Ran nodded. He had already added Lu Mei on WeChat and had her phone number. "It's not just about the case. You can ask me about anything. Lu Mei added, but seemed to realize the statement was ambiguous. She quickly clarified, I mean any legal questions. Her explanation only served to steer Xiao Ran's thoughts in a more suggestive direction. Xiao Ran looked at her momentarily, unable to determine if she had genuinely misspoken or had said it deliberately. He chuckled softly. He Qian immediately called Zheng Wan. Ms. Zheng Wan, I am the attorney representing Mr. Xiao Ran. May I ask who your legal representative is? Oh, Han Tao, I see. All right, I will coordinate with Attorney Han, and he will inform you of any progress. He ended the call and dialed another number. Hello, this is He Qian. Ha, yes, I now represent Xiao Ran. In this case, you are doomed to lose. Ha, I'm not calling to gloat, but to inform you on behalf of Xiao Ran that we are filing a lawsuit to redivide the marital property. The grounds for our lawsuit. Simple. Xiao Ran has discovered that Zheng Jie is not his biological son and therefore demands a redivision of assets and compensation for emotional distress. The other party was clearly at a loss for words as Zheng Wan had never mentioned the matter of Zheng Jie, catching him completely off guard. What do lawyers fear most? A client hiding secrets that the opposing counsel discovers, blindsiding them with unexpected information. That is truly devastating. All right, go investigate the matter first. He Qian chuckled and hung up. For him, this case was a cakewalk, like an open book exam. Even a novice lawyer would find it hard to lose. He dialed another number. Xiao Zhang draft a sensational article. The orthopedist Zhang Zihao at the North District Municipal Hospital had an affair with the nurse Zheng Wan, and they have a son together. That's the gist. Freestyle the rest, and get some internet trolls to stir up online buzz. At least by tonight, every doctor and nurse in the orthopedics department of the North District should know. After hanging up, he smiled faintly and made no more calls. Xiao Ran's demand was to ruin Zheng Wan's reputation. As a man, he naturally sided with Xiao Ran. As the client's attorney, he was even more obliged to do so. The adulterer and the adulteress deserved to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Not long after Zheng Wan put down her phone, it rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her attorney. She quickly answered. Zheng Wan, how many things have you concealed from me? He demanded bluntly. Do you realize how much trouble you've put me in? Zheng Wan was stunned, hesitated for a moment, then asked, What do you mean? Zheng Jie is not Xiao Ran's son, is he? Han Tao asked. Zheng Wan took a deep breath, already mentally prepared for this. Xiao Jie is indeed not Xiao Ran's son, but that has nothing to do with his concealment of marital assets. Zheng Wan, I just received a call from your ex-husband's attorney. Do you know who he is? He Qian, the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City. In front of him, I am a minor figure. He has almost never lost a divorce case. Han Tao said. Zheng Wan sneered. Almost never lost doesn't mean never lost. Even if he has never lost before, he will lose this time. All right, let's set that aside for now. Han Tao said. Now Xiao Ran is also preparing to sue on the grounds that Zheng Jie is not his biological son, demanding a redivision of marital assets and compensation for emotional distress. Zheng Wan was almost laughing in anger. After thinking for a moment, she said, That's perfect. Both parties are demanding a redivision of marital assets. Attorney Han, have you found out how much marital property Xiao Ran has concealed? Not yet, take it easy. I need a court order before I can ask the bank to check Xiao Ran's personal assets. That won't be until tomorrow at the earliest. Han Tao said. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Zheng Wan hung up. Regardless of her moral failings, Xiao Ran's money was still marital property. So even if Xiao Ran hired 100 or 1,000 lawyers, they would still have to hand over the money in his bank accounts. Xiao Ran glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He continued compiling his shopping list. Busy until evening, he stretched, walked out of the building, and headed to dinner. Entering the elevator, he descended 2 floors when an elderly woman stepped in. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up as if she were hawking a product extolling her daughter's beauty, gentleness, and how she was the perfect wife and mother. Xiao Ran found it overwhelming. When they finally reached the first floor, the elevator doors opened with a ding, and he dashed out. Behind him, the woman was still calling, Xiao, you haven't taken down my daughter's phone number. Phew. After running a good distance, Xiao Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. The old lady was too persistent. But this was only temporary. In 3 months, people would no longer care about marriage or daughters. They would be concerned about food and clean water. Coincidentally, as Xiao Ran reached the community gate, he saw the Zheng Yujun family approaching. When Zheng Jie spotted him, he clapped his hands and pointed. Here comes the bastard. The bastard is here. In just 1 day, his father had become a bastard. Clearly, the Zheng Yujun family had taught him that. Zheng Yujun strode over, pointing at Xiao Ran's nose. You bastard, I'm telling you, you won't get away with a single cent of our family's property. And concealing a huge amount of marital assets is a criminal offense. Xiao Ran laughed. Were they trying to bully him with legal ignorance? Hold on, let me consult my lawyer. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Mei in front of Zheng Yujun. Attorney Lu, someone just told me that concealing marital assets is a criminal offense. Is that true? Oh, it's not. All right, just a quick consultation. Xiao Ran hung up and calmly said to Zheng Youjuan, I just asked my lawyer. You are threatening me, and I should warn you, intimidation can indeed be a criminal offense. You're far too arrogant and smug. Zheng Youjuan trembled with rage. For 4 years as part of their household, Xiao Ran had always been meek and submissive. How could he be so cocky and infuriating now? You bastard dare to bully my dad. Zheng Gang charged over, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight. Xiao Ran didn't even glance at him. Zheng Gang was just a spendthrift fool not worth his attention. It was Zheng Wan who remained calmer and sharper. She walked over and said, Xiao Ran, don't get too cocky. You can be arrogant now, but as soon as we prove that your current money is marital property, which is obvious, you'll have to cough up half no matter how unwilling you are. Xiao Ran chuckled, then shook his head. Are you all dying to know exactly how much money I have? This immediately made the four Zhang's eyes light up with anticipation. They were eager to know how much they would get. Guess. Xiao Ran laughed, infuriating the four Zhengs so much they nearly jumped. Zheng Yujian's family fumed for a while, but had no choice but to leave. They decided to dine out. Usually Lin Meiying would buy groceries and wait for Xiao Ran to return in the evening to cook, while they just sat back and waited. At noon the next day, the elderly couple would eat yesterday's leftovers, stubbornly refusing to cook themselves. It would have been better to cook at noon and finish the meal by evening. Lazy, that's what they were. Why bother when they could have Xiao Ran do it? Now that the household cook was gone, Lin Meiying refused to step into the kitchen. With money coming soon, they decided to splurge and eat out. They were quite generous, heading to the Due Tower, near the neighborhood where the per-person cost was around 150 yuan, not low. Xiao Ran had actually been following them the whole time. Though he had dealt the Zheng family a heavy blow over the past 2 days, how could he calm down after remembering the pain of being dismembered by the four of them? Time to stir them up a bit more. He called Lu Mei again. Lawyer Lu, would you honor me with dinner? Yes, now. Good, I'll send you the location. After hanging up, he sent the address of Due Tower to Lu Mei. Lu Mei replied quickly, they'll be there in 20 minutes. Xiao Ran entered Due Tower and soon found the Zheng family on the second floor. He chose a table 3 tables away, sat down, and scanned the QR code to order. He ordered 8 dishes, going all out on the expensive ones. Then he waited. The Zheng family naturally saw him, feeling utterly disgusted. We came here to eat, and you follow. Who would believe it's a coincidence? Damn it. Zheng Wan's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it. It was her colleague Xiao Lu, her closest work friend. She answered, and Xiao Liu's voice came through immediately. Zheng Wan, checked the searching forum quickly. There's a post claiming you and Dr. Zhang have an improper relationship, and that even Xiao Jie is his son. It's trending. What? Zheng Wan's face turned pale. She exchanged a few words with Xiao Lu, hung up, and opened the forum. Indeed, aside from the stickied posts, a thread titled Shocking. Orthopedic surgeon Zhang from the North District of the Municipal Hospital and nurse Zhang have been in a long-term improper relationship and have a son, was at the top with astonishing heat and over 1,000 replies. She staggered, nearly fainting. Forcing herself to calm down, she opened the post. After reading, she breathed a little easier. The poster had only the title right, the details were all fabricated. Things like them hooking up in the changing room. Impossible. They weren't stupid enough to do it there. But who spread the news? Her gaze involuntarily fell on Xiao Ran. Who else could it be? She never expected that during their 4 years of marriage he had always acted submissive, doing whatever she asked. It was all an act. This wasn't a sheep at all, it was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Hiding marital assets and stabbing her in the back. What a petty man. All I did was have an affair and give birth to a son. Xiao Jie called you dad for 3 years, but he had to call his biological father uncle. Do you know how wrong Zhehao felt? Zheng Wan's eyes were venomous, but she was already beyond caring. She could resign. Anyway, she could get at least 6 million yuan from Xiao Ran, so she wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of her life. Stomping over to Xiao Ran's table, she snapped, Xiao Ran, I never thought you'd be such a despicable man. If you think such lowly tricks can break me, they'll tell you no matter what, we were married for 4 years, and the marital property must be split equally. Xiao Ran nodded. Well said. Marital property must be split equally. I fully agree, and I hope you remember that. Don't go back on your word in court. I've been recording you just now. Also, you might not care about your reputation, but I wonder if Dr. Zhang does. I heard he's about to be promoted to deputy director, isn't he? This kind of thing would affect him, right? He hadn't learned this from Zheng Wan in his past life. Lu Mei had sent him the information earlier. Zheng Wan was startled. Indeed, she could resign, but what about Zhang Zhehao? This was a critical period in his career. She grew anxious. She had gotten pregnant and chose to find a scapegoat rather than abort, proving she truly cared about Zhang Zhehao. So when Xiao Ran mentioned it might affect his prospects, she couldn't help worrying. You despicable man, she gritted her teeth. When the court rules, and you have to pay a large sum, I'll pay it all back to you. With that she huffed and swayed back to her seat. Xiao Ran shook his head. Evil people never reflect. She had cuckolded at him. No, she had set a trap from the very beginning, tricked him into being a cheap father for 3 years, made him work for the Zheng family for 4 years for free, and even taken all his income. She didn't mention any of that, only worrying that the scandal would embarrass her and affect Zhang Zihao's future. Oh, what about me? I'm the real victim. But Xiao Ran didn't expect Zheng Wan or anyone in her family to repent. In these 3 months, he wouldn't let them have a single good day. Once the natural disaster began, he would repay all the pain with interest. After a while, a stunningly beautiful woman walked up to the second floor, brightening the entire place. What a gorgeous girl. Zheng Gang, sitting facing the stairs, gaped. When I get rich, I'm going to make her my girlfriend. What the hell? He cursed because he saw the beauty walking towards Xiao Ran. No way, it couldn't be. Damn, she really was going to Xiao Ran. In that moment, his eyes turned green with envy. Such a gorgeous woman, with such firm large breasts and such round perky buttocks. And yet she sat down across from Xiao Ran. Why? That bastard used to be a docile dog at home, and now this dog could sit with such a beautiful goddess while he... What was his girlfriend? Not only was she ugly, but she worked at a foot bath parlor, the shady kind. The contrast was stark. Zheng Wan heard the commotion and turned her head. Her expression darkened instantly. Divorced for just 1 day, and you already found a replacement. Impossible. Obviously Xiao Ran had been seeing someone else all along. How else could the transition be seamless? Fine. You have the nerve to accuse me of cheating on you. What about you? Are you being faithful to me? She stood up abruptly and strode over to Xiao Ran's table. Zheng Wan looked down at Xiao Ran and said scornfully, Xiao Ran, how dare you accuse me? Who is she? Your lover, I suppose. Miss Zheng, I presume. Lu Mei said with a stern expression. With that remark alone, I could sue you for defamation. However, I will not stoop to your level. But if you utter such irresponsible words again, I will not let it slide. Xiao Ran smiled. This is Miss Lu Mei, my legal counsel. Zheng Wan was taken aback. Xiao Ran's lawyer was supposed to be. He Qian, yes, He Qian, not this delicate woman. Good heavens, how could her chest be so large? Must be implants. And that rear so perky, probably filled too. She thought maliciously. However, Lu Mei exuded professionalism and an imposing aura, so she was indeed a lawyer. Perhaps she was a different lawyer from the firm, since He Qian was the best divorce lawyer in Suzhou and might have sent a junior associate to handle Xiao Ran's case. She had underestimated the situation. It never occurred to her that Lu Mei could be a lawyer. Embarrassed, she wished the ground would open up and swallow her. But Xiao Ran had clearly followed them here. Why didn't he arrange to dine with Lu Mei elsewhere? Why here? It was obvious. He wanted to make her misunderstand. He wanted to hurt her. Xiao Ran, you can only act tough now. Tomorrow, I will have my lawyer file a petition to freeze your assets lest you squander the marital property. Zheng Wan said coldly, having been coached by her lawyer and Zhang Zihao. You think you're so cocky. Let's see how you manage when your assets are frozen. Xiao Ran chuckled. Fine, go ahead. Try to freeze my assets tomorrow. As if you could freeze them just because you say so. The court isn't your family business. Just wait and see. Zheng Wan stormed back fuming. She hadn't even had dinner yet, but she was already full of anger. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, yet his gaze at the Zheng family remained icy. Lu Mei observed this and inwardly understood. It seemed Xiao Ran had suffered greatly in the Zheng family, otherwise why would he go out of his way to antagonize them? He didn't even need the compensation. He would donate it all and pay additional legal fees. His only desire was to see the Zheng family suffer and lose money, which brought him joy. She smiled radiantly and deliberately moved her chair closer to Xiao Ran. This woman was clever. Xiao Ran caught on and leaned in as well. They appeared to be whispering intimately, but in reality, they spoke of trivial matters, deliberately putting on a show for Zheng Wan. As expected, Zheng Wan saw this and nearly charged back over. Are you really just client and lawyer? Do you need to sit that close? Mom, Dad, you go ahead. I'm leaving first. She said angrily, stood up, grabbed her bag and left. She was truly fuming. Seeing Zheng Wan leave, Xiao Ran smiled, straightened up, and said to Lu Mei, thank you. For what? Lu Mei asked, feigning ignorance. Come eat, Xiao Ran said. After dinner, Xiao Ran hailed a taxi for Lu Mei and watched her leave before returning to his apartment. That woman was quite interesting. Beautiful, understanding, and with a figure that was simply stunning. Unfortunately, he had no interest in romance anymore. Would a woman like Lu Mei ever agree to be his mistress? Impossible. But when the apocalypse came, things would be different. Then a single meal could drive people mad. Well, he would think about that later. Xiao Ran had no time to pursue women now. I have to work out. The apocalypse brings endless hail and darkness. Although I don't know if it will last forever, I must prepare for years without sunlight. The stronger my physique, the less likely I'll fall ill. Also weapons. When the apocalypse begins, I want the Zheng family to regret their actions. They must know I have a stockpile of food, but once they realize they can't get any from me, they'll leak the information and have the entire neighborhood attack me. This is inevitable. His past life memories confirmed it. So, I need a large arsenal, preferably guns. In China I can't obtain guns, but abroad I could, and I have the money. However, overseas is too dangerous. Places where guns are freely sold often have black crime. Is that strange? Building a safe house and stockpiling supplies required stability. So is Xiao Ran willing to take risks abroad? No. But it's fine. I can go to a shooting range, open a spatial portal in front of the gun, and collect the bullets as they're fired. When I need them, I can release them with a thought, either in bursts or volleys, and completely silent. As long as I spend a fortune, I can get enough bullets, and they'll be in flight. He walked and thought, eventually arriving home. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Mei sent him a message simply saying good night. Back when he was pursuing Zheng Wan, he would send 10 messages for every one she replied, and she'd take at least half an hour to respond. Now the tables had turned completely. Why? Money is indeed a bastard, but damn it, it works. Faced with nearly 400 million in wealth, even a goddess like Lu Mei would take the initiative to say good night. Xiao Ran smiled and replied after 10 minutes, good night. In this life, he would never be a simp again. Instead, he would become a reaper of goddesses. A night passed. Zheng Wan hadn't slept well, her mind full of the 12 million Xiao Ran's arrogant demeanor and the intimate scene between Lu Mei and him. Finally enduring until 9 a.m. She called Han Tao, urging him to check Xiao Ran's bank accounts immediately. An hour later, Han Tao called back. Did you find out? Zheng Wan asked eagerly. Yes. How much? You'd better prepare yourself. How much exactly? Zheng Wan was both surprised and elated. Han Tao's warning suggested a staggering figure. 20 million. Or even 50 million. Your ex-husband's transactions over the past 6 months, specifically the last 2 days, amount to nearly 400 million. Han Tao said, drawing a sharp breath himself. 400 million. 400 million. Thud. Then he heard a sound of something falling over the phone. He quickly called out, Ms. Zheng. Ms. Zheng. Zheng Wan picked herself up from the ground. Though the fall had hurt terribly, her overwhelming excitement made her disregard the pain as she shouted into the phone. Are you sure it's 400 million, not 40 million? A single zero could make all the difference. 400 million, I'm certain. Han Tao said, truth be told, he had counted 3 times before confirming. However, this money was deposited into his account only after Xiao Ran divorced you, and the source is the National Lottery Center's prize redemption account. What? Zheng Wan jumped up. You mean he won the lottery only after the divorce? Was this still considered marital property? Though she had never studied law, she knew this definitely didn't count. From a timeline perspective, your ex-husband likely bought the lottery ticket on the day of your divorce or 2 days prior. Han Tao analyzed. If it was 2 days before, then it's unquestionably marital property. But if it was on the day of the divorce, it depends on whether it was before or after the divorce. Zheng Wan thought for a moment and said decisively, it must have been before the divorce. Otherwise, why would he have voluntarily offered to leave with nothing? It was precisely because he wanted to keep the entire jackpot for himself that he couldn't wait to divorce me. This seemed reasonable, but it wasn't, because Xiao Ran couldn't have known he would win before the drawing. She was reasoning backward from the outcome, naturally assuming Xiao Ran had known all along, ignoring the most basic logic. Han Tao laughed and said, then I'll congratulate Ms. Zheng in advance. You can claim nearly 200 million. Zheng Wan beamed and said to Han Tao, it'll trouble you, lawyer Han, to apply to the court to freeze my ex-husband's bank account. No problem, Han Tao agreed readily. If he won this major divorce case involving 400 million, he would surely rise to fame in the legal circles of Sioux City. After hanging up, Zheng Wan immediately called Zhang Zihao. Zihao. Before she could say more, Zhang Zihao interrupted. Do you know how many people are gossiping about us right now? And you're still calling me. Have you lost your mind? No, listen to me. Zheng Wan took a deep breath. Xiao Ran got rich because he won the lottery. On the other end, Zhang Zihao was stunned. In all his analyses, he had completely ruled out this possibility. After all, who with a normal IQ would buy lottery tickets? Yet against all odds, Xiao Ran had indeed become wealthy through a lottery jackpot. Guess how much he won? Zheng Wan didn't keep him in suspense. She took a deep breath and said, 400 million after taxes. Thud. A sound of something falling came from the other end. Clearly Zhang Zihao had also fallen from the shock. 400 million. Who wouldn't be dizzy hearing that? The key was that this 400 million was connected to them. Ignoring the fact that he had been proven wrong, Zhang Zihao quickly asked, when did he buy the lottery ticket? This was the most crucial point. Lawyer Han checked. It should have been either 2 days before or on the day of my divorce from Xiao Ran. Only those 3 days. That evening, 100 first prizes totaling 500 million were drawn, likely all won by Xiao Ran alone. Zheng Wan said, her heart aching with regret. A whole 100 million in taxes. How outrageous. In her mind, that 100 million also belonged to her, at least half of it. Zhang Zihao nodded. So as long as we can prove Xiao Ran bought the ticket before the divorce, even if he claimed the prize after the divorce, it's still marital property. Right? Zheng Wan agreed. The divorce procedures were finalized by noon. If we can rule out the afternoon, then he must have bought the ticket before the divorce. Besides, Xiao Ran immediately offered to leave with nothing. If he hadn't known had won, why would he propose that? This reasoning was actually correct because Xiao Ran did know he would win, and his offer to leave with nothing was precisely to prevent the jackpot from becoming marital property. Zhang Zihao was also drawn into her logic and couldn't help nodding. What mattered most? A 500 million jackpot. The impact was immense. He was still dizzy and couldn't think straight. Zihao, we're going to be rich. Zheng Wan exclaimed excitedly. Quit your job too. Well, emigrate, live abroad. Zhang Zihao thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Now whenever I step out, too many people point fingers at me. My wife also knows. From last night until this morning, she's been causing endless scenes, threatening divorce, threatening suicide. It's driving me crazy. He wasn't particularly attached to his wife, but her father was an official in the medical system, and he needed to stay on his father-in-law's good side to advance. But now, he didn't want to endure it any longer. Even if he only got half, that was still 200 million. Which country couldn't he go to? Which mansion couldn't he buy? All right, keep a close watch and get the money as soon as possible, he said, trying to sound calm, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. Zheng Wan naturally agreed. After sitting on the bed for a long time to calm down, she walked out and said, Dad, Mom, Gongzi, I have something to tell you. A moment later, cheers erupted from the Zheng household, echoing throughout the neighborhood. Within half an hour, news had spread across the entire community. Xiao Ran had won a huge lottery, 500 million total. Even after taxes, it was still 400 million. But this was marital property. Even if Xiao Ran claimed the prize after the divorce, he still had to hand over half the money. 500 million. No 400 million after taxes. It didn't matter anymore. To ordinary folks, 400 million or 500 million were both astronomical figures. The Zheng family had struck it rich. Heaven truly had no eyes letting this family get rich. However, many elderly folks had already gone to find Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan. For what? To play matchmaker. For the sake of 200 million, who cared if you were divorced? You were still a hot commodity pursued by all. But then, just as Zheng Wan was blissfully daydreaming about which country to emigrate, her phone rang. It was Han Tao. Had he frozen Xiao Ran's assets? She quickly answered. Ms. Zheng, I suggest you reach a settlement with your ex-husband, Han Tao said straight away. Zheng Wan was stunned for a moment before asking why. Shouldn't you be freezing Xiao Ran's assets? Because your husband's lottery ticket was bought after your divorce, Han Tao said weakly. What was there to fight in court? The evidence couldn't be clearer. Impossible. Zheng Wan blurted out. It was too unreasonable, and she simply couldn't accept it. You must have made a mistake. No, Han Tao said, knowing Zheng Wan was disappointed, but so was he. A major lawsuit involving 400 million in property division. Your divorce took effect at 1130 a.m. Xiao Ran bought the lottery ticket at 2:11 p.m. Surveillance footage and the timestamp on the ticket all confirm this, Han Tao continued. Now your ex-husband is suing you for concealing Zheng Jie's true parentage, causing him immense emotional distress and demanding compensation. I suggest you reach a settlement with your ex-husband. Otherwise, you're very likely to lose this case. He was being polite. The chance of losing wasn't just likely, it was certain. Zheng Wan was dumbfounded, her mind a complete blank. 200 million was gone. Gone. No, that was my money. My money. She became hysterical, as if losing her mind. Han Tao called out several times, but got no response from Zheng Wan. Understanding that the blow was too great, he hung up. These past few days, the Jiufu residential complex had been buzzing with excitement. First, the Zheng family had come out claiming they could get 200 million from Xiao Ran. But then news spread that Xiao Ran's 400 million was all marital property, so there was no need to share it with the Zhengs at all. Everyone had seen how the Zhengs had strutted around the complex like emperors, brimming with arrogance. But now they had all retreated, with no one daring to come out and refute the latest rumor. So was it true or false? It had to be true. Haha, heaven has eyes after all. Exactly, it didn't let the Zhengs get that money. Now they've lost all face. First, the scandal of their daughter's infidelity and having another man's child came to light. Then, just as they thought they could claim 200 million from the lottery, it turned out to be nothing but a pipe dream. If I were in the Zheng's shoes, I'd probably have nightmares, even in the middle of the night. Had they want shake off the shadow for at least 10 years. 10 years. That's 200 million we're talking about. If they hadn't divorced, it would have been 400 million. This shadow will haunt them for life. Serves them right. Absolutely serves them right. And what about Zheng Wan's family, the butt of everyone's jokes? Now all four of them were holed up in their room, each one crestfallen, as if the sky had fallen. They had no energy for anything. Just thinking about losing 200 million sent a piercing pain through their bones. Grandma, I'm hungry. Zheng Jie suddenly cried out. Hungry, 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 all you think about all day is eating. Zheng Yujun grumbled, now finding his grandson utterly irritating. Go find your real father, don't stay here with me. Dad, what kind of talk is that? Zheng Wan jumped up. Zheng Yujun's face darkened. If you hadn't done those shameful things, Xiao Ran would still be our son-in-law. You wouldn't have divorced, and all 400 million would be ours. And now, we haven't gotten a single cent. Not only that, Xiao Ran was also suing to redivide the joint marital property and seek emotional damages, which meant the Zheng family would have to pay a huge sum. However, Zheng Wan hadn't mentioned this yet, or Zheng Yujun would have gone mad. Zheng Wan looked at her father and said, all the money Xiao Ran earned before was with me. And how much did I secretly give to my younger brother? Don't you have any idea? Now he was blaming her son. How outrageous. Sis, is Dad wrong? Zheng Gang chimed in. If you hadn't divorced, brother-in-law, our family could have gotten 400 million. Tisk, now he was calling him brother-in-law. Zheng Wan was furious. Before this, every one of them had treated Xiao Ran like a beast of burden, and now they were blaming her. She felt like she was about to vomit blood. Zheng Gang continued with his terrible advice. Sis, can you get back together with brother-in-law? Xiao Jie isn't his biological son, but he called him Dad for 3 years. There must be some affection, right? Exactly. Zheng Yujun and his wife clapped their hands simultaneously, their eyes gleaming. After 3 years of being called Dad, how could there be no feelings? Besides, a single day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. What about 1,000 days? Zheng, when you go to Xiao Ran tomorrow, no go right now? If you can't win him back, don't bother coming home. Zheng Yujun issued his final order. Take your son and get the hell out of here. I'm sick of the sight of both of you. Sis, go and plead with brother-in-law. 400 million. 400 million. Zheng Gang said, softening his tone. Whether he could become a rich second generation depended entirely on Zheng Wan's skills. Zheng Wan was kicked out by her family. Even her son was grabbed by Zheng Gang and dumped on the ground outside the door, infuriating her to the point of cursing. What could she do? She had no choice but to go find Xiao Ran. However, after knocking on the villa door for ages, no one answered. She waited until nightfall, but no lights came on in the villa. She was stunned. Was Xiao Ran not living here? Where had he gone? Suzhou was so vast, and Xiao Ran, now a wealthy man with 400 million in assets, had countless forms of entertainment. He could even travel the world. How was she supposed to find him? At this moment, Zheng Wan was filled with both hatred and regret. Of course, she didn't regret making Xiao Ran raise another man's child. She regretted agreeing to the divorce so quickly. If she had just held on for one more day, no, half a day, she would have gotten at least 200 million. Where was Xiao Ran? He was at the gym sweating profusely. He had also hired a professional fitness trainer and a nutritionist. In 3 months, he was determined to transform himself completely and build a strong physique. Oh, Mr. Xiao, your physical fitness is excellent. The trainer was named Lu Susu, a female coach, and a very attractive one at that. Why choose a female coach? The answer was simple. During training, physical contact was inevitable. Man-to-man contact could be awkward, but with a woman, especially a beautiful one, there was no problem, and it was also more pleasing to the eye. Oh. Xiao Ran looked over. Lu Susu pointed at the data and explained to Xiao Ran, overall, Mr. Xiao, your fitness level surpasses 99 of people. And you mentioned you've never had any training before. I can hardly imagine what heights you could reach after training. She thought for a moment. You could probably become a professional athlete. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Was the machine malfunctioning? His body was very ordinary. He had worked 996 jobs for years and had common issues like frozen shoulder. How could his fitness now be better than 99 of people? Could rebirth improve one's physique? That would be great. Xiao Ran smiled. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Do you think at my age I still have a chance to represent the country? Probably not. Lu Susu also smiled. Unless you can outperform national-level athletes. Huh. They both laughed heartily. The training session began. As expected, physical contact was unavoidable, but Xiao Ran never deliberately took advantage. It was purely unintentional. Lu Susu was quite pretty. Though she didn't reach Lu Mai's level, her body, honed by years of fitness, exuded a healthy beauty. Her buttocks in particular were round and full with a Western voluptuousness. Xiao Ran didn't dislike it, but he wasn't overly fond of it either. After some practice and rest, the session lasted a total of 3 hours. Xiao Ran had signed up for Lu Susu's private lessons, which cost 500 yuan per hour. So today's 3-hour session alone cost 1500 yuan, an expense ordinary people couldn't afford. For this reason, Lu Susu was naturally very enthusiastic toward a wealthy man like Xiao Ran. Sometimes, even when Xiao Ran wouldn't have touched her, she deliberately brushed against him, going out of her way to flaunt her full hips and ample chest. Her intentions were crystal clear, but Xiao Ran's mind was completely occupied with thoughts of the apocalypse. He had no interest in any recreational activities, so he left right after the session, leaving Lu Susu a bit bewildered. Was she really that unattractive? Xiao Ran returned home washed up and prepared to sleep. However, he first checked the stock market. Today's floating profit was 6 points, roughly 20 million. Not bad. He stretched and climbed into bed. A night passed. Xiao Ran woke naturally, had breakfast, and made minor adjustments to a few stocks. This would remain his focus for the next 2 months. At 10 o'clock, Lu Mei called him. She had officially filed a lawsuit in court demanding a redivision of the joint property between Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan, and asserting that Zheng Jie was not his biological son, seeking compensation from Zheng Wan for Xiao Ran's emotional distress. In just a couple of days, He Qian had investigated Zheng Wan's income. Combined with Xiao Ran's financial records, they calculated the total earnings of both parties, deducted necessary expenses, and arrived at a claim amount 500 in total. This sum was trivial for Xiao Ran now, but for Zheng Wan and Zheng Yujin's family, it was an enormous figure that would make them frantic and sleepless. Yet they were destined to lose the lawsuit. The only question was the exact amount of compensation. Xiao Ran nodded. He Qian would personally handle the litigation, and as the plaintiff, Xiao Ran didn't even need to appear in court. Just issue a power of attorney, and He Qian could manage everything. After ending the call with Lu Mei, Xiao Ran received a notification from the agent. The contract was ready. He could proceed to the housing authority for the property transfer. This required a visit. They signed the formal contract and began the process. Even though Xiao Ran paid the full amount, the housing authority's review would take at least a few business days. No rush. Since Jia Yungue needed several days to draft the renovation plans and then procure materials, the lack of the property deed wasn't an immediate issue. Moreover, with no one reporting it, the authorities wouldn't investigate. Starting renovations discreetly was feasible. Of course, before the catastrophe began, Xiao Ran was still willing to abide by the law. After all, this was the final period of peace and order. He ate out and returned home past 1 p.m. Xiao Ran started getting busy again. He decided to rent a warehouse to receive supplies, convenient and discreet. He searched online, selected a location, and contacted the owner. Since Xiao Ran barely haggled, they quickly reached an agreement. They signed a 6-month lease, but Xiao Ran paid 3 months rent up front. When the time came, he'd pay the remaining 3 months. After the 6 months, Xiao Ran had the priority to renew. He felt it was a fair deal, as he only needed the warehouse for 3 months and had indeed only paid for that period. Some supplies could be stockpiled now, like food. Xiao Ran found a restaurant and ordered 100 banquet tables, each costing 300 yuan. He asked the restaurant to move their stoves and equipment to the warehouse and cook on site. Today was too late, so they scheduled it for tomorrow. He paid a 500 yuan deposit. A trivial matter. The next day, he waited at the warehouse for the restaurant owner. Soon the owner arrived with his crew. They lit the fires, cooked, and by noon, had prepared 100 tables of food. After they left, Xiao Ran stored everything, dishes and all, into his alternate space. So tomorrow had have to buy new dishes again. Xiao Ran chuckled. One downside of stockpiling supplies was the cost of dishes. No matter, he had money. Xiao Ran had already ordered a large quantity of bowls and plates online, with deliveries arriving daily. He wouldn't need to buy dishes from the supermarket anymore. Over the next few days, Xiao Ran collected 100 banquet tables daily, switching restaurants each time to avoid suspicion. His online purchases of various supplies also arrived one by one, all delivered to the warehouse. Even with such extravagant spending, he barely managed to spend less than 1 million yuan a day. No matter. Once the money was out of the stock market, Xiao Ran would have truckloads of supplies hauled in. In 30 days, he would spend 2 to 3 billion in a frenzy. Lu Mei and Lu Susu both messaged Xiao Ran daily. However, Lu Mei remained reserved and proud, expecting Xiao Ran to pursue her. Lu Susu, after learning that Xiao Ran had won the 500 million lottery, was extremely proactive. Xiao Ran didn't want another marriage, so he didn't respond. Most importantly, he was swamped with tasks every day and had no time to dwell on women. He could consider it later when things settled down. Additionally, his appeal had been accepted by the court, and the first hearing was scheduled for tomorrow. A day passed. Zheng Wan returned home feeling exhausted. In court today, He Qian presented a wealth of evidence against her, including the paternity test between Xiao Ran and Zheng Jie, Xiao Ran's income statements, and annual living expenses. The lawyer advised her to settle with Xiao Ran and pay 410 yuan in compensation. Of this, 2,600 yuan was from joint marital income. Total earnings of 1700 yuan minus necessary expenses, leaving 500 yuan, half of which was 2,600 yuan, plus 1,500 yuan for emotional damages, totaling 4,100 yuan. He Qian had initially demanded 3,000 yuan for emotional damages. Most importantly, He Qian stated that Xiao Ran didn't need the money and would donate it all to Project Hope, which naturally swayed the judge's favor. 4,100 yuan. Zheng Wan's head throbbed. Did she have 4,100 yuan? No, because most of the money had been taken by Zheng Yujun and his wife to support Zheng Gang. But the law was the law. Could she defy it? Dad, Mom will likely lose this lawsuit. We have to pay Xiao Ran 4,100 yuan, Zheng Wan announced to her parents and brother. What? 4,100 yuan. Zheng Yujun jumped up. That bastard might as well rob us. Exactly. Lin Meiying added. How dare he ask for so much? Is he crazy for money? Zheng Wan explained, Xiao Ran and I earned about 1,800 yuan a year combined. Over 4 years, that's 7,200 yuan. With annual expenses of 5,000 yuan minus 2,000 yuan, that leaves 5,200 yuan. Half each is 2,600 yuan. Plus 1,500 yuan for emotional damages, that's 4,100 yuan. Zheng Yujun was silent for a moment, then said, Why are you telling us this? It's your joint property. Pay him back yourself. Zheng Wan fumed. Dad, you and Mom took most of my and Xiao Ran's salaries. I have less than 3,000 yuan. Where am I supposed to get 4,100 yuan? Zheng Yujun shook his head. I don't care about that. Your brother is getting married soon and needs money. Besides, what can Xiao Ran do if you don't pay? Would he dare come here? Ha, if he does, he'll chase him out with a broom. Zheng Wan was both furious and indignant. Little brother, was Zheng Gang the only one in their eyes? Was she born to be a beast of burden for Zheng Gang? It had always been like this since childhood. All the good things were reserved for Zheng Feng, as if she were the one picked up from the streets. By the way, don't you have that paramour? Lin Meiying said without sparing her daughter any face. Go ask him for money. We've raised his son for so many years, shouldn't he compensate us? Zheng Gang immediately perked up, saying, Right. Make him pay us a few 100,000 and that'll be enough for me to get married. Zheng Yujun also chimed in, doctors must earn a lot, and they get red envelopes too. At least demand 5,000 from him, or else he won't get this son. Zheng Gang leaped up, energized by the mention of money. Zheng Yujun came up with another bad idea, saying to his daughter, Go find that paramour right now, take your son with you, and tell him if he doesn't give us 5,000 you'll leave the kid with him. Why should I raise another man's child? Dad, are you kicking me out again? Zheng Wan asked incredulously. This was the second time. If you can't get the 5,000, don't consider yourself my daughter anymore. They'll sever ties with you. Zheng Yujun pushed his daughter out the door again, and had Lin Meiying put the grandson outside as well. Dad? Mom? Zheng Wan pounded on the door, but those inside pretended not to hear. A neighbor, hearing the commotion, opened the door to look, but Zheng Wan, too embarrassed to show her face, picked up her son and left. Stumbling out of the apartment building, she sat down weakly, only for Zheng Jia to start fussing, making her yell at the boy. Exhausted and heartbroken, she called Zhang Zihao. He was her only ray of sunshine and pillar of support. However, after telling him about being kicked out and the 4,100 needed, she asked if he could lend her some money. Wanna, you know my salary card is controlled by my wife, so I can't help you. Besides, since the money was taken by your parents, shouldn't you get it back from them? Zhang Zihao said. Also, I've promised my wife they'll never contact you again. Don't call or text me anymore. The line went dead. Zheng Wan's face was a mask of disbelief. She sat motionless on the ground for a full half hour, then a venomous glint flickered in her eyes. If you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. If it comes to it, we'll all go down together. A day passed. Xiao Ran was sweating profusely in the gym. After nearly 10 days of training, he had already made some progress. His once unified abdomen was beginning to separate, though it would take time to become 8 distinct muscles. Lu Susu watched over him, growing anxious. 10 days had passed, and Xiao Ran still hadn't taken the bait. She was almost down to stripping to seduce him, but he seemed oblivious to her advances, leaving her frustrated. The phone rang. Xiao Ran paused his workout and picked up his phone. It was Lu Mei. He answered. Hello, Attorney Lu. Lu Mei's magnetic voice came through. Something big has happened. I'm all ears. Your ex-wife's family knew Zheng Wan would lose the case, so they kicked her and Zheng Jiao, telling her to find the money herself. Desperate, Zheng Wan took her son to the hospital this morning and handed him over to Zhang Zihao. Lu Mei began to explain. As a result, Zhang Zihao's wife found out and stormed into the hospital. Probably because she can't have children, she got very excited seeing Zheng Jia. That brat even pointed at her nose and cursed, which enraged her so much that she accidentally pushed Zhang Jie down the stairs. The child died on the spot. After the incident, the Zhang family, hoping to get the victims' families' forgiveness and leniency for Zhang Zihao's wife, proactively offered 1 million in compensation. Zhang Wan has accepted. But Zhang Zihao is in deep trouble. He divorced his wife in a flash, got fired from the hospital, and clearly incurred his father-in-law's wrath. Things won't be easy for him from now on. Xiao Ran was astonished. The Zhang family, no Zhang Wan, had actually gotten the money this way. Fine. Then I'll take you down one by one. Alright, I understand. He hung up. He didn't dwell on it, and continued his workout. After finishing, he strode away, ignoring Lu Susu's disappointed gaze. Back at the Zhang household, when Zhang Wan came out of her room to pick up takeout, Zhang Gang immediately scurried over obsequiously. Sis, if you want to eat anything, just tell me. He'll buy it for you right away. Takeout is both unhygienic and slow. Yeah, let Zhang Gang get it for you, Zhang Yujun chimed in. Now that his daughter had 1 million in compensation, even after deducting the part to be paid to Xiao Ran, she would still have nearly 600 left. Zhang Gang's marriage fund depended on that 600. Zhang Wan didn't even glance at them. She took the takeout and walked straight into her bedroom. Damn, Zhang Gang couldn't help cursing. He had been groveling for 2 days, but Zhang Wan hadn't given him a single kind look. Watch your mouth. She's your sister. Zhang Yujun gave his son a light slap on the head. Think about it. We kicked her out and declared wed cut ties, and now we've brought her back for the money. But be happy about that. You need to be patient and sweet-talk her, or else you'll have to figure out your own wedding money. Zhang Gang hung his head and nodded. Inside the room, Zhang Wan ate her takeout in silence, her mind racing and her eyes cold. Everybody thought Zhang Jie's death was due to Zhang Zihao's wife's impulsiveness, but was that really the truth? Of course not. Because Zhang Wan had called Zhang Zihao's wife herself, using the most venomous words to insult her, mocking her infertility, driving her to lose control and rush to the hospital. Not only that, but she had also shown her son a photo of Zhang Zihao's wife and instructed him to call her a barren woman who couldn't bear children. That was why Zhang Zihao's wife completely lost it, leading to the tragedy. Zhang Zihao, you betrayed me first. She gritted her teeth, shedding a few crocodile tears. After all, Zhang Jie was her own flesh and blood. But then a smile crept onto her face. Now that Zhang Jie is gone, there's no obstacle between Xiao Ran and me. I just need to win him back, promise to give him a child, and he'll definitely take me back. 400 million. She would never give up such a fortune. Never. Xiao Ran spent the whole day collecting banquet leftovers and parcels, then returned to his neighborhood. Just yesterday, Jia Yingwei had brought him the renovation plans, and since he had already obtained the property deed, the work was already underway. Xiao Ran had transferred another 20 million yuan to him, urging him to purchase materials and commence immediately. Xiao Ran naturally headed back to his rented apartment room 1502, which required taking the elevator. As luck would have it, the elevator was already waiting on the first floor. He stepped inside, and just as the doors were about to close, a woman hurried over, repeatedly pressing the up button, causing the doors to slide open once more. A stylishly dressed woman entered, bringing with her a wave of fragrant scent, the kind of high-end perfume that was intoxicating yet not overpowering. Her features were strikingly beautiful, almost radiant, with an allure so captivating that it seemed to brighten the entire elevator compartment. The woman stood about 168 centimeters tall, not short, but Xiao Ran at 178 still towered over her by half a head. She pressed the button for the 17th floor. Neither spoke. The elevator filled only with wafts of her perfume. Standing behind her, Xiao Ran couldn't help but appreciate the mature bow tie's voluptuous curves. In the past, he would have kept his eyes strictly forward, but now his personality had undergone a complete 180-degree turn, and this was merely pure appreciation. The woman studied his reflection in the mirror-like elevator walls, then suddenly turned around and asked, "Hey, aren't you that Xiao Wui?" Xiao Wui. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Had he already earned a nickname? He couldn't help but chuckle. I am indeed Xiao Ran. The woman covered her mouth with a light laugh, but her figure was so stunning that even that simple gesture caused her to quiver, her curves undulating and drawing one's gaze. She cleared her throat and said, "Hello, I'm Han Yun." However, the journey from the 1st to the 15th floor didn't take long. With a ding, the elevator arrived, and Xiao Ran nodded to Han Yun before stepping out. He quickly forgot this minor incident, walked along the sky corridor to his door, entered, and plopped down on the sofa. Just as he was about to turn on the TV, he remembered that he had ordered takeout on his way home, which should have arrived by now. He opened the app to check, and it indeed showed that the delivery had been completed, but when he went to the door, there was no food in sight. He contacted the delivery driver, who insisted it had been delivered, and even provided a photo. So where had the food gone? Had it been stolen? It was possible. Xiao Ran recalled stories online about food theft, never imagining it would happen to him. The main concern? Well, yes, he would definitely reorder, since even if he found it, he wouldn't dare eat it. But he couldn't just let the thief off the hook. He placed a new order, then went to the property management office to explain the situation. They agreed to help by reviewing the surveillance footage. Sure enough, at 5:07 p.m. the delivery driver had dropped off the food, taken a photo, and left. A little while later, the door of the neighboring unit 1501 opened, and a young boy emerged. After playing in the hallway for a bit, he noticed the takeout. Glancing around, he suddenly grabbed it and slipped back into his apartment. Case solved. Xiao Ran returned with the property management staff to knock on door 1501. Who is it? An impatient voice called from inside. Property management, we need to speak with you, the manager replied, leading the charge. After all, Xiao Ran had not only purchased the neighborhood's only villa, but was also the winner of a 500 million yuan lottery prize, making him someone they naturally wanted to curry favor with. Footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal an old man who looked at the property manager with confusion. What's the matter? The manager forced a smile. Your grandson, I assume he's your grandson, stole the takeout from next door room 1502. Bullshit, a loud voice roared. A fierce-looking older woman stormed over and began berating the property manager. Which eye of yours saw that? My little Kong is such a good boy, how could he steal someone else's food? In morning you don't talk nonsense, or he'll smash your entire office to pieces. The property manager's smile remained unwavering. Auntie Chin, we're not falsely accusing your grandson. I have the surveillance footage here. Take a look. He pulled out his phone and played a video, a recording he had made from the security room. What are you showing me? Unexpectedly, Auntie Chin didn't even glance at it. She shoved the manager's phone aside and snapped, Get the hell out of here right now. Don't disturb our dinner, or he'll call the police and report you for illegal trespassing. With that, the door slammed shut. From inside, they could hear Auntie Chin scolding Uncle Chin, telling him that in the future, he should just chase people away and shut the door without any fuss. Even the property manager was furious. Your grandson steals food, the evidence is clear, and you still act this arrogantly. This was too much. Mr. Xiao, I apologize. We will continue to communicate with this family and ensure they compensate you, the manager said. To him, a client like Xiao Wui was a premium resident who enhanced the neighborhood's image, whereas Auntie Chin's family, well, they were a different story. Xiao Ran thought for a moment and replied, All right, I'll leave it to you. He returned to his apartment and began to ponder. What good solutions could the property management possibly come up with? He would have to handle it himself. He searched online, what to do if a naughty kid steals your takeout. He scrolled through the answers, some serious, others clearly jokes. After all, who would order takeout worth 10,000 yuan? He could. Xiao Ran grinned. The money had to be spent within 3 months, or it would become worthless paper, just a string of numbers frozen in the bank. All right, time to formulate a plan. The brat had stolen and eaten the food without facing any consequences, not even a scolding. That was an encouragement, so he would surely do it again. Give him the opportunity. Soon the new takeout arrived, and Xiao Ran ate. After finishing, he went downstairs to buy some fruit from a nearby shop. In the future, when global plant life was nearly extinct, how could one still enjoy fresh fruit? Impossible. Coincidentally, as he stepped out, the neighbor's door also opened. Auntie Chin emerged with the brat. When the boy saw Xiao Ran, he looked a little guilty, but Auntie Chin's expression was ferocious. Listen here, Auntie Chin began to curse. You're worth hundreds of millions, and you're going to be so petty. What's one meal to you? It's a drop in the bucket. And you still had the nerve to go to the property management. We're all neighbors here. Don't make things ugly. If you do, I won't let you off easy. Xiao Ran let out a wry laugh. There was indeed truth to the saying that those who are shameless are invincible. Your grandson stole my takeout, yet you actually have the audacity to speak with such self-righteousness. And now you're warning me, threatening me. Xiao Ran yearned to slap her across the face, but after a moment's thought he decided he couldn't let a small impulse ruin his grand scheme. If he lashed out now and scared the brat into never stealing again, wouldn't all his careful planning go to waste? Thus he remained silent, and simply stepped into the elevator. This only emboldened Aunt Chin, while the mischievous boy's eyes darted about, as if scheming something new. With a ding, the elevator reached the first floor. Xiao Ran strode out with Aunt Chin and the boy following behind. He could still hear Aunt Chin saying, Xiao Bao, next time go ahead and take his takeout again. He's got plenty of money, so it's only right that we get a share. The boy, bolstered by adult approval, naturally felt no fear. A faint smile curled on Xiao Ran's lips. This was exactly what he wanted. Their relentless encroachment. He headed to a fruit store and bought a mountain of fruit. Even if he couldn't finish it all, it didn't matter. He could just toss it into his alternate dimension for eternal preservation. Back home, he washed an apple and began to eat. This global catastrophe could last who knows how long. Perhaps for centuries, millennia, or even tens of thousands of years fresh fruit might never be seen again. He needed to stockpile as much as possible, enough to last several lifetimes. A night passed. A new day dawned and Xiao Ran first visited an ultra-luxurious restaurant to order a custom takeout. The lunch he ordered was exorbitantly expensive using numerous imported ingredients. Just the top-tier caviar alone cost 20,000 yuan. All combined, this single meal came to a staggering 80,000 yuan. Even so, Xiao Ran still thought it was a bargain. But all the premium ingredients had been used, there was simply no way to make it more expensive. Fine, 80,000 was still a considerable sum. And what was the most exquisite aspect of this meal? It was an aphrodisiac designed to enhance passion. Consequently, the restaurant manager couldn't help but size Xiao Ran up. Just how many ladies were you planning to meet today? Don't overdo it and end up dead from exhaustion. Xiao Ran cheerfully paid the 80,000 yuan, provided the delivery address, kept the receipt, and then walked out. He went about his usual routine, collecting 100 banquet tables and another day's worth of deliveries before calling it quits and returning to the neighborhood. Meanwhile, at the Qin household, the mischievous boy, emboldened by the lack of punishment for yesterday's theft and even receiving encouragement, was already eyeing the neighbors again. As soon as the delivery man dropped off the food, the boy darted out the moment the coast was clear, lugging an impressively large food container into his own home. Aunt Qin was inside, and upon seeing the boy enter with the substantial food container, a smile immediately spread across her face. Xiao Ran had dared to complain to the property management yesterday. But it was just a takeout meal. Was it that serious? So taking another one today would serve as a lesson to him. Uncle Qin, however, said, "This is someone else's takeout. It doesn't seem right for us to eat it. He has so much money, what's the harm in taking a little?" Aunt Qin retorted dismissively. Besides, where did all that lottery money come from? It was donated by us common folks 1 yuan at a time. So this is ill-gotten wealth. Oh, why shouldn't we partake? Wow, a giant lobster. The boy had already torn open the packaging and cheered. The container had 8 compartments, each holding a dish. Aunt Qin and the others took a look and couldn't help but salivate. A giant lobster and meats they couldn't identify. In a word, exquisite. It all looked incredibly high-end. This must be worth quite a bit of money, Uncle Qin said, growing hesitant. If we eat this, will we get into trouble? Aunt Qin thought for a moment, then immediately dismissed the concern. What's the worst that could happen? At most it's a few hundred yuan. Are they going to have the police arrest us? It was just a child's mistake taking the wrong thing. What real problem could it cause? With that thought, Uncle Qin stopped objecting. The 3 of them began to eat. This is delicious. Indeed, it's quite good. This meat is incredibly tender. The boy couldn't help but ask, "Grandma, can I go get another one tomorrow?" "No problem," Aunt Qin replied. They happily finished this lavish meal, and when half the day passed without Xiao Ran coming to confront them, Aunt Qin let out a contemptuous snicker. It seemed she had successfully intimidated Xiao Ran yesterday. Today's meal was truly delicious. Hopefully Xiao Ran would order more. After all, he wouldn't dare to say anything. However, after a while, Aunt Qin began to feel restless and hot, and Uncle Qin felt the same. They exchanged a glance, told their grandson to watch TV, and then retreated to their room. A short while later, the commotion subsided, but soon began again, then quieted in a repeating cycle. When the Qin's son and his wife returned home, they found Qin Kong alone in the living room, watching TV. He had been watching for so long his eyes were half closed. This naturally angered the daughter-in-law. She stormed over to push open the door to Aunt and Uncle Qin's room, ready to scold them for how they were watching the child. Holy crap! Her face flushed instantly, and she quickly stumbled back out. "What's wrong?" the Qin's son asked. Your parents. Your parents." She couldn't finish the sentence. How could they be so shameless? It wasn't even evening, and they were already at it, and with Qin Kong sitting right in the living room. Son, call an ambulance quickly. Something's happened to your father." Aunt Qin's panicked voice came from the room. "What's wrong with Dad?" the Qin's son asked, utterly confused. Aunt Qin hemmed and hawed for a moment before finally saying, "Your father. He's been. Since this afternoon. And now he's passed out. A stroke from overexertion." The Qin's son couldn't believe it. His father was so old, how could something like this happen to him? No wonder his wife had backed out with a red face. He quickly dialed for help. Before long, the ambulance arrived. Soon after, Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin were wheeled down together. Though covered with sheets, it was still faintly obvious they were naked. And the fact that they were carried down together, what did that imply? Anyone who wasn't a fool could guess. The neighborhood was small, nothing could stay hidden. Haha, this is hilarious. The old Qin couple had an accident while doing the deed, a stroke. They even called 120. But they're only around 30, that's too young for a stroke. It wasn't their son and daughter-in-law, it was the old couple. What? They're both over 60. At that age, they still managed to create such a scandal. They'll have to walk around with their faces hidden in this neighborhood from now on. But the real question is whether old Qin will even survive. Serves them right. That old couple were never good people anyway. Right, hopefully they both die in the hospital. There were plenty of gossiping tongues. Upon hearing the sound of the police dispatch, Xiao Ran smiled faintly and hailed a taxi. Where to? The police station. He intended to file a report. When the police officer learned that Xiao Ran had a delivery meal stolen, he couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, having your delivery stolen is indeed something you can report, but I suggest you check the property management surveillance footage first, and then confront the thief directly. Since they're likely a neighbor, it's better to resolve such matters privately. The officer continued. Xiao Ran nodded. Indeed, the first time my delivery was stolen, I went to the property management and found the culprit. It was my next-door neighbor's grandson. However, the adults in that household not only refused to compensate me for my loss, but also hurled insults at me. Today I ordered another delivery, and it was stolen by their grandson again. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression turned serious. That's going too far. Stealing in the first place, then refusing to compensate, and even resorting to insults, and now a repeat offense. No wonder Xiao Ran had come to the police station. You can't keep bullying an honest person like this. The officer said, All right, I'll accompany you and give them a stern talking to. Xiao Ran smiled. It might be more than that. This delivery of mine was quite expensive. How expensive could it be? The officer thought little of it and casually asked, How much? 80,000. The officer had just taken a sip of tea and promptly spat it out, thankfully turning his head just in time, the water splattering all over the screen. He coughed repeatedly. How much? Had he misheard, or had Xiao Ran misspoken? Xiao Ran produced an invoice and handed it over. The officer took it, glanced at it, and his expression immediately turned peculiar. It really was 80,000. But who would order a delivery worth 80,000? Spending that much money, couldn't he just eat at the restaurant? However, how much someone spends on a delivery is their own freedom. No law stipulates a maximum price for deliveries, does it? But this changed things. The matter had become significant. It was no longer just a stolen delivery, but a theft of valuable items on par with gold and jewelry. The officer looked up at Xiao Ran. I need to go to Taifang restaurant to verify this. Xiao Ran nodded. No problem, I can go with you. The officer stood up. Xiao Lu, come with me. Thus the three of them set off for Taifang restaurant. On the way, Officer Lu, upon hearing that Xiao Ran had ordered an 80,000 yuan delivery, was also astounded. Wow, this one delivery of yours is worth a year of my salary, Officer Lu remarked. The other officer, nearly 50 years old, and surnames Zhou, glanced at Xiao Ran, wondering if Xiao Ran had ordered such an expensive delivery deliberately to get the neighbor's mischievous child to steal it. Otherwise, it all seemed too coincidental. But regardless of intent, stealing is wrong, especially when the value exceeds 3,000, which constitutes a crime. First, let's go to Taifang restaurant. Upon arrival, the restaurant manager came out and immediately became enthusiastic upon seeing Xiao Ran, addressing him repeatedly as Mr. Xiao. When he learned that Xiao Ran's delivery had been stolen and that he had brought two officers to verify the price, he readily took on the responsibility, introducing the ingredients of the delivery to the two officers. The ingredients were either imported or top-tier domestic delicacies, such as Yangtze River knife fish. For an 80,000 yuan delivery, the cost alone was over 60,000, so they really didn't make much profit. While a gross profit margin of less than 30% was indeed not much. But this indeed proved that the delivery Xiao Ran had ordered was worth over 60,000, and Xiao Ran had paid 80,000 for it. The matter had escalated. All right, well, take it from here, officers was said to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran had provided comprehensive evidence, proving both the value of the delivery and providing the property management surveillance footage. So the police's next step was to approach the Qin family. The child had mistakenly taken it, and since he was only 7 or 8 years old, he wouldn't face criminal charges. Therefore, as long as the Qin family was willing to compensate, the case could be closed. The question was, would the Qin family willingly pay 80,000 yuan for a delivery they had eaten? It would be troublesome. Xiao Ran smiled. Okay. He decided to dine at Taifang restaurant and then go find Lu Susu for a workout. Before the extreme cold weather arrived, he needed to improve his physical fitness as much as possible. At the Municipal Hospital North District, after emergency treatment for the elderly Qin couple, old man Qin was finally saved, and the couple had been separated. Since their lives were no longer in danger, the family naturally began to ponder. How had old man Qin suddenly turned into a raging satyr? Just then the doctor came over and informed them of the blood test results. Old man Qin's blood contained a significant amount of aphrodisiac substances, which was why he had an unrelenting erection. How could that be? Old man Qin didn't usually take supplements. Could it be that delivery? Old Madame Qin suddenly recalled, her face instantly contorted with rage. Xiao Ran, you bastard, I won't let you off. Xiao Ran, The Qin family's son was taken aback. How was this related to Xiao Wui? Old Madame Qin hesitated for a moment, but still told the story of their grandson stealing the delivery. It must be him. The Qin family's son, without a hint of blame for his own son's theft, immediately flew into a rage. How vicious! Poisoning the delivery. We'll sue him and make him pay until he's bankrupt. At the mention of bankruptcy, the three adults exchanged glances, greed evident in their eyes. He had won a 500 million lottery. Make him pay it all out. The Qin family's son picked up the phone and called the police, but just 10 minutes after hanging up, he saw 2 police officers approaching. Oh, a remarkably fast response. The 3 Qin family members hurried forward to greet them. Are you the family of Qin Kong? It was Officers Hua and Officer Liu who had arrived. Oh, a strange form of address. The Qin family's son hesitated. I am Qin Kang's father, and I was the one who called the police. Called the police? Officers Hua was somewhat surprised. Weren't you the guardians of the child who stole the delivery? Why would you call the police? All right, tell us your side of the story first. Officers will put aside his thoughts and let the Qin family speak first. Old Madame Qin jumped in, recounting the events and insisting that Xiao Ran had deliberately poisoned the delivery. This left the 2 officers somewhat baffled. You mean that Xiao Ran poisoned his own delivery with the intent to harm you? Officers was summarized. Exactly, that's it. Old Madame Qin nodded. Officers were chuckled. Such a claim would not be accepted by the prosecution, nor would the court entertain it. Of course you are free to hire a lawyer and sue Xiao Ran. That is your right and freedom. We are here to investigate the theft of the delivery. Actually, there's no need for much investigation. You've already admitted to it. That makes it simple. Since a child stole the delivery, all that's needed is compensation for the cost. The 3 Qin family members were furious. It was so obvious that Xiao Ran had poisoned it. They had analyzed it clearly. Were the police blind or stupid? Fine, we'll pay for the delivery, but Xiao Ran also has to compensate us for medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress, said the Qin family's daughter-in-law. They had no choice to make Xiao Ran pay. They first had to admit that they had stolen his delivery, so they had no choice but to pay for it. But how much could a delivery cost? They would make Xiao Ran pay until he was bankrupt. Officers was smiled. Well then, that will be 80,000 yuan. The 3 Qin family members all spat out in shock. The 3 members of the Qin family were hopping mad. How could it be possible? A single delivery meal costing 8,000 yuan. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Officer, you can't let that brat Xiao Ran extort us like this, the Qin's son said. What delivery meal could possibly be worth 8,000 yuan? Officers would thought to himself that he had been just as shocked when he first heard the amount. He smiled and said, it is indeed 8,000 yuan. We have the invoice as proof, and we also investigated the corresponding restaurant. The raw ingredients alone cost over 6,000 yuan. After taxes and a modest profit margin for the restaurant, it comes to 8,000 yuan. Even with his explanation, the 3 Qins remained unconvinced. However, when they compared the menu items, they were left speechless. Indeed, the claim was not baseless. Aunt Qin finally felt regret, wishing she had never let her grandson steal that delivery meal. What were they to do now? Xiao Ran had filed a report, the police had accepted the case, and crucially, they had already confessed. No, as long as they insisted Xiao Ran had poisoned the food, they could still force him to pay until he was bankrupt. After all, Old Man Qin, lying in the emergency room, was an undeniable fact. We admit we stole the meal, but that only proves Xiao Ran was the one who poisoned it. Aunt Qin clamored. Officers was said sternly. First of all, Xiao Ran never touched the meal, so there was no possibility for him to poison it. Secondly, what you call poison is actually a tonic. Xiao Ran is a young man. It's perfectly normal for him to consume some supplements. It was simply stolen by you. Although I am not a lawyer, I can tell you with full responsibility that as long as Xiao Ran insists this meal was ordered for himself, you cannot force him to pay a single cent of the hospital fees. Hearing his certainty, the 3 Qins were dumbfounded. How much had Old Man Qin's medical bills amounted to so far? Over 5,000 yuan already. That was a minor issue. The real problem was that they could no longer make Xiao Ran compensate them. They had originally hoped to bleed him dry. So in total, how much would they have to pay for the brat's theft? 9,000 yuan, or even more. Aunt Qin collapsed onto the ground, playing the victim. The police are helping a bad man bully our family. Everyone come and see the injustice. This drew a crowd, but what good did it do? It was only self-inflicted humiliation. Xiao Ran did not go to the hospital to confront them face to face. After all, someone like Aunt Qin would never listen to reason and would only throw a tantrum. What was the point of arguing with a shrew? Everything could be settled thoroughly after the apocalypse. When the time came, he would simply kill them. He anticipated that Aunt Qin's family would return and seek him out, either to make a scene or to beg for mercy, neither of which he wanted to witness. So he went to a hotel to avoid being woken up in the middle of the night. His guess was correct. That night Aunt Qin did return to the neighborhood. She banged violently on Xiao Ran's door, waking up the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. When they asked her to keep it down, she told them to go back to sleep, which sparked public outrage. She was beaten up and subsequently sent to the hospital, ending up in the same ward as Old Man Qin. Perfect. Xiao Ran of course knew nothing of this. The next day, as planned, he went to a shooting range. Time to collect bullets. Pistol bullets cost 10 yuan each and rifle bullets cost 20 yuan each. Naturally, Xiao Ran used a rifle one capable of automatic fire. He deposited 500 yuan up front and began shooting. Rat-a-tat, the gunfire was thunderous. Xiao Ran aimed haphazardly, knowing that as soon as the bullets flew 2 meters they would be snatched away by the spatial portal. In automatic mode, emptying a magazine was incredibly fast. Before long the gun barrel was scorching hot. He switched guns and continued. He played for 5 hours, spending nearly 400 yuan. This meant he had collected 2,000 bullets. 20,000. If he could master the precise emission of bullets from the alternate space, this would be enough to kill 2,000 targets. Extravagant. Xiao Ran did not continue because even with earplugs 5 consecutive hours of gunfire had left his head buzzing and the constant recoil had bruised his shoulder socket. He would rest tomorrow and find another shooting range the day after to collect more bullets. He couldn't just stick to one place. Although this was an outdoor range where bullets lost in the mud were common, having all 2,000 bullets miss the target. Well, it was best not to arouse suspicion. There were still over 2 months until the apocalypse. That evening Xiao Ran returned to his rented apartment. As a result, he found his door splattered with feces. There was no need to guess, it was definitely the Qin family. Xiao Ran went to the property management to check the surveillance footage, but this time the Qins had been clever. They had covered the camera with a bag from a blind spot before committing the act. But the footage didn't show the Qins covering the camera, let alone them throwing the feces. It was a blatant act of hooliganism. Xiao Ran sneered. He immediately called the police. Finding the culprit was a job for professionals. Then he found the neighbor living below the Qins, paid them a sum of money, and asked them to do one thing. Install a floor-shaking device on the ceiling. Then this family temporarily moved to a hotel. What is a floor-shaking device? As the name suggests, it shakes the floor. Clang, clang, clang. Once it starts pounding in the middle of the night, even the deepest sleeper will be jolted awake. It could connect to Wi-Fi and be remotely controlled via smartphone. Xiao Ran smiled. Starting tonight, the Qin family wouldn't get a good night's sleep. He didn't let the Qins disrupt his important tasks. He continued trading stocks and collecting banquet fees. Just 3 days later, the Qins couldn't take it anymore. They contacted Xiao Ran through the property management, expressing their willingness to compensate him and clean his front door. Xiao Ran's life was remarkably monotonous. Stock trading, exercise, collecting banquet fees, collecting bullets, purchasing supplies. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Additionally, he specifically took a day to go out into the wilderness to practice attacking with the spatial portal. He was just practicing his aim. How to make the bullets flying out of the portal hit their targets precisely. After wasting about 1,000 bullets, he could achieve 100 accuracy within 2 meters, 90 accuracy within 5 meters, and 60 accuracy within 10 meters. He didn't continue because bullets were precious, not necessarily expensive, but difficult to collect. There were only a few shooting ranges in Sioux City. If he wanted more, he would have to travel elsewhere. The compound bow he had ordered had arrived. In his spare time, he would shoot arrows into the spatial portal and then use those arrows to practice his aim. The destructive power wasn't particularly great. He could even practice in the neighborhood as long as no one was watching. There were still over 2 months until the apocalypse. He could take his time. Thus a month passed by in a flash. The villa renovation was progressing as planned, and Xiao Ran's stock account had grown from 350 million to 1 billion yuan. He withdrew a portion to pay for the villa renovation costs and a small amount to continue purchasing supplies, while leaving the bulk of the money in the stock market to keep generating more wealth. It wasn't yet time to take it all out. Oh, and Xiao Ran also bought a car. Xiao Ran purchased a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It wasn't cheap, costing over 2 million, but he spent more than 5 million on modifications. The windows had to be bulletproof, the tires replaced, and short, it needed to withstand hailstorms, as Xiao Ran planned to venture out during the early days of the apocalypse. Venturing out in such danger. For energy sources. Gasoline and diesel weren't easily procurable in bulk, even with money, so Xiao Ran had to wait until after the apocalypse to scavenge them for free. Thus the durability and sealing of his vehicle were crucial. Vehicle modifications couldn't be completed overnight, so he'd have to wait over a month to get the car. But it would definitely be ready before the apocalypse began. Xiao Ran returned to his residential complex and headed to the elevator. A man was waiting for the elevator, around 30 years old, handsome in features, but poorly groomed, unshaven with misbuttoned shirt and a strong smell of alcohol. Dark circles under his eyes showed he hadn't slept well. He glanced at Xiao Ran first, showing envy, then lifting his chin, as if deliberately, making sure Xiao Ran noticed. "Do I know you?" Xiao Ran ignored him. Ding, the elevator arrived. They entered and pressed their respective floors. Xiao Ran noticed the man pressed 17. The same floor as the alluring young woman Han Yun. Though each floor had 4 apartments, unless the elevator had just gone up, people would rather wait than take the opposite one. Could he be Han Yun's husband? Quite a lucky man. But just as the elevator doors were closing, a hand reached in stopping them. The doors reopened, and 4 men stepped inside. Their visible skin was covered in tattoos. One even wore an earring, practically begging to be labeled a thug. The drunken man visibly flinched at the sight of them, backing away until he hit the elevator wall. The earring man canceled both pressed floors and stood at the door, preventing it from closing. "Hey, when are you paying up?" A beer-bellied man growled at the drunken man, clearly the leader of the group. The drunken man, who had looked down on Xiao Ran moments ago, now trembled like a chick before a hawk. "Boss, just give me a couple more days. They'll pay you back, I swear." "More days? How many times have we extended your deadline?" The beer-bellied man slapped the drunken man's face, the sound sharp and crisp. The drunken man didn't even dare to dodge, only begging for mercy. Xiao Ran sighed. "I don't care about your debt collection, but blocking the elevator and holding people hostage, what's that about?" "Take your issues outside, don't bother others here," he said. "Damn it, get the hell out." The beer-bellied man pushed the drunken man's face while yelling at Xiao Ran. Was Xiao Ran afraid of him? If he were, he'd have stepped out of the elevator and kept quiet. If this were the apocalypse, he could kill these men with a single thought. But it wasn't, and using bullets from his spatial void to shoot them would land him in prison with the hassle of explaining where the bullets came from. Still, even without bullets, he was unafraid. A month of training had shown results. His physical fitness already surpassed 99 of people, and now he was even stronger. 1 against 4. He found it easy. Even if you were residents, you'd have no right to kick people out. And you're not even that. Xiao Ran shook his head. "You should be the ones leaving. Hurry up, you've wasted enough of my time." "Damn." The beer-bellied man spat, and his 3 thugs glared at Xiao Ran. The earring one reached out to grab Xiao Ran's collar. Bang! Xiao Ran threw a punch, and the earring man doubled over, kneeling and vomiting. Enraged, the other 3 attacked him. Amidst the chaos, the 4 were kicked and thrown out of the elevator. And Xiao Ran. He took a few hits himself, but his tough physique made them mere annoyances. "I lack fighting experience," he mused. "Otherwise I'd have taken fewer blows, maybe none at all." The cramped elevator also left no room for dodging. With no one blocking the doors, they closed quickly, and Xiao Ran pressed 15. "Don't think I owe you gratitude just because you helped me," the drunken man suddenly said. "I didn't ask for it." Was that even human speech? Xiao Ran glanced at him, wondering why this stranger harbored such hostility. Unless it was envy of the rich. Realization dawned. This man, reeking of alcohol and deep in debt, was clearly down on his luck. Everyone in the complex knew Xiao Ran had won a 500 million lottery, so naturally this man resented him. That explained why the man first looked envious, then disdainful, probably cursing Xiao Ran as a nouveau riche in his mind. Xiao Ran smirked, deciding to rub salt in the wound. "How much do you owe?" The drunken man clammed up as if struck in a vital spot. "Want me to press 1 for you?" "Those 4 are probably still there," Xiao Ran continued. The man trembled again, his fear evident. Xiao Ran then said calmly, "I didn't intervene for you, but I did help. You owe me an apology for being rude." He placed his finger over the 1 button, ready to toss the man out if needed. The drunken man caved. "Sorry, I can't hear you," Xiao Ran said flatly. "Sorry," the man shouted, humiliated but too scared to act, his hands clenched into fists of hatred. Xiao Ran sneered. Lucky for him, it wasn't the apocalypse, or I'd shoot him dead without consequence. Ding. The elevator reached 15, and Xiao Ran stepped out. As the doors closed, a dull thud echoed from inside. The man kicking the elevator in frustration. He dismissed it. A petty nobody. If he crossed the line again when the apocalypse came, he'd seduce the man's wife with food and have his way with her in front of him. Thinking of Han Yun's mature charm, Xiao Ran felt a flicker of interest. She must be his wife. A knock sounded at the door. Xiao Ran thought it was the drunkard, wondering how he had suddenly mustered such courage, but upon peering through the peephole, he saw Zheng Wan instead. Was it strange? Not at all. On the contrary, Xiao Ran was somewhat puzzled that his ex-wife had only come looking for him today. "Xiao Ran, I know you're in there," Zheng Wan said, using the gentlest tone she could muster. "Open the door first. I have something to tell you." What could she possibly say? Nothing more than, "I was wrong before, please forgive me." Or, "They'll be devoted to you from now on." And what was her goal? His lottery winnings. If Zheng Wan knew that the sum had already snowballed to over $1 billion, her enthusiasm would likely increase tenfold, and cutting ties with the Zheng family would be a mere trifle for her. Let's play along. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and he couldn't harm her, so he would toy with her a little longer. If you have something to say it outside, Xiao Ran said indifferently. Zheng Wan, however, was overjoyed. Since that dinner, this was the first time she had managed to speak with Xiao Ran face to face. The fact that he was willing to acknowledge her was progress. Xiao Ran, I know I was wrong before, she said in a tone of utmost sincerity. I also know that no words of mine can make up for the pain I caused you. But I must tell you, the one I have always loved is you. The reason I became pregnant with Zhang Ziheo's bastard child was because he raped me. I am a victim too, sob. Xiao Ran was stunned. To spout such lies so readily. You truly are shameless. And you take me for a fool. Xiao Ran chuckled inwardly, but said in a tone of feigned doubt, really? Was Zhang Ziheo that despicable and vile? Zheng Wan nodded vigorously, thinking to herself how naive Xiao Ran was to believe her so easily. This man was still the same as before. Then Xiao Ran said, then go to the police and report him for rape. Huh? Zheng Wan was taken aback, dumbfounded. Report Zhang Ziheo for rape? Did she dare to confront Zhang Ziheo? If they confronted Zhang Ziheo, would spill everything about their affair, and then how could she ever win Xiao Ran back? She quickly improvised, it's been too long, and I haven't collected any evidence. I can't sue him. What's there to fear without evidence? If a woman withdraws her consent, it's rape, Xiao Ran said. You've been watching too many short videos on social media. Zheng Wan cursed inwardly, but did she dare to scold Xiao Ran now? A man worth 400 million was like a god. Xiao Ran let it go? Let bygones be bygones, she said softly. Now that Xiao Jie is dead, there are no obstacles between us. Can we get back together? Xiao Ran, I know you like children. He'll give birth to a son for us. Xiao Ran's expression twisted as he barely suppressed a laugh. He now had over 1 billion, not just the original 400 million. If he said he wanted a wife, how many women would flock to him? If I were to remarry, wouldn't Lu Mei be a better choice? However, to toy with this venomous ex-wife, Xiao Ran patiently played along. I already have a girlfriend, Xiao Ran said. Who? Zheng Wan's heart clenched, and a figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. A stunning beauty who made her feel inferior. Is it that lawyer? Xiao Ran nodded. In truth, his relationship with Lu Mei was at most a bit of flirtation. He hadn't pursued her, nor had she confessed. But the plot required it, so he dragged her into it. Zheng Wan nearly choked on her breath. That bitch. She had always found it strange why Lu Mei would come at the drop of a hat. So she had ulterior motives all along. She urged, Xiao Ran, that lawyer is clearly a gold digger. Think about it. Why didn't you have any luck with women before, but suddenly such a beautiful woman is chasing after you? She's after your money, not you. But I'm different. When you had nothing, I still liked you, and chose to marry you. Xiao Ran, a wife should be virtuous. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will age. Only someone who loves you can be with you for life. What the hell? Xiao Ran was stunned. Even with the confidence of 100 people, would a normal person dare to say such things? How thick-skinned could she be? You married me because you loved me. Bullshit. It was to cover up your premarital pregnancy and protect Zhang Ziheo's reputation and job. You found a fool like me to take the fall and still claim it was out of love. Amazing, amazing. Truly the shameless are invincible. Xiao Ran pretended to ponder, as if somewhat tempted. Zheng Wan sensed it, and quickly said, Xiao Ran, if you don't believe me, call that lawyer right now, and tell her your investment failed, and you're broke. See if she dumps you immediately. Ha, if I were broke, would you still be here? Xiao Ran wouldn't listen to her. Instead he said, so what if she's after my money? She's beautiful and has big breasts. I like her a lot. So don't bother me anymore. The hint was clear enough. Beautiful big breasts. With that, he couldn't be bothered to keep up the act with this venomous woman. He went back to his room and started watching a movie. Zheng Wan kept talking outside, but after a while she realized Xiao Ran wasn't responding and knew he had left. In the past, Xiao Ran would have had to kneel on a keyboard for 3 days, but now she dared not complain. She said softly, Xiao Ran, time will tell. You'll see that I'm the only one who truly loves you. Fearing he wouldn't hear, she sent him the same message on his phone before leaving. But how could she compete with Lu Mei? She was a lawyer, which sounded prestigious, and she was indeed a seductress. Beautiful with an amazing figure. Men were so shallow, always going for those pretty-faced, big-chested vixens. But Xiao Ran had 400 million. How could she give that up? Most importantly, he was her ex-husband, so that money should be hers. What to do? She couldn't help but think about plastic surgery and breast implants, tempted yet hesitant. For one, it would cost a lot of money, and the process was extremely painful. Xiao Ran sneered coldly. Zheng Wan had received the hint, and would likely consider getting plastic surgery and breast implants. How that would cost her a pretty penny. Let her lose money and suffer. But Zheng Wan was probably still hesitating, not yet resolved. Time to give her a push. Just kill this venomous woman when the apocalypse comes. No, that would be too easy for her. Xiao Ran thought of Lu Susu. It was time to meet up with this fitness instructor. After dinner, Xiao Ran headed to the gym to work up a sweat. Over the course of a month his form had become quite standard, yet he still signed up for another month of Lu Susu's personal training. Thus as soon as he arrived, Lu Susu came over to guide his workout, though there was hardly anything left to teach. How about some late-night snacks? Xiao Ran said with a smile. Sure. Lu Susu's eyes lit up instantly. After a month of effort, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. After Xiao Ran had exercised for 3 hours, the gym was nearly closing, so Lu Susu changed clothes and left with him. Seeing her figure so alluring with her voluptuous hips swaying with seductive grace, every man couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiao Ran took Lu Susu for a late-night meal just by their neighborhood. It wasn't too late, just past 10, so naturally some elderly strollers caught sight of them. Xiao Ran was now a celebrity instantly recognized. A glance at Lu Susu, and everyone understood. For the meal they had barbecue. Xiao Ran deliberately ordered a few lamb kidneys, causing Lu Susu's pretty face to blush, adding to her charm. After eating, Xiao Ran led Lu Susu back to the neighborhood. This of course was seen by many, but Xiao Ran couldn't care less. In fact, he wanted to be seen. They took the elevator to the 15th floor, opened the door, and Lu Susu threw herself into his arms. A night passed with the spring breeze blowing several times. Xiao Ran felt that the previous 20-plus years of his life had been wasted. He had of course had marital relations with Zheng Wan, but she had merely gone through the motions, insisting on turning off the lights, forbidding him from kissing here and there, and lying motionless throughout. Thus their encounters had dwindled over the years, averaging less than once a month. Previously Xiao Ran thought Zheng Wan was simply frigid, but after his rebirth he realized she had never felt anything for him. Her heart belonged to someone else, and with him it was just a routine obligation. So in Xiao Ran's eyes that act was merely so-so, only necessary when he had held back for too long. But after last night, Xiao Ran understood just how exhilarating it could be. Lu Susu was entirely different from Zheng Wan. She was passionate like fire, not only cooperative, but also proactive and richly experienced. Good heavens! Xiao Ran now realized that this act could be played out in countless ways. Of course, given Lu Susu's extensive experience, she must have been with many men. But Xiao Ran had no intention of marrying her, so why should he care? And Lu Susu was only after money, a mutual exchange of needs. Hee, I thought you were an inexperienced boor, but you're quite impressive. Lu Susu praised, her brows and eyes filled with satisfaction and allure. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. He'll give you 100,000 a month and buy you a car. Thank you, boss. Lu Susu said seductively. Marry Xiao Ran. She had no such grand ambition. She knew her place. If she could easily sleep with Xiao Ran, what about other men? So Xiao Ran was just indulging in novelty. The price he offered pleased her, 100,000 a month plus a car. TSK. They had gone wild last night, ending up utterly exhausted and falling asleep immediately, so they both felt uncomfortable and went to shower together. Bang, bang, bang. Just then the door was pounded heavily, urgently, and rapidly, as if someone had died inside. It must be Zheng Wan, and no one else would be so frantic. Xiao Ran threw on a bathrobe, went to the door, and peered through the peephole. It was indeed Zheng Wan. Here it comes. The plan was progressing smoothly. He smiled and opened the door directly. Xiao Ran, I heard you had a woman stay over last night. Is it true? Zheng Wan asked urgently. Xiao Ran nodded. True. How could you do this? Zheng Wan's face turned ashen, her anger like that of a cuckolded spouse. Xiao Ran laughed. Why can't I? I'm single now. Can't a single man find a woman? It made perfect sense. Zheng Wan stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for words. Xiao Ran, who is it? Lu Susu also emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. Having heard a woman's voice, she wasn't afraid to come out like that. The two women's eyes met instantly. Not that lawyer. Zheng Wan was nearly furious. Xiao Ran, oh Xiao Ran, you're something else. Yesterday you said that lawyer was your girlfriend, and now you've bedded another woman. But sizing up Lu Susu, her heart tightened involuntarily. Because the other woman was prettier, younger, and had a better figure. Tall and fit, with notably large breasts and a round rear. Moreover, Lu Susu was about to shower, so there was no chance of makeup. Thus she was a beauty who could surpass Zheng Wan even without makeup. Oh, my ex-wife, Xiao Ran replied casually. Zheng Wan refused to give up or accept defeat. Xiao Ran was now a savings jar worth 400 million. How could she just let go? She quickly said, aren't you afraid that Lu Mei will find out? Before Xiao Ran could speak, Lu Susu cut in. Isn't it normal for rich men to have lovers? What, you're divorced and still trying to control your ex-husband? What a huge joke. You. Zheng Wan raged, making as if to slap Lu Susu. But the other woman was a fitness trainer. In a fight, she could easily take on two of Zheng Wan. So Lu Susu firmly grabbed Zheng Wan's wrist, sneering, "Hitting people is illegal, big sis." Big. Big sis. Zheng Wan nearly twisted her nose in fury. Wasn't that implying she was old? Lu Susu pushed and released her hand, forcing Zheng Wan to step back a few paces. What more could Zheng Wan say? She looked at Lu Susu's at least cup bust, then thought of Lu Mai's ample chest, and suddenly understood. Xiao Ran indeed liked women with big breasts. Yes, which man doesn't? She had been hesitant before, but now she made up her mind abruptly. "Xiao Ran, I will never give up. Wait for me." She hurried away. Lu Susu was taken aback and turned to Xiao Ran. Why did she leave? Why not? Was she going to stay for dinner? Xiao Ran said leisurely with a smile. She's probably planning to get plastic surgery and breast augmentation. Lu Susu glanced down at her own chest, then thought of Zheng Wan's size, and said with disdain, "With her foundation, at most she can get a C." She was an E. Xiao Ran laughed heartily. Zheng Wan had received $1 million in compensation from Zhang Zihao's wife's family, paid him 4 plus some savings. She definitely had about 6 on hand. But throwing it into the bottomless pit of plastic surgery, 6 would be spent quickly. He looked forward to seeing Zheng Wan penniless, finally realizing she had been tricked by him. By then her body would still be filled with foreign implants, making daily activities very inconvenient, and she wouldn't want to have them removed. Let her regret it to death. Xiao Ran and Lu Susu went out for breakfast. After eating, Xiao Ran took her to buy a car. Since he had already purchased a big G last time, he didn't bother going to other dealerships, and directly brought Lu Susu there. As a big spender, he was naturally welcomed. The moment they entered, they were treated like royalty. In the end, Xiao Ran bought a car worth over 5,000 yuan and registered it under Lu Susu's name. This delighted Lu Susu so much that she showered him with kisses. Meanwhile, the saleswoman watched with envy. A car worth over 500,000 given away just like that. Daddy take care of me too, she thought. Unfortunately, her looks couldn't compare to Lu Susu's, and her figure was far inferior. Even though she almost winked her eyes out, Xiao Ran acted as if he hadn't seen a thing. After buying the car, Xiao Ran parted ways with Lu Susu. He had important matters to attend to. Arriving at the warehouse, he began collecting supplies again. All sorts of things, like firewood for the fireplace. At the onset of the disaster, though, the outdoor temperature dropped to -10°C, using air conditioning or underfloor heating could easily raise the indoor temperature above 20 degrees. The problem was that the power went out on the fourth day. Without electricity, how could you use air conditioning or underfloor heating? That was why Xiao Ran had insisted on installing a fireplace when renovating the villa. It burned firewood, and unlike gasoline or diesel, firewood wasn't rationed. As long as you had money, you could buy as much as you wanted without anyone checking up on you. Fresh water was as precious as food. After the disaster began, aside from bottled purified water, was there any unpolluted water source? No. Distillation could produce pure water, but the efficiency was too low, and boiling water required energy. When the power and gas were cut off, how would you boil water? Use the wooden furniture in the house. Thus, drinking water was one of the key supplies Xiao Ran stockpiled. Besides collecting tap water, he also ordered water from a purified water company, having them deliver it by truck. It wasn't expensive, so he just stored it up. By around 5 in the afternoon, he finished his day's work and returned to the neighborhood. After dinner, he went to the gym. Lu Susu guided his training again, and afterward they went home together to continue their exercise. A night passed. In the morning, Lu Susu went to work at the gym first. Xiao Ran slept in a bit longer. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Ran was woken up. His first thought was, Zheng Wan is here again. But that couldn't be. She had been so shocked yesterday that she should be busy choosing a plastic surgery hospital. Xiao Ran threw on a robe and walked to the door. Peeking through the peephole, he saw someone he never expected, Han Yun, the beautiful young woman from the 17th floor. He opened the door. Xiao. Han Yun began, but seeing him in just a robe, her pretty face flushed. She quickly squeezed inside and shut the door behind her, as if afraid of being seen. Understandably, she was a married woman visiting a single man. The gossip from neighbors alone would make it impossible for her to hold her head up in the neighborhood afterward. Xiao Ran stepped back and smiled. What do you need? Can you lend me some money? The stunning young woman asked, then felt embarrassed and lowered her head. How much do you need? Xiao Ran inquired. Han Yun fidgeted with her fingers for a moment before finally saying 300,000 yuan. She had only encountered Xiao Ran a few times, waiting for the elevator or inside it, and they weren't even friends. Yet she came right out asking for a loan of 300 yuan. Wasn't she treating him like a fool? Xiao Ran neither refused nor agreed. What happened? He asked. He already had a vague guess. Han Yun hesitated, but then told him. My husband gambled away all our money and even borrowed from the casino. Now they're demanding repayment. They said if I can't pay within 3 days, they'll make me work as a prostitute to settle the debt. As she spoke, she began to cry. Just as he thought. Xiao Ran nodded. The man reeking of alcohol he had encountered in the elevator before was indeed Han Yun's husband. How did you end up marrying a gambler? He asked. Han Yun sighed. My husband wasn't like this before. He was successful and handsome. But later, he was deceived, his investment failed, and he lost the company he had built through hard work. He became depressed and eventually developed a gambling addiction. Before, he only lost a few tens of thousands, at most never as much as 300 at once. Shouldn't you ask your in-laws for money? Xiao Ran said. Han Yun shook her head. They've given up on my husband. They won't give us any more money. Well, even his own parents had abandoned him, yet she remained by his side. What true love? But gambling and drugs. Neither should be touched. They tear families apart. Xiao Ran, please help me just this once. She grabbed his hand, her face full of entreaty. Xiao Ran shook his head. Why should I lend you money? We're strangers. Did she think he had won the lottery and would throw money around casually, lending out 300? Was he a pushover? Han Yun's face fell, and she released his hand. Then Xiao Ran added, but if you offer something as collateral, I'll lend you the money. Han Yun's eyes lit up again. What do you want as collateral? You, Xiao Ran said with a smile. Han Yun was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized what had happened. Her fair face flushed crimson, and she erupted in fury. You're shameless, she scolded. Turning around, she opened the door and strode out. Just then, a young couple from room 1503 were waiting for the elevator. It was the peak hour for work and school, so the elevator was packed. Seeing their elevator descend, they hurried over to this one. As if fearing misunderstanding or emphasizing her own purity, Han Yun declared, Xiao Ran, don't think your filthy money makes you something special. I will never agree to your shameless demand. With that, she fled through the emergency stairwell. The young couple naturally cast strange glances at Xiao Ran. What else could it be? Xiao Ran, relying on his wealth, had tried to buy Han Yun only to be rejected. Tisk beast. Ding! The elevator arrived. The couple stepped in, and as the doors closed, they shot him a contemptuous look. Xiao Ran was furious. You came to borrow money, and am not allowed to make demands. You expect to borrow 300 just with empty words. Do you take everyone for a fool? And on top of that, you say such things in front of others. It's a deliberate attempt to slander me. Fine. Xiao Ran sneered, and also took the emergency stairs. Room 1702. He knocked. Who is it? A man's voice came from inside, laced with strong impatience. Property management, Xiao Ran replied. Click. The door opened, revealing the same drunken man from 2 days ago. He naturally recognized Xiao Ran, and was taken aback. How had you become property management? Meanwhile, Han Yun peered from inside the room, and when she saw Xiao Ran, a guilty conscience stirred within her. Xiao Ran even waved at her, and said, I haven't given you the money yet. Why did you run off so quickly? How do you accept payment? I don't have cash. Give me an account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. The drunken man Lin Yue was first stunned, then flew into a rage, shouting at Xiao Ran, What money? What did you two do? Xiao Ran quickly waved his hands and smiled. Don't misunderstand. We didn't do anything. This was the truth. But how could Lin Yue believe it? If you have no money, why would you give my wife money? And you're only wearing a bathrobe. He turned to Han Yun and roared, Why does he want to give you money? Tell me, what did you sneak out to do just now? Han Yun knew Xiao Ran was doing this deliberately to get back at her for slandering him earlier, but she had no choice but to patiently explain to her husband, I went to borrow money from him, but he made an indecent demand. I refused him, and he must be upset about being rejected, so he's deliberately trying to stir up trouble between us. Xiao Ran smiled and said, Would I offer real money just to sow discord? Give me an account, and I'll transfer the money. Lin Yue wavered and said to his wife, Show him your payment code. Husband. Han Yun's voice trembled. Lin Yue didn't trust her. Lin Yue remained unmoved, only saying, If you have nothing to hide, why are you afraid to show him the code? Helpless, Han Yun pulled out her phone and displayed a payment code to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran scanned it. Beep. He entered a string of numbers and confirmed. Lin Yue snatched his wife's phone, glanced at it, and his face turned livid. He roared 5000. He transferred 5000 to you. Tell me, what exactly did you two do? Did you sleep together? Did you? Han Yun quickly explained. Honey, listen to me. Nothing happened between us. He's just trying to make you misunderstand me. Xiao Ran then winked at her and said, I'm quite satisfied with you. Come find me next time. With that, he walked down the emergency stairs. As the safety door closed, he could still hear the sound of Lin Yue and Han Yun arguing. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. You wronged me once, and I've returned the favor. We're even now. But for now, Han Yun still carries that pride. I wonder, when the disaster strikes with no food or drink, starving and thirsty, whether she can still maintain that pride, or if she'll lower her dignity for a grand meal, allowing herself to be toyed with. Then if you would rather starve to death than lose your honor, I'll actually respect you. Let's wait and see. Xiao Ran returned home, washed up, changed clothes, and went out for lunch. Afterward, he went to the warehouse to continue receiving goods and shopping. Days passed, and the doomsday drew closer. Xiao Ran's stock market funds had swelled to a staggering $3 billion. Though the 2-month deadline hadn't yet arrived, he began liquidating his positions and embarked on a frenzied shopping spree. Pork. He bought 5,000 tons at once, spending over $100 million in one go. Beef. Another 5,000 tons, another $200 million gone. Mutton. Again 5,000 tons, costing even more at over $300 million. However, Xiao Ran didn't buy large quantities of live fish or shrimp because the alternate space couldn't store living creatures, and dead fish or shrimp weren't tasty. Besides, he had already procured nearly 1,000 banquet tables, so fish, shrimp, and crab were not lacking. Fruits. Various kinds, each in quantities of 1,000 tons. Vegetables. Also in 1,000 ton lots for each type. Rice. Preferably Wuchang rice. He bought as much as available. And various grains. Each in 1,000 tons as well. Under Xiao Ran's frantic spending, the money in his bank account could never accumulate. As soon as it exceeded 100 million, it would be spent entirely. By May 17th, even accounting for the floating profits in the stock market, Xiao Ran had only 200 million left. Spending money is damn exhausting. The renovation of the villa hadn't been completed on schedule, but was delayed until today. Jia Yungue officially handed over the property for inspection. Xiao Ran moved into the new house, tested all the designs and modifications he had requested, and satisfied, paid the final installment, 10 million. 2 days later, the modified G-Class was also ready, and he was notified to pick up the vehicle. As Xiao Ran arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, he heard someone calling him. Zheng Wan. He turned his head and almost didn't recognize her. She had completely changed. She had undergone plastic surgery, and indeed, she looked much better than before, but her face was too stiff. One glance from afar, and it was full of artificiality. She had disappeared for over a month, and sure enough, she had gone for plastic surgery. Xiao Ran, look at me. Zheng Wan stood proudly before him, flaunting her high-tech face. Xiao Ran glanced at her, then turned away. Xiao Ran, is that your only reaction? Zheng Wan was stunned. Xiao Ran chuckled. You asked me to look at you, and I did. Aren't you going to say something? Zheng Wan pressed. Say what? Xiao Ran retorted. Compliment you on your looks. Seriously, with that zombie face of yours now, don't go out at night. You'll scare the kids. Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan shrieked, her face twisted with fury. Zheng Wan trembled with fury. To get cosmetic surgery and breast implants, she had not only exhausted all her savings, but also taken out loans owing the bank nearly 1,000 yuan. And all of this was for what? To reunite with Xiao Ran and share the colossal wealth of 400 million yuan. And what was the result? Xiao Ran had the audacity to say such a thing. You've been playing me all along, she finally realized. Xiao Ran nodded with a smile. Yeah, you just figured that out. Zheng Wan nearly fainted from rage. She had invested 7,000 yuan in plastic surgery and endured so much suffering, and what did she get? Not only did she fail to rekindle her old flame with Xiao Ran, but she was also cruelly mocked. That was 7,000 yuan. She had lost her job, her savings were gone, and she was drowning in debt. What was she going to do now? Xiao Ran, will fight you to the death. She lunged at him with the intent to fight. But her breast implants were so overfilled that as she ran they wobbled, making her both slow and unsteady. Xiao Ran simply stepped aside, and Zheng Wan missed, losing her balance and falling flat on her face. I wonder if the implants broke from the fall. Seeing that the ride he ordered had arrived, Xiao Ran ignored Zheng Wan, got into the car, and drove away. The apocalypse was near, and he would continue to humiliate and torment her, waiting until the 15th day to send Zheng Yujin's family to hell. Zheng Wan collapsed to the ground, wailing loudly. Now all the money was gone, she was tens of thousands in debt, and she had lost her job. What was she going to do? She wiped her tears and quickly came up with a plan. Go home. But she couldn't tell the truth. Instead, she would pretend she still had a fortune, letting her family support her as they coveted her compensation money, and would do anything to please her. As for the future, she would deal with it later. Xiao Ran picked up the car and drove straight to the warehouse to continue collecting supplies. He would stay there until the money ran out. With only 11 days left, spending 200 million yuan. Easy. Today he cleared the warehouse, and the balance on his bank card became 3 billion. That was his total assets. He continued the massive shopping spree. Xiao Ran counted on his fingers clothes, batteries, assault boats. He bought everything useful and useless, even a huge pile of women's underwear, climbing gear, and thermal boots in every size. Was there anything he missed? He carefully reviewed everything again, ensuring nothing was left out. What to do then? No problem, just buy some things again. Xiao Ran went on a buying spree until only 1,000 yuan remained in his bank account. He would keep that 1,000 yuan for emergencies, perhaps splurging on a high-end escort in the final days. That evening, after some thought, Xiao Ran obediently drove back to the villa. Why not go to the escort club? Afraid of getting caught by the police for solicitation. A fine would be trivial, but what if he got detained for 15 days? The apocalypse was coming anyway. Forget it, there was no need to cause trouble at this point. Xiao Ran decisively abandoned the idea of one last wild fling before the apocalypse. And why did he even think about escort clubs? Because Lu Susu had returned to her hometown. She had left a week earlier, not because Xiao Ran was tired of her and kicked her out, but because her mother was seriously ill, and as the only child she quit her job to care for her. Xiao Ran naturally didn't stop her. Considering their month together, he asked for her address and sent her many things. When Lu Susu received them, she naturally thanked her generous benefactor without any suspicion. He had never appreciated the pleasure of such matters before, but now that he had experienced it, the emptiness beside him made him yearn for it. Just endure a little longer. After the disaster began, there would be no police to catch him, and not only escort clubs would have beautiful women, many pretty young wives and maidens would become quite open. Survival was the primal instinct overriding all basic needs. Of course, Xiao Ran acknowledged that some people valued purity and honor above life itself. He would never force anyone, only make exchanges. Having been hurt once and too deeply, he had no need for emotions. Just enjoy himself. Why care about others? In this life, he would be selfish. Days passed, and Xiao Ran collected all the packages. He was still uneasy, so he carefully inventoried everything again. Indeed, he should have known he absolutely had not missed anything. There was still something. Women. After being single for so many days, he could hardly bear it. Xiao Ran felt it wasn't just about the pleasure, it was also because his body had grown stronger. Rebirth had definitely transformed his physique. He was strong, very strong. As Lu Susu had said, his body was better than at least 99 of people. It was well known that a strong body produced more male hormones, so it was understandable that he thought about such things. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of Lu Mei. Marrying her was out of the question, but how could he let such a beautiful, alluring creature go to someone else? Just then he received a message. Oh, what a coincidence. Speak of the devil. The message was from Lu Mei. Xiao Ran picked it up and frowned slightly. Lu Mei said she had been invited by her best friend to visit her new home and stay for a while. When will you be back? Xiao Ran messaged back. At least half a month. Lu Mei complained to him. Yaya is a hardcore doomsday fanatic. She started building some doomsday bunker 2 years ago, and it was finally finished. She invited me over, and I couldn't refuse. Oh my god, why do doomsday fanatics exist? She used connections to buy a piece of land in the mountains, and spent nearly 100 million yuan building an iron cage. Xiao Ran was speechless. He knew some doomsday preppers who converted their basements into shelters, and there were even doomsday kin goods sold online. But he never imagined there were people like this in the country willing to spend 100 million yuan on a doomsday fortress. All he could say was, a lucky coincidence. But wasn't she stealing his girl? Could Xiao Ran stop her? His relationship with Lu Mei was still in the ambiguous stage. They weren't lovers, so what right did he have to stop her? Even if they were lovers, could he forbid her from supporting her best friend? I have to go now. I'm packing, and my ride is here. Lu Mei sent another message, and then went silent. She was clearly busy with her own affairs. Xiao Ran smiled, and put his phone aside. On the night of May 31st, Xiao Ran tossed, and turned unable to sleep, while a stray dog lay curled up beside him. This was the mutt he had found near the warehouse. At first the dog would steal his food, but Xiao Ran eventually began feeding it, gradually winning its trust. By the third day before the catastrophe, it had become completely dependent on him, and followed him home. Xiao Ran felt that after the disaster humans were less reliable than animals, so he preferred to adopt a dog. Tomorrow the apocalypse would descend. He felt a thrill akin to a woman carrying a child for 10 months, awaiting the moment of birth. Perhaps having been reborn, the apocalypse might not come at all. He was torn between hope and fear, and he did not know how long it took before he finally fell asleep. A night passed, and a new day dawned. Xiao Ran ate breakfast, but the food seemed tasteless. The closer it got to 9 o'clock, the more nervous he became. 800, 830, 850. The time came to 9 o'clock. Xiao Ran sat by the window looking up at the sky. Yet no hailstones fell. Xiao Ran was stunned. Could it be that after his rebirth the disaster truly would not come? That would be quite absurd. But it did not matter. The supplies he had prepared would last him hundreds of lifetimes, and he still possessed space-based abilities, so he could certainly make something of himself. Bang! Just then a heavy thud rang out. The sound of something heavy striking glass. Xiao Ran jolted and looked out the window. There on the ground lay a fist-sized ball of ice. It was no toy made by some mischievous child with a home freezer. For this ice ball was a murky green. Hail! Xiao Ran's heart tightened, then he felt a sense of relief. The apocalypse had arrived as promised. Bang! Another hailstone crashed down, this time striking the roof with a sound like metal colliding. The once clear sky rapidly darkened, and even a fog began to roll in. Xiao Ran smiled. The entire villa had been reinforced. Not even fist-sized hailstones, let alone those as large as a human head, could pose a threat. The glass. That was no ordinary pane. It was specially made. Even a sledgehammer would need hundreds of blows to crack it, let alone shatter it. Moreover, he could raise steel plates, turning the place into an impregnable fortress of iron and steel. The hailstones fell slowly, but being struck by one was no joke. If it hit you directly on the head, well, your skull would be split open. The entire neighborhood was in an uproar. Some people who had been walking outside were hit, and immediately began wailing in pain. Cars and electric scooters struck by such heavy hailstones set off shrill alarms. How could the neighborhood not be chaotic? Even though Xiao Ran had closed the door, he could visibly see the temperature inside the room plummeting. It had been quite hot this year. At the end of May, temperatures had already exceeded 30 degrees Celsius. Those who feared the heat had to sleep with air conditioning at night. But now the temperature dropped directly from 32 degrees, rapidly falling below 20 degrees. In just 1 hour, the room temperature plunged to 15 degrees. Everyone who had been wearing short sleeves now had to dig out their sweaters. By midday, the room temperature had fallen to a mere 5 degrees. Xiao Ran had already lit the fireplace, tossing in a pile of firewood, and the indoor temperature quickly rose to over 20 degrees, warm as spring. Almost too hot. So he let in some cold air. One reason was the heat, and another was the dryness. He needed some humid air to alleviate it. Comfortable. Ding ding ding. His phone received several messages in succession. Xiao Ran glanced at them. They were from Lu Mei and Lu Susu, both expressing shock at the sudden hailstorm. Fortunately, they had been indoors when the hail began. Xiao Ran exchanged a few casual words with them, and then everyone went back to their own business. Xiao Ran turned on the television. In his past life, he had not had such leisure. From the moment the disaster began, he had been busy taking care of his fake son, cooking, and doing laundry, rushing about endlessly. Many TV stations had interrupted their regular programming to broadcast news about the sudden hailstorm. The hail was poisonous. This had already been discovered. Experts on the news were urgently warning people not to touch the hailstones out of curiosity, and especially not to lick them, as it could lead to mild diarrhea or even instant death. This was no joke. Xiao Ran switched to CCTV, which was naturally the most authoritative at the moment. CCTV was also doing a live news broadcast connecting with 3 experts, a climatologist, a chemist, and an astronomer. The astronomer speculated that this wave of toxic hail might be related to mysterious cosmic rays from deep space a few days earlier, which had unknown effects on Earth. The climatologist hypothesized that the Earth had entered an ice age prematurely. While the temperature would not drop to absurd levels immediately, people should prepare for temperatures at least 10 degrees lower than a normal winter. The chemist had tested and analyzed the liquid from the melted hail, but could not identify the toxin in the water, only issuing a warning: never drink water contaminated by the toxic hail. The 3 experts unanimously advised, do not go outside. The hailstones themselves were extremely dangerous, let alone being highly toxic. So do not go out at least until the hail stops. Xiao Ran shook his head. Wishes are beautiful, but reality is cruel. At least for the 15 days following the disaster, the hail had never stopped, though it did lessen, both in density and size. But without prior preparation, few households had ample food and clean water. He took several dishes out of his dimensional space and set them on the table: meat, shrimp, vegetables, and a soup. He ate with rice and gave some food to the dog. In short, whatever he ate, the dog ate too. After eating, he rested a bit and then began his workout. He had to maintain this habit. After finishing his workout, he took a shower. For now, he was using a water storage tank with a capacity of 5 cubic meters, so as long as he kept it filled, the taps at home would not run dry. Bathing was naturally no problem, and the toilet could be flushed normally. In the evening, he finished off the leftovers from lunch. Even though his supplies were enough for hundreds of lifetimes, Xiao Ran had no habit of wasting anything. Waste was shameful. After dinner, he put on thick clothes, took the dog, whom he had named Leopard, and went down to the basement. There was an iron door there. Xiao Ran checked the monitor first, then opened it, and walked out to walk the dog. The basement connected to the community garage via a narrow passage. When he arrived, the place was bustling. With nowhere else to go, the elderly had started dancing square dances. Their dog owners were walking their pets around the garage, and young people were playing soccer. But the garage was only so large. It usually seemed spacious, but now that so many people had crowded in, it was naturally cramped. Soon an argument broke out. It started when a dog urinated on the foot of a woman who was dancing. Naturally, she and the dog's owner began to quarrel. Each side had its own argument. One accused the other of occupying public space for square dancing, while the other scolded the dog owner for not keeping the dog on a leash and letting it pee on people. The quarrel grew intense. Xiao Ran saw a group of 4 walking toward him. Wasn't that his ex-wife's family? Zheng Wan walked in front, while Zheng Youju and his wife and their son flanked her like bodyguards, their faces unable to hide their fawning expressions. Xiao Ran understood immediately these 3 wanted the compensation money that Zheng Wan held. Having lived with this family for 4 years, how could Xiao Ran not know their greed and mercenary nature? But you don't know that Zheng Wan is already bankrupt. Then let me help you uncover the truth, for I simply cannot stand deception. At that moment the 4 of them drew nearer. Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth, her voice dripping with hatred. Sensing her intense hostility, the leopard immediately bared its fangs and growled lowly at her. If Xiao Ran hadn't been holding the leash, it would have lunged at her. Good. Xiao Ran didn't want a mere pet dog. He smiled slightly. Haha, I made you lose money before, and now I slap your face, but in a couple of days you'll still have to swallow your pride and beg me. He feigned surprise and said, where did you get your plastic surgery and breast augmentation done? I hear such surgeries aren't cheap these days. The operation fee alone costs hundreds of thousands plus post-surgery care, at least 7 or 800,000, right? Xiao Ran had no idea of the exact prices, but deliberately inflated the amount. Zheng Yujun immediately grew anxious. He knew exactly how much money his daughter had in total. If she really spent 7 or 800,000 on her face and chest, not only would there be nothing left to subsidize her son, but she'd even have to fork out extra. One is what this kid said true. The old man demanded fiercely. What a useless teammate. Zheng Wan cursed inwardly. Shouldn't the family be united against outsiders now? You're questioning me over a single word from Xiao Ran. Isn't this infighting? But then again, the Zheng family was too greedy and materialistic. They had once driven their daughter and grandson out for money, so it was no surprise they'd now interrogate their daughter. Zheng Wan had to explain, Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. He just wants to stir up trouble in our family. I didn't spend much on my medical aesthetics, so rest assured. With that, Zheng Yujun was half convinced, but at least stopped pressing. Still, would the old man let it go so easily? Once home, had definitely checked Zheng Wan's accounts, and then the real trouble would begin. Zheng Wan knew this too, and her resentment toward Xiao Ran deepened. She cursed, I hope this hailstorm lasts forever so your 400 million just sits in the bank useless. You can look, but not buy a thing. Oh, your mouth is blessed, isn't it? Quite accurate. Indeed, this disaster was far more terrifying than anyone imagined. It wouldn't pass with mere endurance. Soon the power would go out, and the bitter cold alone would be unbearable. Add to that food shortages and clean water scarcity, and within just a dozen days countless people would die of thirst, hunger, and freezing. Money. Cash was just worthless paper. Too rough even for wiping. And funds in banks or stock markets were merely numbers, forever unwithdrawable. And even if withdrawn, wouldn't they be just as useless? Xiao Ran merely smiled. How could Zheng Wan know he had been reborn, turning his wealth into 3 billion, all converted into useful supplies? Now he was undoubtedly the world's richest man, surpassing the second-place holder by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of times. You're so selfish. Just to make my money useless, you'd wish for this disaster to go on forever. Xiao Ran deliberately raised his voice. Do you want all the neighbors and folks to suffer misfortune? In fact, when Xiao Ran confronted the Zheng family, some nosy elders had gathered to watch. His words were clear to them, and they nodded in agreement, then angrily pointed at Zheng Wan, some even cursing her to her face. This woman was unfaithful, pregnant before marriage, tricked a man into raising another's child. Her character was clearly flawed. And now she wished for the hailstorm to continue. What a venomous heart. Many people were stuck at work, and you hope the hail never stops. Don't you want families to be torn apart? Poisonous woman. Zheng Wan knew she had misspoken and turned pale. She immediately turned and fled, pushing through the crowd toward her building. The crowd then turned on Zheng Yujun and his wife, berating them for raising such a daughter. Though shameless and domineering, the couple couldn't face the public condemnation and slunk away. Most importantly, they needed to check their daughter's accounts. How much money did she have left? Xiao Ran continued walking his dog until the leopard refused to go further, then he took it home. This was only the first day. No one realized the horror of this disaster. But as the hail continued and no rescue appeared, panic would soon set in. Back home, Xiao Ran slept on the second floor. Looking out the window, he saw a thick layer of ice on the ground, falling hailstones, and the fog growing denser. How could anyone travel in such conditions? The country hadn't refrained from sending troops to deliver supplies, but multiple supply trucks had accidents, some even exploding, costing many soldiers their lives. Naturally, they had to pause. Weren't the soldiers' lives precious? If it were merely difficult, the soldiers would have found a way. But facing insurmountable problems, how could they send them to die in vain? The dense fog reduced visibility to just over a meter. If that were all, manual transport might work, but combined with the deadly hail, rescue became impossible. Enough brooding. Time to exercise again. He worked out, and the leopard mimicked him, stretching its dog legs nearby. After exercising, he checked his phone and saw messages from Lu Mei and Lu Susu. They complained about the weather and told him to be careful, as disasters inevitably bring human-caused calamities. The key was, could the police even respond in this weather? If this continued for a few more days. Unimaginable. Xiao Ran also told them to be careful, especially to secure their doors and windows against potential intruders. Lu Susu readily agreed, while Lu Mei said her friend's doomsday bunker was impressive. The hail couldn't break the glass, and it had generators, plenty of diesel, and enough food and water for months. No problem at all. Xiao Ran put down his phone, took another shower, and went to bed. Clang, clang, clang. The hail pounded all night, making sleep difficult. But Xiao Ran had earplugs ready, and with the disaster upon him, he no longer worried about gains and losses, and fell asleep quickly. A night passed. Xiao Ran looked at the pale light outside the window, and checked the time, 7:30 a.m. But it should have been bright at this hour, not like this. He got up. Instead of cooking breakfast, he picked a meal from his alternate space. There were countless breakfast options, from luxurious to simple. Today Xiao Ran chose something ordinary, a steaming bowl of shepherd's purse wontons. For the leopard, he tossed a pan-fried steak and a bowl of fresh milk. Eating, Xiao Ran turned on the TV to watch the news. A day had passed, but the hail showed no sign of weakening, and the fog remained thick with no indication of clearing. Terrifying reports kept coming in since the disaster struck. Every aircraft in the sky had crashed. The aircraft soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters where there was neither hail nor dense fog. But how was it to land? Some planes risked descending only to crash immediately, while others flew until their fuel ran out, either attempting a perilous landing or plummeting powerlessly. When these planes fell, if they landed in uninhabited wilderness or the vast ocean, it was bearable, but those that crashed into cities inevitably brought about another catastrophe. People could not venture outdoors, yet they could share videos they had filmed and describe events through text, spreading the news across the globe in no time. This caused all of humanity to tremble in fear. Could it be that the apocalypse was imminent? Xiao Ran picked up his phone and saw that the property manager had sent him an invitation to join a group, the community's disaster response group. Every homeowner and even tenants had received the invitation. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ran chose to join the chat. His phone instantly exploded with a barrage of messages. So many people were sending texts that to read them clearly one had to scroll up constantly to prevent new messages from auto-scrolling down. Most people were asking if anyone had insider information on how long this calamity would last or when government relief supplies would arrive. Then someone stood out from the crowd. A man named Li Zhonglin claimed to have a cousin working in the municipal government. He said the disaster would persist for a long time and the nation had activated an emergency evacuation plan, selecting a group of people to take refuge in pre-built underground cities where they would wait until the calamity passed before rebuilding their homes. He claimed to have 3 slots to enter the underground city, and since he was single, he was willing to sell 2 of them. Interested parties could message him privately. Xiao Ran recalled this and shook his head. This had happened in his past life as well. There was no underground city at all. This Li Zhonglin was nothing but a swindler. He wasn't even a homeowner in the community, just a tenant deliberately spreading such false news. Incredibly, he managed to deceive over a dozen people. Some lost money, which was trivial, others were tricked out of supplies, and some lost both their possessions and their lives. He kept up the scam until the 11th day, when the truth came to light, and he was beaten to death. On the 11th day of the disaster, the power had already gone out. Everyone was isolated, and despair swelled without bounds. Under such circumstances, people were capable of anything. Xiao Ran did not issue a warning. In fact, some in the group had already urged caution against scammers, but in times like these, people clung desperately to any lifeline. Those who chose to believe did so willingly. Served them right to be duped. Xiao Ran had no interest in playing the Good Samaritan. With his formidable abilities, simply refraining from evil was already the greatest kindness. Well, it was time to provoke his ex-wife. He mulled it over. The Zheng family had always been frugal, never stockpiling in bulk. Instead, Lin Meiying would go to the supermarket every evening to buy less hand-fresh vegetables at a discount. Apart from rice, the Zheng household had almost no stored food. During those 10-odd days in his past life, Xiao Ran and the others had basically subsisted on rice and pickled vegetables. And how stingy was Zheng Yujun under normal circumstances? Every day he would let the tap drip into a bucket below so the water meter wouldn't turn, essentially stealing from the state. But after the catastrophe, this trick saved their lives by providing drinking water. At noon, Xiao Ran laid out a table full of dishes, then piled up a small mountain of instant noodles and bread. He took a few photos including one of the leopard eating steak and posted them on his moments, but only visible to Zheng Wan. He captioned it, "Lucky I'm a homebody," and prepared some supplies in advance. He had checked, his ex-wife hadn't blocked him, likely hoping to monitor him through his posts so she would definitely see it. After lunch, he went to the garage to walk the dog. There were still many people today, but compared to yesterday's liveliness the atmosphere was far more oppressive. Everyone wore expressions of barely concealed sorrow, especially those whose family members had gone to work and not yet returned, worrying whether they had enough to eat and keep warm. The outside temperature had already dropped to -5 degrees Celsius. Every household had their air conditioning running, otherwise they'd have to wrap themselves in several layers of blankets and still shiver uncontrollably. But by the day after tomorrow, when the power supply would fail and the temperature plunged to -15 degrees, true despair would set in. After walking the dog, Xiao Ran returned home. The disaster group was no longer as lively as before. People had become more pragmatic, starting to trade and sell supplies, but at prices at least 10 times higher, drawing accusations of profiteering from the national crisis and exploiting their neighbors. Xiao Ran smiled and shook his head. Those buying supplies at 10 or even 20 times the price were now called fools, but in 2 days the sellers would regret it bitterly. What use was money? Absolutely none. So buying supplies with cash now was practically a steal. Xiao Ran scrolled through the group and found Han Yun's account, then sent her a friend request. Unsurprisingly, he was rejected. He didn't send another. Instead, he just smiled. Sending that request was merely a hint to Han Yun. Then he posted a photo in the group showing 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 cases of water. In no time, he was not only bombarded with mentions in the group, but also received numerous friend requests. Xiao Ran ignored them all. He was just showing off his wealth, plain and simple. Meanwhile, Zheng Wan naturally saw Xiao Ran's post on moments. When she saw the mountain of food, she drooled uncontrollably, and when she saw that a stray dog was gnawing on a steak, she wanted to strangle Xiao Ran. What a waste, an immense waste. She thought about what she had eaten over the past day, plain rice and pickled vegetables. And now a dog was eating better than her. When she saw that Xiao Ran had also posted a well-flaunting photo in the group, she was furious. Those supplies should have been hers. How could he post them in the group and invite covetousness? No, she needed to adjust her strategy and win back Xiao Ran's favor. Before it was for money, now she wanted both money and food. Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan. Damn girl, get out here right now. Zheng Yujun pounded on the door and bellowed. Zheng Wan's face darkened. They had argued all night yesterday, and today he still wouldn't let up. But now she had a plan. Want food? You'll have to rely on me. She composed herself and walked out with the air of a victor. Building 9, Unit 1702. Han Yun flatly rejected Xiao Ran's friend request and spat in disgust. That villain had caused a huge fight between her and her husband, leaving a rift between them, and now he dared to add her as a friend. However, when she saw so many people ing Xiao Ran in the group, she scrolled up through the chat history and soon found the photo he had posted. Food. Clean water. She couldn't help licking her lips. Hunger could be endured, but lack of water was truly unbearable. Xiao Ran didn't bother warning anyone. In fact, some in the group had already urged caution against scammers, but in times like these, people clung desperately to any lifeline. Those who chose to believe did so willingly. Serve them right to be duped. It is a habit for Chinese people to stockpile grain. At the very least, there is always rice, right? But how many families have the habit of storing water? Especially those with water purifiers who can drink directly from the tap, naturally would not think to store water. Han Yun's family was exactly like that. They had no water dispenser and naturally no bottled purified water. There were a few bottles of drinks, but they were nearly finished after yesterday and today. She did not crave food, but she had a strong desire for drinking water. For a moment, she really wanted to re-accept Xiao Ran's friend request. However, she held back. How could she bow down to that villain? Besides, wasn't she fully aware of his intentions? If she wanted to drink Xiao Ran's water, he would surely demand sex in return. Was she so cheap as to sell herself for a few bottles of water? Sister-in-law, did you see the photos of food and water someone posted in the group? A beautiful young woman ran over, brimming with excitement. Her name was Zhang Jingya, Lin Yua's cousin. She was about to graduate from university and had come to Suching to find a job, so she was temporarily staying with them until she found work and could afford her own place. Han Yun nodded and immediately added, "He's not a good person. Don't pay him any attention." Zhang Jingya nodded thoughtfully, but her eyes were darting around. She could just spend a bit more money to buy from him. What was the big deal? That evening after dinner, Xiao Ran went out to walk his dog as usual. Baizi was used to the wild. Without a few rounds of exercise each day, he couldn't burn off his excess energy. Arriving at the underground garage, he noticed there were even fewer people than before. Yesterday there were still people dancing in the square, but today there were none at all. First, because no one was in the mood, and second, because it was too cold. Only a sparse few remained. However, when these people saw Xiao Ran, they immediately gathered around. Xiao Ran, do you have any extra food and water? Sell me some. I want to buy some too. Name your price. As long as it's not too outrageous, he'll take as much as you have. Everyone needs food and water. You can't have it all. Before Xiao Ran could even respond, these people started arguing among themselves. After their quarrel, they finally turned their attention back to Xiao Ran. The supplies belonged to him, but what was the point of their squabbling? Xiao Ran smiled and shook his head. Sorry, but I only have a limited amount of supplies left. This disaster might last who knows how long, so I have to keep them for myself. At this, everyone grew angry. If you weren't going to sell, why did you have to post in the group? Xiao Ran, we're all neighbors. You can't just let us die, can you? Yeah, are you just going to watch us starve and die of thirst? How can someone be so cruel? Aren't you afraid your son will be born without an asshole? Someone with a venomous tongue directly targeted Xiao Ran's fake son. No wonder his wife gave birth to a bastard. Damn. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Buying and selling was supposed to be a mutual agreement, especially in a disaster like this. If I'm willing to sell you food, it's out of kindness and generosity. If I refuse, it's just my right. What right do you have to criticize me? You come at me with moral high ground, even insult me, and pick at my scars. I can't tolerate that. Xiao Ran glanced at the man, then at the woman beside him. Probably his wife. She was under 30 with decent looks and a truly impressive figure, curvaceous and slender-waisted, her shapely form still visible even in winter clothes. He smiled at the young wife. If you want food and drink, come to my place. Xiao Ran. The foul-mouthed man erupted in fury. Were you trying to steal his wife right in front of him? How arrogant. He reached out to grab Xiao Ran by the collar. Xiao Ran executed a reverse wristlock, twisting and yanking the man's arm with a loud crack, dislocating it. Baizi was also fierce. Seeing the man about to harm his master, he lunged and bit down hard on the man's calf. With his current combat ability, Xiao Ran could handle 3 or even 4 opponents at once. And if he used his alternate space, he could slaughter everyone in the entire complex. Not just once, but dozens of times. Oh. The foul-mouthed man screamed in agony. In truth, a dislocated arm wasn't that painful, but the bite from Baizi was excruciating, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. Get lost. Xiao Ran said coldly. Serves you right for running your mouth. What time was this? Law, order, even morality were starting to crumble and collapse, and you still dared to provoke me. You were practically asking for death. He let go, but Baizi was tenacious, still refusing to release his grip. A loyal dog. Xiao Ran felt gratified. In the apocalypse, dogs were indeed more loyal than humans. Give a dog a bite to eat, and it would never betray you. In contrast, give a person a bite, and they might covet all your supplies, plotting how to kill you and take everything for themselves. Baizi let go, Xiao Ran commanded. His meat doesn't taste good. They'll give you steak when we get back. Obeying his master's order, Baizi finally released his grip. But the others nearly fainted from anger at these words. Listen to that. Feeding steak to a dog. Every household was facing a major shortage of food, and you were feeding steak to a dog. It was infuriating. Xiao Ran, not only did you assault someone, but you also set your dog on him. The foul-mouthed man was drenched in cold sweat. I'm telling you, if you don't compensate me until you're bankrupt, this isn't over. Xiao Ran burst out laughing. Then call the police. Xiao Ran, do you really think this disaster won't end? Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore and confronted him. Once the disaster is over, people like you and your evil deeds will surely be held accountable. Xiao Ran couldn't be bothered to respond. Was he the one who struck first? No, it was self-defense. Whatever, why bother overthinking it? He turned back to the young wife and smiled. You're welcome to come to my place anytime. But as for what you'll have to give in return, you know. With that, he strode off, continuing his walk with the dog. Arrogant. Far too arrogant. Everyone was shaking with cold anger, but they forgot. Xiao Ran owed them nothing. They had come to him themselves, and when they couldn't buy supplies, they blamed him. Who was going to indulge them? So people were selfish, and the disaster had only amplified that selfishness. Xiao Ran finished walking the dog and returned home. 2 days had passed, and people were already growing restless. But the true blow that would crush everyone's hope was the massive blackout starting the day after tomorrow. First, residential electricity would be cut off, followed by cell towers. Even if phones still had battery, they would become useless. In such circumstances, panic would undoubtedly be magnified to the extreme. Neighbors would lose all trust in each other, every household would seal their doors, and everyone would see others as threats. And all of this would happen in just over 3 days. Day 3 of the calamity. Xiao Ran woke up, naturally brushed his teeth, washed his face, then took out a breakfast, and gave the leopard 2 large meat buns. One cannot eat steak every day, a balanced diet is essential. The leopard, a stray dog before, had developed the good habit of not being picky. Even being full was a luxury for it, so whether it was steak or meat buns it ate with relish. Watching it wolf down its food made Xiao Ran hungry too, and he quickly finished a bowl of shrimp noodles. Then he drank some milk. The leopard got some too as this dog wasn't fully grown yet, and more milk would help it grow strong. Finally Xiao Ran ended his breakfast with a plate of fruit. Glancing at the group chat, it was filled with negativity. It was already the third day, but the hail hadn't stopped. The thick fog showed no sign of dissipating, and national rescue had yet to arrive. Everyone was bound to run out of supplies, facing shortages of water and food. For now people were only grumbling, but in a couple of days they would start fighting for grain. What good neighbors or silver relatives? When starving and parched they would still rob. The loss of humanity happens in a single thought. Ding Xiao Ran received a message. He saw it was from Zheng Wan. He wasn't surprised how after showing off on social media yesterday, it was only today that she contacted him. In fact, he thought it was late. Was Zheng Wan trying to be reserved? Xiao Ran, can you give me another chance? Now that the calamity has struck and might last a long time, I'm not after your money. Please believe I'm sincere, okay? After a while she sent another message. Can I come see you tonight? Here it comes. Xiao Ran sneered. My venomous ex-wife, do you think I don't know what you're planning? They'll think about it, he replied. At the Zheng residence, Zheng Wan saw Xiao Ran's reply and sneered, he's taken the bait. Zheng Yujun snorted heavily. That little bastard humiliated me publicly last time. Let's see how I deal with him now. Zheng Gang was also rubbing his hands in excitement. Zheng Wan nodded, stick to the plan. They'll trick him into opening the door and dad and little brother will rush in to restrain Xiao Ran. Lin Meiying was still afraid. What if the calamity ends and Xiao Ran goes to the police? Zheng Wan had no worries. Given the situation, this calamity won't end anytime soon. Many will die and plenty will do the same as us. The law won't punish everyone, or we won't be singled out. Even if we kill him, how can he call the police? Kill. Even the old Zheng Yujun shuddered at his daughter's harsh words. But how could he know that Zheng Wan had already plotted to kill her own son? Now with the calamity, what was another life? Especially Xiao Ran, the object of her deep hatred. Anyway, if you don't want to starve, do a good job tonight. Zheng Wan concluded. The father and son nodded, thinking of eating plain rice and pickles daily. They were going mad. Yes, starving to death. Who cares about crime? Ding Xiao Ran received a friend request. He was about to ignore it, but saw the note. Im Han Yun's sister-in-law Zhang Jingya. Huh. Intrigued, Xiao Ran accepted the request. Rich man Xiao, do you have a lot of food and drink? Zhang Jingya messaged immediately. Not a lot, but enough, Xiao Ran replied. Can you sell me some? She asked. Right now food and clean water are life itself. Who would sell their own life? Xiao Ran deliberately said this, elevating the importance of food and water, as vital as life. But was he exaggerating? No, not at all. When the power goes out tomorrow, everyone will realize. The calamity won't end. Rescue won't come. So how crucial are food and clean water? Zhang Jingya replied after a while. Then what will it take for you to give me food and drink? I'm starving and dying of thirst. Send a photo. No beauty filters, no effects, or face the consequences. Ding. Soon Xiao Ran received a picture. It was taken at a scenic spot, a pretty woman leaning against a rock making a peace sign. She scored 80 on looks and 80 on figure. Not quite goddess level, but definitely a beauty. Alright, come over. You know where I am. Xiao Ran replied. I'm on my way. The phone went silent, and soon bam 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 the basement door was knocked. Xiao Ran checked the surveillance first. He had installed not just one, but 3 cameras covering the entire corridor with no blind spots. There was only a woman in thick winter clothes. It was Zhang Jingya, almost identical to the photo. Xiao Ran smiled and opened the door. Zhang Jingya entered, and he closed it. Wow, it's so warm here, she said, taking off her coat. Her figure was nice, but not as good as Han Yun's. Thinking of Han Yun, Xiao Ran's heart stirred. When would he get to taste that delicacy? Zhang Jingya didn't notice. Her eyes were fixed on the food on the nearby table. Not many dishes, but there was meat, fish, vegetables, and a bowl of chicken soup. She grew excited and asked Xiao Ran, is this for me? Xiao Ran smiled. Yes, but whether you get to eat it depends on your performance. Zhang Jingya bit her lip as if making a difficult decision, then nodded slightly. Over an hour later, Xiao Ran gave Zhang Jingya 2 extra packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, then sent her off. He wouldn't let any woman stay overnight in his safe house. Zhang Jingya stepped out, and tears fell. In college, she was the beauty of her department, pursued by countless admirers and showered with attention. But now, yet feeling the weight of the mineral water and instant noodles wrapped in her clothes, she showed a satisfied expression. Surviving, that's the only thing that matters. Xiao Ran felt completely at ease. Indeed, one cannot keep things bottled up forever, it will eventually lead to trouble. He returned upstairs, and Baozi immediately began circling around him, sniffing him a few times before tilting its head, as if to say, why do you smell of someone else? Xiao Ran chuckled. I forgot you have a dog's nose incredibly sharp. Bowsy, from now on the duty of guarding the house falls to you. If you hear any noise or catch the scent of another person, you must alert me. He smiled, not caring whether Bowsy understood him or not. Woof, woof. To his surprise, Bowsy actually barked twice as if agreeing. Good dog. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and began to scroll through it. Both Lu Mei and Lu Susu had sent him messages. The extreme weather had persisted for 2 days with no signs of improvement, and they were deeply worried. However, one resided in a doomsday fortress, while the other had ample supplies sent by Xiao Ran, enough to last at least 2 or 3 months. Xiao Ran noticed that all sorts of group chats had become lively. For instance, in the work group, many were trapped at their companies and were now crying for help. Long-dormant groups from elementary school, middle school, high school, and university had also stirred. Clearly everyone was panicking, using any channel to send out distress signals. Xiao Ran was naturally powerless to help. He even wanted to go out to scavenge for gasoline and diesel, but dared not act in such heavy fog. A car accident could happen at any moment. The day passed in boredom. That night, the entire underground garage was empty and desolate. The temperature was unbearably low and no one wanted to freeze there. The fewer people around, the colder it became, creating a vicious cycle. Suddenly a group of 4 appeared silently. They moved cautiously, afraid of making any sound. Yet the more they tried to be quiet, the louder their footsteps echoed in the silent garage. They glared at each other, each convinced the others were stepping too heavily. They were Zheng Wan's family. Finally, they reached the location of Xiao Ran's villa. A passage led to the villa's basement, but it was a private area blocked by a door. Zheng Wan instructed Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang to hide by the wall, ready to rush in and subdue Xiao Ran the moment the door opened. Then she knocked on the door. Before setting out, she had already called Xiao Ran. In the basement, Xiao Ran watched the surveillance feed. The Zheng family's little scheme was completely exposed. They would never have imagined that Xiao Ran had not only installed cameras, but 3 of them, giving him a full view of the entire passage. As expected, the whole family had come. They intended to take him down, even kill him, and seize his home. Xiao Ran smiled and opened the door. Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang charged in immediately. With a clatter, in an instant 2 figures flew back out. Who else could it be but Zheng Yujun and his son? Then Xiao Ran walked out with his arms crossed, casting a mocking glance at Zheng Wan. So enthusiastic, the whole family showed up. Zheng Wan was dumbfounded. Having been married to Xiao Ran for 4 years, even if she had been cold and indifferent, she knew his capabilities well. How could he be this strong? Xiao Ran pulled out a baseball bat from beside the door, actually from his dimensional space, and flashed a cruel smile. Your whole family comes over, rush in when I open the door, trying to control me. How, you wouldn't be planning to take over my house, would you? How does that song go? For friends we have fine wine, for wolves we have shotguns. Xiao Ran's gaze turned fierce as he swung the bat down. Crash! Crack! Ah! Zheng Gang was the first to scream, his arm broken by the bat, his face pale, with pain, cold sweat pouring down. Xiao Ran's cruel smile was unsettling. How much blood had this former brother-in-law sucked from him? He continued. Another swing of the bat. Stop! Stop hitting! Lin Ming rushed over, shielding her son with her own body. Daughters didn't matter, but a son was the apple of her eye. Go on, kill me if you dare, the old woman blustered. Would you dare? Crash! Xiao Ran didn't hesitate, bringing the bat down again. Was there anything good about the Zheng family? No. And in his past life, hadn't Lin Ming also had a hand in his death? If Xiao Ran had the power to resurrect, he would have killed all 4 of them without hesitation, then brought them back and killed them again and again. How could he vent his fury without killing them 100 times over? For now he had to be cautious, hold back, and not go for the kill. Why let them die so easily? With a heavy blow, Lin Ming screamed and passed out. Xiao Ran didn't stop. He swung at Zheng Yujun too, and the old man screamed as his right arm was snapped by the bat. Not done yet. Xiao Ran set his sights on Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan froze for a moment, then shrieked and turned to flee without a second thought. Xiao Ran lunged forward in a single stride and brought the bat down on Zheng Wan's chest. A soft popping sound could be heard. Her implants had burst. Even so, Zheng Wan's face turned deathly pale, and she nearly blacked out. Xiao Ran tossed out 3 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Why was he being so generous? Wrong. He was anything but. First, he was reluctant to let the Zheng family die too quickly. Second, with 4 people and only 3 packs of noodles and 1 bottle of water, how would they divide it? If you want more food, come back and take a beating, Xiao Ran said calmly, his long shadow falling over Zheng Wan's face, making the venomous woman tremble with cold dread. Now get lost. Xiao Ran carried the bat back inside and closed the door, every pore tingling with the pleasure of revenge. He savored the memory of striking the Zheng family. Too bad he couldn't get in a few more hits. It would kill them, and he wasn't ready to let them off that easily. He wanted to torment them for a few more days. Sigh. So he had to wait until their wounds healed. For now, let this family fight tooth and nail over the food. He eagerly anticipated their infighting. Back on the second floor, he had video calls with Lu Mei and Lu Susu. The power was going out tomorrow, so it might be a long time, maybe forever, before he saw these two women again. This was a farewell. By the way, Xiao Ran, do you have a satellite phone? Lu Mei suddenly asked. Yeah, and I think that if the disaster continues, the power supply will definitely be affected, and we won't be able to contact each other. Yaya has a satellite phone here. Do you have one? Indeed, a true doomsday enthusiast would have prepared such things. Xiao Ran smiled. I'm using a Huawei Mate 60. It's a satellite communication terminal, not just a phone. A night passed and the apocalypse entered its fourth day, the most despairing one yet. Today the power would go out. Outside the temperature was below -10 degrees Celsius. How could anyone survive without air conditioning? If one had prepared, they could build a Kong or something, but this calamity had struck suddenly. For city dwellers, this was nothing short of hopeless. From this day forward, civilization, order, and morality would completely collapse. So it was fitting to call today the true prelude to the apocalypse. He remembered that in his past life the power went out around noon. He wondered if this time would be any different. It probably wouldn't be. He dismissed the thought. Even if the power didn't go out today, it would tomorrow or the day after. The power plant had no one to maintain it. How could it possibly keep running? It was only a matter of time. He played with the leopard, which loved to frolic with him, jumping up and down. Though full of energy, it didn't wreck the house, earning Xiao Ran's affection. He favored Chinese rural dogs which could guard the home rather than bringing in a pet that demanded constant care. Standing by the window, he looked outside. Everything was hazy and dim. At least 10 more days of this gloom. Who knew when it would finally clear up? Xiao Ran suddenly missed the sun terribly. Soon it was noon, and he ate his meal. The leopard devoured its food with gusto. Suddenly the lights flickered and all other appliances experienced brief interruptions. Xiao Ran understood immediately. The power was out. However, he had a backup power source, batteries. He also had a generator, but it required diesel to run, and though he had stored some diesel, it was far from enough to keep the generator working day and night. But he had also prepared a large number of fully charged batteries, over 1,000, enough to last him a very long time. At that moment his phone exploded with messages. The power was indeed out, but many base stations had backup power and could hold out for another day or two. But what use was a working phone? The air conditioner and electric blanket were useless now. People would freeze to death. The group chat was filled with complaints and laments. This power outage was the last straw. It was over, truly over. It had been 3 full days. If rescue had been coming, it would have arrived by now. Now with the power out, even the phone signal would disappear in a few days. Then there would be no one to turn to no matter how much they cried out. Xiao Ran shook his head. Soon everyone would become violent out of despair. And for some evil souls this disaster unleashed the malice embedded in their genes. Because they no longer had anything to fear or worry about. With all communication cut off, everyone was essentially thrown back into a primitive society. Even if someone committed the most heinous acts, who would know and who would punish them? The apocalypse was a hell for ordinary people, but for the wicked it was a paradise for their misdeeds. A knock came at the basement door and Xiao Ran's phone alerted him. The surveillance system had detected someone. It was Zhang Jingya, here to beg for food again. He went downstairs, confirmed she was alone, and let her in. The two of them understood each other tacitly. One prepared food, the other began to take off her coat. But today Xiao Ran first drew a drop of her blood and placed it into a simple tester. It beeped and showed green. This was a test for sexually transmitted diseases. Green meant negative, red positive. Good, now he could let loose. Zhang Jingya wanted to refuse, but when Xiao Ran placed a roast chicken in front of her, she silently began to eat. After securing a big deal worth several hundred million, Xiao Ran gave her a morning after pill. He had no desire to bring a child into this hopeless world. And even if he ever wanted one, it wouldn't be with Zhang Jingya. She said nothing, just took the pill. As she left, Xiao Ran gave her 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water. That would ensure she didn't go hungry. And Xiao Ran had thoughtfully charged her phone. Why? Naturally it would be useful. Zhang Jingya dragged her weary body away and Xiao Ran checked the time. They had spent over an hour. No wonder he was so tired. Going upstairs, the leopard sniffed him all over again. Why did the master carry another person's scent? And why had he locked himself on the first floor? Unfortunately, the dog couldn't ask. The leopard circled Xiao Ran, wagging its tail frantically. Xiao Ran understood and laughed. All right, I'll take you downstairs for a walk. But seriously, you're not one of those snow dogs. The garage is freezing, so why aren't you afraid? He took the leopard to the underground garage. Unexpectedly, the place, which had been deserted 2 days ago, was now crowded mostly with elderly people. With the power out, their homes were cold, and there was nothing to watch on TV. What else could the elderly do? So they gathered in the spacious garage chatting and even brainstorming. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal zhuge liang. Maybe they could come up with a solution. Seeing Xiao Ran approach, an old man immediately perked up and dashed over, blocking his path. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Something wrong. This old man, surnamed Ma, was over 60. Before retirement, he had been a minor supervisor at a state-owned enterprise, and he carried an immense sense of authority. In the neighborhood, he always threw his weight around. If something displeased him, he would lash out with a torrent of abuse regardless of whether he was in the right. He was deeply unpopular in the community. Old man Ma cleared his throat and said, "Your comrade Xiao, right?" Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Starting with little Xiao, what a high and mighty posture. "I am Xiao Ran," he replied flatly. Old man Ma grunted through his nose. Of course he recognized Xiao Ran, otherwise why would he have stopped him? He looked at Xiao Ran with great condescension and said, "A few of us old comrades were just discussing the future of our neighborhood. We all agree that this disaster won't be short-lived. Therefore we need to unite and work together to get through this crisis." Xiao Ran said nothing, just watched old man Ma. This speech was clearly just a preamble. Ahem, ahem. Old man Ma coughed twice. It seemed a common affliction among officials, always clearing their throats before speaking. Then he continued, "First we must avoid wasting resources. Comrade Xiao, you must have a fair amount of food and bottled water, right? Hand it over to us for safekeeping. We'll distribute it as needed. Once this disaster is over, well, make sure to report your contribution to the party and the state. Your credit won't be forgotten." Xiao Ran burst out laughing. "Old man Ma, are you taking me for a fool? Hand over my food for unified distribution. Go ahead and try. See if anyone will give up their food and clean water now. You might as well just rob me." Old man Ma was so enraged and humiliated he nearly fainted. It took him a long moment before he could point a trembling finger at Xiao Ran, but he still couldn't form words. Old Ma was silenced by this retort, but the other elderly folks refused to let it go. "Kid, don't think having a few dirty coins makes you special enough to show no respect for your elders. Young man, we've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Listen to your auntie's advice, apologize to Director Ma, and obediently do as he says. Don't go against the party and the country, or you'll face the consequences." The elderly folks surrounded Xiao Ran, chattering all at once. Xiao Ran looked at one of the aunties and said with a straight face, "I'm 27 years old this year, and you're at most 70. Even if you're 3 times my age, I eat 3 bowls of rice a day, so you must eat at least 1 bowl of salt a day." I was just making a metaphor. The auntie was rendered speechless, feeling that Xiao Ran was simply impossible to reason with. "And you?" Xiao Ran retorted to each one in turn, leaving all the elderly folks fuming and unable to utter a word for a long time. "Speechless, huh?" Xiao Ran smirked and strode off with Baozi. Baozi had long grown impatient. Wasn't the master supposed to take him for a walk? Why had he bickered with those old folks for so long? Now that Xiao Ran was finally leaving, the dog immediately bolted away in sheer delight. After Baozi had his fill of fun, Xiao Ran was exhausted, but he considered it a form of exercise, a perfect chance to practice long-distance running. He went home, washed up, and prepared for dinner. Habitually, he picked up his phone and saw, lo and behold, another pile of friend requests. He was about to ignore them when he suddenly spotted a familiar avatar. Han Yun. Haha, couldn't hold out any longer. He didn't play games with this woman and directly accepted the request. As a man, he might as well be generous. However, although he accepted, Xiao Ran didn't initiate a message. Shouldn't the one begging speak first? After waiting half an hour, Han Yun finally sent a message. "Can you give me some food and drink?" Xiao Ran left her hanging for another half hour before replying, "I can, but..." This time Han Yun replied instantly, "I can be with you. But you must agree to my conditions. Fine, you name your price, and I'll bargain on the ground." Xiao Ran replied instantly, "Come over, and we'll talk face to face." "They'll find a chance," Han Yun replied. Xiao Ran chuckled and put the phone aside. Baozi tilted his head, looking at him with eyes full of question marks. "Just upgrading our meal. A little seafood," Xiao Ran explained to it. Baozi was even more confused, his doggy face utterly bewildered. Xiao Ran ate dinner. Today he chose barbecue and specially took out 3 lamb kidneys. Naturally, Baozi followed him, eating like a king. In this apocalypse, Baozi was definitely eating better than 99 of people. Many people were starving. After a while, his phone received a message from Han Yun. "I'm here." Xiao Ran smiled and said to Baozi, "You stay here obediently. They'll be back soon." Baozi stuck out his tongue, lay down on the floor, and just wagged his tail a couple of times. Every time the master went to the basement alone, he stayed for a long time, so Baozi could take a nap first. Xiao Ran arrived at the basement and first checked through the surveillance camera. Although his combat power was already off the charts, caution and prudence had become second nature. Xiao Ran opened the door and a figure slipped in. How this outfit looked familiar. Wasn't it the same one Zhang Jingya had worn before? I see it must be Han Yun's. Since Zhang Jingya had fled here at the end of May, would she have prepared winter clothes? So naturally she could only wear Han Yun's clothes. It seemed this winter coat was the warmest. Zhang Jingya had chosen it, and Han Yun had also chosen it. Quite amusing when you think about it. Xiao Ran closed the door. For a moment the atmosphere was awkward. Xiao Ran was naturally not in a hurry at all. It wasn't him who was starving and dying of thirst. Han Yun bit her lip and said, I want 100 jin of rice and 1 box of water. You also have to help me carry it to the 16th floor. She would carry it up the last floor herself. Sure enough, a sky-high price. Xiao Ran raised one finger. They'll let you have a full meal here, drink as much water as you want. When you leave, he'll give you 1 pack of instant noodles and 1 bottle of water. Han Yun refused, saying, then I'm leaving. She was about to open the door, but Xiao Ran showed no intention of stopping her. Han Yun gritted her teeth, stopped, turned around, and said 50 jin of rice and half a box of water. She directly cut it in half. Xiao Ran shook his head. Depending on your performance, I can give you a few extra packs of instant noodles and water when you leave. If you don't agree, then leave, he said leisurely. Han Yun bit her red lip tightly, her body frozen, as if struck by a binding spell. Just as Xiao Ran thought she had turned into a stone statue, Han Yun finally squeezed out one word, okay. Haha. Xiao Ran went behind the screen, took out several dishes from his dimensional space, and set them on the table, meat, vegetables, soup, and a bowl of rice. He called Han Yun over, and when this charming, alluring woman saw the feast, she couldn't help but lick her lips. Greedily. Eat, Xiao Ran said. He was in no rush, sitting nearby, and scrolling through his phone. Now the internet was filled with anxiety. Not all places had lost power, but most had. How would this go on? Was the apocalypse truly coming? After scrolling for a long time, he heard a burp. Xiao Ran looked up at Han Yun, whose pretty face was flushed with extreme embarrassment. She had eaten too much. Xiao Ran smiled and said, let's begin. A long-cherished wish fulfilled. An hour later, Han Yun walked out the door. Xiao Ran gave her 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of purified water, which she would take back to Lin Yue. This woman truly loved her husband. Lin Yue was a compulsive gambler. Even his parents had given up on him, yet she remained devoted to him. Xiao Ran felt she was stubborn to the point of foolishness. But what did that have to do with him? Xiao Ran smiled and went back upstairs. Leopard, though accustomed to it, still approached, wagging its tail and sniffing. Why did its master smell different today? Leopard looked at Xiao Ran with puzzled dog eyes. Xiao Ran chuckled and lightly tapped Leopard on the head. You're not going to start bossing me around, are you? Meanwhile, Han Yun returned to her home. At the doorstep, she first straightened her clothes, ensuring no telltale signs were visible before unlocking the door with her fingerprint and entering. As soon as she stepped in, she called out, Honey, get ready for dinner. Lin Yue walked out, a hint of skepticism on his face. Is there still food at home? I bought some from the neighbor, Han Yun replied casually, her expression natural. It must be said women are all born actresses. Lin Yue, without further suspicion, asked, Do you still have money? Han Yun raised her left hand. I traded my gold ring for it. Lin Yue felt a pang of regret. That ring cost over 10,000 back then. Oh well, in this day and age, money and jewelry are probably worthless soon. At least we got some food. He quickly cheered up, realizing his gambling debts no longer needed to be repaid. He had been worried sick lately, with paint splashed on his door daily. Reporting it to the police did little good. He owed money, and as long as no direct threats were made, the authorities could hardly act. But since the catastrophe began, he could finally sleep soundly. He even laughed. That Xiao the billionaire got the worst of it. Before he could even enjoy his money, the disaster struck. Now no matter how rich he is, he can't spend a cent. Ha serves that nouveau riche right. His envy and resentment toward Xiao Ran still festered, especially over what happened in the elevator that day. At the mention of Xiao Ran's name, Han Yun felt a pang of guilt, fearing her husband was hinting at something. But realizing he was just speaking idly, she forced a smile, inwardly bitter. That very nouveau riche gave us the food and water, and he had his way with your wife. He'll go cook the noodles, she said. Lin Yue waved a hand. Go ahead. He was quite domineering. Soon the distinctive aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Zhang Jingya emerged from her room. Wow, that smells amazing. Lin Yue nodded. Your sister-in-law is being quite wasteful, trading a gold ring for 3 packs of noodles and 3 bottles of water. Zhang Jingya replied, right now food and water are all that matter. Gold and silver can't be eaten, and paper money is only good for wiping. Young lady, watch your language, Lin Yue frowned. Zhang Jingya stuck out her tongue. Got it, big brother. Soon Han Yun brought out the noodles. But there were only 2 bowls. You two eat, I'm not hungry, she said. It was true. She had eaten her fill at Xiao Ran's place, even feeling a bit stuffed. Zhang Jingya didn't stand on ceremony, and took a bowl, eating heartily, though curiosity stirred within her. Wasn't this the same brand as the noodles Xiao Ran had given her? Of course it was Baixiang instant noodles, a major brand, so she didn't think much of it. At the Qin family home. Honey, do we really have to do this? The Qin wife asked. Qin Dongfang nodded. Our food is almost gone, and there are 5 mouths to feed. If we don't take a risk, will we starve and die of thirst? Besides, we're going after that bastard. His eyes blazed with fury. Your son just took a takeout order of yours without asking. Did you have to set a trap first, sending my father to the hospital, and then making us pay 800? My mother was so angry she smeared some filth on your door, and you retaliated by pounding on the walls all night, keeping us awake. Now that the opportunity has come, he'll make you pay. Aunt Qin slammed the table. That bastard is truly despicable. He even flaunted his wealth in the group chat, but when old Ma and the others asked to buy food from him, he completely ignored them, showing he couldn't care less about anyone's survival. Qin Dongfang nodded. We're going to rob him. It's like taking from the rich to help the poor, ridding the world of a menace. Having justified their actions with a righteous cause, the 4 adult Qins were brimming with fighting spirit. Even the child held a pair of scissors, looking murderous. After the takeout incident, his parents had nearly beaten his backside raw, so his hatred for Xiao Ran was deep. Yet none of the 5 reflected on whether it was truly Xiao Ran's fault. Who stole the takeout first? And who, after stealing it, refused to apologize, instead acting arrogant and aggressive? The 5 of them waited until the dead of night, then moved out stealthily. Each carried a weapon, a kitchen knife. They climbed the stairs to the underground garage. At 11 p.m., the garage was freezing cold, utterly deserted. The family of 5 shivered as they walked. Suzhou's winters were usually around 5°C at the coldest, maybe 8°C at most, but now it was 15°C. Ordinary winter clothes were no match for this. Even multiple layers couldn't stop the shivering. It was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Fortunately, their phones still had battery. Qin Dongfang turned on his flashlight and led the way. Before long, the 5 reached the villa where Xiao Ran lived. But as they stood before the iron gate, they looked at each other dumbfounded. They had only thought about how to deal with Xiao Ran, but never considered how to get into his home. Could they break through this iron gate with just their hammer? Not to belittle themselves, but they could hammer until morning and still fail. What now? The 5 were at a loss. Maybe we should go back, discuss it, and come again tomorrow. Old Qin suggested. Yeah, the others agreed. But just as they turned to leave, a click sounded, and the gate swung open toward them, startling the 5 so much that old Qin, the most timid, nearly fell to the ground. Yet though the gate opened, no one emerged. Qin Dongfang bravely peered inside, but it was dark, revealing nothing. What do we do? The 5 exchanged glances. Qin Dongfang gritted his teeth. The gate's open. Let's go in. We can't miss this chance. It must be an electronic lock, so maybe it malfunctioned. After all, the power was out, making a failure quite plausible. Xiao Ran was surely asleep. If they charged in now, he might not even realize what was happening until he was tied up, his life in their hands. The 5 crept in, moving softly. But as they all entered, none noticed that the iron gate silently closed behind them. Click. Only when a clicking sound echoed did the 5 of them snap back to reality. What was happening? Just then a lamp flickered to life, flooding the room with light. The 5 members of the Qin family were startled. Was this place haunted? The door had opened and closed on its own, and now the light followed suit. What are you all doing here so late at night? Xiao Ran's voice rang out, accompanied by a yawn. He had been about to sleep when the alarm from his phone jolted him awake. The infrared camera had immediately captured the 5 Qin family members. Seeing them about to leave, Xiao Ran thoughtfully used remote control to open the door. Now that they were inside, it was time to bolt the door and beat the dog. The 5 Qins were initially shocked, realizing that the opening and closing of the door, as well as the lights, were all under Xiao Ran's control. But they quickly regained their composure. Xiao Ran was just one man. And them. 5 against 1. How could they lose? Besides, Xiao Ran didn't even have a weapon. There's still electricity here, exclaimed Mrs. Qin, slow to catch on, but the first to react. Qin Dongfang and the others, as if waking from a dream, were overjoyed. This electrified house was now theirs. And it's so warm. They discovered, nearly moved to tears. Wonderful. Splendid. Xiao Ran chuckled and voluntarily explained. I have a battery bank installed here so the power hasn't gone out. There's also a fireplace burning wood. Also, that was it. The 5 Qins nodded involuntarily, then their gratitude turned to fury. Were they here for a science lesson? Great, this villa is ours from now on. Qin Dongfang brandished the cleaver in his hand. Xiao Ran, I'm not an unreasonable man. They'll give you 2 choices, either you walk out of here on your own, or we hack you to death, beat you to a pulp, and toss you out. Ha ha ha. The Qins burst into laughter, even the child Qin Kong joining in. Was this really a choice? Of course not. It was merely a mockery of Xiao Ran. Weren't you the one who used your filthy money to set us up back then? Try acting tough now. What's so great about money? Can you crush me with it? Even the brat Qin Kong was insolent, pointing his scissors at Xiao Ran. Kneel down. Xiao Ran chuckled. Your family is just, well, forget it. It's too late, I need to sleep. I won't waste any more time with you. He raised his hand, forming it into the shape of a gun, aiming at Qin Dongfang. Huh, you think you can scare me with that handgun? Qin Dongfang laughed, doubling over. This guy must have lost his mind. Xiao Ran grinned. Bang! Ugh! Qin Dongfang crumpled to the ground as a bloom of blood blossomed on his left leg, the pain excruciating. The other 4 Qins were stunned. How had Qin Dongfang been injured? They hurriedly tried to help him up, but their efforts only made him scream louder in agony. The pain was unbearable. Mrs. Qin glared at Xiao Ran and roared, what did you do to my son? You bastard, if anything happens to him, I'll never let you off. Xiao Ran laughed. You break into my home, force me out to die from poison, bludgeoning, or freezing. Oh, and when I fight back you throw a tantrum and vow revenge. Alas, why expect logic from the unreasonable? Had the Qins paid compensation before because they knew they were wrong? Of course not. It was because Xiao Ran subdued them with the wall-shaking device. Xiao Ran aimed his gun at Mrs. Qin. She faltered, though she knew it was just a hand. Her son had indeed been wounded in a bizarre manner, so she was naturally afraid. You wouldn't dare, she blustered. Bang! Xiao Ran uttered softly. Before Mrs. Qin could even scream, a blood hole appeared on her forehead, and she dropped dead instantly. The remaining 4 Qins were terrified, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Even Qin Dongfang forgot his pain, trembling uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Kong, being a child, quickly raised his gun and fired a volley at Xiao Ran. Yet Xiao Ran stood unscathed, flashing him a grin. You cheated. The brat was vicious, charging forward with his scissors. He'll stab you to death, you old bastard. This kid was beyond saving. Xiao Ran waved his hand, and with a puff, a bullet shot forth, striking the brat right between the eyes. He toppled backward. Anyone who dared draw a blade on him, no matter who they were, would be executed without mercy. Xiao Bao, Qin's wife, let out a heart-wrenching wail, raising her cleaver as she charged at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran couldn't be bothered to waste a bullet. He simply opened a spatial gate. Whoosh, and she vanished. What? The sight left old Mr. Qin frozen, forgetting his anger and fear as he stared at the spot where his daughter-in-law had disappeared. Where was she? Where? Xiao Ran stepped forward, and the 2 corpses instantly disappeared, drawing the eyes of old Mr. Qin and his son Tam. Now they were certain. The vanishings were Xiao Ran's doing. Where did you send them? Old Mr. Qin asked with a trembling voice. Are you a man or a demon? Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh. Demon? Aren't you the demons? I wouldn't sneak into someone's home in the dead of night with cleavers and hammers to harm people. The father and son were left speechless. Time to send you on your way, Xiao Ran said coldly. Old Mr. Qin let out a terrified howl and scrambled to flee. He had to escape. His son, he couldn't care less. But after just 2 steps he vanished into thin air. Naturally, he had been absorbed into the alternate dimension. Xiao Ran could open a spatial gate anywhere within 2 meters around him, so old Mr. Qin, seemingly running away, had actually walked right into the trap. Only Qin Dongfang remained. Strangely, he had calmed down. Shot in the thigh, facing Xiao Ran's mysterious powers, was there any chance he would leave alive? Xiao Ran, what are you really? He asked bitterly, wanting only to know the truth before he died. Xiao Ran walked over, leaning close to his ear as if to whisper something, but in the next moment, he grabbed Qin Dongfang and hurled him into the spatial gate. Qin Dongfang vanished instantly. What was the point of gloating over a dying man? Was it worth it? Xiao Ran looked at the blood-stained floor of the basement and sighed. From now on, he should try to avoid killing people at home. If he had to, he would find a way to toss them directly into the spatial gate to save himself the cleanup. But now there was no choice. He fetched a rag and began wiping. Fortunately, it was him. He could easily fetch a bucket of water. Anyone else? Water was now the source of life, sharing the same status as food. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Ran finally cleaned up the bloodstains. He had to take another shower before going to bed. From now on, try not to kill people at home, he reminded himself again. A night passed and the apocalypse entered its 5th day. At 8 a.m., the outside remained shrouded in a misty gloom, eerily dark. Hail continued to fall, though lighter and less dense now. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ice mixed with hailstones, making it treacherously slippery and lethally toxic, rendering any attempt to step outside utterly impossible. No rescue came. By the 5th day, people's patience had worn thin, and a deeper despair gripped every heart. An undeniable realization loomed: this catastrophe was unlikely to end anytime soon, and rescue was a phantom. So how were they to save themselves? Everyone grew increasingly restless. Xiao Ran led his leopard to the garage, where the atmosphere was unusually tense. Each person cast strange, wary glances at their neighbors. Not as if they were lifelong companions, but mortal enemies. It seemed he would have to walk the dog at night from now on. In a direct confrontation with the ammunition stored in his dimensional space, Xiao Ran could easily slaughter the entire compound several times over. But the real question was, if it came to deadly conflict, who would be foolish enough to launch a frontal assault? Xiao Ran didn't have eyes in the back of his head. What if a hidden arrow struck? As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. He thought it wiser to exercise extreme caution. Why bother? He had gotten a dog to relieve boredom, but risking his life for it would defeat the purpose. Moreover, Xiao Ran noticed many people eyeing him covetously. Clearly, after his ostentatious display in the group chat, he had become a target. He wasn't particularly concerned. Let them try to breach his safe house. Having many guests would keep life from growing dull. He could even orchestrate some grand dramas. Xiao Ran had already planned it out. After circling around, he was about to head back with the leopard when he unexpectedly caught sight of three figures. Lin Yue, his wife Han Yun, and Zhang Jingya. Intriguing. Both women blushed noticeably upon seeing Xiao Ran lowering their heads, as if afraid the others might see through them. Lin Yue, however, brightened at the sight of him and strode over eagerly. Xiao, the 500 millionaire. He called out loudly, ensuring everyone nearby heard. Many faces twisted into expressions of schadenfreude. Indeed, though they were suffering misfortune, wasn't Xiao Ran even more cursed. He had won a 500 million prize, but at most spent a few tens of millions. The vast remainder sat useless in the bank. This Lin Yue was truly malicious, poking at a sore spot. Lin Yue marched up to Xiao Ran smirking, must be agonizing lately, having money, but nowhere to spend it. But judging by this, the disaster won't end anytime soon. So you're reveling in my misery. Xiao Ran shook his head. Was this human nature at its worst? Suffering oneself, yet finding joy in another's greater pain and misfortune. Xiao Ran was speechless. As if my money vanishing would put food on your table. The truth was, his supplies were enough to rival a nation. Did you have to provoke me like this? Fine, don't blame me for humiliating you publicly. Before Xiao Ran could speak, Han Yun quickly tried to soothe her husband. Honey, we're all enduring this calamity together, neighbors in the same compound. We should help each other, not be like this. Zhang Jingya chimed in, yes. Both women feared angering Xiao Ran, which would end their dealings with him. Lin Yue, who do you think gave you half a pack of instant noodles this morning? As they urged Lin Yue, the two women frantically signaled Xiao Ran with their eyes and expressions, pleading, don't get angry, we'll talk later, don't lose your temper now, and for heaven's sake, don't reveal our relationship. Just then the leopard sniffed toward Han Yun, and Zhang Jingya wagging its tail enthusiastically. A dog's nose is keen. It recognized the scents on Xiao Ran from earlier belonging to each woman. Seeing the leopard's warmth, the women understood exactly what it meant. They noticed it was equally affectionate toward both of them, and a realization dawned. They exchanged glances, faces flushing red. They understood. So that was it. At that moment they wished they could dig a hole and crawl in. How would they address each other from now on? Good sisters. Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected the leopard's reaction to reveal their secret to each other. He wasn't bothered and walked toward Han Yun. Lin Yue immediately stepped forward, shielding her. What do you think you're doing? His wife was too beautiful, with a bewitching allure, had always worried about men coveting her. Xiao Ran brushed him aside with ease. Lin Yue, weakened by a life of dissipation, was no match for his strength. Leaning close to Han Yun's ear, he whispered, come with me, or else. It'll reveal our relationship. Han Yun's pretty face paled. Xiao Ran turned and walked away. Don't try to have it both ways. What did you say to my wife? Lin Yue fumed. You bastard, stop right there. Stop. Han Yun signaled Zhang Jingya to help her while soothing her husband. Honey, don't be angry. He's not worth your temper. Don't upset yourself. Let's go home, it's cold outside. Lin Yue grumbled and cursed as he left. He was all bark no bite. Dare to actually fight Xiao Ran. The elevator incident had scared him enough. When they reached their building, Han Yun suddenly said, honey, you go up first. He'll try to borrow some more food. Lin Yue eyed his wife suspiciously. Xiao Ran had whispered to her, and now she wanted to go alone. Was something amiss? He was a gambler, not a fool. Zhang Jingya quickly interjected, I'll go with sister-in-law. Lin Yue thought it over and nodded. Let Jingya go with you. With his cousin accompanying her, Han Yun couldn't possibly go to Xiao Ran. Han Yun had no choice but to agree. Lin Yue headed upstairs while the two women walked back in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. What would happen at Xiao Ran's place? Both women knew all too well. Going alone was one thing, but together, and as sisters-in-law no less. How could they bear it? Maybe you should go back, sister-in-law, Zhang Jingya suggested. She had her selfish motives. At Xiao Ran she could enjoy a full meal, waiting at home meant only instant noodles. She didn't want instant noodles. She had already slept with Xiao Ran. What difference did once or 10 times make? Han Yun was tempted. She was different from Zhang Jingya. Zhang Jingya was not yet married and did not place much importance on matters between men and women. However, although Han Yun appeared seductive and charming, she was very conservative in her values, possessing a strong sense of morality, and was deeply resistant to the idea of selling her body. It could be said that if not for her husband, she would never have sought out Xiao Ran yesterday. But just now Xiao Ran had specifically named her. "They'll wait outside then," she said. "All right," Zhang Jingya replied, also relieved as this was hardly a glorious affair. Thus Zhang Jingya entered the passage leading to the basement of Xiao Ran's villa alone. Even though it was daytime, the garage was still pitch black, so she had to take out her phone for light. The phone Xiao Ran had charged earlier was now coming in handy. She sent a message to Xiao Ran and upon reaching the door, gently knocked on the iron door. With a creak, the iron door opened automatically. As Zhang Jingya stepped inside, the interior was naturally bright, but Xiao Ran's voice drifted over. "Where's Han Yun? Didn't I tell her to come?" "My sister-in-law is a bit shy," Zhang Jingya quickly explained. "How about I come today, and she comes tomorrow?" "No," Xiao Ran refused coldly. Zhang Jingya had no choice but to retreat and find Han Yun. Upon learning that Xiao Ran wanted both of them together, Han Yun's pretty face turned pale, and she nearly fainted. But thinking of her husband, she forced herself to endure. For her husband, she would bear it. "Let's go," she said, suddenly summoning courage, grabbing Zhang Jingya's hand and walking into the passage. This time, before they could knock, the iron door opened directly. Xiao Ran had seen them clearly through the infrared surveillance. The two women entered and the iron door automatically locked behind them. Inside, the basement warmth immediately enveloped them, and the bright lights gave both women a sense of newfound life. Han Yun couldn't help but regret why it was Xiao Ran who owned this villa instead of Lin Yue. "Go ahead and eat," Xiao Ran's voice came. The two women sat at the table and began to eat. At first they were reserved, but since yesterday they had only eaten one proper meal, surviving on instant noodles otherwise. Even though they valued beauty and ate little to maintain their figures, this was too little. Not eating was one thing, but once they started they couldn't help but become ravenous. Half an hour later both women were full. Xiao Ran even gave each of them half an apple, which thrilled them. They could still eat fruit. And so fresh. At that moment Han Yun felt her resolve waver, wondering if she should abandon her husband and shamelessly cling to Xiao Ran forever. But as soon as the thought arose, she quickly scolded herself. It was just some food. How could she be so devoid of decency? "Go wash up first," Xiao Ran said. Both women hadn't bathed in days and now carried a sour smell. Fortunately, the weather was cold, or they would have been reeking. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Han Yun and the other woman were taken aback. "Were you dreaming? First, the water pipes were frozen, so no water was flowing. Second, even if there were water, it was toxic. Who would dare touch it?" Xiao Ran walked to the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and hot water cascaded down. He caught it with his hand, feeling no burning sensation at all. "Is this purified water?" Han Yun exclaimed excitedly. Heaven knew how much she loved cleanliness. Normally, she bathed twice a day, morning and night. "Go ahead," Xiao Ran waved his hand. The two women exchanged glances, abandoned their reserve, and stepped into the shower. Unfortunately, it was only a shower. Soaking in a bathtub would have been better. The bedrooms on the second and third floors had bathtubs, but how could Xiao Ran let them go upstairs? This basement had been remodeled, featuring a glass shower room, a bed, and a dining table, albeit a bit cramped. Halfway through their shower, Xiao Ran entered. After they finished washing and dried their hair with a hairdryer, since it was so cold outside, wet hair would freeze quickly, Xiao Ran gave them plenty of instant noodles, bread, and even a few sausages. Of course, purified water was also provided. Both women concealed the food and bottled water under their loose winter coats, lest they be robbed instantly if seen carrying supplies in public. Never overestimate people's morality these days. Han Yun and Zhang Jingya returned home with their hearts in their throats. To be honest, even holding $1 million in cash before the catastrophe hadn't made them this tense. Back then society was so orderly that no one dared commit street robbery. But now, for a single bite of food or a sip of water, everyone would lunge out like starving wolves. Once inside, the two women set down their supplies, breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Yue, however, frowned and asked, "Why did you take so long?" Han Yun's expression turned awkward. "Food is scarce now. They refused to sell at first, but after much pleading we finally got them to agree." This time Lin Yue wasn't so easily fooled. Who in their right mind would sell off food and water these days? Those were life itself. Han Yun quickly shot Zhang Jingya a look, signaling her to help cover the lie. But before Zhang Jingya could speak, Lin Yue grabbed Han Yun and sniffed her hair. His face darkened. "You washed your hair. Where did you wash it?" His suspicions flared. He dragged Han Yun into the bedroom, ignoring her screams, and after a quick inspection his rage exploded. "Bitch, you dare to cheat on me." He unbuckled his belt and lashed it at her. Zhang Jingyao rushed to intervene. Brother sister-in-law did it for you. Otherwise you'd have starved. That only drove Lin Yue into a frenzy. His eyes bloodshot, he turned on Zhang Jingyao and struck her with the belt as well. Ah, she cried, clutching her face in pain. After a few more vicious strikes, Lin Yue felt no relief. He snarled, "Who's the bastard?" "I know. It's Xiao Ran, isn't it?" He recalled their encounter in the garage, how he had smugly taunted Xiao Ran. Now it seemed like the cruelest joke. That man had slept with his wife. No wonder Xiao Ran had whispered in Han Yun's ear. No wonder she had refused to come upstairs. She had gone to sell herself again. That's where yesterday's instant noodles and water came from. And even earlier, why had Xiao Ran transferred her 5,000 yuan? "Bitch, I'll deal with you when I get back." Lin Yue stormed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and rushed out. Where to? To fight Xiao Ran to the death. What man could tolerate such humiliation? Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao, forgetting their pain, scrambled after him. But they couldn't catch up to a man in a blind rage. Soon they lost sight of him. Lin Yue charged into the underground garage, cleaver in hand, his murderous intent scattering everyone in his path. What's going on? Is he out for blood? Who stole his food? These days, what could be worse than losing your supplies? Thumping footsteps echoed as Lin Yue, consumed by fury, strode towards Xiao Ran's villa. Is he going after Xiao Ran? What grudge could they have? Looks like his wife cheated. Holy shit. The crowd exchanged glances, realization dawning. Han Yun had been unfaithful, and the man was Xiao Ran. Envy and jealousy simmered among them. Han Yun was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the complex, with a figure that was the stuff of legend, curves in all the right places, and intoxicating allure. She was a true enchantress. Which man didn't yearn to sleep with her? But where was the chance? Now she was having an affair with Xiao Ran. God, that lucky bastard. Why, when the disaster had rendered all money worthless, would Han Yun still let him have her? Curiosity piqued, the crowd followed, keeping a safe distance, lest Lin Yue, blinded by rage, turn on anyone. He entered a long corridor. His phone was dead, so he had no light. Stumbling in the dark, he slammed into a wall, cursing furiously. Finally, he reached the iron door and pounded it with his cleaver. "Xiao Ran, you bastard, you slept with my wife. Get out here, I'll kill you." The crowd had only suspected, but his outburst confirmed it. They all nodded knowingly. Such envy. After all, with a figure like Han Yun's, how could she be a virtuous wife? Too bad it was Xiao Ran who got to enjoy her. Every man, even the 60-year-old, swallowed hard at the thought. A man remains a boy at heart. Lin Yue kept battering the door, sparks flying from the blade. Just then Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao arrived breathlessly. Seeing the crowd watching, Han Yun stumbled, nearly fainting. It was over. Her reputation was ruined. Worse, after this scene, would Xiao Ran ever trade with her again? They would starve, die of thirst. What to do now? Clang. The iron door swung open, spilling out light and warmth. Lin Yue shielded his eyes, accustomed to the dark. The sudden brightness seared his vision. Xiao Ran had turned on a powerful flashlight, enough to temporarily blind him. His fury mounting, Lin Yue tightened his grip on the cleaver and roared, "Xiao Ran, you slept with my wife. How will you compensate me?" Han Yun nearly passed out again. He had said it out loud. She couldn't show her face anymore. Xiao Ran's voice drifted out, "What compensation do you want?" In truth, his dealings with Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao were consensual transactions. There was no debt to settle. But since Lin Yue had come for a fight, he'd play along. Unable to hide his greed, Lin Yue said, "Give me this villa, and you can keep that slut. I'm tired of her anyway." If Han Yun could bring back so much food and water, Xiao Ran must have even more stashed away. He was all bluster, but how could he cherish a wife who had been defiled? No, let the adulterous pair freeze, starve, and die of thirst. Han Yun's face went pale, as if struck a heavy blow. Shame, rage, and heartbreak, disappointment in her misplaced affections. She had been utterly devoted to Lin Yue, staying by his side, even when gambling left him destitute. She had even sacrificed her body to get him food. And this was her reward. Han Yun, dazed and broken, slumped to the ground. Shoo! The flashlight shone directly into Lin Yue's eyes. Even though he tried to shield himself with his hand, it was useless. He had to keep retreating until he slammed against the wall of the passage with a thud. A beam of strong light flickered and Xiao Ran stepped out. "What an appetite," he said coldly. "Xiao Ran, I'll fight you to the death." Lin Yue roared, brandishing a knife and slashing toward Xiao Ran. In truth, he couldn't see where Xiao Ran was. He simply slashed at the light. At this moment, he was completely blinded by rage. Xiao Ran sneered and kicked out. Lin Yue couldn't see anyone, but Xiao Ran saw clearly. His foot connected solidly with Lin Yue's abdomen, sending him stumbling backward until he left the passage and collapsed onto the ground, landing heavily on his buttocks. With a clang, the cleaver fell to the ground. Xiao Ran walked over, picked up the cleaver, and approached Lin Yue, pressing the blade against his face. Lin Yue was still dazed. Just as he came to his senses, he saw a cleaver right in front of him. He was almost scared out of his wits. The courage that had arisen from anger receded like a tide replaced by fear that gripped his heart, causing cold sweat to break out on his back. "You don't do anything rash," he stammered. At this moment, he reverted to the cowardly gambler he had been months ago in the elevator. Xiao Ran glanced at Han Yun, revealing a sinister smile, and said, "I'm planning to buy your wife. Name your price. How many packs of instant noodles and bottles of water?" This? Lin Yue hesitated. He could give up his wife because Han Yun had been unfaithful and wronged him, but selling her to Xiao Ran was a different matter. Would he still be a man? Even in ancient times, only degenerate gamblers sold their wives. If he named a price, he would be nailed to the pillory of shame. "Hurry up, my patience is limited." Xiao Ran placed the blade against Lin Yue's neck. The cold steel made Lin Yue shudder, and instantly a warm stream burst from within him. Fortunately, it was cold, and he was wearing too many layers. No one would notice he had wet himself. 10 packs. 10 packs. Lin Yue shouted hastily as if trying to get rid of some trouble. Xiao Ran sneered and looked toward Han Yun. Han Yun seemed to have lost all strength, sitting numbly with her eyes devoid of light, like a puppet. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yue quietly got up. He wanted to go home, lock the door tightly, and never hear a single word related to Xiao Ran again. Xiao Ran's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he swung the knife. Puff, blood splattered. The cleaver lodged in Lin Yue's neck, and a torrent of blood gushed out. Xiao Ran tried to pull the blade out, but it was stuck fast, refusing to budge. Forget it. He didn't fancy this kind of weapon anyway, and there were plenty of cold weapons. He stepped back a few paces to avoid being splattered by blood. A man who tries to stab you. Would you spare him? What era was this? Did he still fear killing? He wasn't afraid to kill in front of everyone. Then a deathly silence. Murder. Murder. Xiao Ran killed someone. Then everyone fled in all directions, terrified out of their wits. Although they all knew the world had gone mad, killing openly in public still shocked them all. Yet at that moment, Han Yun suddenly stood up and walked toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue's consciousness was already fading, but when he saw his wife approaching, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes, as if it were a final flicker. Han Yun reached out to pull the knife from Lin Yue's throat. She exerted all her strength. With a thud, the blade came out, and she fell onto her buttocks. Lin Yue covered his wound with one hand and pointed at Xiao Ran with the other, meaning, "Wife, go slash him." Han Yun raised the knife and slashed down. However, the blow did not go toward Xiao Ran, but struck Lin Yue's face. Uff. The cleaver hit, but couldn't cut through the bone, yet it gouged out one of Lin Yue's eyes. His other eye bulged wide in disbelief. How could his usually obedient wife turn her blade on him? He stared at Han Yun in disbelief. This was even harder to accept than Xiao Ran's strike. Han Yun pulled the knife out and slashed again and again until she was exhausted. Then she collapsed onto the ground and burst into loud sobs. She was aggrieved, she was resentful. She had given so much for her husband, but what did he do? Not only did he fail to understand her, he even sold her for 10 packs of instant noodles. A woman who is madly in love once she turns dark is not to be trifled with. Xiao Ran winced slightly. A woman like that he wouldn't dare to sleep with in his arms. She might pull a knife on him in the middle of the night. Han Yun stood up again, staggering toward Xiao Ran as if drunk, her clothes stained with blood, looking quite terrifying. She even flashed him a bewitching smile. "Let me use your bathroom to shower. In return, I'll let you have me for free." Such blatant words would have been impossible for her to utter before, but now she was completely indifferent. It seemed that after being betrayed so cruelly by her husband, she had suffered a severe shock. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Go ahead." He led Han Yun back to the villa. Zhang Jingyao hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. Staying alone with a corpse was too terrifying. Han Yun went to shower, while Xiao Ran sat nearby leisurely sipping tea, and Zhang Jingyao trembled on the side. Both Xiao Ran and Han Yun were ruthless, only she was weak and helpless. After a full half hour, Han Yun finally came out. How much water had she used? Xiao Ran didn't count. Anyway, if anyone else knew, they would kill her for it. But Xiao Ran didn't care at all. He had collected tons of tap water. Even if she washed like this every day for 100 lifetimes, she couldn't use it all. That's how extravagantly he acted. Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao left. Xiao Ran gave them some advice, such as keeping the door tightly shut, not opening it for anyone, and making sure no one was lurking outside before going out. Of course, the latter was highly unlikely, because it was too cold. Suzhou had never experienced temperatures below -10 degrees Celsius before, and the winter clothing was utterly inadequate. So taking a stroll outside was fine, but staying out for long, that would be unbearable for anyone. This was merely -10 degrees. If it dropped to the extreme cold of -40 or 50 degrees, the freezing air would damage the lungs, causing internal injuries within 20 minutes at most. Even death would not be surprising. Therefore it sufficed to be extra cautious before stepping out. Xiao Ran was so verbose only because Han Yun was beautiful and had a great figure. He was reluctant to lose such a casual partner for now. If Han Yun were forcibly taken by someone else, he would certainly no longer want her. He pondered for a moment. Having killed Lin Yue in public, he would surely become a demon-like figure in the neighborhood. The downside was that everyone would avoid him, fearing they might be hacked by him too. The upside was that most people would not dare to provoke him. It seemed the two were about the same. Xiao Ran smiled. After today's incident, everyone would guess that he had a considerable stash of supplies. So many would surely target him. He was not afraid of open confrontation. At worst, he could reveal the secret of his alternate dimension and kill them all. But if possible, he still wanted to play with his lovely neighbors for a few more days. Since they were trapped in the neighborhood and couldn't leave, being the only living person around would be too boring. Sex was indeed enjoyable, but one couldn't do it 24 hours a day, right? Thus Xiao Ran regarded everyone in the neighborhood as his toys. Having died once, what conscience or kindness could be expected of him? For Xiao Ran, not committing evil was the greatest good. The news of Lin Yui's death quickly spread through the neighborhood. This caused an uproar. Consequently, several people gathered for a meeting, the topic being Xiao Ran. The organizer was a man named Mo Peng. In his youth, he had been in a gang ranked 4th, and was thus called Mo Lousy. He had some reputation in the neighborhood, so he convened a meeting targeting Xiao Ran. The meeting was held at Mo Peng's home. Surprisingly, although Mo Peng was 40 years old, there was a young woman in her 20s at his place, fairly attractive. Someone recognized her and exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this Wang Meiqi, Li Junhao's wife?" Hearing her identity spoken aloud, Wang Meiqi trembled and opened her mouth to speak. Slap. Mo Peng delivered a fierce slap and scolded, "Get back to the room." Then he explained to the others, "This woman abandoned her husband for a bite to eat and shamelessly begged me to take her in. I pitied her, so I gave her some food and let her warm my bed." The others exchanged knowing smiles, but then glanced at Mo Peng, thinking to themselves, what a ruthless bastard. "You Mo Lousy, an old rogue, what food could you possibly have at home?" So rather than saying the young wife coveted his food, it was more believable that he had harmed the couple, killed the husband, taken the supplies, and kidnapped the wife. If you didn't believe it, go knock on the door next door and see if Li Junhao would come out. Surely no one would answer. And if you broke the door down, you might find Li Junhao's corpse. It was just too cold for the body to rot, otherwise they would have smelled the stench through several doors and walls. But what did that have to do with them? They had indeed come to discuss how to deal with Xiao Ran, but was it out of justice? Impossible. There were not so many busybodies nowadays. They came because they guessed Xiao Ran had a lot of supplies. After all, Xiao Ran could kill Lin Yue without batting an eye. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such a ruthless man? Only with numbers could they muster the courage and confidence to kill him and seize all his supplies. One man asked with a grin, "How is the young wife in bed?" "Tight." Mo Peng laughed heartily. Seeing the man's covetous expression, he added, "I'll lend her to you. Just give me 2 packs of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. If it's meat, 2 ounces will do." The man thought it over and declined. Too expensive. Wang Meiqi wasn't exactly a beauty, just had a decent figure. Was she worth 2 packs of instant noodles? Only if she were Han Yun. "Gentlemen, if we pull off this job well, all become rich men. Then we can have any woman in the neighborhood just by offering food and clean water. Who wouldn't willingly drop their pants?" Mo Peng encouraged them. "Let's do it." The other 5 shouted in unison. Mo Peng hadn't invited too many people, because more people meant smaller shares. But surely 6 people were enough to subdue Xiao Ran. Absolutely sufficient. "Old Li, you used to be a locksmith. Do you still have the tools and skills?" Mo Peng looked at an old man, the oldest among them, nearly 70, with white beard and hair. Old Li grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow, half-missing teeth, and said, "No problem." "Good." Mo Peng turned to the others. "Old Li will handle the door, and we'll take down Xiao Ran. All of you be ruthless. Go for the kill." "Yes." Everyone nodded. "All right, we move at midnight." Mo Peng decided. The remaining 5 did not return home as they were wary of someone betraying them to Xiao Ran in exchange for supplies. So no one was allowed to leave before the operation. After all, there were only a few hours left. After more than 10 minutes, Mo Peng and Old Li walked out. Through the half-open door, Wang Meiqi could be seen lying on the bed, her expression numb, as if she were a corpse. Yet neither Mo Peng nor Old Li paid her any heed. The 6 of them rested briefly, skipping dinner and enduring their hunger. Mo Peng was naturally reluctant to use his own food, and Old Li and the other 4 had brought none, so they simply endured. Once they captured Xiao Ran, they could finally feast to their heart's content. They waited and waited until midnight finally arrived. "Move out." The 6 set off. Mo Peng didn't even bother locking the door, unafraid that Wang Meiqi might escape, for he was determined to seize Xiao Ran's villa. They reached the garage flashlights leading the way and soon stood beneath the villa. Gazing at the sealed iron door, Mo Peng sneered. "Old Lee, it's your turn." "No problem," Old Lee replied, stepping forward to tinker with it. But 10 minutes later, he was still fiddling. "Old Lee, what's taking so long?" All 5 of them were shivering from the cold. Old Lee was nearly in tears. "This is a top-tier electronic lock. Damn it, how paranoid is this kid? Even the basement has such an advanced lock. I need more time. This damn weather is too cold, my hands are trembling, and I can't even perform at half my usual skill." Mo Peng grew impatient. "Give me a time." "How much longer?" 10. 30 minutes, Old Lee said. This nearly drove the other 5 to the brink of collapse. It was freezing, and they were forced to endure another half hour in this godforsaken place. "Damn it, Old Lee, did you exhaust all your strength on women?" someone cursed. "We have a mission tonight, and you're still fooling around. Haven't you had enough women?" They all grumbled and cursed. They were nothing but a ragtag group who, if things went smoothly, all was well, but at the first setback, internal strife erupted, and disbanding on the spot wasn't out of the question. Click. Just then the iron door swung open. "Old Lee, you did it. How did you open it so quickly when you said it would take at least 10 minutes? Everyone cheered. But Old Lee was baffled. "I didn't open the door." "Huh. Then what happened?" The 6 stared intently at the doorway. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot toward them. Damn, their eyes were nearly seared. They stumbled back, shining their flashlights in return. Xiao Ran appeared in their sight. Unlike them, who wielded kitchen knives, hammers, and screwdrivers, Xiao Ran held a water gun in his other hand. A water gun. The 6 burst into laughter. Were they going to be sprayed with water? In the next moment, Xiao Ran fired. Swish, swish, swish. Water pellets shot toward them. Fast and painfully impactful. Xiao Ran smirked. This was an electrically powered water gun, its force comparable to a high-pressure washer, but concentrated into a single pellet. The impact was immense. But that wasn't the key. The water pellets struck faces, hands, and necks instantly, causing the 6 to howl in agonizing pain. It's toxic water. Melted poison ice. They finally realized, but it was too late. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in searing agony, able only to scream. Xiao Ran didn't fire again. He waited. A full half hour later, their groans subsided slightly. Xiao Ran had even brought a stove to warm his own hands, but it also prevented Mo Peng and his men from freezing to death. "Now listen," Xiao Ran said calmly. "I need you to do something. If you succeed, these instant noodles and water are yours. If you fail, or try to take them by force, feel free to try." Mo Peng didn't immediately refuse or agree. Instead, he asked, "What do you want us to do?" Asking wouldn't hurt, and given their current state, they needed time to recover. Xiao Ran smiled. "Go to Building 11, Room 302. There are 4 people inside, an elderly couple and a pair of siblings. I want each of you to take turns with all 4. Here 4 condoms each. Bring them back for your reward." Damn, isn't that his ex-wife's home? The 6 gasped, thinking how vicious Xiao Ran was. But was this task difficult for them? Old Lee could pick locks, and their weapons were ready. Subduing a family of 4 with only 2 men was easy, wasn't it? But dealing with the men was off-putting. Should they try to overpower Xiao Ran instead? They eyed the plastic crate beside him, piled with instant noodles, dried meat, and purified water, their eyes turning green with greed. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Mo Peng. He had been in gangs before. When it came to violence, Mo Peng was the most formidable. After a moment's thought, Mo Peng said, "Fine, well, take the job." The other 5 were puzzled, but Mo Peng winked at them, signaling patience. So the 5 stayed silent. Xiao Ran tossed out 3 packs of condoms and chuckled. "If anyone can go multiple rounds, there's a bonus. But don't seriously injure or kill anyone in that family. I want to savor this slowly. You have one day." How ruthless. Making them assault all 4 regardless of gender was just the appetizer. Just how much did he hate that family? Still, they had heard rumors. Zheng Wan had cheated before marriage, making Xiao Ran a cuckold, thinking that they could understand. After all, if it happened to them, they might be even crueler. The 6 took the condoms, picked up their fallen weapons and tools, and began walking ahead, with Xiao Ran following behind, water gun in hand. Mo Peng whispered, "That kid has a water gun. One hit from those pellets, and we're basically helpless. So let's do as he says first. When we finish and trade the condoms for the reward, we'll get close to him, and then we'll strike together and take him down." Not bad, MOC. That's a solid plan. But do we really have to do it with men? Someone hesitated. Damn it, close your eyes. Man or woman, it's all the same. Mo Peng growled. The other 5 had no choice but to nod, though completing 4 rounds in 24 hours was tough, given they were no longer young and vigorous. Soon they arrived at the door of room 302. Xiao Ran thoughtfully tossed out a box of pills, Silver Blade. "You know what it's for. Take one if you need it." Damn, he thought of everything. Mo Peng silently picked up the box. Old Lee began picking the lock. He was indeed a professional, managing to open it in just half a minute. The reason he couldn't open Xiao Ran's lock was that Xiao Ran had spent 80 million to upgrade it, demanding it be sturdy and impenetrable. If an ordinary locksmith could have pried it open with a few twists, well, even if it were hailing, Xiao Ran would have to hunt down Jia Yungue and finish him off. Instantly, 6 people rushed in. Who goes there? Oh, what do you want? You're Mo Laosi, Old Li the locksmith. And you Zhang Guowei. The 4 members of the Zheng family cried out in shock, but their voices quickly turned into terrified wails. Xiao Ran smirked and turned to leave. Ex-wife's family slowly fill the void of my hatred. This is by no means the end unless someone in the Zheng family takes their own life. But given their nature, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, would they ever choose suicide? Thus he could torment his ex-wife's family several more times. Xiao Ran returned home and slept soundly. Baozi wanted to jump on the bed to sleep with him, but Xiao Ran kicked him off, laughing as he scolded, "Don't even think about it. Even if you were female, you're not getting on my bed. Tomorrow, once the fog clears, you'll see if I can find you a mate." Baozi barked at him twice, whether in protest or urging Xiao Ran to act quickly and free him from bachelorhood. A night passed. The entire neighborhood buzzed with tales of the Zheng family's misfortune. Last night, Mo Laosi led a group to pick the Zheng family's lock and storm in, allegedly assaulting all 4 members. Why 4? Because all 4 were screaming, pausing only to resume again, a truly shocking spectacle. You might say Mo Laosi and his men assaulting Zheng Wan was one thing. She was a young married woman with decent looks, but Lin Ming was so old. How could they stoop so low? Perverted. But the most twisted part was that Mo Laosi and his crew didn't even spare Zheng Yujun and his son. How depraved could they be? This was according to Aunt Zhao from apartment 402. Though she hadn't witnessed it firsthand, she heard it clearly and spread the news in the group chat, then hurried to the garage the next morning to tell everyone she met. Terrifying, indeed. But did any righteous soul step up to rid the Zheng family of evil? No. Each swept the snow from their own doorstep, ignoring the frost on others' roofs. Nevertheless, everyone grew more cautious. The building leaders went door to door, rallying residents to unite. If they faced a situation like the Zhengs, they would band together rather than be picked off one by one. This might work in the short term, but in a few days, as hunger and thirst intensified, many would first target those in their own building. After all, familiarity mattered. If you didn't know how many people were in a household and stormed in only to find 5 burly men who turned the tables on you. Thus, one always picked the softest target. The Zheng family became the sacrifice. But did anyone sympathize with them? How could they? Were there any good people in the Zheng family? Wasn't everyone aware of the true nature of Zheng Yujun and Lin Ming? Zheng Gang was a standard rogue, well-versed in drinking, gambling, and debauchery. As for honest work, As for Zheng Wan, she had no bad reputation before, but in the last 3 months her persona collapsed. First came the scandal of being pregnant before marriage, carrying her lover's child, and forcing a naive man to take the fall. Then the bombshell. Some said she had plotted her son's death. Why? For compensation money. To harm her own child. How venomous could a woman be? Thus the Zheng family's plight was merely a case of evil begetting evil, earning no sympathy. Around 10 in the morning, Xiao Ran woke up and stretched languidly. Waking naturally felt wonderful. After washing up, he prepared breakfast. 1 portion for himself, 1 for Baozi, so lavish it made mouths water. Without exaggeration, even Han Yun didn't eat as well as Baozi. After all, a casual fling could never compare to a loyal hound. Just after breakfast, Xiao Ran's phone buzzed with an alert. Someone had arrived. At first he thought it was Han Yun and her sister-in-law, but upon checking it was an unfamiliar woman. The infrared surveillance showed a monochrome face, revealing only that she was beautiful, but lacking finer details. She was alone. She seemed hesitant, raising her hand, but delaying the knock, biting her lip as if struggling to decide. After a full 5 minutes, she finally knocked. With a click, the iron door swung open. The woman froze for a moment, but upon seeing the light inside and feeling the warmth spilling out, she stepped in involuntarily. The door clicked shut automatically, making her flinch as if startled by the sound. Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. I don't have much time, Xiao Ran said, studying her. In truth, time was what everyone had in abundance now. What work or meetings were there to attend? But saying so was another matter. The woman bit her lip, gathered her courage, and met his gaze. Can you give me some food? Xiao Ran laughed. How do you know I have food? I heard from others, she said. I'm starving and terribly thirsty, she added. That was why she had come begging, but she likely knew what she would have to give in return, which explained her hesitation at the door. Xiao Ran appraised her. She was passably attractive. Not a perfect 10, but an 8 out of 10, far surpassing someone like Zheng Wan. She seemed around 20, in the prime of youth, though her figure was hidden beneath a thick winter coat. Xiao Ran smiled. What's your name? Zhong Lei, she replied promptly. I live at 16-2201. Am not an owner, just a tenant. I study at Suzhou University in my senior year. Xiao Ran asked further, why don't you stay on campus? The school had dormitories, and renting off campus cost money. His implication was clear. Was she being kept by someone? Zhonglei explained. I found the dorm conditions unsatisfactory and my family isn't short on money, so I rented a place near the school. I was supposed to graduate at the end of the month, but then, she hadn't expected a disaster. Neither had anyone else in the world. The girl was decent looking and Xiao Ran had no reason to turn away a tasty morsel that came knocking. Still he said, I do have some food and water left, but you must understand what food means now and what price you'll have to pay. I know, Zhonglei nodded. Despite her hesitation along the way, she had indeed made up her fine. Xiao Ran turned behind the screen, fetched several dishes and another bowl of rice, set them down, and prepared a bottle of purified water before beckoning Zhonglei over. At the sight of the spread on the table, Zhonglei couldn't help swallowing hard. She was too hungry and thirsty. She walked over and sat down. First she drank water. As the cool liquid soothed her parched, burning throat, she nearly moaned with bliss. Then she began wolfing down the food. But as she ate, she shed her coat. It was too warm. It was so cozy in here. You actually have electricity and heating, she asked, utterly shocked, then looked at Xiao Ran with pleading eyes. Can I stay here forever? You can do whatever you want with me. Having entered this place, she truly didn't want to leave. Xiao Ran naturally refused. Even Han Yun, with her superior looks and figure, didn't qualify to live here, so you certainly don't either. Fooling around was fine, but to truly become his woman, she had to be pure. The lesson he learned from Zhong Wan was painful enough. Are you a virgin? Xiao Ran asked flatly. Zhonglei blushed and shook her head. She had a boyfriend since her sophomore year and had lived together with him. How could she still be a virgin? But I've only had one boyfriend. She quickly added, trying to score points. Does it make a difference? Xiao Ran didn't want to waste time on this topic. Eat up. Zhonglei felt disappointed, but dared not disobey, so she ate in silence. Satisfied, Xiao Ran rewarded her with 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water. Normally, it would be one of each. Just as he was about to send Zhonglei away, the surveillance alert went off. Someone had arrived. Another woman. Xiao Ran grinned. Now that everyone knew he had supplies, they were all coming to sell themselves. Fine, if the goods were good, he'd take them, if not, he'd pass. He didn't aim for quantity. He was all about quality. Outside the door, the woman was about to knock when the door swung open. She froze for a moment and saw a young beauty walk out. The 2 women locked eyes and instantly understood each other's intentions. Both were deeply embarrassed. Zhonglei hurried away. The woman stepped inside and saw Xiao Ran walking out in a bathrobe. She glanced at him, blushed, and quickly lowered her head. Xiao Ran didn't mind. You're here to make a deal too, he said directly. The woman's face paled, but she nodded. Xiao Ran smiled. Look up. Let me see. After all, you inspect the goods before buying. The woman raised her head. About a 70 out of 10 in looks. Xiao Ran was a bit disappointed. Actually, 60 was the baseline for beauty, so 70 was above average, but Xiao Ran's standards had gotten picky lately. Anything below 80 didn't catch his eye. Like Zhang Jingya. If she weren't paired with Han Yun now, he wouldn't want her alone. After all, he had options now. Since his rebirth, his physique had greatly improved, surpassing 99 of people, but even with a strong body, could he spend more than half his time plowing fields every day? You can go back, Xiao Ran refused, but he still handed her a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles. At least you didn't come for nothing. This was about building a reputation. All the beauties in the neighborhood confident in themselves should come. Even if they couldn't make a deal, they'd at least get travel expenses. The woman's face first went pale, but at the sight of food and water her eyes lit up as she quickly took them. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Ran ushered her out, confident the news would spread quickly. Beauties, if you can't survive, feel free to come to me. But in the neighborhood, Han Yun was probably the most beautiful, charming, and had the best figure. Finding another like her would be too hard, and she'd need to be a virgin to be taken in and kept at home. Xiao Ran figured he'd be single with the leopard for a long time. Better to have none than settle for less. To Xiao Ran's surprise, Han Yun and her sister-in-law didn't come to see him today. It seemed Han Yun was deeply shaken. Her husband had first betrayed her, then died, and she was one of the executioners. Even without the few blows she dealt, Lin Yue wouldn't have survived, but Han Yun clearly didn't see it that way. Before yesterday, she was still a devoted wife willing to sell her body for her husband, but in a flash, she became a venomous woman who dared to strike at him. It would be strange if she weren't emotionally affected. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Whether Han Yun could overcome her inner shadow had nothing to do with him, but it would be a pity if she couldn't let go. Slowly night fell. Around 7 in the evening, Mo Peng and his group arrived. They knocked loudly. Go to the garage, Xiao Ran's voice came through the hidden speaker. So Mo Peng and his 5 companions retreated through the passage and entered the garage. Lin Yui's corpse hadn't been disposed of. Since Xiao Ran didn't handle it, no one else would. Due to the bitter cold, the body was frozen solid. Although the sight was gruesome, there was no foul odor. Mo Peng and his men frowned at the sight. A corpse. Who would be comfortable seeing one? They had been in a hurry yesterday and hadn't paid attention, but today they happened to end up at this spot, and all six silently cursed their bad luck. Mo Lousy, we're waiting for your signal, Zhang Guowei whispered. Mo Peng cursed, inwardly thinking, aren't you just pushing me to the front? Fine, he started this, and if he struck first, he'd naturally get a bigger share. Like this villa? Alright, he nodded. Just then a flashlight beam swept over, and Xiao Ran strode over. Inspect the goods, Mo Peng said, tossing a plastic bag toward Xiao Ran which contained the 4 used condoms. Once Xiao Ran opened it to check, he would charge immediately, and Zhang Guowei and the others would swarm in. 6 grown men working together. Couldn't they take down one person? Without that water gun, you're nothing. Xiao Ran chuckled as the space portal opened. He pretended to lower his head, the flashlight beam falling to the ground. Now, Mo Peng dashed forward first. Die, he roared, using it as a signal for the others to join the attack. Zhang Guowei and his 4 companions charged forward with a shout upon seeing Mo Peng's advance, then vanished one by one without a sound. Xiao Ran swept his mind across the alternate space, finding 6 lifelike corpses with vivid expressions, fierce and ferocious yet tinged with a hint of fear. This meant that entering the alternate space did not cause instant death. There was a process, albeit extremely brief. Humph, even though Mo Peng and his crew were plotting against him, had he ever intended to spare these 6? Their purpose was to bring pain and humiliation to the Zheng family. Now that the goal was achieved, why keep them? Xiao Ran smiled. With a thought, he ejected all the corpses from the alternate space. This space was filled with supplies, and keeping them with the dead, even knowing they wouldn't contaminate each other, still made him uncomfortable. He photographed the 6 corpses with his phone, then returned to the villa. He sent the photos to his ex-wife. He wondered if Zheng Wan's phone still had battery. He hoped so. After a long silence, Xiao Ran sighed, assuming her phone was dead. Forget it, he couldn't rub salt in the wound anyway. Xiao Ran took a shower and prepared to sleep, but when he picked up his phone, Zheng Wan had replied. You killed those 6 beasts. She was clearly agitated, using multiple exclamation marks. Xiao Ran smiled and replied, yes. Xiao Ran, thank you. I knew you still had feelings for me. Zheng Wan was so excited she could cry. Although she had been violated by the 6 villains, if it could stir Xiao Ran's sympathy and protective instinct, she would have hit the jackpot. She could live in a big villa, eat delicious food, and never worry again. She directly called Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, can I come to you now? How did you misunderstand something? Xiao Ran laughed. Mo Peng and the others were indeed killed by me, but they came to your house under my threat. If they didn't go, I would kill them. So they violated your father and brother to save their own lives. Otherwise, why would they have such a perverse taste? How could he do evil without leaving his mark? He wanted her to hate him, to regret deeply. Zheng Wan couldn't believe it. Her phone slipped from her hand and hit the floor. Zheng Wan, you jinx. The roar of Zheng Yujun rang out as Zheng Wan had made a grave mistake. She had turned on the speakerphone. Zheng Wan was too excited, thinking Xiao Ran still loved her and had killed Mo Peng and the others for her sake. She couldn't wait to show off in front of her parents and brother. You'll be the mistress of the villa. If you want to live there too, you'd better flatter me now. But joy turned to sorrow. These 6 men had been sent by Xiao Ran. Zheng Yujun was over 60 years old, yet he had been violated, and by 6 men in succession. Just imagine the anger and resentment accumulated in the old man's heart. And all because of Xiao Ran. Why did Xiao Ran want to retaliate against the Zheng family? Wasn't it because Zheng Wan had cheated first? No, she had gotten pregnant and found a scapegoat to take the blame. How could Xiao Ran not be furious? So everything was because of Zheng Wan. If not for her, why would the family have suffered so much? They had treated her like a princess for her compensation money, but now, it was the 6th day of the apocalypse. What use was money? At least 99 of people realized that past wealth had turned to dust, mere paper, and meaningless numbers. Possessing food and water was true wealth. Under such circumstances, would they still care about Zheng Wan? Especially when the old man's backside was now torn open because of that bitch. Unbearable. Zheng Yujun couldn't hold back anymore. He took off his slipper and beat Zheng Wan with it. Zheng Wan dodged, but Zheng Gang and Lin Ming joined in, quickly subduing her and beating her mercilessly. Zheng Wan was beaten until her face was covered in blood and swollen like a pig's head. Then Zheng Yujun picked up the phone and said fawningly, Xiao Ran will tie Zheng Wan up and send her to you. Give us a box of instant noodles and a bottle of water, how about that? Zheng Wan lay on the ground in pain, unable to speak. Her father had just sold her out. Yet she wasn't all that surprised. After being thrown out of the house twice, she should have realized. Brother-in-law just takes this back. A family reunion, hee. Zheng Gang chimed in, rubbing his own sore backside. How could Xiao Ran agree? What he wanted was the family's despair, internal strife, and eventual annihilation. Huh. He laughed and hung up. Zhengwan, how does it feel to be betrayed by your own family? Zheng Yujun looked at his daughter, growing more furious by the second. Dad, I'm starving, said Zheng Gang. Mo Peng and his crew hadn't only violated them, but had also consumed the last scraps of food and water in the house, leaving them hungry for over a day. A sharp glint flashed in Zheng Yujun's eyes. Tie this bitch up. Zheng Gang hesitated. Dad, you're not thinking of eating her, are you? Zheng Wan trembled, staring at Zheng Yujun in disbelief. Surely not. Zheng Yujun waved his hand. Why ask so many questions? Just tie her up. Zheng Gang found a rope and father and son bound Zheng Wan together. Even a day's hunger didn't diminish their strength compared to Zheng Wan's, who was also starving. Let's go door to door and ask if anyone wants to use your sister. 1 pack of instant noodles, or 2 ounces of rice, or a bottle of water per session. Zheng Yujun finally revealed his plan. Old man, are you crazy? Lin Meiying couldn't believe he would go so far as to sell their daughter. Zheng Yujun glared at her. Then you go find us something to eat and drink. Lin Meiying opened her mouth but closed it again. Zheng Gang, ravenous, didn't care if Zheng Wan was his sister. He immediately agreed. Dad, you take the odd-numbered floors, I'll take the even ones. Fine, Zheng Yujun agreed. Zheng Wan had stopped crying, her face was numb. What is the greatest sorrow than a dead heart? This was it. Li Zonglin's stress had been mounting, growing heavier by the day. At the onset of the catastrophe, he had spun a lie, claiming he had a relative working in the government, and that the nation had established a shelter admitting only a select few to weather this calamitous period. And he supposedly held 3 spots to enter that shelter. Thus a handful of people actually believed him, not only doing his bidding and fawning over him, but also surrendering all their possessions. Fools were few. Only 9 in total, among them 2 women. Of course he had slept with them, though their looks were mediocre. But he was no great figure. Having women at his disposal, free to do as he pleased, how could he not revel in it? Yet as days passed, food and water dwindled while the tales he had spun remained unfulfilled. The 9 grew anxious, daily asking when the government's vehicles would arrive to take them away. He was running out of new lies to fabricate. Once exposed as a fraud, he would surely be torn apart bone by these furious and desperate 9. How chaotic was this world now? Was murder strange? Thus he had to devise a plan, or his very life might be forfeit. He gathered the 9 together. I just got word from my cousin. He says the fog outside is too thick for the troops to move yet, so the convoy to take us away won't arrive for a few more days, Li Zhonglin said, having used this excuse several times before. The 9 all wore impatient expressions. Li Zhonglin quickly added, food is running low. We need to find a way to survive. My cousin said this is a special time requiring special measures. Everyone, I told him about what's been happening in the neighborhood, and he suggested we take down Xiao Ran. This man has severe antisocial tendencies. In this critical period, he poses a great threat to society. He must be stopped. My cousin said that during this extraordinary time after we take Xiao Ran, we can dispose of his supplies as we see fit. Instantly, several people showed signs of interest. Why had they so readily believed Li Zhonglin? Wasn't it because they wanted to survive? And why were they now anxious? Fear of starving, thirsting, freezing to death. So at the root it all came down to one thing, the will to live. If they captured Xiao Ran and seized his supplies, they could hold out a little longer until government rescue arrived. They weren't exactly stupid, it was just that in despair people clutch at any shred of hope, no matter how illusory. Moreover, Li Zhonglin understood human nature well, delivering his commands through the words of his cousin. And who was this cousin? A government member. Thus taking down Xiao Ran and plundering his supplies became a righteous act. With a just cause in hand, they were now a righteous force. Yes, Xiao Ran is too wicked. He flaunted his wealth in the group chat, but shared nothing with us. He openly killed Lin Yue. He's a criminal. Taking him down is ridding the people of a scourge. The 9 spoke in turn, each filled with indignation, brainwashing themselves. Li Zhonglin seized the moment. Everyone bring your weapons. Shouting, and Ruefin, you go knock on the door. That bastard Xiao Ran is a lecher. Word has it that sleeping with him gets you food and water. So act a bit seductive. The moment he opens the door, we'll take him down. No problem. The 2 women among the 10 patted their chests with confidence. Move out. Li Zhonglin waved his hand, looking spirited. In truth, he was just a salesman with a silver tongue, never imagining he could one day sway 9 people to follow his orders. This was murder and robbery, not a dinner outing. Thus the weight of this leadership was undeniable. They reached the garage using a flashlight to light the way. After the power outage, even during the day the garage was pitch black, impossible to see without a flashlight. At night, it was even worse, with the entrance shrouded in utter darkness, not a glimmer of light. The tent had only one flashlight, so those at the back had to hold onto the person ahead to navigate. Finally, they arrived beneath the villa. Shouting, "Ruafen, it's your turn," Li Zhonglin said to the two women in the group. Then he said to the others, "Let's find a place to hide." He swung the flashlight, searching for a spot to conceal themselves. In truth, with the darkness so thick, did they really need to find a hiding place? This was of course a matter of ingrained habit. After all, it had only been 6 days since the apocalypse began, and not everyone could adapt and change instantly. Huh. Li Zhonglin jolted violently. Holy shit. What did he see? Between two cars there were many people standing or crouching, at least a dozen or so. Were they also lying in ambush for Xiao Ran? Then they'd need to divide the spoils first to avoid a fight later. He chuckled. Are you all here to rid the people of a scourge too? Haha, how about we decide on the distribution after the deed is done? He waved his hand, signaling his men to follow. The distribution had to be settled beforehand, or else a bloody conflict would erupt between the two groups. Our numbers are about equal, so how about we split whatever supplies we get 50-50? Li Zhonglin proposed. Yet the other side remained silent. This was too much. Not only did Li Zhonglin seethe with anger, but his 9 underlings were also deeply displeased. Even if they weren't satisfied with the offer, they could at least speak up to negotiate, couldn't they? Why the utter silence? Li Zhonglin frowned. Folks, my proposal is quite sincere. If you're not happy, we can talk it out. No need to clam up like this. He had drawn very close, shining the flashlight over. Good heavens. In that instant, the 10 of them were so stunned it felt like their skulls would fly off. It wasn't a crowd lying in ambush. They were all corpses. Several bore fatal wounds, holes in their foreheads and chests, one with a slit throat, another with their face slashed beyond recognition. Oh. The 10 of them collapsed to the ground in terror, the 2 women wetting themselves on the spot, a warm dampness spreading over their bottoms. No wonder they had the fortitude to lie in ambush silently in such a cold place. They were merely corpses. Did corpses feel the cold? But why were their bodies here? Wait, this was beneath Xiao Ran's home. Could it be? A chilling guess dawned on all 10, and they trembled, cold sweat pouring. Maybe. We should forget it. Someone stammered. What were they here for? Kill Xiao Ran, seize the supplies. Of course, killing was secondary. If Xiao Ran was willing to submit, they wouldn't necessarily have to kill. After all, unless one was inherently twisted, who would revel in murder? But now the risk of killing Xiao Ran seemed too great. They would die. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't have second thoughts? After all, they were merely ordinary people, not professional assassins. Li Zhonglin hesitated. If they were treated like this, everyone would once again face the desperate situation of lacking water and food, and he would become the target of public criticism. The blame for being trapped here would be shifted onto him, and it was not impossible that he would be beaten to death. So, they could not go back. To divert the conflict, they had to take down Xiao Ran. What did a few deaths matter? As long as he didn't die. There's no turning back now. We must take down Xiao Ran today, or else we will starve and die of thirst. Li Zhonglin said coldly. If we don't fight now, we'll truly have no choice but to wait for death. Summon your courage. Xiao Ran is just a man, and there's only one of him. Why should we fear him? He asked loudly. You'd better fear me. However, a voice came from not far away, followed by a beam of intense light. In comparison, the flashlights in their hands were like stars against the moon, utterly insignificant. The blinding light struck, and the 10 of them closed their eyes simultaneously. It was too dazzling. Then they suddenly realized. It was Xiao Ran. What was he doing in the garage at this hour of the night? Woof! Bowsy growled, baring its teeth, radiating menace. The dog was highly sensitive to malice and possessed a strong territorial instinct, having claimed the entire area beneath the villa as its own. In the dead of night, this group of people crept over stealthily, clearly harboring ill intentions. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Bowsy merely let out a low growl before silently creeping toward the 10 poised to launch a surprise attack. Xiao Ran did not stop it. In such darkness, the dog was far more agile than a human. He was not worried about Bowsy getting hurt. He had come out at night simply to walk Bowsy. After circling back, he discovered Li Zhonglin and his group plotting against him. Interesting. In his past life, Li Zhonglin had been beaten to death by the deceived homeowners around this time. But this time was different. The hostility was directed at him. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. This would serve as a way to pass the time and add a bit of amusement. Suddenly someone screamed in agony. Bowsy had launched its ambush, sinking its teeth into the person's calf. The others, unaware of what was happening, were all terrified. To make matters worse, Xiao Ran shone the bright light into their eyes, rendering them unable to see. All they could hear was their comrade's piercing scream, which only deepened their fear. Flee! Overwhelmed by the terror of the unknown, they were all scared out of their wits and turned to escape. Hey, you came, and now you want to run. Xiao Ran gave chase. What he needed to do was simple. Just open the space gate, and they would vanish one by one. Li Zonglin's hair stood on end, enveloped by boundless fear, because he heard the cries of his men growing fewer and fewer. Some were shouting one moment, only to cut off abruptly and disappear the next. Those were living, breathing people. How could they vanish into thin air without a sound? This terrified Li Zhonglin so much that his heart felt as if it would burst. The intense fear drained all his strength. He collapsed onto the ground, sitting there and weeping loudly. He was completely petrified. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. They'll do anything. Please spare my life. Xiao Ran, however, was a bit annoyed because this man's fall had coincidentally made him miss the space gate that had been opened in front of him. Baozi, go. He shone the flashlight on Li Zhonglin. Baozi, truly like a black panther, lunged forward in a flash and sank its teeth into Li Zonglin's throat. MMPH. Li Zhonglin struggled desperately, but Baozi held on relentlessly. Li Zhonglin thrashed his limbs, suffocation overwhelming him, causing him to lose control of his bladder and bowels. Baozi, come back. Xiao Ran said quickly. Even from this distance, and through several layers of clothing, he could smell the stench. He did not want to have to spend half an hour washing Baozi after returning home. Baozi, obedient, immediately let go and ran towards Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, of course, could not let Li Zhonglin go. He finished him off with a bullet. You got off easy. The bullet pierced Li Zonglin's forehead, blossoming into a spray of blood. Xiao Ran disposed of the bodies, stacking them all to one side, so they wouldn't interfere with his evening walks with the dog. This also served as a deterrent. Let's see if anyone else dares to target me after adding these 10 corpses. Xiao Ran returned home with Baozi. Both of them took a shower, and then Xiao Ran went to sleep on the second floor, while Baozi stayed on the first floor, fulfilling its duty as Xiao Ran's guard. A night passed, and the apocalypse entered its 6th day. Today the rumors circulating in the neighborhood multiplied. First, the Zheng family. That father-and-son pair were truly bizarre and heartless. They had tied up Zheng Wan and offered her to anyone who wanted to have their way with her for just 1 pack of instant noodles. However, due to the widespread shortage of food and water, Zheng Wan's business was not thriving. Still, there were some customers, and at least the Zheng family could survive for a short while. In fact, many women were now selling their bodies, but a case like the Zhengs, where the father and brother personally forced a woman into prostitution, was a first. Trust the Zheng family to lower the bar once again. When Xiao Ran heard about it, he was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. This was exactly the kind of thing the Zheng family would do. Zheng Yujun was extremely misogynistic. Back when Xiao Ran was still living with them, Zheng Yujun had squeezed him dry to subsidize his son. Why did this entire family of 6 have to live together? Zheng Yujun would rather endure the cramped conditions than let his daughter and son-in-law live elsewhere, because if they were out of sight, how could he control their assets? That Zheng Yujun was now selling his daughter came as no surprise to Xiao Ran. In fact, if it hadn't been for him back, then Zheng Wan might have been the first to be slaughtered and eaten. Now Zheng Wan still had some value. But once her business dried up completely, she would likely be the one to be butchered and devoured. Xiao Ran sneered. No matter how miserably the wretch suffered, it could not arouse his sympathy. And if Zheng Wan were eaten, who would be next? Lin Meiying, Zheng Yujun, or Zheng Gang? Xiao Ran genuinely wanted to set up a betting pool. In the morning, he brushed his teeth and washed his face while listening to music. When was there anyone else in the entire neighborhood who could still afford to brush their teeth and wash their face? He thought to himself, then went to have breakfast after brushing his teeth. He ate a bowl of tofu pudding with 2 fried dough sticks, while Baozi had 2 meat buns. Before he could decide what to do next, someone arrived at the basement. He checked the surveillance footage. Well, it was Han Yun and Zhang Jingya. Xiao Ran opened the door, allowing the 2 women to enter. Zhang Jingya appeared somewhat hesitant, but Han Yun strode in with an air of confidence, a charming smile on her face as she asked, "Same as usual, let us eat first." Xiao Ran gestured for them to come in, having already prepared the food. As the 2 women began to eat and drink, he casually inquired, "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Han Yun paused for a moment, then replied, "I thought a lot yesterday, even considered suicide, but upon reflection, it's not worth dying over a worthless man." She shook her head, exuding an alluring and seductive aura. "I'm so beautiful, shouldn't I simply enjoy being pampered by men? From now on, I will never grieve over any worthless man." Indeed, extremes lead to reversal. Fortunately, it was now the apocalypse, and she could only trade her body to Xiao Ran for benefits. If it were the old days, Tisk, even the leaders in her office would have fallen for her. Xiao Ran, however, paid it no mind. He had no desire for Han Yun's affections. An hour later, Han Yun and her companion departed stealthily. Food was now incredibly precious and would bring immense trouble if discovered. Xiao Ran stretched languidly. Well, since he had nothing else to do, it was time to work out. In Building 2, Su Feng, the floor leader, had been actively mediating neighborly disputes since the catastrophe and had earned considerable prestige. That day, he invited 19 residents to his home. Everyone, I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on how dire our current situation is, Su Feng declared. He was a man in his 40s with a square face and piercing eyes that seemed to see through people. His voice was captivating. With every word, the listeners found themselves nodding involuntarily. Therefore, we must save ourselves. And despite the danger, this is also an opportunity, a chance. This left everyone staring at him in confusion. Su Feng smiled. Haven't you realized yet? The world has entered a state of anarchy. If you kill someone now, even if their phone has battery and signal to call the police, will any police officer come? What does this mean? The law no longer exists. So if we unite, can we achieve something significant? Su Feng scanned the crowd, noticing their eyes gleaming and breathing growing rapid. He continued, first we take over the entire residential complex and become its de facto ruler. With enough manpower, we can plan our expansion outward. I believe this hailstorm can't last forever. Once it stops, even if the fog remains, we can use our knowledge of the surrounding area to raid nearby supermarkets and convenience stores for supplies, and invade other complexes. Don't you all dream of having multiple wives and concubines, of being served by many? That was impossible before. But now, as long as you dare to think, dare to act, and dare to fight, it will come true. All 19 people, breathing heavily and stirred by his words, raised their arms and roared in unison. Sensing the moment was right, Su Feng asked, who is willing to join me? I am. All 19 stood up and shouted their agreement. Su Feng nodded, no longer needing to rally them, and spoke calmly. First step, we need to take down Xiao Ran. First, Xiao Ran has openly killed people in the complex, more than one. Many already see him as a demon. If we take him down, our prestige will be immediately established. Second, Xiao Ran should have a considerable stockpile of supplies. Capturing him means we won't have to worry about hunger for a while. Then we can wait calmly for the hailstorm to cease. However, these words made the others hesitate. One person said, Su Feng, many have tried to go after Xiao Ran, and they all ended up dead. Some say there are already 20 bodies piled up at the entrance to his villa. Exactly, that man is terrifyingly brutal. It's best not to provoke him, others agreed, nodding. Su Feng smiled and said, no matter how strong Xiao Ran is, he's just one man. Can't all of us together subdue him? Besides, we can use strategy. Their eyes lit up. What strategy? Su Feng smiled, lowered his voice, and began to explain. After he finished, their eyes shone with newfound confidence, their earlier hesitation and fear gone. How could they not subdue Xiao Ran now? They truly couldn't believe otherwise. If there are no issues, let's prepare to act, Su Feng declared decisively. All right. At noon, as Xiao Ran was about to eat, his phone sounded an alarm. Checking, he saw someone had entered the basement. He expected it to be some young woman or wife, but it was a man about 50 years old with a simple, honest appearance. The man began pounding on the door. Xiao Ran didn't answer it, but used his phone to broadcast his voice through the speaker, something. The man stopped knocking and looked toward the source of the sound, quickly saying, I have information to sell you. What information, and what's the price? Xiao Ran asked. Someone is plotting against you. Give me 1 box of instant noodles and 1 box of water, and they'll tell you their exact plan. Xiao Ran watched him through the surveillance camera, pondered briefly, then a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I can give you 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water every day, provided you prove useful. The man considered it and nodded. Deal. We can have a long-term arrangement. Speak, Xiao Ran said. The man replied, my name is Xiao Ran from Unit 1902, Building 2. Today our floor leader Su Feng called us together for a meeting to discuss how to kill you. And the specific plan? Xiao Ran asked. Xiao Ran did not answer, but instead said, what about my food and water? Step back a bit, Xiao Ran said. Xiao Ran obeyed, retreating far from the doorway, thinking to himself how cautious and meticulous Xiao Ran was. With a click, the iron door opened. Then 2 bottles of water and 3 packs of instant noodles appeared on the ground, but the next moment the iron door closed again. Too cautious. Xiao Ran couldn't help but complain, then called toward the door. Su Feng and his group planned to raid tonight. They have a welder among them. This iron door of yours might not withstand welding, you know. Besides, there are 9 of them, and they'll all rush in with knives. Can you stop them? After a long silence, just as he thought Xiao Ran hadn't heard him, Xiao Ran's voice finally came. Join them and report to me at all times. Xiao Ran refused, saying, these things you gave me are only enough for the information I've provided. You want me to be a spy? That'll cost extra. Deal. The iron door opened again, and 2 more packs of instant noodles and 1 bottle of water appeared on the ground. Then Xiao Ran's voice rang out again. Keep an eye on them and report to me constantly. From now on, I'll give you the same amount of food and water every day. Agreed. Xiao Ran didn't haggle any further. He picked up the instant noodles and water from the ground, hiding them in his thick winter coat. He turned and left using his phone's flashlight to illuminate the path. After walking a long distance, several beams of light suddenly shone toward him. He shone his light back and saw that the figures were none other than Su Feng and his group. However, Xiao Ran showed no fear. Instead, he broke into a smile. So did the kid take the bait? Su Feng asked. Xiao Ran took out the instant noodles and water, 4 packs of noodles and 3 bottles of water. What do you think? Did he believe it? Ha ha ha. Su Feng and the others burst into laughter. That kid will never guess that we didn't produce a traitor among us. We deliberately sent him a spy. The power's out now. How can the welder still work? Enough jokes. Tell us what's going on in the villa. Xiao Ran shook his head. That kid is extremely cautious. He didn't let me in at all. But I took a look at the iron door's thickness. It's a full 20 centimeters and powered by electricity. Even if you could push it open, it would take a lot of effort. Even if there were still power, cutting through it with a welder wouldn't be realistic. Whoa! Everyone gasped. A 20-centimeter thick iron door. What a concept. Even civil air defense doors are probably only about that thick. Had he turned his home into a bomb shelter? Good thing we weren't planning to attack from the basement. It would have been a wasted effort. Still, we haven't figured out the internal layout of the villa. No matter. Right now, that kid's attention is entirely on the basement. Tonight, we'll proceed with the plan. Team 2 will feign an attack from the basement to distract Xiao Ran, while Team 1 strikes from the ground level and catches him off guard. Once we break into the villa, that kid is just one person. How can he stop us? Su Feng shouted to boost everyone's morale, and the group fired up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, raised their arms, and roared in unison. Meanwhile, in the villa, Xiao Ran chuckled to himself. Would he believe Xiao Ran? Of course not. Not a single word. Now he trusted only himself. He was merely pretending to believe, playing along with Xiao Ran's act. After all, a monotonous life was just too boring. Telling me they'll attack from the basement means the real attack must come from elsewhere. A feint to the east while attacking to the west, distracting me. But would they really dare to attack from the ground? Xiao Ran thought it over and concluded it was indeed possible. For instance, they could drive a car out. The windows would shatter under the hail, but they could cover them with quilts in advance. Since they were within the neighborhood, driving at a snail's pace would surely get them to the villa's entrance. Then the people inside could exit the car, still shielding their heads with bedding, and avoid serious injury from the hail for a short time. Then a single strike from a sledgehammer would easily open the courtyard gate. Similarly, they could batter down the villa's front door and storm inside. This plan would only work if Xiao Ran hadn't reinforced his villa. But the thing is, Xiao Ran had spent 80 million on renovations. Even if they drove a bulldozer over, Xiao Ran was confident the villa would stop it rather than be knocked down. Trying to destroy the villa with brute force. How wasn't that ridiculous? He was eagerly looking forward to their expressions when they failed to break in. Time for a nap. Tonight might require staying up late. He went to sleep, but was soon awakened by an alarm. He picked up his phone and saw that someone else had arrived. A woman, whom she looked somewhat familiar. He remembered. It was the wife of that foul-mouthed man. When the disaster first struck, Xiao Ran had been walking his leopard when he encountered a group asking to buy supplies. He refused, and one sarcastic guy had sneered at him about Zheng Jie being a bastard, earning himself a beating. Back then, Xiao Ran had deliberately invited the foul-mouthed man's wife to come to him if she ever got hungry. And now, she'd actually come. Xiao Ran shook his head. When people are starving, they'll abandon all dignity. Wait, something's off. Xiao Ran spotted another person in the passage. The foul-mouthed man. Not only was he lurking by the door, but he was also holding a club. Was he planning to ambush him when he opened the door? Had been wrong. She hadn't come to sell herself for food. They were using seduction as a trap to kill him. Ruthless. But had that foul-mouthed man forgotten how badly Xiao Ran had beaten him back then? With that level of fighting ability, did he think he could take him down? Oh, an ambush. In an ambush, combat skills don't matter much. If you're caught off guard and hit with a club, even a champion fighter would be done for. Before the main event tonight, hay race, a little appetizer. Not bad. Xiao Ran went to the basement and asked through the door, "Who is it?" Xiao Ran, "It's me, Lin Lin," the woman outside said. "Didn't you say I could come to you for food whenever I was hungry?" Xiao Ran pretended to recall, then let out an "oh" and laughed. "I do have food, but do you know what price you'll have to pay at?" "Yes," Lin Lin said. "Good," Xiao Ran replied, and then came a click as the door opened. Light and warmth spilled out simultaneously. Lin Lin glanced at her husband, and the foul-mouthed man nodded at her, signaling, "Go in first. I'll follow behind and hit Xiao Ran with the club as soon as I see him." Lin Lin mustered her courage and stepped into the room. In truth, the light was already drawing her in, and the warmth was even more intoxicating. The foul-mouthed man crouched low, ready to follow, but to his surprise, the iron door automatically closed. Startled, he reached out to grab the handle, trying to stop it. However, the force of the door closing was far too great for him to resist. With a loud bang, the door shut tight. The foul-mouthed man was dumbfounded. "I'm still out here." Lin entered the basement. Turning her head, she was stunned. Where was her husband? Where had her husband gone? Xiao Ran walked over casually, tossing out a few packs of instant noodles, some marinated eggs, and several bottles of mineral water, commanding, "Lean against the door." Lin instinctively wanted to refuse, but as she gazed at the lavish food on the ground, her refusal transformed into silent, trembling lips. She had been starving for days, which was why she had followed her husband here to take such a desperate risk. Xiao Ran smiled, and even handed her a roasted chicken drumstick. Eat. Lin couldn't help but reach out and take it. The aroma of the roasted chicken was too tempting, too alluring. She bit into it without hesitation, and Xiao Ran thoughtfully offered her a bottle of water. She accepted and drank, feeling her parched throat instantly soothed. After more than 10 minutes, she had devoured all the food. "Are you full?" Xiao Ran asked with a smile. To Xiao Ran, this was merely a trivial interlude. He knew the foul-mouthed man wanted him dead, yet he hadn't killed him. Was it out of mercy? No, this was about destroying the spirit. One can kill at any time, but what pleasure is there in direct murder? Let them live every moment in regret and humiliation. That is the true way. Xiao Ran dared to do this because he possessed sufficient strength. Otherwise, if he were an ordinary man, he would surely eliminate every threat in its infancy. He could kill the foul-mouthed man whenever he wished. Could that man even escape this residential complex? In fact, Xiao Ran didn't even need to act himself. He could simply offer some food as a bounty for others to do the deed. How many people would be eager to become executioners? Human life was too cheap now, and killing someone was far too easy. By leveraging his resources, Xiao Ran needed only to offer a tiny fraction to stir a bloodbath within the complex. In the past, it was the power of money. Now what was it? The power of food. He refrained from doing so only because he didn't want people to die too quickly, leaving him bored. You all just need to hold on at least until the hail stops or the fog clears. Then my energy will be focused on gathering resources. Once we can get out naturally, there will be more interesting people to occupy my time rather than fixating on these neighbors in the complex. He awaited the fall of night. That night, Su Feng and his men made their move. They split into two teams. One led by Su Feng would feign an attack. Since they had deceived Xiao Ran, Su Feng, as the leader, needed to be seen and heard to avoid arousing suspicion. The other team faced far greater danger. They carried a bed to the base of the apartment building, covering it with thick quilts that hung down to shield most of their bodies. Between the bedding, they added a plastic layer to prevent toxic water from dripping onto them as the hail melted. Although visibility outside was only about a meter, the complex was small, and they were intimately familiar with the area. There was no way they would get lost. 10 men, all standing beneath the bed, carried it as they walked. Covering 100 meters was absolutely feasible. Su Feng rallied the men once more. "Brothers, whether we strike it rich, feast like kings, and have beauties kneeling before us calling us daddy, it all depends on this moment." Roar! The men shouted in unison, their morale soaring. "Move out!" Su Feng and his men split into two groups, one operating in the open and the other in the shadows, both heading toward the villa where Xiao Ran was located. The group taking the basement would undoubtedly arrive first. They turned on their flashlights and began examining the iron door. A knock produced a dull rumbling echo. "Tisk, this guy really spared no expense sealing off the basement entrance this solidly," someone exclaimed, the sound revealing that the iron door must be astonishingly thick. Another chuckled. Could he have foreseen the apocalypse? Su Feng snorted. He must have watched too many zombie movies. This thick door is obviously meant to keep out zombies. But now with poisonous hail and freezing weather, what good is even the thickest door? Still, if he's truly brainwashed by doomsday films, his home supplies might exceed our imagination. Exactly. Their eyes lit up in unison. Their haul this time would surpass expectations. Quick, a feint. They scraped iron tools against the door, producing a grating noise to simulate the sound of welding. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and pressed a button on his phone. Suddenly, the entire corridor's fire sprinkler system activated, drenching them with water. In truth, Jia Yungue could never have authorized modifying the community's fire safety equipment. He'd face criminal charges if discovered. So Xiao Ran had simply added an extra system, which was perfectly permissible. And what water source did Xiao Ran connect to this sprinkler system? Naturally, it was water from melted poisonous hail, albeit diluted. Ah! Screams erupted in the corridor. "This is poison. Damn, that kid's too vicious." "Run!" Su Feng and his men scrambled, crawling and stumbling out of the corridor. After barely escaping the poison spray, they collapsed on the ground, shocked and terrified. Xiao Ran had actually modified the sprinkler system. Damn the property management. Damn the housing authority. Damn the fire department. How could such blatant violations go unchecked? They failed to notice that Xiao Ran hadn't altered the original system. He had merely added another one. But did it make a difference? What now? They exchanged helpless glances. Their mission was to distract Xiao Ran from below, allowing the ground team to storm the villa. Yet they had become utterly useless. Had they diverted even a shred of his attention? Hardly. Su Feng was dumbfounded. This situation was entirely beyond his expectations. Xiao Ran hadn't even shown his face, yet he had toyed with them mercilessly. The outcome was so far from his plans that he was at a loss. His head throbbed with confusion. Go back and get umbrellas. He finally had a flash of inspiration. Right. They hurried back to retrieve umbrellas. Fortunately, the spray was only diluted poisonous hail liquid. Otherwise they wouldn't just be in pain. They'd be incapacitated for at least half an hour. We need to change out of these wet clothes. Yes, or we'll freeze to death first. They rushed back while the ground team simultaneously reached the front of Xiao Ran's villa. Break the door. A heavy sledgehammer struck, and with a clang the villa's courtyard gate was easily smashed open. Emboldened, they pressed forward. They approached a window and swung the sledgehammer. Bang! A heavy impact numbed the striker's arms, causing the hammer to drop onto his own foot. Tears streamed from the pain. What was going on? They shone flashlights on the spot and were stunned. Where was the window? There was no window. It was clearly a steel plate. In disbelief, some even touched it, but where the window should have been a thick steel plate had been installed. Naturally, the hammer blow only numbed their arms. Could they even break in? Impossible. What now? What else? Retreat. Shouldn't we try the front door? Are you stupid? If they've sealed the windows with steel, the door must be protected too. Let's go. I can't hold up this heavy bed much longer. Me neither. It's wet and cold outside. I think the poison is seeping in. We have to go back. This makeshift protection can't last out here. Let's regroup. They were about to withdraw when suddenly a window on the second floor opened and Xiao Ran's voice rang out. Since you're here, no need to leave. Xiao Ran, they exclaimed in unison, trying to look up but blocked by the bed. But it didn't matter. They had to leave now or they wouldn't hold out. Thud. Suddenly the bed shuddered, nearly throwing them off. What was happening? Thud. Another dull sound followed by heavy impacts like stones striking. How was this possible? Creak, creak. The bed groaned under an unbearable weight. Before they could process it, bang. The bed collapsed, crushing everyone beneath it, triggering a chorus of screams. They tried to crawl out, but were horrified to find the bed impossibly heavy, pinning them down. Then they saw it, a mountain of stones piled on the bed, crushing it completely. No wonder 10 grown men couldn't even lift it. Hailstones continued to fall with a patter. Though smaller than in previous days, each strike still stung fiercely. Worse, the hail was poisonous. Contact with skin allowed toxins to seep in, causing a burning pain. The 10 men cried out in agony, as if plunged into hell. Xiao Ran closed the window. The howling was too loud, grating, and unpleasant. Naturally, it was because he had used stones, iron blocks, and steel bars to crush the makeshift bed shields they had carried. He had not skimped on such materials. Woof! The leopard growled low, baring its teeth with ferocity. If Xiao Ran opened the door at that moment, it would charge out without hesitation. However, Xiao Ran had no intention of opening the door. Outside, the 10 people were doomed to die, either crushed piece by hailstones, or flattened by heavy objects, or perhaps poisoned first. The exact manner of death remained uncertain, but death was inevitable. So why bother with those whose fates were already sealed? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and left with the leopard. They headed to the underground garage. The leopard had a keen nose capable of detecting human scent from afar, making it invaluable in the dark underground space. Of course, if anyone used a flashlight, they would only reveal their own position. Xiao Ran made some arrangements, securing several flashlights in different positions. Though they were merely ordinary flashlights with no advanced technology, they came with infrared remote control. With a single press of a button, he could turn them all on or off simultaneously. He turned off the lights and waited quietly with the leopard. Before long, Su Feng and his group finally returned. There was no helping it. Climbing the stairs took a while, and then they had to change clothes almost from head to toe. How could that be quick? The beams of flashlights swayed as Su Feng and the others drew nearer. Almost there. Xiao Ran pressed the button, and instantly 7 high-powered flashlights blazed to life, shining directly at Su Feng's group. Those Su Feng's men also carried flashlights. They weren't pointing them at themselves. Suddenly blinded by 7 powerful lights, their eyes couldn't bear it, and they instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces. At that moment, panic seized them. Xiao Ran stepped out with the leopard, his demeanor utterly composed. A beam of light struck from behind, casting a long shadow that made him appear towering and imposing. This was, of course, a carefully designed entrance. Xiao Ran, Su Feng and his men exclaimed in shock as they glimpsed him through their fingers. The man had appeared. Fear gripped them. After all, so many had tried to take on Xiao Ran, and what was the result? Look at the passageway to his villa's entrance. The piled corpses were nearly a small mountain. Don't even suggest those people wandered over there to die on their own. So why did Xiao Ran, clearly just an ordinary man, possess such combat prowess? This baffled everyone. The unknown bred intense fear. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and pulled a gun from his pocket, a replica complete with a silencer. He aimed it at Su Feng. "Kneel," he said coolly. A gun. The crowd showed fear, but also a glimmer of understanding. No wonder so many had fallen to Xiao Ran. He had a gun. Wait, why was he so calm? That was a gun. Having realized this, they began to tremble again. Su Feng was about to kneel, but stopped. "Almost fooled by you," he said. "You're not a cop, and China bans guns. I don't believe you could get a real one. Those before were scared by your fake gun because they died stupid." His reasoning seemed sound. But Xiao Ran smiled, shifted the muzzle slightly, and pulled the trigger. Click. Silently, one man toppled backward, though his body hitting the ground made a loud thud. Thump. Dead, with a large bloody hole in his forehead, eyes still wide open, as if saying, I didn't believe. Why did you have to shoot me?" Instantly, everyone trembled uncontrollably. A real gun. Slap. Su Feng dropped to his knees at once. A true man knows when to bend, though as long as he could save his life, there would always be a chance for revenge. Xiao Ran grinned. A fake gun with real bullets from his pocket dimension. Who wouldn't be terrified? "Want to live?" he asked. "Yes," Su Feng replied hastily. But I don't want to give you the chance," Xiao Ran said, pulling the trigger as a bullet from his pocket dimension shot forth. Su Feng sensed danger at his words and scrambled away, rolling, but could a man outrun a bullet? Moreover, Xiao Ran had deliberately set up 7 flashlights for illumination, denying Su Feng even the chance to escape through darkness. After that shot, the others fled in terror. Xiao Ran had no intention of letting them go. If they could flee into the darkness, they might survive. However, bullet after bullet flew from the pocket dimension, chasing after them. Thud, thud, thud. One by one they fell. Yet someone still managed to vanish into the shadows. It was Xiao Ran. But the leopard had already given chase. Xiao Ran's scream rang out, accompanied by the leopard's pained growl. "Leopard, come back," Xiao Ran shouted. In his eyes, the leopard's life was far more valuable than Xiao Ran's. Soon the leopard returned with a clear wound on its left ear, yet it wore a triumphant expression. It had bitten Xiao Ran far worse. "Good job, leopard," Xiao Ran laughed. "Come on, let's go back and treat you." As for Xiao Ran, he didn't need to pursue him, but let him off. "Impossible," Xiao Ran sneered. Back at the villa, he first applied medicine to the leopard, then sent a message in the group chat: bounty on Xiao Ran. Whoever kills him and posts a photo in the group can claim 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 crate of water from Xiao Ran. A generous reward will always bring forth brave men. With this bounty, Xiao Ran would be paranoid, trusting no one. Within days, someone would find him and finish him off. As for how many might die in the process, Xiao Ran couldn't care less. None of his business. Why should he bother hunting him down himself? Did they think he couldn't afford those noodles and water? Xiao Ran took a shower and went to bed. Soon he fell asleep peacefully, completely at ease. After spending 80 million on renovating the villa, if it couldn't give him a sense of security, it would have been a waste. But while he slept soundly, the entire neighborhood buzzed over the bounty he had offered. 2 boxes of instant noodles, 1 crate of water. Not 2 packets or 1 bottle, boxes, crates. If someone got that reward, how many days could they survive? The disaster couldn't last forever, so the longer one held out, the better their chance of becoming a survivor. Many were asleep, and some had dead phones, unable to see Xiao Ran's bounty. But still, plenty of people armed themselves, left their homes, and began the hunt. What did 2 boxes of noodles and 1 crate of water mean now? More valuable than 10 million in the old days. And crucially, even if someone killed now, who would come to arrest them? Social order had long since collapsed. Xiao Ran woke up. It was the 8th day of the apocalypse. He leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face, then began to eat breakfast. Only then did he pick up his phone to check it. Xiao Ran had been found, and his throat slit. Someone him in the group chat and posted a photo. Fast. He had expected Xiao Ran to hide for a few more days. Xiao Ran replied in the group, "Add me as a friend. You can come claim the reward anytime. Set the time yourself." Shortly after, he received a friend request. He accepted it. The other party said, "They'll come at 3 in the afternoon. Leave the stuff at the door." "Okay," Xiao Ran replied. He checked the person's info. It was Sun Jihao from Building 2. Thinking that Xiao Ran was also from Building 2, Sun Jiao probably knew him and tricked him into opening the door, making it easy to kill him. Xiao Ran didn't care about the process. As long as Xiao Ran was dead, that was enough. Instant noodles and water. If he wanted, he could pile the entire neighborhood with instant noodles or flood it with clean water. That was how extravagant he was. Building 3. Unlike the scattered state of other buildings, Building 3 had already achieved unification completely under the command of one man. But he wasn't the building chief, it was a man named Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan, now 51 years old, was a full-time missionary. Originally his business wasn't very good. Chinese people's attitude toward gods was to worship whichever one worked without committing to a particular deity. But after the catastrophe struck, his business suddenly boomed. Such an eerie natural disaster easily evoked thoughts of divine beings. So Zhang Kuan seized the opportunity, claiming this was a test from the gods to cleanse the world's sins. Only those who believed in the Lord could survive the ordeal, blah blah blah. He managed to brainwash everyone in Building 3. Surely there were some who weren't brainwashed. The Lord said, "Those who do not believe in me are heretics, and shall be burned at the stake." Of course they wouldn't use burning now, so Zhang Kuan led the charge and killed all those heretics. Thus only one voice remained in Building 3. The voice of God, that is the voice of Zhang Kuan. Though he held absolute power with all 112 households and 407 people in the building, as his fervent followers, Zhang Kuan still faced a huge problem. People believed in him because they thought following him would let them survive, not for any damn redemption. What was the problem now? Food and water. He had to solve the survival issue, or else these believers might be kneeling before him today, but tomorrow they would dare to dismantle him and boil him for soup. What to do? His first instinct was naturally to seize Xiao Ran's supplies. But Su Feng and his men had already proven with their lives that trying to snatch food from a tiger's mouth would only result in being killed by the tiger. It was impossible. So there were only two paths. First, deception. If he could make Xiao Ran believe in God too, then he could obtain all of Xiao Ran's supplies effortlessly. Isn't it only right to devote everything to the Lord? Second, negotiation. Give Xiao Ran what he needed and obtain supplies in return. Zhang Kuan pondered for a long time, then dialed Xiao Ran's number. The electricity was already cut off, so even if the base stations could still work, how many more days could they last? In 2 more days they'd probably have to go to each other's doorsteps to communicate. "Hello, Xiao Ran. I'm Zhang Kuan, the representative of Building 3, Zhang Kuan said. I am also the Lord's representative on Earth. Anyone who believes in the Lord can find salvation through me." A con man. Xiao Ran recalled the information about this man. Oh, there was indeed such a person using the apocalypse to loudly preach about gods and divine punishment, claiming that the disaster happened because the gods were displeased with humanity, and that only those who devoutly believed in the gods would survive, while non-believers would be destroyed. However, Xiao Ran knew that this man was 2 days away from death, so he didn't know much about him or his church. In his previous life, he naturally had no interaction with Zhang Kuan, but this life was different. Business. Xiao Ran asked indifferently. Zhang Kuan said, "Sinful man, you are but a lost lamb." Stop, Xiao Ran interrupted him. "Get to the point, or he'll hang up. Don't you know how precious electricity is right now?" Zhang Kuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Needless to say, he was well aware of how precious electricity was now. A few people's phones still worked, and only because of power banks. But how long could those last? If it weren't for the supplies you held, do you think I'd willingly seek you out? Zhang Kuan took a deep breath. Before the catastrophe, he had been rejected countless times while persuading people to join his faith, so he had cultivated good patience. He said calmly, "I want to buy some supplies from you. The entire building is starving and eagerly waiting. I hope you can agree." Xiao Ran chuckled. "Don't you think you should pray to your God to bestow supplies upon you?" Damn. Even as a clergyman, Zhang Kuan felt like cursing. If the Lord could grant food, who would need to work hard? This was merely a faith. Faith, do you understand? Puffed an uncultured heathen. Zhang Kuan silently scorned Xiao Ran while saying, "I know you like women. Our church has 2 female believers willing to sacrifice themselves. They can satisfy your needs every day. You give us 2 boxes of instant noodles, or equivalent food, plus 2 boxes of water daily. How about it?" Xiao Ran burst into laughter. After a long moment, Zhang Kuan couldn't help asking, "Have you laughed enough?" Xiao Ran stopped and said, "First, are you a church or a brothel? Second, if you're selling, you should know the market rate. A night's company now only costs 1 pack of instant noodles, water sold separately. Are those 2 female believers studded with diamonds, or as beautiful as celestial maidens, demanding a whole box of water and noodles each?" In the community, Han Yun was probably the highest quality, yet Xiao Ran only gave her a full meal plus 3 to 4 packs of instant noodles and water. This was outright extortion. Zhang Kuan flushed red from the retort. He indeed didn't know the rates, so he was mocked by Xiao Ran. Suppressing his anger, he said, "There are too many people in our building. We need at least 2 boxes of instant noodles and water daily. How many more women do you need?" He'll mobilize again to see if anyone is willing to sacrifice. Don't keep talking about sacrifice as if you're noble. Clearly you're just selling and pimping, yet you act like a savior. Xiao Ran said leisurely, I don't lack women, so don't bother. But since you keep saying sacrifice, how about this? Find 3 men to sodomize you, send me the video, and they'll give you a box of instant noodles. I mean it. It's easy to ask others to sacrifice, but what about you? Zhang Kuan was speechless for a while before saying, how dare you insult a messenger of God? Xiao Ran chuckled, aren't you all believers of God? How come there are ranks among you? Others can sacrifice, but you can't. They'll say it plainly, if you want food, find 3 people to do it, and don't forget to film it. That's it. He hung up. Some people, once they have a bit of power, think they're above others. But in truth, Zhang Kuan dissatisfied. Let him be a mob. Did he really think joining the church would make everyone follow him blindly? Impossible. As the Chinese saying goes, worship Buddha only in times of need. If you can't help or save me, then goodbye. Let's test whether your believers truly believe in God or in the supplies that keep them alive. Xiao Ran posted in the group, anyone who sodomizes Zhang Kuan from Building 3 will be rewarded with 10 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent items. 10 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent food and water. Is that enough to make brave warriors step forward and sodomize Zhang Kuan? Absolutely enough. Dare to threaten me. I don't even need to act myself, or a bounty will do the job. Xiao Ran smiled and stopped thinking about Zhang Kuan. In the afternoon, he placed the promised food and water at the door and watched through the surveillance camera. Around 3 o'clock a man arrived. He was about 30, stout and fierce-looking, with a tattoo on his neck and a scar on his face, the kind that could scare children in broad daylight. He shone a flashlight, saw the food on the ground, grinned, and picked it up. He was strong and carried the supplies easily. Xiao Ran watched him leave the corridor and enter the underground garage, but beyond that the camera couldn't see. Would anyone rob this Sun Jihao? Xiao Ran wondered briefly, but he was only curious, not particularly concerned. He shook his head and dismissed the thought. At Building 7, Apartment 902, a knock came at the door. The owner, Song Fei, looked through the peephole and saw a stunningly beautiful young woman looking terrified, hugging herself, as if frozen. Indeed, she wore only a thin sweater. How could she not be cold in such low temperatures? However, it also revealed her voluptuous figure, her full breasts forming an enticing curve, making his Adam's apple bob. Is anyone there? The woman said in a trembling voice. Please, I'm thirsty, hungry, and cold. Take me in, and I'll do whatever you say. Song Fei couldn't resist. He clicked the lock open and said, beautiful. Plop. The woman, who had seemed so fragile, suddenly had a fierce glint in her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, a sharp dagger appeared, and she slashed Song Fei's neck, blood gushing out. Gurgle. Song Fei couldn't speak, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at the killer beauty. He reached out as if to grab her and ask why she had murdered him, but she disdainfully slapped his hand away. Thud. Song Fei fell to the ground, blood spreading quickly. Hearing the commotion, his wife came out and said, honey, what's? Before she could finish, she saw her husband lying in a pool of blood and let out a piercing scream. But before the scream could continue, the woman dashed forward and choked her. Song Fei's wife struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. She flailed her limbs helplessly, then her feet stiffened, and she went limp. Dead. The beauty finally let go. Despite killing 2 people, her expression remained unchanged. Because she was a professional assassin. She used a knife to kill Song Fei because he was male, and as a female assassin, she was at a disadvantage in strength. Thus, to ensure she eliminated him instantly, she opted for a blade. For the woman, she chose a chokehold to suffocate her to death, confident in her ability to finish the target, as using a knife would cause blood to splatter onto her. Where could she find water to bathe now? So she opted for a physically exhausting method. Damn this calamity, the female assassin cursed while rummaging through the house. She searched the entire place, first for food, and second to check if anyone had survived. She put on winter clothes, concealing her voluptuous figure, then found the last bits of food in Song Fei's home, and ate slowly. Her name was Akai Sakura Rika. No, she wasn't a local, and her profession was an assassin. She was fluent in 5 languages, skilled in disguise, and proficient in combat techniques. She came to Suching for a murder contract, always targeting men. With her stunning beauty, killing men was effortless, so she naturally leveraged her innate advantage. But she had just rented a place here and hadn't even started the job when the disaster struck. She was a professional assassin, not a survival expert, and was stunned by this turn of events. Helpless, she fell back on her old trade, killing. By killing others, their belongings became hers. She flipped through Song Fei's phone, the only device with a single bar of battery left. Oh, this person named Xiao Ran seems to have plenty of supplies. Akai Sakura Rika's eyes lit up. Killing 2 people here would yield at most enough food for another day, but Xiao Ran offered rewards in boxes of food and water. She licked her lips, her gaze burning. This man is lecherous, hunting beauties across the entire neighborhood. She sneered coldly. Killing you will be effortless. Yet she also saw the fear everyone in the neighborhood held for Xiao Ran. This man was suspected of having a gun. Akai Sakura Rika tensed up. Though she was a professional assassin skilled in various killing methods, if the distance was over 7 steps, the gun would certainly be faster, and no amount of effort on her part would matter. But what about within 7 steps? The gun was both accurate and swift. So the movie scenes of close-range disarming or dodging bullets were all lies. Unless the gunman was a complete novice. A gun complicates things. Akai Sakura Rika hesitated slightly, but then smiled brilliantly. Still, this man is lecherous. At most, I'll use my charm to make him careless, then stab him to death. She began to prepare, tucking a dagger into her boot. She took off her coat and looked in the mirror. Under her sweater, the curves and contours were enough to stir any man's heart. Time to go seduce that lecherous man. She put her winter clothes back on. Arriving at the underground garage, she used her phone for light and walked for a while until she reached Xiao Ran's villa. Using the phone's glow, she saw the corpses wedged between cars and gasped in shock. Gunshot wounds. She tensed up her face, turning pale. As a professional assassin, she was no stranger to bullet wounds, but these were clearly from a rifle. She knew that China had strict gun control. Even she dared not bring a gun into the country and had acquired a knife after entering. So, where did Xiao Ran get guns and bullets? And a rifle at that? Was this guy a former soldier? But could a soldier take a gun home? Obviously not. Akai Sakura Rika was bewildered and hesitated, wondering if she should avoid provoking this mysterious man. After all, so many bodies lay outside. But then she thought, what was her advantage? Her beauty, and Xiao Ran's weakness. His lechery. I can succeed. And if I pull this off, I'll live comfortably for a long time. She decided to take the risk. Without further hesitation, Akai Sakura Rika walked into the passage and took off her coat, enduring the shivering cold. She even used her phone to light up her face, ensuring Xiao Ran could see she was a stunning beauty. Bang, bang, bang. She pounded on the iron door. It was incredibly thick. She was astonished. With her expertise, she could tell that even a large amount of C4 wouldn't blow this door open. Its security level exceeded that of a typical bank vault. She waited for Xiao Ran to appear. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had already noticed Akai Sakura Rika. Which building was she from? Though he couldn't know every resident someone this beautiful would have been talked about. Xiao Ran was slightly curious and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "My name is Zhongli. I want some food," she said in the most fragile tone. Xiao Ran checked the surveillance feed, confirmed she was alone, and opened the iron door. Once she entered, he closed it again. The door was controlled remotely and by fingerprint, so even if others got in, they'd be helpless against it. As the door shut, Akai Sakura Rika's heart tightened. She had already labeled Xiao Ran as a possible ex-soldier, sniper, and combat expert, and facing him alone made her nervous. But it was so warm here. She had taken off her winter clothes to show off her figure and enhance her charm, shivering from the cold earlier, but now there was no chill. There was heating. Perfect. She wanted this place even more. And there was light. Her heart raced, but she feigned shyness and asked, "Where are you?" "Here." Xiao Ran's voice came from behind a screen. "Take off your clothes." "What?" Akai Sakura Rika couldn't believe it. Was he that impatient? Xiao Ran chuckled. He wasn't lustful, but suspicious of this woman. He needed to check if she was armed. No one else had deliberately taken off their coat at the door. She was the first and only one. It was freezing outside, dozens of degrees below zero. While taking off a coat wouldn't kill her quickly, the sheer willpower made Xiao Ran wary. How many people could endure such cold to remove their coat? The chill would make anyone flinch. Yet she did it. Xiao Ran could assume she was highlighting her figure, but was it worth it? When someone possessed such extraordinary endurance, they deserved caution and attention. If Akai Sakura Rika knew her cleverness had backfired, she would never have taken off her coat. Akai Sakura hesitated, but since the other had already entered, how could she back out now? She gritted her teeth and began to undress. Her movements were slow, fitting the reserve of a virtuous woman. Thankfully, the dagger was in her boot, she murmured to herself. No matter how slow, she eventually stripped down to her undergarments. "Is this enough?" Xiao Ran just smiled. "Do you keep your underwear on when you shower?" "You have a shower here?" Akai Sakura asked in shock. Xiao Ran merely grunted in response. Tempted by the prospect of a shower, Akai Sakura yielded. She entered the bathroom, and the shower head sprayed hot water. She tentatively touched it with her fingertips, and upon confirming it was safe water, she was overwhelmed with excitement. But she was also horrified. Others were struggling even to get a sip of water, some even fighting over it, yet here, he was extravagantly using hot water to shower. It was insane. How did he manage it? However, she set those thoughts aside for now and indulged in the torrent of hot water. She hadn't bathed in 8 days. Even though the temperature was extremely low, making sweating nearly impossible, given her line of work, she inevitably got bloodstains no matter how careful she was. So she had been disgusted by the smell emanating from her body. Now she could finally enjoy a thorough bath. At that moment, she was more determined than ever to seize this place. What about Xiao Ran? She suddenly tensed up, for in her shock, she had lost track of his movements for a while. What was he doing? Akai Sakura dared not underestimate Xiao Ran in the slightest. Just then, however, she saw a man also enter the bathroom. "How can you come in?" she cried, both ashamed and furious. Xiao Ran chuckled. "Didn't you come to me willingly? Now you're playing hard to get." "But I didn't expect you to be a half-breed," Xiao Ran remarked. Washed by the water, the woman's originally jet-black hair had turned golden. Knowing she couldn't hide it, Akai Sakura even removed her contact lenses, revealing a pair of azure blue eyes. "That's right, my father is an American." She declared this with great pride. "Damn, is that something to be proud of?" Xiao Ran was deeply displeased and moved forward. Akai Sakura immediately counterattacked, her anger boiling over. She no longer wanted to endure, but to kill this Chinese man. Even unarmed, as a professional assassin, her hand-to-hand combat skills were not to be underestimated. The problem was her opponent was no ordinary man. After his rebirth, Xiao Ran's body seemed to have been transformed, becoming incredibly powerful, definitely at the world's top level. Though Akai Sakura was no weakling, she fell far short of that elite tier. Thus the result of the hand-to-hand fight was her utter defeat. Akai Sakura recovered from her gasping and said angrily, "Get off me." Xiao Ran said calmly, "Your muscles are quite firm and your combat skills were impressive. Beautiful lady, who exactly are you?" Akai Sakura felt a pang of guilt and replied, "I'm just a martial arts enthusiast. Is that not allowed?" "Allowed, of course it's allowed," Xiao Ran said with a smile. His hand encircled her neck as if he couldn't get enough of that swan-like snow-white slender neck, yet it sent a chill down Akai Sakura's spine. "But I found a dagger in your boot." Xiao Ran's voice came. Akai Sakura sensed something was wrong, and as she tried to move, the powerful hands around her neck suddenly tightened. She let out choking sounds while struggling desperately, trying to kick Xiao Ran, but she couldn't reach him. Her vision grew blurry and severe oxygen deprivation made her feel unbearable. Just as she thought she was about to die, Xiao Ran suddenly released his grip. "What's your true identity?" Xiao Ran asked, his voice sounding as if it came from the horizon, cold and hopeless. He would show no mercy to someone who tried to kill him. Akai Sakura's will had crumbled at the brink of death. She quickly said, "My real name is Akai Sakura. I'm from Japan, my father is American, and I'm a professional assassin. I came to China this time to kill a man named Lu Bingqing, not you." She was now terrified of Xiao Ran. So she was Japanese, no wonder she was so proud of America. Wasn't America like Japan's father? How biologically speaking it was, huh? Lu Bingqing. That name sounded familiar. Xiao Ran thought for a moment, and then let out an "oh." Lu Bingqing was a famous entrepreneur in Sioux City. It was said he was Olivia's son-in-law, but seemed to have taken the script of a protagonist in a power fantasy, turning his wife's small company into a 100 billion level conglomerate. Hanyuan Real Estate was one of the top 10 private enterprises in Sioux City. But who would hire an assassin to murder a celebrity entrepreneur? Whatever, none of my business. Japanese women aren't bad. When I get the chance to visit Tokyo, they'll find a few more to play with. Xiao Ran said, a murderous glint reappearing in his eyes. He just wanted to know if Akai Sakura was specifically targeting him and if she had accomplices. Now that he had his answers, why wait to send her off? Keep an assassin by his side. Not only was she an ungrateful Japanese, but even if she were Chinese, Xiao Ran wouldn't take that risk. Seeing this, Akai Sakura begged tearfully, "Please don't kill me, I'm still a virgin. Really, that was my first time just now. Does being a virgin grant immunity? You came to kill me and I should spare you because you're a virgin." Xiao Ran was hard-hearted. He could never show an iota of mercy to an enemy. So what if she was beautiful? If she threatened his life, he would eliminate her without hesitation. Xiao Ran grabbed Akai Sakura and pushed her hard. She staggered backward, but after just 2 steps, swoosh, she suddenly vanished, plunged into an alternate dimension. That was definitely the end. Who would hire a Japanese assassin to kill someone in this country? Xiao Ran wondered, but this was destined to remain an unsolved mystery. He disposed of the things Akai Sakura had left behind. An assassin deserved no sympathy. After finishing everything, he went upstairs. Suddenly the phone rang. Xiao Ran glanced at it. The number was unfamiliar. He thought for a moment, and then answered, "Hello, Mr. Xiao, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Bingqing." Xiao Ran was taken aback. He strongly suspected that Akai Sakura and this Lu Bingqing were in league, for how else could the latter call the moment the former arrived? "Hello, Mr. Xiao, are you still there?" Lu Bingqing asked, noticing Xiao Ran's prolonged silence. Xiao Ran chuckled, "I'm here. Please go ahead. I wonder if you know who I am." "Allow me to introduce myself," Lu Bingqing said. Have you heard of Hanyuan Real Estate? I know. You're the CEO of Hanyuan Real Estate, Xiao Ran replied, sparing Lu Bingqing a lengthy monologue. Lu Bingqing laughed. Good, you're aware. I have a proposal. If you're willing to vacate the villa, or let us move, and once the calamity ends I will gladly offer you half of my shares. Oh, what audacity. That was a fortune worth billions. A pity. Xiao Ran shook his head. President Lu, there's no need to paint me a fantasy. This calamity, well, let's not even discuss when it will end. Even if it ends soon, how many will die? Under such a shock, President Lu, how much do you think your stocks will be worth? Even if the calamity ended swiftly, the real estate industry would be among the hardest hit, possibly facing total collapse. Thus Lu Bingqing's shares were barely better than worthless paper. The crucial point was, even if the hail stopped and the fog dissipated, all the plants outside would be dead. What followed would be a terrible famine. For a long time, the scarcest and most sought-after items would still be food and clean water. Money. What use was it? Lu Bingqing seemed at a loss for words for a moment, then said, All right, let's not talk about money. I heard you like beautiful women. I happen to have one here. See if she catches your eye. After a while, Xiao Ran received a multimedia message with several photos attached. It was a stunningly beautiful woman, barely over 20, with an exceptionally pure look, long hair cascading over her shoulders, and eyes as clear as a pool of water. Her height was indeterminable from the photos, but her figure was perfectly proportioned, with a slender waist, ample bosom, and rounded hips. Truly a rare gem. They'll give you this woman. How much food and water can I get? Lu Bingqing asked in a deep voice. Xiao Ran laughed derisively. President Lu, aren't you selling houses? Since when did you become a human trafficker? His tone had turned hostile. Even if he wanted to do business, it would be directly with the person, not through a middleman. Lu Bingqing was silent for a moment. Let me tell you a story. Do you have time to listen, mister? Xiao Ran smiled. It's a rare opportunity to hear a story from a man of your stature. Please go ahead. Lu Bingqing said, I came from a poor background, but I studied hard and got into a prestigious university. I was also good-looking, so shortly after graduation, I married my wife. However, her family was well off, so I became a Livian son-in-law. You're one too, mister. Xiao, so you must understand our plight, right? Xiao Ran smiled. Though they were both Livian sons-in-law, your circumstances were 100 times better than mine. Lu Bingqing continued, but my wife had some health issues and couldn't conceive. And I didn't want to hand over the empire I'd built to the parasites in her family. So I found another woman and had a son. My wife's family still holds considerable power, so I kept the child in this neighborhood, visiting only once a month. Coincidentally, the disaster struck on Children's Day. I had come early, planning to take my son out for the day, but then the rest was obvious. He was trapped here. Xiao Ran's heart stirred. He suddenly understood why a killer had targeted Lu Bingqing. If you have an illegitimate son, you'll surely try to pass Hanyuan Real Estate to him. But would your wife's family simply accept that? With assets in the tens of billions, hiring a killer was nothing surprising. If Lu Bingqing died, Hanyuan Real Estate would naturally fall to his wife's family. The illegitimate son, they'd kill him too. Wait. Xiao Ran was stunned. The photo you showed me. That's not your mistress, is it? Lu Bingqing admitted directly. That's right, she's my mistress. Though I'm old enough to be her father, I chose her for her beauty, and because she's a top university graduate, ensuring the best genes for my son. I hide nothing from you because I want you to understand that everything I do is for my son's survival. For him, I can give up everything. But likewise for him, I can risk it all. The last sentence was a pure threat. Xiao Ran gave a faint smile. President Lu, are you declaring war on me? You should be thanking me, really. I just dealt with an assassin. But with the disaster, Akasaka Ray probably has no interest in continuing that mission. Oh, well, it wasn't for your sake that I killed him. Lu Bingqing hesitated, then laughed. I certainly don't wish to go to war with you, mister. Xiao, your feats these past days have been quite impressive. I still hope you'll accept my offer. I can give you my woman, and you just need to provide enough food and water for my son. Xiao Ran could accept a woman trading with him, but a big shot like you, condescending and playing the loving father, how were you any different from those trying to seize his resources? And if I refuse, he asked coldly. It's best if you agree, Lu Bingqing said casually. I have 2 bodyguards with me, both former mercenaries. Their skill. One can easily kill 4 or 5 grown men with his bare hands. With a blade, taking on 10 is no challenge. So, mister Xiao, it's best you accept my proposal. Then everyone will be happy. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. A good proposal, but don't bring it up again. Goodbye. He hung up directly. Treating his own woman as a commodity for trade, Xiao Ran felt an instinctive disgust for Lu Bingqing. Lu Bingqing might be a formidable man, but he was certainly not to his liking. No. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and started posting a bounty, this time targeting Lu Bingqing. This man was far more dangerous than Zhang Kuan. As a CEO, he could easily persuade many with his methods, wielding far greater power than Zhang Kun's cultish tricks. A bounty for a life. Name Lu Bingqing, CEO of Hanyuan Real Estate. He's currently in our neighborhood with at least 2 bodyguards. Regardless of how many people are involved, whoever kills Lu Bingqing will be rewarded with 20 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent supplies. He posted a few photos of Lu Bingqing in the group chat. Lu Bingqing slowly hung up the phone. Mr. Lu. The 4 bodyguards looked at him simultaneously. Lu Bingqing had lied. He didn't have just 2 bodyguards, but 4. He placed the phone on the table, furrowed his brows slightly, and turned his gaze toward a beautiful woman beside him. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, holding a sleeping 3- or 4-year-old boy in her arms. He refused, Lu Bingqing said calmly. The beautiful woman, still holding the child, soothed him for a moment before asking, "Didn't you say he was a lecher?" How could he turn down such an enticing offer? Lu Bingqing chuckled. Indeed, that caught me off guard. He massaged his temples, looking deeply troubled. Mr. Lu, what should we do then? One of the bodyguards asked. Storm the place. Storm the place. Lu Bingqing laughed bitterly. Didn't several groups already try that? Your combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary people, but in terms of raw strength you're at most twice as strong as a normal person. So just the 4 of you trying to force the door open. Impossible. The beautiful woman suggested. Then it'll lure him into opening the door. Lu Bingqing shook his head again. That kid's villa must have been reinforced. If it were me, after spending that much on renovations, would I not install surveillance? Even though the power is out now, I could easily have a backup generator and run it on diesel or gasoline for at least half a month. So the moment we stand at his door, even without making a sound, he'll know we're there. And also, Lu Bingqing sighed. Didn't that Xiao Ran guy say earlier that Xiao Ran could control the fire sprinkler system and spray toxic water on them? Let me ask you, if you were lying in ambush at his doorstep and he doused you with poison water, how would you handle it? The 4 bodyguards were dumbfounded. When it came to fighting, or even killing, they were professionals. But tasks that required brains, like this one, were far beyond their expertise. So what now? Lu Bingqing shook his head. Why are you all so fixated on Xiao Ran? He might have a lot of supplies, but given the current situation, he's tough to crack. Let's focus our attention elsewhere. For instance, let's bring the entire residential complex under our control. Once we do, we can have people dig through the walls. I'm sure we'll eventually dig that kid out. Their eyes lit up. True, there were many households in the complex. Why fixate on Xiao Ran? Weren't other people's food and water just as good? In terms of strategy, they had Lu Bingqing. In terms of combat, the 4 bodyguards could each take on 10 men. So why couldn't such a combination dominate a single residential complex? The beautiful woman simply held the child in silence. Xiao Ran stretched lazily. Counting it up, 2 groups in the complex had already threatened him. One was a charlatan, the other a CEO. Neither can be underestimated, Xiao Ran muttered. In his previous life, he was a nobody, so he never crossed paths with such big shots. Even though they lived in the same complex, they seemed to inhabit different worlds. But now both groups had their eyes on him. Because he owned a villa and had plenty of supplies. Naturally, that aroused greed. Many were covetous, like the Qin family, like Su Feng. And what happened? They all ended up as frozen corpses in the garage. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing would be no different. The fog hasn't lifted yet, so we'll play along with them a little longer, Xiao Ran said to himself. In any case, he would never leave the villa, so he was already on the winning side. What was there to fear? In a direct confrontation, no matter how many followers Zhang Kuan had, or how tough Lu Bingqing's bodyguards were, even if they were former mercenaries, under a hail of gunfire all were equal. All I need to watch out for is being ambushed. For that, I just need to be wary of women who come to me. Any unfamiliar woman could be sent by these 2 groups, and even Han Yun and the others might turn traitor. It's all about interests. If a woman is foolish enough to believe the promises others make, like splitting half the supplies after him captured, she might just fall for it. After all, there's no real emotional bond between them and me, it's purely transactional. If I believed there was any trust between us, I'd be the biggest fool in the world. Xiao Ran was curious. After issuing 2 bounties, would anyone succeed? And how long would it take? He'll wait and see. Xiao Ran kept an eye on the group chat, but as night fell, the internet went down. The signal tower had collapsed. Now even phones with battery were useless. They could only play offline games or view locally stored photos and videos. Everything else was impossible. However, the phone in Xiao Ran's hand was different. It could make satellite calls. He went to the 3rd floor and contacted Lu Mei. The signal's completely cut off. Yet from now on, we'll have to rely on satellite phones. Think of the bright side. We probably won't have to pay satellite call fees. Lu Mei couldn't help but laugh. You're so optimistic. You can still joke at a time like this. Of course I'm optimistic. I've stored enough food for hundreds of lifetimes and turned the villa into a fortress. What do I have to worry about? They chatted back and forth. The disaster had made Lu Mei very dependent on Xiao Ran, as he was now the only person she could talk to besides her close friends. Xiao Ran, do you have enough to eat? Lu Mei asked with concern. If you're running low, you should find a way to come to us. Yaya has prepared plenty of food. Was that being a saint? Xiao Ran smiled. Caring for someone close wasn't saintly, but if Lu Mei cared for everyone, then she would be a saint. I have food. I stocked up just before the apocalypse, Xiao Ran said. If you run out of food, you can come to me. I have enough to last 2 or 3 years. Lu Mei was stunned. Her close friend had prepared enough food for months, which she already thought was excessive. But Xiao Ran had stocked up for 2 or 3 years. Good heavens. His prepper tendencies were even more extreme. Little did they know the apocalypse would actually come, making Xiao Ran the biggest beneficiary. You must be careful. Don't let anyone know you have a lot of supplies. Lu Mei's tone turned serious. Now and in the future the world will only grow more chaotic. People will do anything no matter how vile for a bite to eat. So you must keep a low profile. Hearing Lu Mei's earnest advice, Xiao Ran realized she possessed a clear understanding of the apocalypse and would never become a naive saint. He chatted with her a while longer before hanging up. Time to sleep. When Xiao Ran awoke, he leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face, then called for Baozi to join him for breakfast. Out of habit, he pulled out his phone to scroll through it, but the sight of the no-signal icon jolted him back to reality. Communication was entirely severed. Now everyone had become true isolated islands. He tossed the phone aside. From now on it could only be used for satellite calls. No matter, he would just watch television. He had prepared numerous portable hard drives packed with movies, TV dramas, and variety shows along with thousands of fully charged batteries he had stored. This supply would last him half a year, or even longer. After all, lighting consumed very little electricity. The main power drain had been the air conditioner, but now Xiao Ran used a fireplace. Even his bathwater was heated by it, so the villa barely used any electricity each day. At noon, Han Yun, Zhang Jingya, and Zhong Lei arrived punctually. After exactly 1 hour, Xiao Ran ruthlessly shooed them out. Spending the night at the villa. Not a chance. Still, he instructed the 3 women to gather information about any major incidents in the neighborhood and report to him daily. With the network completely down, the only way to obtain news was through word of mouth. Truly a regression to primitive society. Xiao Ran sighed, but aside from the loss of communication, he wasn't greatly affected. He could still binge-watch shows, movies, and play games. Well, time to game. He found the latest title, quickly got the hang of it, and began playing. The game was of excellent quality, and Xiao Ran became so engrossed he forgot to eat or sleep playing until late into the night. He continued the next day, only pausing when Han Yun and the others arrived, breaking his gaming obsession. He resumed gaming in the afternoon and played until 3 a.m., finally completing it. What a thrill. He crawled into bed and slept until past 10 the next morning, still nursing a headache. Tisk, gaming was addictive. He couldn't let himself do this again. Xiao Ran reflected on this as he prepared breakfast for himself and Baozi. After eating, he went to the 3rd floor and leaned by the window to look outside, but a thick fog limited visibility to barely a meter. What scenery could he enjoy? Yet he could faintly hear chaotic noises from beyond. At noon, Han Yun and the other 2 arrived at the usual time. However, after they finished, Xiao Ran didn't immediately dismiss them. Instead, he asked if any major events had occurred in the neighborhood over the past 2 days. But the women barely dared to go out, so naturally they had gathered no useful information. I'll forget it. Xiao Ran found the lack of internet irritating. Yet the fact that no one had come to claim the bounty already spoke volumes. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingsheng were still alive and well. They were proving quite troublesome. Xiao Ran wasn't worried though. These people couldn't break into the villa, and in a direct confrontation, even if the entire neighborhood's population were multiplied tenfold, they would all be annihilated by him. If I possessed a self-defense ability too, I could truly charge through without restraint, he said with some regret. After Han Yun and the others left, Xiao Ran had barely sat upstairs when his phone alarm went off. Someone was approaching. He checked and saw it was Lin Lin, the wife of the sharp-tongued man. Oh, he noticed the passage held no sign of her husband. What did this mean? Xiao Ran went downstairs and opened the door to let Lin Lin in. What are you doing here? He asked. Lin Lin bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment before saying, I want food. Xiao Ran chuckled. When it came to filling one's stomach, everyone had to bow their head. Come in. He set several dishes on the table, and Lin Lin immediately sat down and wolfed them down. Xiao Ran asked, does your husband know you're here? She stammered, He knows. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. He knew and still allowed her to come. So much for the saying that starving to death is a minor matter compared to losing chastity. It was the opposite now. He shook his head, recalling something, and asked, did your husband ever mention what's happening in the neighborhood, oi? Lin Lin hadn't expected such a question. After a moment of surprise, she recalled and began to speak. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing hadn't been killed, but their situations were entirely opposite. Some had indeed tried to claim the bounty and attack them, but were repelled. However, internal discord was growing within Zhang Kun's group. Believing in a god was easy, but when would that god come to save them? 1 day, 2 days, 3, or 4. As time dragged on, everyone grew impatient. The collapse of faith might occur within days. Perhaps in a few more days some follower would betray Zhang Kuan and come to Xiao Ran to claim the bounty. But Lu Bingqing's situation was starkly different. His 4 bodyguards were fiercely loyal and highly capable of defeating all attackers. Leveraging his pre-disaster status and eloquence, Lu Bingqing had persuaded many to follow him. Now Lu Bingqing's team had grown to over 20 members, and the key point: these were all able-bodied men, unlike Zhang Kun's followers who were a mixed lot with combat effectiveness potentially close to 0. Lin Lin knew this because her husband had wanted to join Lu Bingqing's team, but Lu had rejected him, deeming him unworthy. This infuriated her husband, who spent half the day cursing Lu Bingqing in their room. That night, Xiao Ran was training strenuously, drenched in sweat, when his phone alarmed. He stopped and picked up the phone. Someone was at the door, knocking, holding a phone, displaying a video to the surveillance camera. It was unclear, only faintly discernible as inappropriate content. He went down to the basement and remotely opened the door. With a click, the iron door swung wide. The man at the entrance first froze, then walked in, instantly revealing shock. There was light here, which was not too strange, but why was it so warm? He looked at Xiao Ran, his gaze flickering, perhaps considering whether to attack and seize the place. But in the end he restrained himself. After all, Xiao Ran had a fearsome reputation. "This is the video you wanted," the man said, raising his phone. "Put it on the table," Xiao Ran said. The man walked over and set it down, but Xiao Ran did not move. He asked, puzzled, "Aren't you going to watch? Aren't you going to step back?" Xiao Ran countered, "You're quite cautious." The man nodded and stepped aside. Xiao Ran smiled. In truth, he was helping the man stay alive. Otherwise he might have fired a bullet. But he wanted to avoid killing at home, as cleaning up blood was troublesome. He walked over, picked up the phone, and watched. It was indeed an explicit video starring 2 men. One was Zhang Kuan, and the other was the man before him. Tisk charging into the fray with such courage. "You are truly a warrior." Xiao Ran nodded, tossed the phone back, and said, "Wait outside. They'll bring the supplies down." "Okay," the man replied, and stepped out while Xiao Ran closed the iron door. Soon the door reopened. The man entered and saw several boxes of instant noodles and water on the floor. He crouched down and began moving the boxes out. But he was very cautious, keeping an eye on Xiao Ran, as if afraid of a sudden attack. Finally, he moved all the supplies, and with a bang the iron door shut. Xiao Ran cared little for such meager supplies, a drop in the bucket. Why ruin his reputation for such a trifle? Not worth it. However, Zhang Kuan being violated like that, what did it signify? His small cult had fallen apart. Disaster often gathers faith, yet in the face of life and death, faith is the easiest to shatter. Zhang Kuan had amassed a crowd through faith, but failed to lead them out of hardship, so when tempted they betrayed him, without hesitation, even doing that to him. Xiao Ran shook his head. But look at Lu Bingqing's side, it was different. Not only did he survive the bounty, but his influence grew. So empty talk would never work. One must possess strength and personal charisma to become the focal point, attracting others like stars around the moon, standing out as the king. In such an apocalyptic disaster, personal charisma is even more crucial, binding everyone together. The more helpless people feel, the more they yearn for a leader to guide them out of the abyss. Undoubtedly, Lu Bingqing gave these people hope. So the rewards I offered are no longer enough to incite rebellion. He smiled. In truth, he could still raise the bounty. Even 100 or 100 boxes of instant noodles would be trivial to him, but it was completely unnecessary. I look forward to the moment Lu Bingqing attacks, so I can show him my true power. If he went all out, he would have to kill to keep the secret of his spatial ability. Even though communication was down and rumors would spread slowly, Xiao Ran was unwilling to take the risk. In such chaotic times, one cannot be too cautious. At the Zheng residence, Zheng Wan made her final plea. "If you let me go, I'll be your woman. They'll be with you willingly, and you won't have to pay any price. Brother, can I know you truly like me, or you wouldn't have come for 4 days straight? Believe me, if you help me, I'll never betray you." The man called Ken, about 40, was short, ugly, and dark-skinned. But to Zheng Wan he was her only lifeline. His full name was Lu Can. Lu Can still hesitated. "No one will ever like me. I'm ugly and poor. Brother, do you want me to swear?" Zheng Wan urged. "Help me escape, and I will keep my promise. Everyone has betrayed me, only you are kind to me. Who else would I follow?" Lu Can was already tempted. Hearing this, he untied her without further hesitation. Zheng Wan quickly put on her clothes. She had been under the covers, but now she had to leave the warmth. If she didn't dress, she'd freeze to death, not out of modesty. Lying there being used, what modesty did she have left? Brotherkin, when we go out, let's kill everyone outside, Zheng Wan said coldly. Lucan was startled. Those people were her own family. But then he thought, weren't they the ones who tied her up and sold her? So her hatred was understandable. He gritted his teeth. For you will do it. Brotherkin, you're so good. Zheng Wan gave him a kiss, making his dark face bloom with joy. Brotherkin, go out first and hide behind them. Then he'll open the door and attract their attention. They'll be shocked to see me, and you can strike, targeting the two men first. Zheng Wan was quite clever. She knew men were the main fighters. Once Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang were dealt with, Lin Meiying would be no threat. Lucan nodded repeatedly. He opened the door and went out. Zheng Yujun saw him and said, you stayed too long. If not for your daily visits, I'd charge you another half-hour fee. Lucan said nothing, just nodded. Zheng Yujun was used to his silence and paid no mind. But then the door opened again. Startled, he saw Zheng Wan walking out. His face changed, but before he could speak, Lucan swung an ashtray and smashed it against his head. With a clang, Zheng Yujun was knocked out. Zheng Gang just reacted, but instead of attacking, he shouted, Mom! Mom! Zheng Wan had long despised her brother. She charged at him, and Lucan followed. The three of them clashed. When Lin Meiying heard the noise and ran out, she saw her daughter raising a high-heeled shoe, slamming it viciously into her son's temple. No! Zheng Wan deliberately paused, casting a glance at her mother before revealing a cruel smile as she struck down with force. Thud! The heel of the high-heel shoe was driven deep into Zheng Gang's temple. Instantly, an excruciating pain sent him into a desperate struggle, unleashing strength far beyond the ordinary, and he managed to break free. However, he staggered as if drunk. Mom, why can't I stand steady? Zheng Gang said, but no sooner had the words left his lips than he collapsed with a heavy thud. Dead! Zheng Gang! Lin Meiying shrieked, jumping and wailing like a madwoman, then pointed at Zheng Wan. You venomous woman, you've killed your own brother with your own hands. Zheng Wan sneered, picked up another high-heel shoe, and struck Zheng Yujun with a single blow. Zheng Yujun was already unconscious. The blow didn't even provoke a struggle, only a twitch of his limbs before he passed on. Old man! Lin Meiying shrieked again, staring at Zheng Wan with a gaze of fear and resentment, wishing she could devour her alive. Zheng Wan then said leisurely, all my life you've doted on my younger brothers, giving them everything good. Did you ever consider my feelings? Ha ha, I even schemed to kill my own son. What is fratricide and patricide to me? You. Lin Meiying was terrified, utterly speechless. Seize her, Zheng Wan ordered coldly. Lucan obediently went over and grabbed Lin Meiying. Lin Meiying finally realized that her daughter intended to kill her as well. Her survival instinct surged above all else, and she quickly said, Wan, I'm your mother. I've never harmed you. What happened before? It was all your father's idea. I had nothing to do with it. Zheng Wan burst into wild laughter, fetched a cleaver from the kitchen, and brandished it over Lin Meiying's head. But did you stop him? No. What mother would stand by and watch her own daughter become a whore toyed with by different men? You are unworthy. With that, she swung the cleaver down. Thud! The blade embedded itself in Lin Meiying's forehead. But Zheng Wan was a woman with limited strength. The blow cut deep, but didn't lodge fully. The intense pain ignited Lin Meiying's own strength, and she broke free from Lu Can's grasp, fleeing through the door. Lucan wanted to give chase, but Zheng Wan stopped him. Don't bother, as she won't last long like this, Zheng Wan said coldly. Oh, okay. Lucan, lacking initiative, simply nodded. Zheng Wan glanced at him with a hint of disdain. Lucan's combat ability was far too weak. But for now, he was the only one she could rely on. No matter how much she despised it, what else could she do? I need more helpers, she thought to herself. How to get helpers? Money was useless now. She had none anyway, and supplies were scarce. So how could she win others over to serve her? Only her body remained. She could at least be considered a 70-point beauty. Other women use their bodies for supplies, but I am different. I refuse to be anyone's plaything again. I will be the queen who controls others' destinies. She waved her hand, starting with Lucan, determined to build an army in the neighborhood that would obey her commands. What's the situation outside now? As she asked Lucan. Lucan quickly recounted some major recent events, leaving Zheng Wan stunned and incredulous. Xiao Ran had been so fierce, killing 20 or 30 people. Was that possible? Didn't she know her ex-husband's true nature? No, it seems she didn't truly know him. After the divorce, he had become an entirely different person. Why such a transformation? Zheng Wan was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran remained a solitary figure, having established no faction. Too selfish, unwilling to share anything with anyone. Zheng Wan speculated. But that's fine. A single person is easier to deal with than a group. Many people now hold grudges against Xiao Ran. He'll gather them together first. So she set to work. She immediately went to find the sharp-tongued man who had been publicly humiliated by Xiao Ran and whose wife had been seduced. Surely he would harbor deep hatred for Xiao Ran. She was unaware that the sharp-tongued man had already sought revenge only to fail and have his wife taken by Xiao Ran. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the sharp-tongued man's door. Who is it? The man demanded, his tone hostile. With food and water in the house, he feared being robbed. It's Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan. The man was taken aback. He knew who she was, but why would she come to him? I know you have a grudge against Xiao Ran. Don't you want revenge? Zheng Wan said flatly. Click. The door opened. Come inside to talk. Another day passed, and the apocalypse entered its 12th day. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and saw the date June 12th. In his past life, 3 days from now would have been his death day. But in this life, he lived in unparalleled luxury, eating whatever he wanted, drinking whatever he desired with heating and hot water, and even beautiful women offering themselves to him, whether solo, duet, trio, or quartet. How could this life compare to the previous one? Life continued as usual, but before noon, someone came running over. It was Lin Lin. So early today. Xiao Ran looked and saw she was alone, so he opened the iron gate to let her in. Xiao Ran, I have news for you, Lin Lin said without asking for food. Oh, what news? Xiao Ran asked casually. Lin Lin replied, your ex-wife found my husband and recruited him into some anti-Xiao alliance aiming to take you down. Xiao Ran was taken aback. Zheng Wan has escaped. He had heard that she was tied to her bed by her family, forced to entertain clients. Hadn't it only been a few days? How had she managed to break free? Lin Lin nodded. She seduced a client who not only freed her, but also helped her kill her parents and brother. Someone saw Lin being dead in the stairwell, a cleaver embedded in her forehead. She blushed at the word client, realizing she wasn't much different from Zheng Wan, both selling their bodies. Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh, surprised that Zheng Wan had managed to turn the tables under such circumstances. As for the so-called anti-Xiao alliance, he paid it no heed. A ragtag mob. If they dared to confront him, he would mow them down with a single burst of gunfire or trap them in his alternate dimension, saving bullets. What's your husband's stance? Xiao Ran was curious about this. If the sharp-tongued man had allied with Zheng Wan, then Lin Lin's betrayal was intriguing. Lin Lin bit her lip and said, it was my husband who told me to come and inform on someone. Xiao Ran was somewhat surprised. Your husband himself asked you to come? Yes, yes. Lin Lin nodded, her pretty face flushed crimson. Initially her husband was furious, wishing he could grind Xiao Ran into mincemeat. But after being starved for a few days, the sharp-tongued man slowly changed his mind. When a man is on the verge of death, what else is there to care about? Thus the sharp-tongued man even actively urged her to come to Xiao Ran. But could she admit that? It was too humiliating. My husband believes Zheng Wan is absolutely no match for you, so he sent me to warn you as a way to curry favor, Lin Lin said. Due to the power outage, the entire garage was pitch black day and night. So Xiao Ran didn't deliberately wait until noon. He took Leopard out for a walk at midday. Half an hour later, it was Leopard who couldn't stand the cold, so they returned to the villa. But just before entering the passageway, Xiao Ran paused, halting in his tracks. He stepped back a few paces and shone his flashlight over the area. 2 bodies were missing. Xiao Ran was certain he had killed every one of them personally, so he knew exactly how many corpses should be there. 2 were simply gone. Corpses, of course, couldn't sprout legs and walk away on their own. Moreover, the toxins in the hailstorm only caused death. There was no word of them turning people into zombies. So those 2 bodies couldn't have become zombies and wandered off. That left only one possibility. They had been moved by someone. Why? For food. In his past life, Xiao Ran had been betrayed by his ex-wife's family, who had dismembered him alive for sustenance. So he was extremely sensitive to this. Counting the days, it was now the 12th day of the apocalypse. It was only natural that too many households had run out of food and had no choice but to set their sights on corpses. After all, when people are starving, what wouldn't they dare to eat? Xiao Ran sighed. The scene of humans devouring one another had ultimately unfolded once again. In the face of survival, men and women alike cast aside dignity and morality, regressing to a primal state. Xiao Ran shook his head and returned to the villa with Leopard. That evening at Lu Bingcheng's house. Today, over 20 people had gathered there. Lu Bingcheng sat on a chair smoking his last cigarette. Even though he had already burned it down to the filter, he couldn't bear to throw it away. In truth, being able to stretch a pack of cigarettes this far meant he had already been frugal enough. Prepare to move out, he said at last, flicking away the cigarette, but, yes. Everyone responded in unison. Lu Bingcheng had brains and status. Most importantly, he had 4 highly skilled bodyguards, which earned him the trust of everyone and fostered a strong sense of unity, something that Su Fengli, Zhonglin, and the others before him had never possessed. They gathered their tools and headed out. Even Lu Bingcheng's mistress went along, carrying her child, because today's goal was to storm Xiao Ran's villa. Once they had the villa, what use was this house? The group soon arrived at the villa. However, they did not enter the passageway. Smash it, Lu Bingxing ordered coldly. Immediately 2 men stepped forward carrying large sledgehammers. Over the past few days, besides rallying people, Lu Bingxing had made another crucial preparation, collecting sledgehammers. As luck would have it, a household in the neighborhood was renovating, providing him with 2 sledgehammers, the kind used for breaking walls. Knowing that the fire sprinkler system in the passageway was under Xiao Ran's control and could release poison water, a shrewd man like Lu Bingxing wouldn't make the rookie mistake of attacking through the passageway. If there was no door, why not just smash through the wall? Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men began hammering the wall. 80, 80, someone nearby cheered, drawing laughter from the crowd. The man swinging the hammer soon stopped, setting it down. Switch. He was indeed exhausted. So another man took over. The sledgehammer was designed for breaking walls, so it was the perfect tool for the job. Soon a hole appeared in the wall, growing larger and larger until it was big enough for a person to crawl through. By then 5 men had taken turns at the hammer. A bodyguard named Lu Bo laughed. Xiao Ran must have heard the noise by now. But we're not playing by the rules. We're not even using the passageway. There's nothing he can do but watch helplessly. Another bodyguard, Qin Chong, also chuckled. That's our boss Lu for you. Thinking outside the box. Why must we enter through the door? Isn't smashing the wall just as good? Haha, a change of perspective opens up a whole new world. Lu Bingxing merely smiled modestly, but inwardly, he was quite pleased. He was already estimating how much loot this expedition would yield. Clang. The man about to deliver the final blow to completely break through the wall swung the hammer with all his might. But the impact split the skin on his palms. Every bone in his body trembled, as if his internal organs were being jolted loose. What was going on? Why does it sound like that? It sounds like metal hitting metal. Could there be a refrigerator or something right behind the wall? The crowd quickly shone their flashlights over. Behind the wall, something glinted with a metallic sheen. Is that a steel plate? Someone knocked on it, and a dull, heavy thud confirmed it was definitely metal, though they couldn't be sure if it was steel. Everyone was dumbfounded. What terrible luck. Let's try a different spot. They moved to another location and resumed hammering. After another half hour, they finally chipped out a hole big enough for a person to squeeze through. But once the wall was fully broken, their hopes were dashed again. Another metal wall. Could it be that the entire wall was backed by a layer of metal? Refusing to give up, they decided to tear down the whole wall. Since they had already smashed 2 large holes, pulling down the rest of the wall wouldn't take much more effort. Then as the flashlight beam swept across, a blinding metallic glare reflected back, stinging their eye. What a despairing discovery this was. After all the painstaking effort of smashing down an entire wall, they were met with another wall. This one made of solid steel. With nothing but heavy sledgehammers in hand, even if they had hydraulic cutters, how long would it take to slice through a steel wall? Even if they possessed such tools, was there electricity to power them? No. Under the current circumstances, this wall was utterly impregnable. The more exhilarated they had been, the more crushing their despair now. What now? Everyone turned to Lu Bingxing, whose brow furrowed deeply. He had never anticipated such an outcome, and was equally at a loss. That brat actually renovated this villa into an iron fortress. Lu Bingxing remarked. Many knew that Xiao Ran had bought the villa, and instead of moving in, immediately had it remodeled. But everyone assumed it was just a simple renovation. How could they have imagined this? Was this a renovation? It was clearly the construction of an impenetrable fortress. The crowd echoed his sentiment, but lamentation was not their goal. They sought a way to breach this steel bastion. Just then a hole appeared in the wall, and Xiao Ran's voice drifted out, hammering away in the dead of night. Aren't you afraid of disturbing the neighbors? The group started, then quickly regained composure. With such loud pounding, it would have roused not only Xiao Ran inside the villa, but even residents in other buildings. Xiao Ran, if you have anything to say, come out and speak. Lu Bingxing said calmly. Didn't you put a bounty on my head? I'm right here now. If you have the guts, come and claim it. The word seemed righteous, but Xiao Ran was alone, while Lu Bingxing had many. Was this fair? Xiao Ran laughed. Lu Bingxing, you do have the air of a leader. My bounty didn't kill you, it only bolstered your ranks. But first, your followers are just a rabble. Second, I simply couldn't be bothered to raise the bounty. Otherwise, believe me, your little army would fall apart instantly. Lu Bingxing guffawed. Fine. Name your price. The higher the price, the more supplies you have. And once we root you out and kill you, the greater our harvest will be. Why should we beg for your charity when we can take it ourselves? Truly a master businessman, adept at manipulating hearts. Why beg for charity when you can simply plunder, and with even greater gains? The flicker of hesitation in their eyes vanished, replaced by resolve. Xiao Ran merely smiled. If he laid out a full feast, would Lu Bingxing still chatter so confidently? But he couldn't be bothered. Lu Bingxing, am right here. How do you plan to get my supplies? He chuckled. No matter how silver-tongued you are, in the end you're just feeding them empty promises. Will they remain foolishly under your thumb forever? Lu Bingsheng replied coldly, so you intend to stay hidden like a turtle in its shell? Provoking Xiao Ran into coming out was his only option. He had no other way to breach this steel fortress. Breakthrough? Impossible. Xiao Ran smiled. How about this, Lu Bingsheng? I'll make a deal with you. What deal? Lu Bingsheng's brow furrowed, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Xiao Ran was completely unruffled, meaning this deal would not be in his favor. Xiao Ran laughed. Since you're so full of righteous talk and care so much about your so-called brothers, how about this? Send your woman in to have some fun with me, and I'll give each of your men a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water. Deal? With that, the ball was in Lu Bingsheng's court. Had he truly meant to offer his mistress to Xiao Ran earlier? Obviously not. With his 4 bodyguards, he had planned to seize the opportunity when Xiao Ran opened the door, capture him, and claim the entire villa. No need for any deal. So when Xiao Ran publicly proposed trading his lover, Lu Bingsheng's face twisted in displeasure. But the problem was, how had he united that crowd? What persona had he crafted? Loyalty. Follow him, and he would lead them to safety and a better life. Now here was a chance. If your woman sleeps with a man, each of your brothers gets a meal and a bottle of water. Would you sacrifice for your comrades? In normal times, who would dare ask a billionaire CEO to make such a sacrifice? But now, a billionaire was just an ordinary man. Lu Bingsheng had only fooled everyone with his smooth talk. When it came time to actually give something for the brothers, would he refuse? Wouldn't that shatter his persona instantly? You accuse me of eloquence, but aren't you the same? Lu Bingsheng's face turned ashen. This move had truly cornered him. He looked at his mistress. The beautiful young woman clutched her son tighter and shook her head frantically. She wasn't a whore. But when he glanced at the others, every single one looked at him with hopeful eyes. Lu Bingsheng took a deep breath and shouted, "Fine, I agree." "No, I want," the pretty young woman cried out. Lu Bingsheng lowered his voice. "Don't make a scene. I'm just tricking the brat into opening the door. Once he's out, I'll have my men take him down. You won't suffer any harm. Do you think I'd let another man touch my woman?" The pretty young woman nodded reluctantly. Lu Bingsheng called out again, "How do we make the deal?" Xiao Ran chuckled. "Have your woman come closer to the wall so I can get a good look. If she's not pretty enough, I won't be interested. The hole you left, does it allow both sound and sight?" Lu Bingsheng looked at his woman. The pretty young wife handed their son to him, walked to the metal wall, and stopped at the opening, letting Xiao Ran see her face and figure. Xiao Ran, you. Before Lu Bingsheng could finish, a door in the metal wall slid open silently. Xiao Ran grabbed the pretty young woman, yanking her inside and holding her firmly. Damn, the bastard never intended to trade. Head circled around just to make him send his woman right into his hands. Lu Bingsheng roared with fury, but the 4 bodyguards reacted swiftly, lunging forward to attack Xiao Ran. If they could capture Xiao Ran, they would not only reclaim Lu Bingsheng's lover, but also claim the entire villa as their prize. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, a water gun suddenly appearing in his hand. No one saw how Xiao Ran produced a water gun, but that was irrelevant because he had already fired. With a series of whooshing sounds, water bullets shot out. Even if the 4 bodyguards were professionals, how could they dodge water bullets? These water bullets were formed from hailstones, pure and unadulterated, and their toxicity was formidable. The moment a water bullet struck the skin, the pain was unbearable even for the most seasoned bodyguards, who immediately writhed on the ground, letting out agonizing screams. Anyone else? Xiao Ran held the water gun in one hand while gripping the arm of the beautiful young woman with the other. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. The disparity in strength was too immense. Lu Bingsheng looked on in shock. His 4 bodyguards were all professionals, yet Xiao Ran had taken them down with just a water gun. How could he believe this? What should he do? If even professional bodyguards had been reduced to such a state, how could he count on a rabble to turn the tide? Impossible. A rabble could only handle a favorable situation. In an adverse one, they would only be a hindrance. Lu Bingsheng gritted his teeth, but maintained a calm expression. Now that you have the person, what about the food? In this way he could still pretend, not that he had fallen into a trap, but that he was merely completing a transaction. This was his attempt to salvage some dignity. Xiao Ran laughed heartily and asked, lowering his head, "What's your name?" The woman bit her red lips and finally uttered 3 words, "Wang Lulu." Xiao Ran let out an "Oh." "Lu Bingsheng has given up on you. How does that make you feel?" This was a killing blow. Wang Lulu naturally glared at him with resentment. If looks could kill, Xiao Ran would have been dead many times over. Ignoring her, Xiao Ran retreated into the villa, pulling Wang Lulu along. With a swish, the door slid shut seamlessly, leaving no trace. Even the hole that had been there moments before closed up as if it had never existed. Thus any attempt to force Xiao Ran out of the villa through fire, flooding, or smoke was clearly a pipe dream. Lu Bingsheng clenched his fists tightly, wishing Xiao Ran were right in front of him, so he could land a punch, but that was nothing but a fantasy. However, this served as a reminder. The outside was full of weapons. The toxic hailstones, without even melting, could cause a burning pain upon contact with the skin. What about contact with the liquid formed from the melted toxic hailstones? That was sheer agony. Today Xiao Ran had attacked him with such a weapon. The next time he too would use the toxic hailstones. It was too simple and too effective. 4 professional bodyguards had been taken down in an instant without any chance to perform. Yet Lu Bingxing couldn't figure out how Xiao Ran had melted the hailstones in such cold weather, wrapping them in a plastic bag and melting them with body heat. That was possible, but when one was nearly frozen to death, why would they melt ice? Afraid of dying too slowly. So what method had Xiao Ran used? If the toxic hailstones couldn't be melted, their power would be limited. They could only be used as stones to throw. Then he couldn't help but think of Wang Lulu. Even with his deep cunning, his face involuntarily twitched. He was used to being the head of a large company where everyone treated him with utmost respect. When had he ever been trampled upon? Xiao Ran, you must die. His face turned ashen and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. An hour later, with a click, the iron door swung open and Wang Lulu stepped out first, followed by Xiao Ran, who was carrying a stove. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingran gnashed his teeth as if he wished he could bite Xiao Ran to death. Unfazed, Xiao Ran set down the stove, placed charcoal inside, then brought out a pot from the room and set it on the stove. With a flicker, the electric light came on, revealing bubbling red-hot oil in the pot with ingredients vaguely visible. Heavens, it was hot pot. The onlookers couldn't help but swallow, their mouths watering with an indescribable craving. In times of hunger and cold, what could be more delightful than a steaming pot of hot pot? This Xiao Ran was utterly despicable, tempting them like this. Lu Bingxing, however, ignored the hot pot entirely and called out to Wang Lulu, "Come here." Trembling, Wang Lulu walked over. Xiao Ran then brought out plates of sliced meat and vegetables. He smiled faintly, glancing at everyone whose faces brimmed with intense longing. "Want some?" he asked casually. Who wouldn't? But who dared to step forward? Not to mention the water gun in Xiao Ran's hand. The passage itself could unleash toxic water at any moment. Yet he was too close to the iron door. One lunge, and he'd be inside the villa, leaving the others stranded. But the aroma of hot pot was so tantalizing it made them drool uncontrollably. Xiao Ran had already started cooking meat, dipping it in sauce, and taking a bite. Oh, it was scalding hot. He nearly spat it out, juggling it in his mouth, before finally chewing. Delicious, truly delicious. Swallowing the bite, Xiao Ran addressed the crowd. "If you want some, it's simple. Count out to me once, then yell idiot at Lu Bingxing." This left everyone hesitant. A kowtow was nothing. Dignity was worthless these days and shame was fleeting. But cursing Lu Bingxing as an idiot was a different matter. How could subordinates insult their leader? Would they still be able to work together afterward? Lu Bingxing raised an eyebrow. Xiao Ran was undermining his authority. If he suffered such humiliation, how could he lead the others? This would become a dark mark on his life. He glared at Xiao Ran, tempted to order an attack, but the 4 bodyguards were still lying on the ground, now unconscious, with no certainty they'd wake up. Should he send others charging into the passage? What if Xiao Ran activated the sprinkler system? Others weren't foolish. Who would dare charge now? Why did Xiao Ran choose that spot to eat hot pot? He knew no one would dare act there. How could this young man, so young, be so difficult to handle? He nearly ground his teeth to dust, forcing out words through clenched jaws. "You're nothing but a nouveau riche. What's there to be proud of? Winning 500 million from the lottery with taxes, leaving only 400 million. How could that compare to him, CEO of a $10 billion conglomerate?" Xiao Ran laughed. "President Lu, you also come from humble beginnings, riding on your wife's family's coattails to success. Since neither of us started from scratch, what right do you have to mock me? And when it comes to wealth now, President Lu, aren't you no different from a pauper? Does anyone want hot pot? My offer has a time limit, 30, 29, 28. As he counted down, the crowd grew anxious. Only 30 seconds to decide. That was far too short. Yes, starving. And there's meat. Finally, someone couldn't resist. He knelt and kowtowed to Xiao Ran, then muttered sorry to Lu Bingxing before shouting, "Idiot." With that, he bravely walked toward Xiao Ran. Since Xiao Ran was also in the passage, as long as he sat there, no toxic water would fall. Even if death awaited, he'd rather die of full stomach. "May I eat?" the man asked. Xiao Ran gestured invitingly. "No chairs, so bear with it. Squat and eat." The man didn't mind at all. He grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks and began eating. He cooked a slice of lamb, picked it up, dipped it in sauce, and as it entered his mouth, his brow relaxed with pleasure, and tears nearly spilled from his eyes. He thought he'd never taste lamb hot pot again. Seeing him wolfing down the food, the others could no longer hold back. With one breaking the ice, what were they waiting for? "Sorry, President Lu." "Apologies, President Lu." One by one they greeted Lu Bingqing, shouted, "Idiot," kowtowed to Xiao Ran, and hurried over, gathering around the stove to feast. Such bliss. On this freezing day, huddling around a fire for hot pot, each warm bite filling them with cozy contentment, comfort, even happiness. If Xiao Ran had tried to recruit them at that moment, not all would agree instantly, but at least 9 out of 10 would nod, and the remaining one would hesitate for at most 3 minutes before giving in. What mattered most now? Food, of course, and hot meat and vegetable hot pot at that. Who could resist? Unfortunately, Xiao Ran had no such intention. Truth be told, even Lu Bingqing was tempted, but he knew that even if he begged, Xiao Ran wouldn't relent, so he clung to his last shred of dignity and remained silent. "Daddy, I'm hungry," a child's voice suddenly rang out. The cold outside had awakened the little one. Lu Bingqing gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go back and eat instant noodles." "No, I want meat. I want hot pot." The child pointed at the stove held in Lu Bingqing's arms, clearly seeing the steaming pot and the crowd feasting around it. "Stop it!" Lu Bingqing snapped. Those people had betrayed him. Was his own son about to do the same? "No, I want it. I want it." The child burst into tears, evidently spoiled. Frustrated, Lu Bingqing couldn't help but spank his son several times, making the child cry out in pain. "Are you crazy? He's just a child, hasn't eaten properly in days. Isn't it natural to crave food?" Wang Lulu quickly snatched the child away, glaring at Lu Bingqing. In truth, Lu Bingqing regretted hitting his son immediately. He waved his hand, signaling Wang Lulu to take the child farther away. Just as he was about to speak, the first person to approach, Xiao Ran, suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, his face turning ashen in an instant. What is happening? Everyone was taken aback, all turning to look at the man who had collapsed. The man clutched his throat and began to vomit, heaving out everything he had just consumed. Ugh! Another person tumbled down, also retching uncontrollably. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Everyone gathered there fell to the ground, vomiting violently. Thus the answer was self-evident. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingqing was both furious and astonished, thinking to himself, "Let you bastards be greedy now, look. This is clearly food poisoning." Was it easy to take things from Xiao Ran? Now they were reaping what they sowed. Yet he was also puzzled. Xiao Ran had eaten with them, and he was the first to do so, so why was he unaffected? "Did you poison them?" he demanded loudly. By then the others had fallen into unconsciousness. Xiao Ran smiled. "It's not exactly poisoning, I just fed them some apple seeds." Lu Bingqing was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned, and he blurted out, "Cyanide poisoning." Xiao Ran was surprised and laughed. "Quick on the uptake, have you often thought about poisoning your own wife? How could you possibly get so many apples?" Lu Bingqing couldn't fathom it. Apple seeds contain cyanide, but to reach a lethal dose for humans, how many would be needed? Dozens of pounds. Hundreds. At a time like this, how could you acquire hundreds of pounds of apples? Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Bought them before, of course. I'm a law-abiding citizen, I never resort to robbery." Was this a veiled jab at him for seizing the villa? Lu Bingqing naturally wouldn't blush at that, but asked, "Then why are you unharmed?" Xiao Ran glanced at the people on the ground. The toxicity of cyanide was severe, and they were gradually growing still. He chuckled, "Because I only sprinkled the ground apple seed powder into their seasoning. To ensure they would use the seasoning, he hadn't put a single grain of salt in the hot pot. So after tasting the bland food, they instinctively reached for the seasoning." Lu Bingqing suddenly understood and remarked, "You're truly devious. But your patience is remarkable. You peeled all those apples, extracted the seeds, and ground them. Why not just use poison ice pellets?" Xiao Ran shook his head. "Even with such strong seasoning, the smell of poison water can't be masked. But apple seeds have a scent that's easily covered." Of course, the main reason he did this was that he was too idle. What else did he have to do? Aside from binge-watching shows, playing poker, and working out, he needed to find something else to occupy his time. So he came up with this patience-demanding method of poisoning with apple seeds. Lu Bingqing stared blankly at Xiao Ran, unable to fathom the mindset in which he had completed the preparatory work. "You really are too idle. No, you have too many supplies. You just casually peeled hundreds of pounds of apples." Little did he know that even a single fresh apple could buy a woman's company for a night. He certainly wouldn't know that Xiao Ran wasted nothing. The peeled apples were stored in his alternate space and could still be eaten later. By then, everyone who had eaten the hot pot had stopped breathing. The toxicity of cyanide was too potent. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and walked toward Lu Bingqing. Lu Bingqing couldn't help but feel a chill run through him. Had Xiao Ran really displayed any extraordinary martial prowess? Not at all. Initially, he used a water gun to take out his 4 formidable bodyguards, then used the hot pot as bait to make his men poison themselves, accomplishing the feat of killing many with one stroke. From start to finish, Xiao Ran had only laid hands on Wang Lulu once, the rest was all done by cunning. Even his weapons were were the most ordinary things lying everywhere. Poison ice pellets, apples. Such common items. Lu Bingqing, who prided himself on his intelligence, had been utterly defeated in this confrontation. As Xiao Ran advanced step by step, Lu Bingqing lost all will to fight. So many had failed against Xiao Ran, now it was just him. Oh, and Wang Lulu and her son, but were they sure they weren't a liability? His most relied upon 4 bodyguards lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, but lying in such a cold environment meant certain death. So how could he contend with this fearsome man? After glancing at his son, he abruptly turned and fled. He ran swiftly. He also turned off his flashlight, making it nearly impossible to find him in the pitch-black garage. But nearly impossible didn't mean absolutely impossible. Xiao Ran smiled, opened a spatial portal, and dozens of bullets poured forth with a whoosh. A sharp scream rang out, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling, and then complete silence. Xiao Ran was essentially firing a machine gun, no aiming needed, or a few shots were bound to hit, and even one hit in such extreme cold meant death. Lu Bingqing was dead. For someone like the loudmouth who posed no threat, Xiao Ran could let him live, as he could kill him any time. But not Lu Bingqing. Even without his 4 bodyguards, he could still stir up trouble. Those who posed a threat had to be eliminated. Too bad with him dead, playing with Wang Lulu seems less satisfying. Damn, am I becoming twisted? Xiao Ran reflected. Then he chuckled. In a world like this, who doesn't become twisted? In comparison, he was only a little perverse, and not excessively so. Then Xiao Ran looked at Wang Lulu and said, "If you're hungry, come to me." Wang Lulu didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Her protector had been Lu Bingqing, but he had abandoned her and her son. She didn't know he was already dead. Could he still be her support? She looked around. Faint flashlight beams were visible, likely from neighbors who had come down to watch the commotion. At a time like this, they still had the mood to gawk. Who knew what they were thinking? This battle would cement Xiao Ran's fearsome reputation. Surely no one would dare oppose him now. Wang Lulu had no choice but to submit and asked, "Can I bring my son along?" Xiao Ran shook his head without hesitation. "I can let you take some food back, but bringing the child here." Huh. What, let the child witness their transaction? That would truly make Xiao Ran a degenerate. Wang Lulu had only wanted her son to have a warm meal and eat better, not considering the implications. After being refused, she realized it was inappropriate, nodded to Xiao Ran, and hurried away with her son. She still had some water and supplies in her clothes, as she needed to get home quickly to avoid being targeted by the people here. Xiao Ran smiled and announced loudly, "I'm laying down a few rules here. First, anyone who touches a woman I fancy, you'll kill them. Second, confident beauties are welcome to trade with me. I can provide food and water." With that, he turned and went back into the villa. He knew many were hiding in the shadows, so these words were for them. With his newfound fearsome reputation, who would dare ignore his words? Xiao Ran was certainly not concerned about Han Yun or Wang Lulu. Rather, he couldn't guarantee their safety, so how could they come over to amuse him? He definitely didn't want to go out. First, because of the cold, and second, due to the danger. Even if he was invincible, what if he was ambushed from behind? Caution is the parent of safety. When it came to security, no amount of care and prudence was excessive. What times were these? Was there still law or morality? Thus one must be vigilant. Indeed, this battle elevated Xiao Ran to legendary status. The god of slaughter. How many people had died at Xiao Ran's hands since the cataclysm? Dozens. Was he not a demon, a god of death? Yet how many would pause to consider whether these people were killed without cause? No, far from it. They were all villains who sought to invade Xiao Ran's home. Was it wrong to protect oneself and one's home? Others wouldn't see it that way. They would only fixate on Xiao Ran's brutality. However, this was precisely the result he desired. He needed neither sympathy, admiration, nor reverence from others. Fear. That was perfect. In a room, Zheng Wan's face was grim. Even a man of Lu Bingqing's caliber was no match for Xiao Ran. How could she ever hope for revenge? Now, even though she controlled vast supplies, could she use them to incite others to help her against Xiao Ran? Who would dare? Besides, killing her would be far easier than killing Xiao Ran, wouldn't it? At this moment, Xiao Ran was like a great demon king. Of course, this was only true as long as everyone relied on cold weapons. If someone could get their hands on a gun, well, even the most cowardly would dare challenge Xiao Ran. But how to get a gun? This wasn't America where firearms were everywhere. Unless I go outside. The police station must be empty now. Oh, anyone there would have frozen to death. Getting a gun would be a breeze. She began to think seriously. In truth, going out wasn't entirely impossible. Wearing thick clothes and a raincoat over them could greatly reduce the risk of toxin exposure. Carrying a table as a shield, one might brave a short distance. But there was a major problem. The fog was so thick, visibility was extremely low. Even building signs were hard to discern. Thus going out was easy, but returning, that was the challenge. Outside it was bitterly cold, and simple defenses couldn't hold out long. The outcome would be either injury from hail and poisoning or freezing to death. In fact, a few days ago, some people had gone out to search for food. Did anyone return? Yes, one person, but he sensed something wrong just after leaving the neighborhood gate and immediately turned back. No one who stepped beyond the neighborhood ever came back. Xiao Ran merely pondered for a moment before dismissing the tempting idea. No one would be willing to join her in such madness. Wait, could she cooperate with Lu Bingxing? In the neighborhood, anyone might submit to Xiao Ran, but Lu Bingxing never would. Because if Lu Bingxing submitted, it would mean his death. Thus he and Xiao Ran were mortal enemies. It was worth a try. But there was one problem: she didn't know where Lu Bingxing had gone. She was still unaware that he was already dead. Xiao Wan's gaze was venomous. She blamed Xiao Ran for the destruction of her family and the death of her loved ones. "I will kill you," she hissed through gritted teeth, her expression filled with malice. Lu Bingxing was dead and Zhang Kuan had been humiliated repeatedly. After Xiao Ran rewarded those who followed his orders, he announced the end of the bounty on Zhang Kuan. That old man was nothing and no one wanted to follow him anymore. What trouble could he possibly stir? Xiao Ran couldn't be bothered with him. The next day, he noticed that 1 or 2 bodies disappeared from the garage each day. Who was stealing the corpses? Curious, he installed another camera aimed at the bodies. This way he could also monitor the garage's situation. In fact, during the house renovation, he had wanted Jia Yungue to install one, but Jia insisted that public areas couldn't have cameras. However, after much persuasion, Xiao Ran managed to get a power line run there. So all Xiao Ran had to do was simply mount the camera. Done. He paid it no further attention and went back to working out. Today was the 13th day of the apocalypse. In 2 days it would be the date of his death in his past life. The closer that day came, the more uneasy he felt. He feared that everything now was just a hallucination or a flash before his death. In reality, he had been dismembered by Zhang Wan's family. His intense hatred and unwillingness had forged this false illusion. So he chose to think of nothing and simply indulge in pleasure. 2 days passed in a flash. The 15th day of the apocalypse. On this day, he didn't even summon Han Yun and the others. Instead, he stayed alone in his room, lost in thought, accompanied only by Leopard. Time passed slowly. As night fell, he lay in bed, eyes wide open, unable to fall asleep. A night passed, the 16th day of the apocalypse. Xiao Ran woke up. Outside the window, it was still pitch black. He first checked the time on his phone: June 16th, 0412 a.m. In his past life, his life had ended on June 15th. So, this was not a fantasy at the brink of death, it had truly happened. He had been reborn, with his memories intact, possessing countless supplies. Huh. Xiao Ran even called Lu Mei. Hello. Lu Mei's voice sounded drowsy. She had clearly been asleep and was woken by Xiao Ran. Well, it was only just past 4 a.m. Xiao Ran, you'd better have a very good reason, or he'll beat you to death later, she said. Xiao Ran chuckled. I'm not dreaming, am I? You call me on the satellite phone in the middle of the night just to ask if you're dreaming. Lu Mei's voice rose. Her anger was probably off the charts. Mimi, who is it? A woman's voice sounded beside her, sweet and cloying, stirring a restless feeling in the heart. Xiao Ran felt a stir in his heart. So this was Lu Mei's close friend, the girl called Yaya. They were actually sleeping together. Could there be some kind of intimate sapphic relationship between them? Xiao Ran's curiosity burned even hotter. He wished he could crawl through the phone line, not only to feast his eyes, but perhaps even join this battle. Lu Mei was truly a rare gem. He wondered if she was still pure. Having suffered betrayal in his past marriage, Xiao Ran now cared deeply about a woman's chastity. All right, as long as I'm not dreaming, you two go back to sleep, Xiao Ran said with a laugh and decisively hung up the phone. This nearly drove Lu Mei mad on the other end of the line. You wake someone from their dreams with a phone call, say one sentence, and then hang up. How could you torment someone like that? No. Lu Mei had lost all desire to sleep and immediately tried to call back, only to find she couldn't get through to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran had already turned off his phone. Xiao Ran, you bastard. Lu Mei raged in frustration. At last dawn broke. Xiao Ran got up, stretched lazily, brimming with energy. From the 15th to the 16th, it was as if he had become a different person. He no longer suffered from any anxiety or insecurity. He had truly been reborn. In this life, he would live with unparalleled brilliance, unbound by any constraints. I'll do whatever I want. Who dares to stop me? A sly, wicked smile curled at the corner of Xiao Ran's lips. What to do today? Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of his ex-wife. Since the 15th had already passed, he should finally let go of the burdens from his past life. It was time to put an end to her. Xiao Ran had no intention of going out himself. Instead, he picked up a microphone, connected it to a speaker, opened the window, and turned the volume to maximum. Dear neighbors, I am now offering a bounty for a person named Zheng Wan. Whoever captures her alive will receive 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. With that, he quickly closed the window. the cold wind blowing and was freezing. He acted as if nothing had happened, but the entire neighborhood erupted into chaos. As time passed in this apocalypse, the scarcity of food and clean water grew ever more severe. Compared to the first and second days, how much more valuable were those 2 boxes of instant noodles today? One could say that this food was enough to drive people insane. In a certain room of the neighborhood, Zhang Wan paced back and forth, her face dark with fury. She now knew that Lu Bingxing was dead, meaning she had lost another potential ally. This discovery filled her with both resentment and despair, but the announcement that had just echoed through the district chilled her to the bone and left her restless. As the saying goes, he who offers a great reward will find brave men. She was no Lu Bingxing. Who would fear her? So from now on, anyone might make a move against her. Who could she still trust? She paced back and suddenly collided with someone. It was Liu Kan. Zheng Wan glanced at him, and her heart tightened, for she saw a kitchen knife gripped firmly in Liu Kan's hand. His face was murderous and his mouth opened as if to speak. In that instant, only one thought crossed her mind. Strike first. So she immediately swung the fruit knife in her hand. With a thud, Liu Kan offered no resistance, as if completely taken by surprise. The blade slashed his throat and blood gushed out like a fountain. He stared blankly at Zheng Wan, his face full of confusion, as if he couldn't understand why she would attack him. A fierce glint flashed in Zheng Wan's eyes. If you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Trying to capture me for Xiao Ran's reward. Die. Just then 2 men rushed in, stunned by the scene. Zheng Wan quickly explained, Liu Kan was trying to take me to Xiao Ran for the bounty. Don't misunderstand. These 2 were allies she had recruited in the past few days. If they mistook her for killing a comrade, their small group would fall apart instantly. The 2 men were Luo Hu and Duan Jingtai. Duan Jingtai was Lin Lin's husband, the sharp-tongued one. They looked at the corpse on the ground, then raised their heads to Zheng Wan's, strange grins spreading across their faces. Ha ha ha. The 2 suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over, as if they had encountered the greatest joke. Zheng Wan, baffled by their laughter, asked, What are you laughing at? Laughing at what a fool you are. Luo Hu sneered, We were quietly discussing sending you to Xiao Ran, but Liu Kan overheard us. We chased after him to kill him, but he still managed to get to you. Only who could have imagined that Zheng Wan would personally kill the one person who was on her side? Ironic and absurd. Originally, with Liu Kan's help, Zheng Wan might have been able to put up a fight. 2 against 2. Even though Zheng Wan was a woman in a desperate struggle, she might have had a chance. Besides, Luo Hu and the other would have to consider whether a narrow victory would come at a great cost. Should they still proceed? But now, Zheng Wan couldn't help but tremble. She had destroyed her own defenses. Now how could a weak woman like her resist 2 strong men? Why had she been so impulsive? Why hadn't she let Liu Kan speak? He clearly wanted to say something, but she was too anxious, too scared, too eager to strike first. No, she shouldn't blame herself. It was Liu Kan's fault. Why couldn't he have spoken the moment he entered? Why did he have to make her misunderstand? In such a situation, wouldn't anyone have acted? She certainly wouldn't blame herself. Instead, she shifted the fault onto Liu Kan, pushing the thought aside. She brandished the fruit knife and shouted, Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Luo Hu and the other merely sneered. If Liu Kan were still there, they might have been cautious, but just Zheng Wan, a woman. Humph. The 2 split up, flanking her from both sides. Xiao Ran opened the door to see Han Yun and the others off. A moment later, the basement doorbell suddenly rang. Xiao Ran checked the monitor. There were 3 people in total, 2 of whom he recognized. One was Lin Lin's husband, the sharp-tongued one. The other was his ex-wife, Zheng Wan. But her condition was dire. Her hands were tied, her face bore multiple bruises, and her expression was filled with venomous resentment. Quite efficient indeed. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Ran's lips as he readily swung the door open. If this were a trap, if the sharp-tongued man and his accomplice sought to exploit this chance to barge in and seize him, the only outcome would be their merciless devouring by the spatial gate. Yet the sharp-tongued man wore an obsequious grin, bowing and scraping with sycophantic deference. Xiao Ran let out a soft sigh. This man's backbone was already shattered. To still greet him with a smile after having his wife cuckolded was proof that he had surrendered from the depths of his soul. How utterly tedious. He pointed to the 2 boxes of instant noodles inside the door. Take them. Both men were overjoyed. They first pushed Zheng Wan inside, then each hoisted a box of noodles and scurried off. Xiao Ran pressed a button on the remote to close the iron door, then gazed calmly at his ex-wife. Zheng Wan forcibly suppressed her venomous expression, forcing a smile. Xiao Ran, there have been so many misunderstandings between us. Xiao Ran raised a hand, cutting her off. What do you think of this place? He asked. Zheng Wan looked bewildered for a moment before replying. It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. How could it not be? The mere presence of heating and electricity was enough to make a former celebrity and socialite swallow her pride and beg Xiao Ran for shelter, wasn't it? She finally understood what he had been doing during those 2 months of renovating the villa. Xiao Ran chuckled and guided her upstairs. As they reached the first floor, Zheng Wan's eyes fell upon the roaring fireplace. The warmth here was even more intense, making her break into a sweat despite her thick winter coat. Her hands bound, she couldn't remove it herself. Xiao Ran made no move to help. Baozi the dog approached, fixing Zheng Wan with a hostile glare and emitting a low growl. Had it not been for Xiao Ran's command, it would have already pounced. Zheng Wan trembled slightly. A dog that bites doesn't bark, and Baozi was clearly one of those vicious canines. Xiao Ran, however, retrieved a plate bearing a seared steak and placed it before Baozi. Eat. But Baozi didn't lower its head, its gaze remained fixed on Zheng Wan. In its simple consciousness, Zheng Wan was an enemy. With an enemy in the house, how could it possibly eat? It had to protect its master and defend its territory. You're feeding steak to a dog. Zheng Wan was utterly stunned, almost unable to believe her eyes. What were people eating these days? Instant noodles, crackers, bread. Only families with ample provisions could afford white rice. Meat. Sorry, who would stockpile fresh meat in large quantities? Even cured meat wasn't something every household bothered to prepare. So how could you be so extravagant as to feed steak to a dog? Aren't you afraid of being cursed to death? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and seated himself at the dining table, which was already laden with all manner of dishes. There was king crab, river shrimp, lamb soup, braised beef, an abundance beyond measure. You're going to eat all this by yourself? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Such waste, such sheer waste. Jealous? Xiao Ran asked. Zheng Wan nodded instinctively. The hatred in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Ran gradually faded, replaced by a burning longing. Honey, can we start over? Please. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ran's laughter was laden with mockery. Let me show you something. He turned on the television and adjusted it until images flickered to life. It was footage of Han Yun and her sister-in-law Zhong Lei and Wang Lulu, recorded just at noon today. Hidden cameras, yet 8K ultra-high definition, delivering stunning visual clarity. Zheng Wan could see every person's face, every minute detail, with perfect precision. Han Yun and Wang Lulu were breathtakingly beautiful. Their figures. Even as a woman who considered herself attractive, Zheng Wan had to concede defeat before them. Yet even such stunning beauties could only kneel before Xiao Ran, serving him with humility. Her face turned pale. If Xiao Ran was already indulging in such exquisite women, how could he possibly still want her? Xiao Ran, what grudge do you hold against me? Why must you treat me like this? She suddenly erupted hysterically, abandoning all pretense of submission. She glared at him with venomous hatred, for her last shred of hope and delusion had crumbled. Xiao Ran let out a bitter laugh. And you still have the nerve to question me? Indeed, a venomous woman remains a venomous woman. She never reflects on herself. But I have no intention of arguing with you. I showed you this only to let you see how well I'm living now. To make you regret, to make you jealous, to make you seethe with resentment. Scold you awake and make you weep in repentance. Huh. That's something you should do in the underworld. What I need to do is simply send you there. Xiao Ran smiled and steered Zheng Wan toward the front door. Zheng Wan's face twisted in terror as she realized his intent. Panic seized her and she shrieked, Xiao Ran, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, no, no. Xiao Ran remained utterly unmoved. He swung the door open, a smile playing on his lips. With a thud, he kicked Zheng Wan out. Farewell, past life or this one. Bang. He slammed the door shut without hesitation. Zheng Wan scrambled to run back, but a hailstone struck her squarely in the face. Though the hailstones were no longer as large as before, they were still the size of marbles. Being hit by one was excruciatingly painful. Worse still, the hail was toxic. Even a graze left the skin burning with searing agony. She let out a piercing scream, desperately seeking shelter, but more hailstones pelted down relentlessly. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, writhing and thrashing in unbearable torment. Xiao Ran, save me. Save me. She cried out to the only person who might help her, but her voice grew fainter and fainter until it faded entirely. She lay still. It wasn't the poison that killed her. Mere skin contact wasn't that fast, but the extreme cold. Xiao Ran stood by the window, his face utterly expressionless. As he had said, with Zheng Wan dead, the grudges of past and present lives were settled. At last he could let go. Xiao Ran turned and walked away, his heart feeling remarkably light. First, the 15-day grace period had passed, proving he had truly been reborn. Second, the last member of the Zheng family was dead, and the knot in his heart was finally untied. From now on, he could simply indulge in life as he pleased. Humming a tune, he began his workout. He couldn't afford to slack off on this. After finishing, he took a shower and started reviewing the surveillance footage. the one from the newly installed camera in the garage. He skimmed through it quickly and soon noticed another body had vanished. He rewound and identified the corpse thief. It was a group of burly men. They hoisted a corpse and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Lu Yang from Building 4. Xiao Ran recognized one of them. So the entire Building 4 has turned to cannibalism. A chill ran down his spine. The frequency of Lu Yang and his group's corpse thefts was alarmingly high, about one body every 2 days. An adult weighed at least 100 gene. How could a few people consume that much in just 2 days? Thus the entire building must be involved. At this thought Xiao Ran shuddered. What a world this had become. Another night passed. The apocalypse day 17. Xiao Ran woke up, his mood immediately lifting. Because now every day was a brand new one for him. He looked out the window in surprise, seeing that the originally dark and oppressive sky had turned distinctly bright. The fog had lifted. Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel excited. He rushed to the window in a single stride. Indeed, visibility had reached about 20 meters. Though still far from a complete dissipation of the fog, traveling under such weather conditions no longer posed a risk of getting lost. He could go out. Xiao Ran's heart leaped with joy. After all, he had been trapped in the residential area for over half a month. Even if he had women to amuse himself with every day, that was not something one could do continuously except for eating and sleeping. So he was still rather bored. After all, being forced to be a shootin' and choosing to be one were two entirely different things. It was time to take a stroll. Most importantly, he needed to acquire some energy sources, like gasoline and diesel, which were impossible to obtain in large quantities before the apocalypse. Lu Mai's best friend was an exception. She must have had significant connections, otherwise it would have been impossible to get several acres of land approved so easily for her to build an apocalypse fortress. With wealth and power, getting more diesel and gasoline would be a simple matter. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Now zero-cost acquisition wasn't too late either. Xiao Ran smiled. His Mercedes G-Class cost only over 2 million to buy, but the modifications cost over 5 million. The windows were replaced with bulletproof glass, the tires were anti-skid, the body had excellent insulation, the heating system was custom-made, and the overall defensive capabilities of the vehicle were extremely strong. After waiting so many days, it finally had its chance to shine. He only hoped the roads outside wouldn't be blocked. This was a significant concern, because when the hailstorm struck, the morning rush hour was not yet over. So there were many cars on the streets. Definitely many vehicles had no time to find shelter, their windows were shattered by hail. With the thick fog, how many people would have simply abandoned their cars on the road? At this moment, Xiao Ran wished he had prepared a tank. The only good news was that the nearest gas station to the residential area was only about 2 kilometers away. It shouldn't be too difficult. Xiao Ran prepared himself. Time to set off. Leopard, I can't take you this time. You stay home and keep watch. Leopard barked, though it was unclear if it understood. Xiao Ran went to the ground floor garage. The villa's garage was on the ground floor. Of course, the basement could also be converted into a garage depending on the owner's choice. To increase space, Xiao Ran had transformed the basement into a living room and monitoring room. He got in the car, closed the door. Vroom, the engine roared to life. The G-Class slowly drove out of the garage. Hail immediately pelted the roof, making a crisp sound. Xiao Ran smiled slightly without a worry. Ordinary cars didn't need to worry about the roof being pierced by hail, unless it was a cheap model filled with foam. So his modified and reinforced luxury car was certainly even less of a concern. Of course, hail also struck the windows. That was the real test. But the G-Class had bulletproof glass, and it could even raise steel mesh directly blocking the hail. Rock solid. The ground was already frozen solid, extremely slippery. However, with the anti-skid tires, the G-Class drove steadily. Xiao Ran was still very cautious, keeping the speed at around 20 km/h. Did he need to rush now? The car weaved through the residential area, soon arriving at the main gate. But the sensor was of course long out of order. The barrier arm couldn't be raised. No problem, he'll just ram it. Xiao Ran stepped on the gas. Bang, the car burst through. It was fitted with a reinforced bumper, the best quality, plus a modified engine. Not just a barrier arm, even a wall could be knocked down. However, Xiao Ran made no attempt to conceal his movements. With visibility now around 20 meters, many people naturally saw him. Who's that? Xiao Ran, I guess. I saw that car come out of the villa. How dare that guy go out? Isn't he afraid the hail will shatter his car windows? Right, though the fog cleared today, the hail hasn't stopped. Let's go out and try our luck too. Yeah, we can cover the car windows with quilts, leaving only a small hole to see the road. Drive slowly and carefully, going out won't be hard. Right, we have to take the risk, or we'll starve or die of thirst. Many people gathered their courage and ran to the underground garage. But there were still many who dared not or didn't have a car, mostly the elderly. They also went to the underground garage, but were discussing other matters. Instead of taking risks outside, why not get something for nothing? Xiao Ran didn't bother with others. He drove on. Though the speed wasn't fast, he had truly left the residential area. He felt a sensation like a dragon emerging from the sea. Awesome. Moreover, Xiao Ran was lucky. Though many cars were haphazardly parked on the street, he could barely maneuver around them. Only one spot was impossible. 3 cars had collided, completely blocking the road. No problem. He rolled down the window, first held an umbrella out, then reached out and pressed a hand on one of the cars. Instantly, the car vanished. It went into the alternate space. Removing one car was enough. Xiao Ran retracted his umbrella, closed the window, and continued. It was only about 2 kilometers. He soon arrived at the gas station. He parked, got out, locked the car, and went straight to the fuel storage area. If he was going to take it all. He collected the fuel tanks one by one into the alternate space. There were 3 tanks in total, corresponding to 92-98 octane gasoline and diesel. There was number 95 octane, which annoyed Xiao Ran a bit. For the same trip, he missed out on 1 tank. Fortunately, each tank was nearly full, apparently just filled before the apocalypse. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Ran held his umbrella and was about to return to his car when he suddenly saw several cars driving erratically towards him, almost crashing into his vehicle. What made Xiao Ran frown was that these cars also surrounded his G-Class. At that moment, many people jumped out of the cars. They had obviously come to refuel and rushed to grab the fuel nozzles. But first, the power was out, so the nozzles were useless. Second, Xiao Ran had already taken the tanks, so naturally no fuel would come out. The gas station's canopy was rainproof and could block the hail, but it didn't keep out the cold. These people were all shivering from the cold, hugging their arms, wearing hats and cloth masks, their faces completely hidden. They naturally noticed Xiao Ran and immediately fixed their eyes on his clothes. That was a custom-made mountaineering jacket suitable even for climbing Mount Everest. So its insulation was naturally top-notch. Even if they didn't know its value, a single glance told them it was high-end. Hey, if you don't want to get beaten to death, take off your clothes now, one of them shouted, brandishing a stick at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran frowned and said, it's freezing cold. If I take off my clothes, I'll freeze to death. Haha, what do we care if you freeze or not, said the person who had spoken earlier. He seemed to be the leader of the group. Only he spoke now, while the others sneered, brandishing sticks or cleavers, as if to say, if you don't obey, we'll beat you or cut you. Xiao Ran shook his head. You see, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but some people just had to force his hand. He smiled, reached into his pocket, and took out a replica gun from his alternate space. What? Instantly, the group's pupils contracted. They became extremely nervous and involuntarily stepped back. A gun? Who wouldn't be afraid upon seeing one? Go on, keep being arrogant, Xiao Ran said calmly. Now all of you run to the road. The last one to get there'll shoot him dead. The group collectively gasped. We'll be killed by the hailstones, they said in unison. The hailstones were venomous. Being hit by one caused 2 kinds of pain, and the pain from the venom was simply unbearable, making people roll on the ground. On such a day, rolling on the ground, they would be done for. Xiao Ran snorted, what do I care? Returning the exact words. The group looked at each other, their eyes turning vicious. In that case, they would fight to the bitter end. He was just one man with 1 gun, while they had 11 people. How many could he kill? Let's fight. They all roared and charged at Xiao Ran. After the apocalypse began, many people had become fierce, and now it was a matter of life or death, so everyone was desperate. Xiao Ran smiled, slightly afraid they wouldn't charge. That way he could save some bullets. He opened the space gate. Those in front immediately disappeared, and even those a few steps behind, though they sensed something wrong, couldn't stop their momentum and stumbled into the space gate. Only one person survived. He was too slow. The man trembled, his face full of fear. Don't kill me. Please spare me. He had completely lost his will to resist. Xiao Ran shook his head. You know my secret. I must kill you to silence you. The man felt wronged and cried, but I don't know anything. He only saw people disappearing one by one, but had no idea how they disappeared. How could he know your secret? Wasn't it too much to kill him for that? Xiao Ran smiled, and a bullet quietly flew out from his alternate space. A splash of blood bloomed on the man's forehead. He stared at Xiao Ran unwillingly, then fell backward. Thud! He hit the ground dead with his eyes wide open. Xiao Ran reached out, collected the cars blocking the front and back of his G-Class, then opened the door and sat inside. A strong wave of warmth immediately enveloped him. He had not turned off the engine, the air conditioner had been running all along. Skip on fuel. Did he look like someone short of money? Head home, head home. Xiao Ran didn't know whether the fog would continue to dissipate or become thick again. Now he had completely lost his foresight, so safety came first. He had stored so many supplies and made thorough preparations. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if he got trapped outside by the fog, unable to get home, or even froze to death? Safety first, that was the rule. He drove carefully as the road had been cleared on the way here, so returning was easy. Soon he saw the gate of the residential area. However, he found that although the barrier at the entrance had been broken by him earlier, now several stone blocks had been added blocking the way. In the security booth sat a dozen old people. When they saw Xiao Ran return, they showed excited expressions. Xiao Ran rolled down the window a bit and asked, "What do you mean by this?" "Xiao Ran, we are about to starve and die of thirst. So you must give us food and water or we won't let you into the neighborhood," said one old man opening the window. Although the security booth had a roof to protect them from hailstones, it couldn't block wind or cold. As soon as the window opened, a cold wind rushed in, making the dozen old men shiver. Xiao Ran laughed. "Aren't you afraid? They'll take action." "Hee, we're not stupid." The old men took out toy water guns and aimed at Xiao Ran. These were the most ordinary squeeze-type water guns with only one tube's worth of water able to spray 3 to 5 meters. But if Xiao Ran got out of the car to move the stone blocks or enter the neighborhood, they could spray him with the water guns. It was obvious that the water guns were not filled with ordinary water, but with melted poisonous hailstones. Xiao Ran smiled. The weather was so cold, if he stalled for a while, the poisonous water in the water guns would freeze, and how could they squeeze out ice from a tube? But he had no interest in wasting time with these old geezers. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot forward. The bumper hit the stone blocks first, and the powerful engine pushed the 2 blocks forward, unable to stop the car's advance. Then Xiao Ran backed up a bit, adjusted the direction, and got rid of the stone blocks. However, he didn't drive away. Instead, he took out 2 packs of instant noodles and tossed them toward the security booth. The old men were extremely disappointed because Xiao Ran was too tough. He directly rammed through the blockade. Could they lie in front of the car to fake an accident? Given how ruthless people were nowadays, they would definitely step on the accelerator and run over them. But Xiao Ran actually threw out 2 packs of instant noodles. At that, the old men couldn't resist, and they surged out of the security booth like a tide, scrambling for the 2 packs. Although they usually looked sickly and demanded seats on the bus, faced with the temptation of 2 packs of instant noodles, they all burst out with astonishing strength, like wolves pouncing on prey, fierce and vicious. Fists and feet flew. Some old men were even sneakier, aiming for the groin. Suddenly cries of pain and grunts filled the air. Xiao Ran watched this farce through the car window, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You see, the alliance that had just formed fell apart instantly. That was human nature. Human nature could not withstand trials. It revealed its true colors in the face of profit and life and death situations. The old men were fighting fiercely, likely to end up with brains splattered. Xiao Ran had no interest in watching further. He started the engine and drove away. After parking the car, Xiao Ran took off his coat, and Bowsy wagged its tail and came to greet him. He rubbed the dog's head, glanced at the time. It was still 3 minutes to 11. So he and Bowsy ate first. After the meal, he had some fruit, and after the fruit, he brewed a cup of goji berry tea. He had to take care of himself as he was consuming energy every day. A little while later, Han Yun and the other 3 women arrived on time. Xiao Ran was quite satisfied, so he treated the 4 women to watermelon. 2 slices each, neither too much nor too little. The 4 ladies naturally ate with delight. For Xiao Ran, these supplies were trivial. He had an abundance with thousands of tons of watermelon alone. Even if he ate one a day, how long could it last? But for the 4 women, any fruit was now a luxury. Moreover, with the bitter cold outside, they sat in the warmth of the room, feasting on hot pot until they were drenched in sweat, then biting into ice-cold, refreshing watermelon. What a sublime experience that was. Even the gods would envy them. Could they ever leave Xiao Ran? Even if he demanded they become his slaves, they would obediently comply. In these times, whoever controls the supplies rules supreme. Of course, one must also have the ability to protect those supplies, or else they would merely be a gift-bearing child. Xiao Ran, however, possessed both. If he wished, he could easily become the master of the entire neighborhood. But what would be the point? Would he gather a bunch of underlings just to fight? Would large-scale wars even break out in this era? How could anyone go out? No, in a few more days, most people would starve to death, and the global population would plummet. How could there be large-scale wars? So for small-scale skirmishes, Xiao Ran's spatial gate was the most formidable weapon. With a single burst of bullets, who could stand in his way? The 4 women ate the watermelon clean, leaving not a trace of red, their expressions hinting at lingering desire. It wasn't that Xiao Ran was stingy, but if he let them eat to their fill all at once, they wouldn't treasure it. Now they had food, but only in limited portions, making it all the more precious, and they would strive even harder to please him. As the saying goes, a favor in need is remembered, but too much kindness breeds resentment. After the watermelon, Xiao Ran sent the reluctant 4 women away. By afternoon, many households were cursing and complaining, for at the door several of the elderly had died, beaten to death or frozen, while scrambling for instant noodles. When Xiao Ran learned of this, he merely smiled faintly. As long as they didn't provoke him, he had no desire to intervene. But if they insisted on crossing him, well, they could all perish. His own life was paramount. Still, he glanced toward Building 4. The people there had already resorted to cannibalism. Once that boundary was crossed, anything became possible. He would need to stay vigilant. He feared not open threats, but covert ones. As evening fell, a vast fog suddenly surged from nowhere, shrouding the entire city. Visibility shrank from 20 meters to 10, then 5, until finally, like days before, it was reduced to a mere meter. Those who had ventured out to gather supplies were doomed. Those who returned early were fine, but those still outside would never make it back. With the weather so frigid, if they failed to find shelter in time, the likelihood of freezing to death was immense. Xiao Ran clicked his tongue in relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been greedy and had returned early, otherwise he would have spent the night outdoors. Though his car was modified for excellent insulation, and he had the best winter gear, sleeping in the vehicle was uncomfortable and unsafe. Who knew what mishap might occur in the dead of night? In the apocalypse, one must be cautious in all things, safety above all. Building 4. In a room, 7 men were drinking soup, each with a large bowl. They devoured it ravenously, sweat beading on their foreheads. They were the organizers and managers of Building 4. Now the building had united tightly, even moving in together to maximize warmth. Sun Wentao finished first, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. We don't have to worry about food now, but we're almost out of clean water. There won't be enough for the next meal. Lu Yong finished second, wiping his mouth with a tissue. Simple. A lot of people went out to scavenge today. We can pick any building to raid. We'll get plenty of clean water and some extra supplies. Good idea. I'm getting sick of eating meat every day, said Lu Wei. All right, let's move out later tonight. Whether our wives, kids, and parents get to eat well depends on tonight's haul, declared Lu Yong. Which building? We're on the 4th floor. The closest are Building 3 and Building 5. Which one do you want? Building 3. Building 3. Building 5. All right, the majority chose Building 3. Well, strike Building 3 tonight. Actually, that villa is the best target, Ma Junkai suddenly said. The others thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. But Xiao Ran is not easy to deal with. Yeah, I don't know if it's luck or what, but he killed so many people with just a toy water gun. Forget it. Whether he's truly capable or just lucky, let's not provoke him for now. Yeah, there's something eerie about him. At midnight, Lu Yang's group of 30 set out fully equipped. They first went to the underground garage, then entered Building 3. With a heavy hammer, they smashed open a door and a horde of men surged in. Who could stop them? Shrill screams erupted. Soon Lu Yong and his crew withdrew and moved to the next household. Bang, same routine. The door was smashed open and the men flooded in. This time, however, they stayed much longer, and from within the room came the continuous cries of a woman pausing and resuming. A full 2 hours later, they finally emerged one by one. I didn't expect Zhao Jiai's wife to be so pretty. Tell the brothers to take it easy. Don't break her or kill her. Bring her back to play with slowly. Right. The rest of you hold your horses. There are bound to be other beauties in Building 3. No rush. They continued smashing down doors. The apocalypse had entered its 18th day. Early in the morning, people rushed about spreading the news, denouncing the atrocities committed by Building for the previous day. They had raided Building 3, attacking most of its residents overnight, killing nearly everyone. Only a handful of attractive women were spared, taken back to Building 4. Among the residents they had visited, some fled in panic and hid in the underground garage, using the darkness and bitter cold to deter their pursuers from searching further, thus escaping death. Even so, by the next morning, more than half of these survivors had perished. The news came from their own lips. Upon hearing it, the entire residential complex was shocked, and countless voices rose in condemnation. Under the mobilization of the building leaders, most residents gathered in the garage for a meeting. Naturally, no one from Building 4 attended, for the day's agenda was how to deal with them. This was going too far. Previously, Xiao Ran had also killed, but as long as one wasn't a fool, it was clear that others provoked him first, and he only retaliated. Conversely, if no one provoked Xiao Ran, who was bullied, who died? No one. So everyone feared Xiao Ran naturally, for he had killed, and not a few. Yet they felt no terror, because as long as they didn't provoke him, they were certainly safe. But Building 4 was different. Even if you didn't provoke them, they would still come for you. They would devour your flesh, drink your blood, and violate your wife and daughter. They were like a cult, who could not be terrified. Thus they had to devise a plan. Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't participate. Waking up, his first action was to look out the window. The thick fog had thinned considerably, of visibility, though not as good as yesterday, still reached about 15 meters. It was still possible to go out and search for supplies. He had just collected 3 large cans of gasoline and diesel yesterday, so there was no urgency to go out again today. By noon, Han Yun and the other 3 women came telling Xiao Ran about Building 4's deeds, their faces etched with worry. Who knew if those thugs from Building 4 might smash down their doors tonight and do as they pleased? Among them, even the less attractive Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei were at least 70-point beauties, while Han Yun and Wang Lilu were top-tier 90-point stunners. If they fell into the hands of those in Building 4, their fate would be utterly tragic. Though they were now selling themselves, Xiao Ran was reasonable. He wasn't taking them for free. On the contrary, they enjoyed lavish meals, heating, and hot baths. It was like being kept by a wealthy man in the past. Although the label was unsavory, they effectively lived a life above the common lot. But in Building 4, they would be ravaged, abused, and eventually even become food. With such fears, how could they not knit their brows and be weighed down with worry? Xiao Ran listened to them recount Building 4's atrocities. Though the entire complex organized a meeting, in the end the people were divided and reached no concrete conclusion. The meeting was essentially a waste, leaving everyone to freeze in the garage for nothing. Indeed, now that they had tasted human flesh, these people had completely abandoned all morality, no longer bound by any social order. In their eyes, there was no right or wrong, only survival. In truth, such a mindset did enable one to survive better in the apocalypse. However, living next to a pack of beasts that had already tasted blood made even Xiao Ran feel as if needles were pricking his back. He truly had no fear of these thugs, but if Han Yun and the others were targeted by Building 4, none of them would escape. Xiao Ran wasn't yet tired of them, so he naturally didn't want them abducted by Building 4's gang to become their playthings. Moreover, once Building 4 eliminated everyone else in the complex, the fire would eventually reach him. Since enmity was inevitable, why not strike first and eliminate them early? Xiao Ran pondered his principle, being absolute caution. Even when acting, he had to ensure 100 safety. 99 would be irresponsible to himself. Might have it. He nodded to himself. This plan might not guarantee killing everyone in Building 4, but at least it would prevent them from committing evil for a while, and ultimately more than half of them would die. So he said, "You all stay here for the next few days. Once the Building 4 problem is resolved, you can go back." The four women were overjoyed, but Wang Lulu quickly asked, "Can I bring my son over?" Xiao Ran shook his head. That was naturally impossible. Wang Lulu was disappointed, frozen in hesitation, torn between coming alone or staying with her son at home. In the end, she decided to come alone and entrusted her son to a neighbor, an elderly couple who were very kind. As long as she gave them some food, she believed they would take good care of him. It was a helpless choice, for she didn't love her son that much. He was merely a tool for her advancement. Compared to herself, the trade-off was quite easy. After eating, she left with some food and returned an hour later. By dusk, the thick fog descended once more. Visibility dropped to about 1 meter, leading Xiao Ran to speculate, would the fog always disperse during the day and gather again at night? If so, anyone who couldn't return before dusk would have to stay out overnight, waiting for the next morning when the fog cleared to act or go home. Xiao Ran checked the time and decided to make his move. After checking the surveillance, he stepped out. Han Yun and the other 3 women slept deeply, none of them waking. Xiao Ran had added some sleeping pills to their dinner to ensure they would sleep soundly and not discover his midnight outing. A piercing chill assailed him, jolting Xiao Ran alert. It was truly frigid. Even fully clad, he felt the bone-penetrating cold. The temperature at night had likely plummeted to -30°C or lower. Illuminating his path with a flashlight, Xiao Ran quickly arrived at Building 4. He ascended the stairs to the second floor. In this complex, the ground floor of each building was essentially a stilted space devoid of residents, used only for parking electric bikes and housing lockers for delivery services. Standing behind the fire door, Xiao Ran willed it, and massive square blocks of ice materialized before him. Why would he prepare ice blocks in this ice age? He feared the weather might be erratic. A bitter cold this year could give way to extreme heat the next. His dimensional space was vast, and ice was worthless. Besides, melted ice was still water usable for drinking and bathing. Soon he laid down a thick layer about a meter high. He took out steel bars, driving them between the ice blocks, propping them nearly to the ceiling. Then he poured water, filling the gaps between the ice blocks and the steel bars. At -30 to 40 degrees, the water froze instantly, fusing the ice and steel into a solid mass. He continued layering ice until he reached the ceiling. This was a bit more troublesome. He fetched a ladder, climbed up, and continued pouring water, completing an ice wall reinforced with steel. The fire door was designed to swing outward toward the wall. But now, could it still open? It would have to push against an entire wall. Even if one hacked through the fire door with an axe, they would still face this thick, steel-reinforced ice wall. How much effort and time would that take? Perhaps 10 days or half a month. Starving them that long would likely finish most of them. Xiao Ran went to another unit building and repeated the process, sealing that fire door as well. He even materialized a few cars in the stairwell, further blocking the exit for those inside. Oh, and the elevator shaft. Xiao Ran went to the first floor, pried open the elevator doors, dumped in ice blocks, and then filled it with water, completely disabling the shaft. Now for the residents of Building 4 to leave, there was only one option: jump. It wasn't high, just a drop from the second floor. They probably wouldn't die or even get seriously hurt. They could use bedsheets to lower themselves down, reducing the risk of injury. But in this weather, with extreme cold and toxic hailstones raining down, how many could escape unscathed? Some might, but the chances were minuscule. That was enough. If after being weakened like this, the people of Building 4 still couldn't be dealt with by the others in the complex, well, they didn't deserve to live. Xiao Ran was pleased with his handiwork. The key was that he hadn't needed to take any risks. He withdrew, returning to the villa. He closed the iron gate. Han Yun and the other three were still in deep slumber. The sleeping pills were potent. As he reached the first floor, the leopard bounded over, wagging its tail. Xiao Ran smiled. When it came to loyalty, only the leopard was true. Han Yun and the others, they followed and obeyed him only because he provided such favorable conditions. If he were destitute, just look at how they would treat him. But he believed the leopard would never abandon him. Those who stand by you in poverty are the ones truly worth cherishing. The night passed. The apocalypse entered its 19th day. Before dawn, chaos erupted in Building 4. The fire door to the first floor wouldn't open. Initially, no one thought much of it. Perhaps moisture on the door had frozen, sealing it shut. A good hard shove would surely break it free. But one person after another failed to open the door. Eventually, the entire building was alerted. Several strong men took turns ramming the door, but their efforts were like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. Moved, Lu Yang shouted, brandishing a fire axe. He swung it at the door. Wood chips flew. After a while, Lu Yang tired and passed the axe to someone else. After about an hour of relentless effort, they finally hacked through the fire door. They thought the problem was solved, but when they saw the thick wall of ice behind it, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was there an ice wall in the second floor corridor? And they could vaguely see pillars inside. Were those steel bars? This was insane. Hadn't everything been fine yesterday? Who had sealed the corridor in the dead of night? Had the entire complex conspired? Otherwise, it seemed impossible for one person, or even a few, to complete such a project. They hadn't yet seen the cars behind the ice wall, or they would have been even more bewildered, as if in a dream. How were the cars brought up here? Not even the most reckless female driver could manage such a feat. Let's try the elevator shaft, someone suggested, inspired. The group went to the elevator shaft and pried open the doors. Shining a flashlight inside, they were all stunned. The shaft on the first floor was also sealed with thick ice. They were trapped in this building. We can climb out the window, another bright mind proposed. Their eyes lit up. The drop from the second floor was only about 3 meters. A direct jump wouldn't kill anyone. They could even fashion a rope from bed sheets or toss out mattresses and bedding for a softer landing. But the problem was the toxic hailstorm raging outside. That was no joke. And while adults might risk the jump, what about the elderly and children? Who the hell is so despicable? The residents of Building 4 cursed. They could try jumping, but since they weren't at their wits' end yet, no one was willing to take the risk. For now, they would wait. The news spread throughout the complex after dawn. Many refused to believe it and went to Building 4 to see for themselves. They were all astonished. It was true. Who were these great benefactors doing good deeds without seeking credit? Everyone was intensely curious. To complete such a feat in one night was certainly not the work of a single person. The cars wedged in the stairwell were especially baffling. But this question was destined to remain unanswered forever. The entire residential complex convened for another meeting. This time the topic was how to prevent the residents of Building 4 from escaping, to seal them completely within that building. Yesterday's meeting had failed to reach a consensus because no one wanted to confront a group of vicious criminals. Everyone harbored the mentality of letting others go first while they watched from the sidelines. Thus, the hearts of the people were not united and no decision could be reached. But today was different. What threat did the people in Building 4 still pose? None. If they wanted to get out now, they could only climb or jump from the second floor, which naturally limited their numbers drastically. So how could this path be blocked as well? Everyone offered their suggestions. Some proposed digging 3 feet deep into the soil around the windows of Building 4, artificially turning the second floor into a third, which would increase the difficulty for those in Building 4 to descend and raise the casualty rate. However, this project required a massive amount of labor. But when it came to everyone's safety, people were naturally willing to contribute just a bit of effort. They divided the work by building numbers, with one building's residents coming out to work each day. In addition, they arranged for round-the-clock surveillance of Building 4. As soon as anyone dared to climb out the window, an alarm would be sounded, and everyone would join forces to beat the escapees to death. Now it was a matter of kill or be killed. Building 4 had slaughtered nearly half of Building 3 the night before. Who could still feel sympathy for them? Whether they were elderly women or children, they were all categorized as enemies. Xiao Ran naturally refused to participate in such activities. This drew curses from some who accused him of living safely only thanks to everyone else's efforts while being unwilling to contribute anything. Utterly shameless. They said that if you have money, you contribute money. If not, you contribute effort. Since he wouldn't work, at least he could hand over some supplies. But Xiao Ran was as stingy as a miser, incredibly tight-fisted. They scorned him. As if afraid he wouldn't hear, some even used loudspeakers in the underground garage passage to shout. Xiao Ran naturally heard them. He had gone out in the middle of the night to lock Building 4, and even drugged Han Yun and her companions with sleeping pills precisely to avoid exposing his actions. The reactions of these people now were within his expectations. But have you forgotten who I am? He stepped out, drew his compound bow, and fired arrow after arrow with a swoosh, sending the group fleeing in terror, crying for their parents. However, a few were shot dead or injured. The dead fell silent while the wounded lay on the ground groaning, but they soon froze to death. Xiao Ran sneered coldly. He hadn't sealed Building 4 out of an overflowing sense of compassion to save the entire complex. Rather, he felt they might disrupt his own life. After all, he would need to go out in the future to search for energy sources, and he couldn't afford an ambush on his way back. Of course, while Building 4 might do such a thing, residents of other buildings could as well. He would never trust a single soul. Around 10 o'clock, Han Yun and the other 3 women gradually woke up. Finding it was already so late, they were astonished, but never suspected they had been given sleeping pills. Instead, they thought the warmth of the place had made them sleep so soundly. This was also quite realistic. Xiao Ran didn't immediately drive them away, even though the trouble with Building 4 was mostly resolved. Breakfast consisted of steaming hot soy milk and fried dough sticks along with dumplings for them to choose freely. This naturally thrilled the 4 women once again, and they grew even more curious whether Xiao Ran had stocked an entire house full of food. After breakfast, they did some morning exercises, and by the time it was noon, the 5 of them had taken a shower and then had lunch. After the meal, Wang Lulu left first, intending to deliver food to her son and also give a portion to the elderly couple next door as thanks for taking care of her child. However, Wang Lulu returned not long after she left, her face pale with terror. Xiao Ran, my son is missing, she said immediately. This was what happened when she got home. She found the neighbor's door slightly ajar. Summoning her courage, she entered and discovered blood everywhere. The elderly couple lay in pools of blood, dead for some time, while her son was nowhere to be seen. She had no other option but to come to Xiao Ran. Would Xiao Ran help her find her son? First of all, no. Why should he care about someone else's child? He had only made a deal with Wang Lulu. She offered her body, and he provided food. What else had that to do with him? Secondly, even if he were willing to help, how would he search? Go door to door asking? Who knew what might greet him when a door opened? A kitchen knife or a club? When it came to his own safety, how could Xiao Ran possibly take such a risk? Thus, Xiao Ran could only offer Wang Lulu some comfort and analyze the difficulty of the search. As for anything more, he was powerless to help. Naturally, Han Yun and the other 2 women agreed with Xiao Ran's decision. After all, what did Wang Lulu's son have to do with them? At most, they would utter a few words of sympathy out of humanitarian concern. However, if Xiao Ran had agreed to search for Wang Lulu's son, they would have absolutely tried to dissuade him. What if something happened to Xiao Ran? It wasn't that they had deep feelings for him, but the villa's entrance was secured with a password, fingerprint lock, or remote control, and Xiao Ran hadn't granted them any access. So if something befell Xiao Ran, they would be trapped and die in the basement. Just imagine if no one added wood to the fireplace. Once it burned out, how would they keep warm? Better them than us. In comparison, their own lives were naturally the most important. Did they possess such noble consciousness as to help others at the cost of their own survival? Sorry, that was impossible. What could Wang Lulu do? Her son's whereabouts were unknown. In this freezing weather, even if she were willing to search door to door, how long would it take before she froze to death? She had no choice but to resign herself to fate. From this, it was evident that this woman was also quite selfish. In her view, her own safety was clearly more important. Xiao Ran merely smiled. He didn't need Wang Lulu to follow him for life, but did her character matter to him? If she dared to betray him, one bullet would settle the matter. It was like visiting a club for a masseuse. Would you assess their moral character or integrity? Of course, Wang Lulu was still deeply concerned about her son. She was listless and dazed the entire afternoon. Just as Xiao Ran thought the day would pass like this, a loud, crashing sound echoed, followed by the wailing of police sirens. It was indeed the sound of a siren, not a car's anti-theft alarm. Oh, could a police car have arrived? Xiao Ran went to the 3rd floor and peered outside. But it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the dense fog had gathered again, reducing visibility to about 2 meters. So what could he see? Nothing at all. He felt a stirring of curiosity, But would he go out for such a trivial reason? Impossible. Under current conditions, the chances of breaching his safe house were zero, unless the military or military-grade weapons were deployed. Xiao Ran went downstairs, first prepared dinner for Leopard, then headed to the basement to call Han Yun and the other three for supper. After the meal, he brought out some fruit, plugged a portable hard drive into the TV, and let the four women binge-watch shows to pass the time. In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere in the villa, a family elsewhere was suffering misfortune. Let's rewind time a bit. A car careened into the neighborhood, swerving as if driven by a drunkard. In truth, it was because the ground was so slippery the driver couldn't keep the vehicle steady. Bang! The car slammed heavily into the unit entrance of Building 5. Due to the impact, the vehicle's equipment malfunctioned, and the police lights on top began flashing while the siren wailed. It was a police car, more precisely a prison van used to transport inmates. A few minutes later, a door was pulled open and a woman stumbled out, followed by a second, a third. After the ninth person emerged, no one else came out. All 9 were women varying in age and build. The youngest was in her early 20s while the oldest was over 30. That older woman was extremely obese, and with her thick clothing, she looked like a ball. Although they had just gotten off a prison van, their clothes were ordinary, making it impossible to tell if they were guards or inmates. The accident was not severe, but all 9 women had suffered some minor abrasions. After resting a moment, the fattest woman said, "The van is wrecked, and with this heavy fog we can't go any further. We'll have to spend the night here. Let's find a place to stay first. It's freezing outside, and we need to get some food," said a woman with a tattoo on her neck. "Let's go." They went to the second floor and knocked on the door of 201. After no one answered, they moved on to 202. "Who is it?" This time someone answered immediately. Inside, a burly bald man was peering through the peephole, a cleaver in his hand. The tattooed woman stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hey big brother, open up. We sisters just want a place to shelter from the cold. If you let us stay, we'll play whatever games you want." Inside, the bald man scanned the group, confirmed there were only 9 women outside, and revealed a sinister smile. He hid the cleaver in his right hand behind his back and unlocked the door. The 9 women quickly squeezed inside. It was unbearably cold outside. Once all 9 women were inside, the bald man slammed the door shut, brandished the cleaver, and snarled with a fierce expression, "All of you get into the back room now. Anyone who dares disobey, he'll chop her to death." There was rope in the inner room. He would force the women to tie each other's hands. Then he'd kill the ugly ones outright, while the pretty ones, would serve his pleasure. But to his astonishment, not a single woman showed any sign of fear. The sight left him dumbfounded. But a moment later, he brandished the cleaver again. "Do you want me to kill a few of you to make an example, so you'll learn to obey?" He took a step forward, the blade gleaming menacingly. It was terrifying. Unexpectedly, 3 of the 9 women stepped forward, instead of retreating, glaring at him with fierce eyes. One was the fat woman, another the tattooed woman, and the third had her face half hidden by her hair, yet her striking beauty was still evident. Her gaze was resolute, like a wounded lone wolf. The bald, burly man was momentarily stunned, then broke into a grin. 3 women dared to challenge him. He would kill the fat one first, and see if they still dared to be so arrogant. He was about to raise his cleaver when he saw the 3 women simultaneously raise their hands, each suddenly holding a gun, their dark muzzles aimed directly at him. Holy crap! The bald, burly man instinctively loosened his grip, and with a clang the cleaver hit the ground. He raised his hands, saying, "Don't be rash. Please don't be rash. I was just joking with you, ha 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 ha." He let out a dry, nervous laugh. "Shall Lu tie him up?" the plump woman said. "Sure thing," a woman replied, stepping forward and pulling her bra out from under her clothes. Using it as a rope, she bound the man's hands together. The bald, burly man initially dismissed it, thinking a mere bra would snap with a bit of force. But when the woman finished tying him, he secretly strained against the bindings and found he couldn't break free at all. His face immediately darkened. Now he was completely at their mercy, like a fish on a chopping block. The tattooed woman holstered her gun, picked up the cleaver from the ground, and gestured at the bald man's neck. This terrified him so much he nearly wet himself. He quickly said, "Let's talk this out, please don't. Shut up." The tattooed woman pressed the cleaver against the bald man's neck. "I have questions for you. Answer honestly." "Yes, yes," the bald man replied, feeling the cold steel against his skin, cold sweat trickling down his face. These women were ruthless. Who the hell were they? "What's the current situation in this neighborhood?" the tattooed woman asked. The bald man then began to speak truthfully. He mentioned the brutality in Building 4, which was sealed off by some unknown group, and also brought up Xiao Ran's wealth, how he often put out bounties, and how he was a ruthless killer, having at least 30 deaths on his hands. After listening to him, the 9 women exchanged glances, all showing a hint of surprise. It hadn't even been 20 days since the cataclysm began, and the outside world had already become like this. Who were these 9 women? Criminals. The plump woman was Mei Ting, known as Sister Mei, a human trafficker sentenced to 20 years in prison. The tattooed woman was Xiao Ran, called Sister Zhou, a drug dealer with blood on her hands, originally sentenced to death, but given a 2-year reprieve due to pregnancy. The beauty with her hair covering her face was Su Qingmei, who had killed in self-defense and was sentenced to 9 years. These 3 were the leaders of the group. After the cataclysm, a riot broke out in the prison. They seized guns, fought against the guards for days, and finally took advantage of a break in the thick fog to escape in a prison van. But the fog caused them to lose their way, and they crashed into this neighborhood. The outside world is in chaos too. It's only natural. The prison riot has been going on for nearly 10 days with no external reinforcements, which means the social order has completely collapsed. So, we're all free now. The 9 women all showed excitement. Escaping prison was an additional crime, and though they had fled, every one of them was terrified. Before the might of the state, they were as insignificant as ants. But now, the army, the police, none of it existed anymore. Who would come after them? In this world without power, unless someone knew them from before who would recognize them. That guy Xiao Ran seems to have a lot of supplies. He even has heating and electricity. Should we take over his villa? Several women spoke excitedly. Though they were women, their crimes were severe, and with the world already in such chaos, what did they have to fear? The plump woman, Mei Ting, pondered for a moment, then smiled. That Xiao Ran relies on nothing more than a fancy toy gun that shoots poison. But we have real guns. Which shoots farther, a bullet or a water gun? The other women nodded, finding Mei Ting's analysis very reasonable. Relying on his sturdy villa and toy gun, Xiao Ran could indeed attack and defend. But they had real guns. Since they were here, Xiao Ran's reign as the local tyrant was over. His biggest weakness is his lust for women, and we happen to be women. So if we can trick him into opening the door, hell be at our mercy. Zhou Yalan said, then suddenly slashed hard. Blood spurted from the bald man's throat. He struggled violently, but with his hands bound, he could only thrash like a fish out of water. In seconds he lay motionless in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen in terror and resentment, as if he couldn't accept that he had died at the hands of a group of women. Let's go to the villa, Zhou Yalan said, casually discarding the cleaver. Mei Ting nodded. Though the room was about 10 degrees warmer than outside, night had fallen and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Even indoors it was below freezing and still falling. The villa's heating was incredibly tempting. I'm not going. I'll part ways with you here, Su Qingmei suddenly said. Huh? Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan both looked at her, a glint of menace in their eyes. Su Qingmei toyed with her gun and said, the world is already so chaotic. Even if we separate, no one needs to worry about anyone snitching. Killing is trivial now. Who cares about our criminal status? Previously the 9 women had stuck together because if one was caught she could easily expose the others. So anyone who tried to leave would be dealt with by the group. But now things were different. Who would still hold your past crimes against you? Even killings were happening constantly. Building 4 had nearly wiped out half its residents in a single night. In the old days that would have required military intervention. Now, who would care? Compared to that, what were their past sins? Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan exchanged a glance and gave a slight nod. Fine, we'll go our separate ways. Su Qingmei, since you're leaving us, if we meet again, hey, you'd better watch your back. Farewell. Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting left the room. The remaining 6 women looked at each other and quickly followed, leaving Su Qingmei alone inside. She walked over and closed the door, then went to the bedroom and opened it. A woman stood at the doorway, startled by Su Qingmei's sudden appearance. She stumbled back, saying, I'm a victim too. I'm from next door, dragged here by that man outside. He killed my husband. Su Qingmei's expression remained unchanged. She said coldly, go back to your own home. Oh yes. Yes. The woman quickly ran to the front door, opened it, and returned to her own apartment next door. Su Qingmei closed the door and sat down, finally, letting a look of relief wash over her face. She took out a photo. It showed 2 people who appeared to be sisters. The older one was her, but she looked no more than 20, suggesting the photo was taken years ago. The other was a girl around 16. Both were smiling sweetly and charmingly. She pressed the photo to her chest. Little sister, you have to hold on. I will find you. On the other side, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting led the 6 women to the underground garage, shone a flashlight, and then walked toward building 8. Damn, it's cold. Someone complained. Mei Ting laughed. Once we enter the villa, we won't have to worry about the cold. The women all nodded vigorously. They were so full of anticipation. The garage was small, and even though they were unfamiliar and it was dark below, a few minutes later, they still reached the corridor leading to the villa. They had prepared in advance and opened their umbrellas. One must be wary of others, especially since they were here to harm others, so they were naturally even more cautious. Bang, 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 they knocked on the door. The woman standing at the front was called Ingzi, and she was also the prettiest among the 8 women. To lure Xiao Ran to open the door, they naturally pushed the prettiest girl forward. Unfortunately, Su Qingmei had quit the group, or else if she had come tisk, they wouldn't believe any man could resist. What do you want? A man's voice came from the intercom. Ingzi wiggled her hips, forced a smile on her face, and said in a coquettish tone, "Big brother, didn't you say that as long as we're willing to sleep with you, you'll give us food? Hee, we sisters all want to sleep with you." Xiao Ran saw clearly through the surveillance. This group consisted of 8 people, all women, but a few of them were really hard to describe. Especially the fat woman. Are you serious? If you were a streetwalker, would anyone come to you even if you paid? And what? Xiao Ran saw the gun the fat woman was hiding behind her back. They only thought Xiao Ran had installed 1 camera, but they didn't know there were 3 installed in different positions and with infrared imaging. So they came to seize my villa. But how did this female squad suddenly appear in the neighborhood? Could it be? His heart stirred, and he couldn't help but think of the collision sound and the sirens from before. Were these 8 women the ones? Fine, since you've delivered yourselves to me, I'll take care of you all at once. Otherwise 8 women scattered in the neighborhood would be troublesome for me to find. You all come here. Xiao Ran first turned off the surveillance, then called Han Yun and the other 3 women over. He didn't want the 4 women to see him using the extra-dimensional space. Han Yun felt a bit bitter and said, "What's the matter? With new people you want to cast us old ones aside." Xiao Ran smiled. "These new people are not easy to deal with. They even carry guns." Guns? Han Yun and the other 3 were startled. Zhang Jingyao was the first to say, "Then ignore them. They can't get in anyway." Right. The 3 women echoed in unison. The villa had everything and was perfectly safe, so why open the door and start a conflict with a group armed with guns? Xiao Ran ignored them and simply told them to hide behind the screen. Then he turned off the lights. With a click of the remote, the iron door slowly opened toward the corridor. Outside, the 8 women looked into the pitch-black interior and suddenly hesitated. Why was it completely dark? Was Xiao Ran already on guard against them? But as soon as the door opened, warm air poured out, giving them a strong sense of warmth, a comfort beyond words. They couldn't help but step inside. Then one by one people vanished without a sound. Because it was so dark, those behind didn't notice that the ones in front had disappeared. When 5 people were gone, Zhou Yalan happened to shine a flashlight and was horrified to stop. Where are the people? Where are the ones in front? Why isn't there even a ghost? Ingzi, Xiaolu, she shouted loudly, but she didn't notice that her own voice was trembling. At her call, Mei Ting and the other woman also stopped and shone their flashlights all around the room, searching for traces of the 5 companions. But nothing. At that moment, all 3 women were panicked. Darkness coupled with the unknown created intense fear. Just then a figure walked out of the darkness and was caught in the flashlight beam. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting raised their guns and pulled the triggers at the figure. Bang, bang, bang. In the dark, each bullet fired from the pistol flashed a burst of light. However, after firing several shots, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting were horrified to find that the figure was still standing. "Your marksmanship is terrible." Xiao Ran laughed. Was it really that Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan's marksmanship was so bad they missed? Of course not. It was because he had opened a spatial gate on the iron door, and all the bullets fired were absorbed into the extra-dimensional space. So it would be a miracle if even one bullet could hit Xiao Ran. In fact, the bullets didn't even enter the room, otherwise hitting the walls or tables would have made a sound. But Zhou Yalan and the other 2 women, overwhelmed by intense fear, couldn't think about that. They trembled, feeling that even breathing became difficult. Xiao Ran wasn't about to take any risk. Seeing that the 3 women neither advanced nor knew if their guns were empty, he naturally didn't step forward. Instead, he turned on his high-intensity flashlight and shone it at the 3 women. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bullets silently shot out from the extra-dimensional space. The spatial gate was less than a meter away from the 3 women, so Xiao Ran's aim was naturally accurate. Thump, thump, thump. All 3 women were hit in the forehead and fell backward. Thus all 8 were eliminated. Xiao Ran walked over first, collected the people and guns together, then went out to the corridor and dumped all 8 bodies outside. He returned to the villa, closed the door, and turned on the lights again. Han Yun and the other 3 women finally poked their heads out from behind the screen, their faces full of fear. Guns. Who isn't afraid? No matter how tough you are before a gun, you're just a fragile baby. Those people? Han Yun asked with a trembling voice. Resolve, the bodies are all outside, Xiao Ran replied casually, but his brow furrowed. He had checked 4 of the 8 women had tattoos, so they were definitely not police. Combined with the sirens, he naturally guessed that these 8 women had obtained guns and a police car from the police station. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen the car, or he would have known he was wrong. The women's guns and ammunition didn't come from the police station, but from robbing a prison. In other words, now ordinary people could easily obtain guns. This was a huge problem. Xiao Ran had mastered the extra-dimensional space plus the bullets inside, making him absolutely invincible in a direct confrontation. But what if someone took a shot at him from behind? Impossible to guard against. I must be extremely careful when going out from now on. Fortunately, the car is bulletproof. Next time I need to go to the police station to get bulletproof vests and riot helmets. Xiao Ran warned himself never to be careless. He only had the extra-dimensional space. He wasn't a Superman. Don't think too much about it. The night is late, time to sleep. Another night had passed, and the apocalypse entered its 20th day. 20 days. Xiao Ran gazed at the gradually brightening window, clicking his tongue in amazement. Human resilience was truly remarkable. 20 days had gone by, yet it seemed that half or more of the residents in the compound were still alive. Moreover, if not for the internecine strife among humans, the number of survivors would have been even greater. This thought could not help but evoke Xiao Ran's wonder. He lingered in bed for a while before rising and heading downstairs. At the first floor, Bowsy wagged its tail and greeted him. Xiao Ran smiled, tossed it 2 meat buns, then opened the door to the basement and descended with breakfast in hand, after confirming safety through the surveillance, of course. No matter the time, the only one he truly trusted was himself. Han Yun and the other 3 women were all sleeping soundly. Compared to the biting cold of their own homes, this place was far warmer. Lying in the bedding, it was so cozy, it was almost unbearably comfortable. The only drawback was the cramped space. With just one bed for 4 people, crowding was inevitable. But compared to the warmth, this flaw could be entirely overlooked. The 4 women rose one after another, preparing to wash up and have breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Ran told the 4 women to binge-watch shows or read novels, while he himself went to the second floor. He couldn't stay with them all the time, for with nothing else to do, what else could a man and women do together? The temperature seemed to have dropped again. Xiao Ran glanced at the thermometer. The indoor temperature had fallen to 15 degrees Celsius, whereas before it had been 23 or 24. He added more firewood, then opened the window to measure the outside temperature. Good heavens, minus 41 degrees Celsius. If the daytime had dropped to such a low, what about the night? Xiao Ran looked at the residential buildings outside. Those who had survived until now had endured much, but continuing to survive would only grow more arduous. Without air conditioning, underfloor heating, or even a fireplace, people could only huddle together for warmth, a mere drop in the bucket. So today, tomorrow, the day after, and in the days to come, people would likely freeze to death each day. Xiao Ran sighed deeply, but it was only a sigh. He was no savior, nor did he wish to be one. He only wanted to look after himself, and at most, while taking a few beauties, for solitude was far too tedious. After a year or so, he would probably go mad. With this in mind, Xiao Ran did not drive Han Yun and the other 3 back to their own dwellings. They would definitely not survive 2 days. Though they did not meet his definition of top-tier beauties, he had no other choice now. When there were no options, standards naturally had to be lowered. However, the 4 women could only stay in the basement, as Xiao Ran had no intention of allowing them upstairs. During the day, the heavy fog had dissipated somewhat, with visibility reaching about 20 meters. Should he go out today to search for energy sources? Xiao Ran pondered. With the cold so severe, fewer people would dare to venture out. Exposed to such extreme cold, a person's lungs would be damaged within about 20 minutes, possibly leading to internal organ necrosis. Of course, staying in the car would be safe. Xiao Ran calculated. His vehicle had been modified so warmth was absolutely not an issue. He just needed to ensure that each time he spent outdoors did not exceed 20 minutes. No, to be safe, he would keep it under 15 minutes. Also, he needed to go to the police station to pick up bulletproof vests and helmets. Another reason Xiao Ran decided to go out was that staying in the villa would constantly remind him of the 4 temptresses below whom he could toy with at will. He feared he might die young. Why were so many ancient emperors short-lived? A large part was due to indulging in hedonism until they destroyed themselves. A lesson from the past. Since he was going out, he naturally had to prepare thoroughly. Xiao Ran not only put on the warmest winter clothing, but also applied heat patches, for today's temperature was over 20 degrees colder than the last time he went out. This was no joke. After some thought, he still prepared 3 days' worth of food and clean water in the basement in case he was delayed outside, and returned to find 4 corpses, or worse, only 3 people left. The latter scenario was even more terrifying. Since he had temporarily taken in the 4 women, Xiao Ran naturally did not want them to starve or die of thirst. However, he still locked the door. So if he really ended up dying outside, Han Yun and the others would be buried with him. I keep you alive. If I die, it's only fair that you accompany me in death. He treated Bowsy no differently. Xiao Ran also prepared a large amount of dog food and clean water, instructing Bowsy to eat only 1 portion each day. After days of training, Bowsy understood such simple commands. It bit Xiao Ran's pants and wagged its tail desperately, as if urging him not to go out. Xiao Ran smiled and patted Bowsy's head, then freed himself from its grip and walked out. He got into the car and opened the door. The hailstorm outside had almost ceased, though not a single hailstone fell for half an hour. He started the engine and drove out, immediately feeling the car drift. The road was too slippery. The ground was now covered in a thick layer of ice formed by hailstones smooth as glass. People or vehicles moving on it were like skating on ice. And this was only because the G-Class had been modified with tires that offered strong anti-skid performance, and the vehicle's weight was sufficient to maintain stability. Otherwise, the car would have slid to who knows where, likely resulting in multiple collisions. The entire city had turned into a massive ice rink. But this rink was far too cold. Even fully equipped one could only stay outside for 15 to 20 minutes before lung damage set in. Xiao Ran controlled the car and drove out of the compound. This scene was noticed by many who were both astonished and envious. The good news was that the fog had cleared and the toxic hailstorm had almost stopped, but the bad news was that the temperature had plummeted again. Suzhou had never experienced extreme temperatures below -10 degrees Celsius, so whose winter clothing could withstand this? Were more layers. Setting aside whether they could even fit, even if they could, how bulky would a person become? The ground was so slippery and the ice was toxic. What if someone slipped and scraped their skin? Of those who had gone out to search for supplies last time, more than half never returned. Now that the temperature was even lower and the roads even slipperier, how many would still dare to go out? Xiao Ran had checked the map in advance, knowing the location of the nearest police station. It was a station, not a precinct. The precinct was too small and might not have what he needed. The nearest station was about 5 kilometers away. Xiao Ran maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. After all, it was only 5 kilometers. Why rush? The visibility was now 15 to 20 meters, so he could still make out the road driving slowly. Turn left at the next intersection. Go straight at the next one. Xiao Ran muttered under his breath, glancing at the car's temperature display. It was freezing at 0 degrees. He raised a thermal layer on all windows except the windshield, and immediately he could feel the temperature rising. The windshield couldn't be covered, of course, as he needed visibility while driving. He checked the temperature again, or it had climbed to 10 degrees. Turning on the heated blanket, he knew he wouldn't feel cold anymore. The only downside was the fuel consumption. Xiao Ran smiled. Did he really need to worry about fuel? He could visit a few more gas stations today to stock up. Emptying one station would last him a long time, but who would complain about having too much? With his cautious nature, he planned to prepare enough to last hundreds of lifetimes. The same went for food and water. He couldn't afford to fall short in energy resources. Still, he arrived at the police station first. Stepping out of the car, Xiao Ran couldn't help but shiver, as if suddenly plunging into an ice cave on a summer day. The wind outside was howling fiercely, bitingly cold. Xiao Ran hurried inside the station. The road was slippery, and he nearly fell. Fortunately, he steadied himself. His thick gloves protected him. Even if he braced against the ice, the toxic frost wouldn't burn his skin. The main door was ajar. Xiao Ran pushed, but it wouldn't budge. The door was frozen solid with ice. He pushed with all his might, and finally it gave way. Of course, his intention wasn't to open it wide, but to close it. Once closed, the howling wind couldn't get in. It was noticeably warmer, though only slightly. Without heating or floor warmth, the indoor temperature was at most -30 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, Xiao Ran's cold weather gear was excellent. He could last 20 to 30 minutes in such conditions. He began searching room by room. Empty offices, empty reception rooms, empty. Xiao Ran froze. This room wasn't empty. There was a corpse. Specifically, a human corpse that had been gnawed on. The face had been eaten away, making identification impossible. The chest was hollowed out, so gender couldn't be determined that way either. But seeing the curve of the waist and hips along with a floral dress confirmed it was a woman. Cannibalism. That was Xiao Ran's first thought, but he immediately shook his head. Would cannibals gnaw on someone's face? The chest seemed torn open by sharp claws. The freezing cold preserved the flesh in its original state. It wasn't cut by a knife. This was the work of a beast, a ferocious one. In his mind, Xiao Ran replayed the scene. A massive beast pounced on a woman, tearing at her face with its jaws, then clawing open her chest to devour the organs inside. Why the organs? First, they contained more water. Second, they were warmer. Both suited the current feeding habits. With the cold and no clean water, the beast had hollowed out the corpse's organs and abandoned the rest. In this city, humans were easy prey. Armed with tools, humans ruled the world, but barehanded, too many beasts could easily kill them. Could it be an Amur tiger escaped from the zoo? Xiao Ran pondered. Or a Siberian wolf. He guessed this because other beasts like lions or leopards could kill and eat humans too, but they lived in tropical climates and would freeze to death in such extreme cold. A snow leopard was possible, but was there one in the zoo? No. So the most likely culprits were an Amur tiger or a polar bear. But the zoo was over 10 kilometers away. How did the beast traverse the toxic hailstorm? Xiao Ran found it hard to believe, but it was even more unlikely that someone nearby kept a ferocious beast. This wasn't the Middle East where the wealthy could keep lions or tigers at home. So, strange. Or maybe my thinking is wrong. It's not one beast, but several. That would mean smaller beasts. But that didn't fit either. This corpse had only its face and organs eaten. If a pack had fed, why wouldn't they touch the limbs? Were they queuing up? Xiao Ran left the room with doubt, his vigilance heightened to the maximum. Step by step he moved cautiously. Perhaps the beast, or beasts, hadn't left lurking somewhere in the station. He couldn't afford to be careless. He came for bulletproof vests and riot helmets to enhance his safety, not to court danger. In this state, Xiao Ran felt his adrenaline surging in exhilarating tension, as if something was brewing within him. He continued searching. 2 rooms later he found another corpse. This time 2 men, both police officers. Like the female victim, their organs had been hollowed out, but their faces were intact. Their necks had been twisted and broken. He could imagine them encountering the beast, being struck on the face with a paw that snapped their cervical vertebrae, killing them instantly. Both men died the same way. This confirmed Xiao Ran's suspicion. It wasn't a pack, but a single beast with immense strength capable of breaking a human neck with one blow. Xiao Ran's heart pounded faster. Thump, thump, thump. He could hear it clearly. If the beast attacked from the front, he wouldn't fear it. With his spatial gait or firing bullets from another dimension, he believed he could handle even an elephant. But the enemy was hidden, perhaps right behind him, which naturally bred tension and fear. Fear wasn't always bad. It made one more cautious, igniting an infinite potential born from the desire to survive. Xiao Ran didn't want to die, so if the beast attacked him, tried to eat him, he would use every ounce of strength to fight back. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat quickened, and he suddenly seemed to enter a mysterious state. Upon entering the police station and discovering the first corpse, Xiao Ran's adrenaline surged, and he felt as if something within him was about to be born. Now his tension and unease intensified further, this sensation growing stronger. But before he could decipher what it was, a sudden gust of wind struck from behind. At that moment, Xiao Ran entered a state of indescribable mystery. He could actually see behind him. No, not just behind, it was as if he had become a god's eye view in a game, able to perceive everything around him. Front, back, left, right, above, below. Behind him, a massive creature mottled black and white was charging. Its speed was incredible. Xiao Ran knew he couldn't dodge this attack in time. His nerves reacted faster than his body. The moment he saw the beast charging, he instantly opened a spatial gate behind him. 5 by 5 meters, enough to shield him completely. But the god's eye view vanished from his mind in an instant. Xiao Ran spun around, catching a fleeting glimpse of the beast, which was the size of a lion covered in thick fur that was black and white. Mostly black with patches of white. Despite its lion-like size, Xiao Ran was certain this was a damn husky. But how could a husky grow so large? A lion, and a male one at that. The husky didn't charge headlong into the spatial gate. Instead, it seemed to see or sense the door's presence, stopping abruptly and even backing away a few steps. It bared its teeth and growled at Xiao Ran, but its steps retreated. For a moment, Xiao Ran couldn't ponder why a husky had grown so enormous. He believed the 3 people before had all been killed and devoured by this husky. With such a massive size, its strength would naturally increase. A single paw strike could easily snap a person's neck. How could Xiao Ran hesitate against such a ferocious beast? Bullets immediately poured from the spatial gate. The husky clearly hadn't expected this move. Though it sensed danger and leaped to dodge, Xiao Ran was relentless, unleashing hundreds of bullets in one go. How could such a dense hail of bullets be fully evaded? The husky was hit, but astonishingly, only 1 bullet struck. Such incredible speed. The bullet hit its rump, but to Xiao Ran's shock, it only penetrated about 2 centimeters. He could still faintly see the bullet's base. Holy crap, was its hide made of bulletproof material? The wounded husky howled in pain and fury, roaring at Xiao Ran, bearing fangs that were about 7 centimeters long. One bite could easily tear through a human throat. But it only gave Xiao Ran a deep, dark-eyed stare before turning and fleeing at astonishing speed, vanishing into the shadows. Even in daylight, the police station was filled with dim rooms, and windowless spaces were pitch black, perfect for hiding. Xiao Ran backed against the wall, opening the spatial gate right in front of him, almost flush with his body, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Case solved. The 3 people were killed and eaten by this husky. Huskies are one of the 3 sled dogs of the snow, originally from Siberia, so they're extremely cold resistant. Surviving in such low temperatures was no surprise. But how could a husky grow this big? Had it mutated? Could this catastrophe trigger animal mutations? Xiao Ran frowned. Based on known information, the husky's size had multiplied several times, its weight going from dozens of pounds to at least hundreds, with a corresponding increase in strength. And this thing could even dodge bullets. That meant its speed was incredible, its agility off the charts. Its hide was also extremely tough, rivaling bulletproof vests. A dog like this, had it mutated or not? It's been hurt, so it definitely wants to kill me. Coincidentally, I'm also petty and don't want to leave loose ends. So since we're enemies, I'll kill you. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and strode out of the room. Come on, let's settle this. Xiao Ran was usually cautious, but when it came to a fight for survival, he never backed down. Let's see who kills who. He advanced carefully, sighing inwardly. During the husky's ambush, he had entered a wondrous state, as if gaining a god's eye view, perceiving everything around him. Well in his mind. If he could maintain that state, how could the husky ambush him? Dream on. But how could he re-enter that state? Xiao Ran had no idea. He seemed to forget the husky's searching room by room, finding more corpses. All had their organs eaten. That husky's doing. Xiao Ran felt little anger. In these times, killing, death, and cannibalism were all too common. When humans were strong, they hunted animals. Now that humans were weak and some animals had risen, it seemed natural for them to see humans as prey. Because the essence of this world was survival of the fittest. It applied to humans and the entire food chain. But that husky saw humans as food, and Xiao Ran was no exception, especially since he had wounded it. The enmity was deep. Xiao Ran believed the husky hadn't left, but was waiting for a chance to strike. At any moment. Under this tension, his adrenaline surged again, and that strange sensation returned, but it was just out of reach. He still couldn't enter the god's eye view. Whoosh. At that moment, a gust of wind came. The husky attacked. In that instant, Xiao Ran finally broke through the barrier and regained the god's eye view. He saw the husky pouncing from a diagonal door. A paw swiped at his face. If hit, his neck might not break, but his face would be severely injured, possibly torn off entirely. Xiao Ran snorted, opening a spatial gate to trap it while unleashing thousands of bullets from the gate. Thousands of bullets. To kill this husky, Xiao Ran spared no expense. Such a terrifying creature had to be eliminated immediately. The husky seemed to have a powerful sixth sense. Though the spatial gate was invisible, it braked sharply, stopped instantly, and fled. But even if the husky's speed were unmatched, it still had to undergo 3 steps. Abrupt halt, turn, and reacceleration. While how fast was a bullet? A rifle bullet, nearly the speed of sound. This time Xiao Ran deliberately controlled his fire, unleashing bullets like a net, and not just one net, but 7. Otherwise, why would he need to fire thousands of bullets at once? Strictly speaking, he had fired 7 times, but the intervals were so negligible that it could be considered a simultaneous volley of thousands of rounds. Was this a joke? The husky was hit. Woof, woof, woof. The mutated dog let out agonized howls filled with rage. Struck by over a dozen bullets, its charging body spiraled out of control and slammed violently into a wall. Under the immense impact, the wall burst apart with a crash, and its massive form slid outward. Blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Ran was about to give chase when a sharp pain stabbed through his head, and his body felt drained, as if hollowed out, making him nauseous. What was this? He had used the space gate so many times before, and this had never happened. Could it be the god's perspective? No, this wasn't God's perspective. He possessed an alternate space, could even open space gates to store anything within their size limits. What did this mean? He had mastered spatial abilities. Earlier, he could perceive everything around him, including behind, above, and below. Wasn't that another manifestation of spatial power? Should this be called spatial detection? Spatial perception. The name didn't matter, but under immense pressure and a desperate will to survive, he had awakened a second ability of his spatial power. Let's call it spatial perception. He wasn't religious, so why God's perspective? However, first, he couldn't use it proficiently yet, and second, using this ability seemed to drain a massive amount of energy. This hollow feeling wasn't physical exhaustion. But why did using the space gate have no cost? Xiao Ran pondered as he slumped down, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Even so, he didn't forget to open a space gate in front of him in case the husky launched a counterattack. After resting a while, he gradually recovered. He tried to activate spatial perception again, but found he couldn't do so voluntarily. Did he have to face a crisis? Or was it because he had used it too few times and lacked proficiency? With more practice, could he eventually use it at will? Xiao Ran pursued, hoping to track the husky through the blood trail, but the blood on the ground stopped after a stretch. Damn, it had already stopped bleeding. Xiao Ran grimaced. This regenerative ability was terrifying. Could any creature on Earth do this? If this wasn't mutation, had never used his greatsword again. With no lead, Xiao Ran abandoned the hunt and returned to his original goal, finding a bulletproof vest. Soon he located the armory. It was a secure door. Xiao Ran took out a welding torch and sprayed fire at the lock. Thermal expansion and contraction, Basic physics. After a while a cracking sound came, and the door's interior suffered fatal damage. After all, Sioux City had never experienced such low temperatures. Who would demand temperature control for a secure door? Besides, this was China. Who would dare break into a police station to steal guns? Xiao Ran pushed, and the door swung open, but to be safe he opened a space gate ahead of him. Caution was never excessive. Don't open the door, a voice called from inside. Huh. Xiao Ran was startled. He had opened the space gate out of caution, but he never expected anyone behind the door. Who's in there? He shone his flashlight inside. 5 people approached, all with terrified expressions. 3 women and 2 men, each wrapped in thick military coats. That was how they had survived the biting cold. However, they all held weapons, guns. Since this was the armory, it wasn't surprising they had access to arms. You've doomed us, said a man holding a gun. A dog here has become a demon as big as a lion. It killed everyone in the station. We barely escaped here using this door to block that demonic hound, and you've destroyed it. Now we're all going to die. With a bitter glare at Xiao Ran, he added, damn, it'll kill you first. He raised his gun to aim, but someone pushed it aside. Fortunately, or Xiao Ran would have fired too. If he attacked, it would be indiscriminate. Who knew if the others would seize the chance to shoot him? So he would kill them all. Still, Xiao Ran marked this man. He must die. Anyone harboring malice toward him. Regardless, eliminating them was the safest course. The one who pushed the gun away was a woman with flowing shoulder-length hair. Though her collar was raised high, covering her chin and partly obscuring her mouth, it couldn't hide her beauty and charm. She was at least an 85-point beauty. At least. Since her chin and half her mouth were hidden, he couldn't see her full face, so he wasn't sure if it should be a plus or minus. What's the situation outside? The woman asked, then mused before Xiao Ran could answer. You made it here safely and even had time to weld the door, meaning that mutated dog has left. That's no mutated dog. It's a demon, a demonic hound. The man who had raised his gun exclaimed again, agitated. Xiao Ran smiled. I'm unarmed and pose no threat. How about we all lower our guns? The others exchanged glances and holstered their weapons. Xiao Ran stepped inside. With his reaction speed, if anyone made a move to raise their gun, he could instantly open a space gate to protect himself and counterattack. So he kept close to the wall, ensuring he wouldn't be caught from both sides. Xiao Ran. And you, he asked casually. The woman who had pushed the gun away said, Jiang Yorning, a police officer. Now I ask you, what's the situation outside? Hearing this, the remaining 4 showed curiosity and anticipation. Yeah, what's going on out there? We've been trapped here for days. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? This is a police station after all. My phone's dead. I can't call home or ask for leave from work. I wish I hadn't come to the station that day. Same here. They all chimed in, complaining. Jiang Yorning raised her hand, signaling for silence. Let Xiao Ran speak. These people still don't know what's happening outside. Well, they should know the situation from the first few days, but after being forced to flee here and running out of phone battery, they've completely lost contact with the outside world. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment and said, the current social order has completely collapsed. Under the extreme cold, most people can't even leave their homes, doomed to deplete their resources and wait for death. What? These words left many with their mouths agape, seemingly unable to accept it. How could it be? How could such a vast nation crumble under the blow of a single natural disaster? Xiao Ran said no more, merely watching them calmly. Such a brutal truth was indeed not something everyone could accept. Sliding slowly into this abyss might be bearable, but confronting it all at once would drive many mad. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The man who had earlier tried to shoot Xiao Ran suddenly grew agitated, veins bulging on his forehead, as he paced restlessly around the room on the verge of losing control. His name was Gubing. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go out and see, said another man named Chang Shuli. But that demon dog is out there. Gubing roared. Chang Shuli glanced at Xiao Ran and said, he managed to walk here alive, which means that mutated canine must have left. It's a demon dog, Gubing emphasized. For a man to become so frantic and hysterical over a mere title, his nerves must be stretched taut, teetering on the edge of collapse. Chang Shuli looked at Xiao Ran with a smile and said, you claim that almost no one can go outside, and thus the entire social order has collapsed. But how did you get here? Don't tell me you've been stuck in the police station all these days. Upon hearing this, the 5 of them turned their gazes back to Xiao Ran simultaneously. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Because I have a modified car that can operate in such extreme weather. Chang Shuli nodded as if he had expected as much, and said coolly, name your price. How much will it cost to take me home? Xiao Ran chuckled. Even if you offered 1,000 billion now, could you buy a single tea egg? The Taiwanese prophecy had come true. Indeed, tea eggs had become an unaffordable luxury. Chang Shuli was momentarily taken aback, then a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I forgot to introduce myself. Chang Shuli, of the Chang family. The Chang family. Xiao Ran immediately understood. In Suqing, mentioning the Chang family meant everyone knew them. The Baolong Group, controlled by the Chang family, was Suqing's largest enterprise, paying over 10 billion in taxes annually. However, the family's rise to power was said to be less than honorable, with ties to the underworld, yet it could be said they straddled both the lawful and the lawless. Xiao Ran nodded. So what? Does being a member of the Chang family make you special? How no one cares about that now? Chang Shuli was momentarily choked. Never in his life had he been spoken to so bluntly. Usually, if anyone dared to say such things, his bodyguards would have already rushed forward to slap them. But now, all 3 bodyguards had died protecting him from the mutated canine. Truly, a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Even such a nobody dared to talk back to him. Chang Shuli didn't lose his temper. His upbringing had taught him to be a smiling tiger. What good was anger? Just eliminate them. So he silently added another mark against Xiao Ran in his heart. How, with social order in ruins, killing a person would mean nothing. I'm just telling you that my family has everything and lacks nothing. So if you can escort me back safely, you can take whatever you want from my home. There might even be some female celebrities. This wasn't a lie. The Chang family often invited low-tier or even third-rate starlets to their parties and the activities there. Well, everyone knew the score. Of course, whether it was a deception was one thing, but once you set foot in the Chang residence, leaving with a beauty or even leaving alive was a huge question mark. Would Xiao Ran fall for it? Of course not. With the vast resources he now possessed, did he need anyone to offer him women? Han Yun and Wang Lilu were both top-tier beauties. The only flaw was that they weren't virgins, but did the Chang family have any clean women? Humph. Xiao Ran looked at him coolly. Sorry, but my car only carries beautiful women. He glanced at the other 2 women, but unfortunately, they couldn't even be considered pretty, let alone rival Zhang Yorning. At best, they were passable. So the only one qualified to ride in his car was this woman. Upon hearing this, both Gu Bing and Chang Shuli's faces changed, a murderous intent flickering in their eyes. They quietly tightened their grips on their guns. Since you won't agree, we'll kill you and take your car. Just as they were about to act, a massive shadow appeared at the doorway. Demon dog. Gu Bing was terrified out of his wits. Wasn't this that terrifyingly huge dog? In an instant, all other thoughts vanished as he raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the door. Bang, bang, bang. However, such single shots had little effect on the mutated canine. It merely waved its front paws, slapping away the bullets which clattered to the ground. A chill ran down Gu Bing's spine. If it could even swat away bullets, what else could it be but a demon dog? As he stood frozen, Chang Shuli also raised his gun, firing, while shouting, "Shoot, damn it. What are you waiting for? Do you want to die?" His roar snapped the 3 women out of their stupor, and they all raised their guns and opened fire. But not only the other 2 women, even Zhang Yorning, despite being a police officer, was a novice. She had no aim, and under the recoil the muzzle kept rising, sending bullets ricocheting wildly. The husky lunged forward, slamming Gu Bing to the ground. With a swipe of its claws across his chest, it tore through his clothes and blood spurted out. Gu Bing convulsed violently, but after a few twitches he lay still. Dead. The husky seemed to cast a defiant glance at Xiao Ran, then grabbed Gu Bing in its mouth and swiftly retreated from the room, disappearing without a trace. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. They hadn't expected the ferocious beast to refrain from a massacre, content to kill just one person and flee with the corpse. In their minds, this monster wouldn't stop until it had killed every living thing before it. They had no way of knowing that the beast was wary of Xiao Ran. This was a human who could injure it, even kill it. After its mutation, the husky had become considerably smarter. "Xiao Ran, take me away. Name any price." Chang Shuli immediately called out to Xiao Ran. This time he was truly afraid. Before the apocalypse, the police station was supposed to be one of the safest places. Yet now, the police were gone, replaced by a man-eating mutated dog. Who wouldn't be terrified, their hair standing on end? Xiao Ran didn't even glance at him, his face solemn. Era wasn't done with him. "Perfect, I wasn't planning to let you off either." But how could he deal with this mutated beast endowed with immense strength, blinding speed, and extraordinary regenerative powers? During their second encounter, Era had been struck by over a dozen bullets. Yet it seemed utterly unfazed. Its recovery ability was simply terrifying. Xiao Ran turned his gaze toward the arsenal. Were there any more powerful weapons? He began searching. "Xiao Ran, I'm talking to you." Chang Shuli, seeing himself ignored, could no longer suppress his fury beneath the weight of fear and reached out to grab Xiao Ran's shoulder. Slap. Xiao Ran delivered a backhanded blow, sending Chang Shuli tumbling to the ground. Xiao Ran couldn't match Era in strength, but among humans he was undoubtedly one of the foremost. Could a single slap not send Chang Shuli flying. Chang Shuli collapsed onto the ground, his eyes spinning, as if he had been stunned senseless. How can you hit someone? Jiang Yuning couldn't help but interject, her sense of justice practically overflowing. Xiao Ran still paid no heed. The priority now was Era. What were women in comparison? Even if it were Lu Mei herself, if she started nagging like this, Xiao Ran would still ignore her. If she angered him enough, he might even spare a bullet. When life and death were at stake, would he still be concerned about whether his great sword could be sheathed? Such a person, no matter how much power he was given, would still die miserably. Xiao Ran searched, and soon a smile appeared on his face. He had found a sniper rifle. The bullets used by a sniper rifle were different from those of a standard rifle, faster with greater penetrating power. In truth, Xiao Ran would have preferred an RPG or an autocannon. Failing that, a machine gun would have sufficed. But never mind, a sniper rifle would do. Its lethality far exceeded that of a rifle. He picked up the sniper rifle, checked it, and began to fire. Bang, 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 clink, clink, clink. Each shot generated a powerful recoil. Fortunately, Xiao Ran's physique was robust enough that he could fire the sniper rifle without being pushed back by the recoil, a testament to his extraordinary physical strength. The bullet casings ejected, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Xiao Ran fired and reloaded and fired until he had expended the entire box of sniper ammunition. Nothing left. What a pity, so little. Have you gone mad? Jiang Yuning and the other three were covering their ears, terrified beyond measure. The kinetic energy of the sniper rounds was immense. Even if the bullets weren't flying directly at them, their ricochets still possessed tremendous penetrating power. How could they not be afraid? It was precisely for this reason that they failed to notice anything unusual, like the fact that there were no stray bullets flying about. Xiao Ran discarded the gun. There were too many people. He couldn't conveniently display his spatial abilities. Why not kill these four? He was not soft-hearted, nor was he swayed by carnal desire. Instead, he entertained the idea of using them as bait and sandbags. Wasn't Era extremely vengeful? It had just killed someone right in front of him. In its eyes, these humans were undoubtedly allies. So though it couldn't kill Xiao Ran, taking the lives of the others was its way of retaliating against him. Thus, whenever an opportunity arose, Era would continue to kill and devour humans. This was the chance. Xiao Ran couldn't care less about morality or humanity, as long as he could slay that beast. And if Era escaped, how many humans could it kill with its abilities? If sacrificing these four could eliminate Era, then they would have contributed to all of humanity. He was no stranger to taking the moral high ground. This police station was still too small, so its equipment was limited. There was only one sniper rifle and only one box of ammunition to match. He had to gamble. Let's go outside, Xiao Ran said. Chang Shuli's eyes lit up. You promised to take me home. Jiang Yuning and the other two women also showed hopeful expressions. Hell, we'll go out together. What happens after that is up to fate, Xiao Ran replied. How could he promise? He was too lazy even to deceive. Would they then refuse to leave? Impossible. How long could Amir Gubing keep Era occupied? Now the door was destroyed, no longer able to hold back Era. Staying here meant waiting for death. Chang Shuli and the four were disappointed, but dared not say anything, especially Chang Shuli, whose eyes darted rapidly. He had already formed a plan. Once he knew which car belonged to Xiao Ran, he would immediately seize it. Couldn't beat Xiao Ran in hand-to-hand. He couldn't win in a brawl, but he had a gun. Why resort to fists? As for Jiang Yuning and the other two women, they had no opinions of their own, taking things one step at a time. Though leaving offered no guarantee, it was still better than waiting here to die. Thus the five of them walked out of the arsenal and headed outside. Xiao Ran knew that Era was surely watching nearby. Now that they were showing signs of fleeing, he didn't believe Era could resist the urge to strike. After all, it was a husky. Even mutated, it wouldn't be that smart. As they walked, a dark shadow suddenly pounced toward the frontmost Chang Shuli. In that life-or-death moment, Chang Shuli displayed reflexes and speed far beyond normal, shoving the woman beside him to use her as a shield. Young Master Chang. The woman screamed, her face filled with shock, as if unable to believe that Chang Shuli would betray her. After all, over the past 10-odd days, she had secretly become Chang Shuli's lover. Under the cover of night, they had shared countless intimate moments. As the saying goes, even a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. They had deepened their bond dozens of times, yet not only did Chang Shuli not treat her differently, he even pushed her forward to save himself. How could he be so heartless? But her scream abruptly ceased. Her neck had been bitten through. A crisp crack echoed clearly in everyone's ears. In that instant, Jiang Yuning and the other woman were frozen, with terror, boundless fear gripping their hearts, leaving no room to condemn Chang Shuli's ruthlessness. Only one person was an exception. Xiao Ran immediately reopened the space gate, and with a whoosh, thousands of ordinary bullets shot forth. Spatial perception, reveal yourself. He roared in his mind. Whoosh whoosh. Era dodged the attack's hit by only a few stray bullets, and grew even more ferocious, for it would never let Xiao Ran leave. You wounded it, and still think you can escape. It would endure a few more pains just to kill this human. With its speed, this human could never catch it. Die. In that instant, Xiao Ran once again entered a state of spatial perception. He saw it. He precisely captured the charging trajectory of that husky, even able to see every detail on its body. The drooling corners of its mouth, the sharp fangs, and the several bullets embedded in its hide. This was the moment. Xiao Ran fired again. With a series of sharp whistles, over 20 sniper bullets shot out in a straight line. If he had used the scattered pattern, even if all hit the husky, the wounds would be dispersed, reducing lethality and failing to slay the beast. Thus, to kill this mutated beast, the bullets had to penetrate through the same wound, driving deep into its body. Moreover, it had to be a vital spot, for instance the eye. Entering through the eye straight into the brain. Was the first bullet shot straight toward the husky's eye. Under spatial perception, these bullets seemed equipped with a precision guidance system. The husky, trying to evade Xiao Ran's detection, had made 7 directional changes, reaching its limit with no further room to maneuver. The dog's eyes widened in shock. Even the foolish husky wore an expression of disbelief, as if it couldn't believe Xiao Ran could still aim at it under such circumstances. How did you track me? But it was all too late. In the husky's pupil, the bullet grew larger, filling its entire vision, and then with a thud it pierced in. A single shot like this wouldn't kill the husky, only severely wound it. But bullet after bullet followed, continuously driving in. Clink, clink, clink. The rear bullets struck the rear of those in front, pushing the foremost bullet deeper into the brain. After over 20 bullets were spent, the husky fell from the air, letting out painful whines of woof woof woof. Chang Shuli was startled at first, then burst into laughter. I hit it. I hit it. He had indeed been firing at the husky all along, so he assumed the credit was his. Seeing the husky still thrashing, he stepped forward a few paces and fired several more shots, emptying the magazine. Young Master Chang, you're amazing. Another woman quickly praised, already forgetting the woman he had shoved out as a shield. Did it matter? Not at all. Zhang Yurong, however, was deeply puzzled. Though a clerk, she was still a police officer with some observational skills. How many times had the bullets struck the wall? Countless. That could only be achieved by a submachine gun, or even dozens of submachine guns firing simultaneously. Moreover, this wasn't a hearing issue. Just looking at the bullet casings on the ground and the holes in the wall confirmed that at least several hundred bullets had been in flight. Yet Chang Shuli's gun held only 9 rounds, including the one in the chamber. How could 9 bullets create hundreds of holes? Could it be? She couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran heaved a huge sigh of relief. Even with a mutated beast's robust vitality and immense regenerative power, could it survive over 20 sniper bullets piercing its brain? The husky's movements grew weaker until it finally stopped twitching. Was it dead? Or was it playing dead, still clinging to life? Xiao Ran opened a spatial gate and silently fired a few more bullets, all plunging into the husky's other eye with dull thuds. There was no response, only the force of the bullets causing the husky's body to tremble slightly. It should be dead. Xiao Ran stepped forward to personally confirm the mutated beast's demise. Being able to store it in the alternate space would prove it was thoroughly dead. Would the sudden disappearance of such a massive corpse raise suspicion? No matter, silencing witnesses would suffice. Xiao Ran walked over and crouched beside the husky's corpse, but he opened the spatial gate behind him. Caution was never amiss. Of course, he could instantly reopen the gate in front. A thought away, as fast as the speed of light. Xiao Ran crouched, reaching out to touch the husky. Just as he intended to store it, a warm current surged from the husky's body toward him. What was this? He instinctively stepped back, but the warm current flowed too swiftly, enveloping him completely. It was incredibly soothing, and Xiao Ran felt a change within his body, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. In any case, it seemed a positive change. Xiao Ran felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline, brimming with energy and a sense of omnipotence. Xiao Ran. A loud shout came from behind. Xiao Ran turned around to see Chang Shuli grabbing a gun from the other woman, or rather taking it, and aiming it at him. Unfazed, he said calmly, "Those who point a gun at me never end well." Chang Shuli sneered, "Stop your mumbo-jumbo. Hand over your car keys now, or I'll shoot you dead and search for them myself. Car keys aren't some secret code I can't find. Why insist you hand them over? I just want to save some trouble." Xiao Ran chuckled. "What gives you the courage to make demands of me?" Naturally, it was because the husky was dead. With its death, their group could disband. Why were they going to have hot pot together? Chang Shuli's malice surged. He suddenly swung the gun toward the other woman and pulled the trigger. Bang! At such close range, the shot was deadly accurate, blowing her head off. She could never have anticipated this. Her body crumpled with a bizarre smile still on her face. Zhang Yurong instinctively reached for her gun, but Chang Shuli was quicker aiming at her. Officer Jiang put the gun down. Chang Shuli laughed. You're too beautiful to become an ugly corpse. So be a good girl, lower the gun, and step back. They'll take you to the Chang family where you'll feast and drink much better than starving and freezing out here. Forced by the gun, Jiang Yurong had no choice but to lower her weapon and retreat slowly until she was almost level with Xiao Ran, only 2 meters apart. Xiao Ran. Chang Shuli aimed back at him. My patience is running thin. If you don't hand over the keys, that woman on the ground will be your fate. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Chang, do you realize how foolish you are? Jiang Yurong's eyes lit up. She thought of the dense bullet holes on the wall and the casings on the ground. The 5 of them had been trapped in the armory for days, while everyone's abilities were clear. So the only variable was Xiao Ran. Chang Shuli, however, did not possess such keen observation as Jiang Yurong. With a gun in hand, and Xiao Ran unarmed, wasn't the advantage clear as day? This Xiao Ran must be a fool. Otherwise, any sane person would have their legs trembling when a gun is pointed at them. He truly did not wish to search the corpse for the car keys. It was too troublesome. But since Xiao Ran was being so uncooperative, there was no other choice. He had no intention of wasting time here. Who knew if the mutated beast had any companions? Die. Chang Shuli revealed a cruel grin as he pulled the trigger. Bang! A flash of fire burst from the muzzle, and a wisp of smoke drifted upward. Yet after the gunshot, Xiao Ran remained standing there unscathed with no visible injury on his body. What the hell? Chang Shuli was horrified. This inconceivable, incomprehensible event gripped his heart with intense fear. He became hysterical and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 He emptied the magazine. Yet to his despair, Xiao Ran still stood there perfectly fine, as if Chang Shuli's marksmanship was so abysmal that every bullet had missed. But was that even possible? One of Chang Shuli's hobbies was hunting. Every year he would go abroad for live-fire shooting, targeting not stationary targets, but large beasts. Over the years he had killed hundreds of elephants, lions, and leopards. His marksmanship, though not comparable to that of a professional soldier, was not far off. The key point was that Xiao Ran was at most 5 meters away. At such close range he was absolutely accurate, hitting exactly where he aimed. How could this be? How was it possible? He stared blankly at Xiao Ran as if looking at a monster. Beside him, even though Jiang Yurong had already guessed, her eyes widened in utter shock. Xiao Ran smiled and reached out to place his hand on the husky's corpse. Under the gaze of Chang Shuli and Jiang Yurong, the husky's corpse eerily vanished. Do you understand now? Xiao Ran said with a smile. Understand what? Chang Shuli was still dazed. Xiao Ran kindly explained, the bullets you fired were all confiscated by me, just like that corpse a moment ago. How could that be? Impossible, this isn't some sci-fi or fantasy film. How could you? Chang Shuli was about to deny it loudly when he suddenly thought of the mutated dog. Since dogs could mutate, growing a husky to the size of a lion with immense strength and agility, why couldn't humans also evolve or mutate? Alright, you're now an enlightened ghost. May you be reborn into a better life next time, at least not so arrogant. Xiao Ran said. No, don't. Spare me and I can give you. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody hole appeared on Chang Shuli's forehead. He fell backward, his eyes wide open. He died with his eyes open. Jiang Yurong trembled uncontrollably. What had she witnessed? A person with superpowers. Xiao Ran stared at Jiang Yurong indifferently, saying nothing. How should he deal with this person? Now that she knew his secret, perhaps it was better to silence her. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Jiang Yurong trembled with fear and knelt down involuntarily, saying, I'll be your woman. Please don't kill me. I will never reveal your secret. A smile curled at the corner of Xiao Ran's mouth. You said it yourself. I'll spare your life for now. But if you ever harbor any thoughts of betrayal, I will kill you without mercy. Yes, yes. Jiang Yurong nodded repeatedly, her will to resist nearly non-existent. She was just a clerk who had entered the system through civil service exams. She had never fought in her life, a truly weak woman. So how could she resist someone with the power to kill a mutated giant dog? Xiao Ran knew that she was only following him out of coercion, for now her heart elsewhere. But that didn't matter. For one, he had never sought a woman's heart. For another, after enduring hardship outside, and then enjoying the luxurious conditions of the villa, which woman wouldn't be captivated and willingly become his? Look at Han Yun and the others. If he told them to leave now, would any of them agree? The only problem was if he kept bringing new top-tier women home, could the small villa accommodate them all? Xiao Ran rubbed his nose. That was hasty. He should have bought a larger villa back then. But there was only one villa in the neighborhood. Where could he find a bigger one? To buy a larger villa, he would have to go elsewhere, which would make it troublesome to take revenge on his ex-wife. Forget it, it was already too late. Could he be reborn again? Besides, it wasn't like he lacked the ability to go out. If he found a suitable villa or another building later, he could just move there right. Xiao Ran thought of the doomsday fortress owned by Lu Mei's friend. Well, that could be a backup option. But considering his relationship with Lu Mei, she was at least a half acquaintance. It would be somewhat embarrassing to take advantage of an acquaintance. He would see. For now, the villa wasn't crowded at all. It could easily accommodate 10 more women. Xiao Ran returned to the armory and took all the necessary items. Seeing him wave his hand and make things disappear, Jiang Yorning's mouth formed a perfect circle, unable to close, utterly shocked. After taking everything, Xiao Ran got into the car with Jiang Yorning. Checking the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. There was still some time left to collect another batch of energy. He would do that before heading back. So warm. Jiang Yorning was astonished by the warmth inside the car. She wore an expression of utter satisfaction. Xiao Ran just smiled. Wait until you get back to the villa. You'll be even more satisfied. He drove toward the nearest gas station, having already checked the map and navigating himself. Turn left ahead. Go straight at the next intersection. We're here. Since Jiang Yorning already knew about his abilities, at least some of them, whenever they encountered abandoned cars blocking the road along the way, Xiao Ran simply pressed forward and stored the cars in his alternate space. Every time she saw this, Jiang Yorning's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Arriving at the gas station, Xiao Ran followed the same procedure and effortlessly collected 4 tanks of fuel. Gasoline grades 92, 95, and 98, plus diesel. Done. Let's go. But just as Xiao Ran was about to leave, a thick fog seemed to materialize out of nowhere, instantly enveloping the entire world. Visibility rapidly dropped to 10 meters, then 5, and finally to just 1 meter. There was no way to leave now. Xiao Ran shook his head and said to Jiang Yorning, "We'll have to spend the night in the car." Jiang Yorning nodded, then said, "We should have stayed at the police station. There were plenty of military rations and clean water in the warehouse." You really have a narrow perspective. Xiao Ran still went to the gas station's convenience store and cleared it out. Since he was already there, why not take everything? Then he returned to his car. It was freezing outside. In the car he could take off his jacket, but outside, if he dared to wear only a sweater, he would be frozen solid in minutes. Jiang Yorning also felt hot and took off her coat, but she was in the police station. Even if she had spare clothes due to the season, at most they were short sleeves and long shirts. However, she actually wore a bulletproof vest under her coat. Her goal was certainly not bulletproofing, but an extra layer of thermal insulation. After all, a military coat was too bulky. Could she wear 2 layers? With the bulletproof vest in the way, Xiao Ran couldn't tell her figure at all, but once she took off the military coat, he could fully see Jiang Yorning's appearance. Sure enough, she was a great beauty, at least 90 points. Whether she could score 91 or 92 would depend on her figure, whether it was A cup or cup. Her chin was not the trendy pointed chin, but an oval face of classical beauty with a rounded chin, delicate skin, and lips like flames. However, she was severely dehydrated and her lips were somewhat chapped, slightly diminishing her beauty and charm. Xiao Ran smiled, took out a cup of tea, and handed it over. "Moisten your throat." Jiang Yorning took it, then was shocked. "Hot. Good heavens." Xiao Ran smiled. "Follow me, at least you won't be treated poorly in terms of material conditions." Jiang Yorning thought for a moment and said, "It's not just not being treated poorly. Now the electricity is cut off, meaning no heating. The hail is toxic, polluting natural water sources. The outside environment is so harsh that obtaining food and clean water is extremely difficult. So this seemingly simple cup of water represents the hope of life, let alone hot water." This woman was very smart and highly perceptive. Xiao Ran smiled. Allowing this woman to know his secrets to a limited extent was actually a good thing, because she knew that all the supplies were in his hands. If he were done for, these supplies would also be lost forever. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't dare to think of harming him, unless she intended to die together with him. After she had moistened her throat, Xiao Ran folded down the front seats, temporarily turning them into a large table. He first spread a plastic sheet on it, then laid out several dishes. Jiang Yorning watched him pull out steaming dishes like magic and couldn't help but widen her eyes and open her mouth. Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh, picked up a chicken leg, and stuffed it into her mouth, eliciting strong protests from her. The two ate. Jiang Yorning was very reserved at first, but soon wolfed down the food. In the arsenal, she didn't have to worry about food and drink, but it was all cold canned food full of preservatives. Its function was to keep you from starving, not to let you eat well. Compared with these freshly cooked dishes, it was a world of difference. "I'm stuffed." Jiang Yorning patted her slightly bulging belly, showing an embarrassed expression. She had always been a lady. When had she ever been so undignified? Xiao Ran then took out a plate of freshly cut fruit. As a result, Jiang Yorning overcame her stomach's protest again and finished half of the fruit, but really couldn't eat any more. Xiao Ran also ate some fruit, then gathered the plastic sheet and trash together to be discarded later somewhere. Day broke. Xiao Ran stretched, and with a hum within a radius of 3 meters around him, even above, below, and behind, he could see everything clearly. Spatial perception. He could actively use it. Not only that, Xiao Ran clearly felt that his physical strength had improved significantly. Power, speed, and resilience were all far beyond yesterday's. Why? That warm current. Xiao Ran recalled that after touching the mutated husky's body, a warm current immediately surged into him, and then he felt an indescribable change in his body. However, it was only after a night that this change truly manifested, allowing Xiao Ran to feel it clearly. The most intuitive change was that the spatial door's maximum size expanded from 5 by 5 meters to 10 by 10 meters. A tremendous improvement. The source of these changes was that warm current which originated from the mutated husky. Xiao Ran had to ponder further. Could this catastrophe cause humans or creatures to evolve? Or perhaps mutate? That's how I gained my spatial ability. And that husky took a different path. Its body grew larger, its speed increased, and its strength multiplied many times over. While not invulnerable, its defense was terrifying. This should count as physical enhancement. So are there others like me or the mutated husky in this world? There must be. Although the husky was powerful, I could still deal with it using my ability. After all, it was just a stupid dog, no match for human intelligence. But what if yesterday I had faced a person instead of a dog? The outcome would be uncertain. More importantly, abilities superpowers can be strengthened by absorbing other ability users and mutated beasts. That's troublesome. Xiao Ran rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Because if he could grow stronger by absorbing abilities, what about others? Of course they could too. He had originally planned to hole up in the villa, only going out to collect energy, taking a stroll when bored. With the villa's strong defenses and ample supplies, he could survive until old age. But there might be other ability users, and the probability was high. Even worse, ability users could continuously grow stronger. That was terrifying. For now, Xiao Ran believed that even if the mutated husky were resurrected, it could never breach the villa's defenses. It couldn't even break through the security door at the police station. But what if the husky could absorb abilities and keep growing? That was uncertain. So if he stayed in the villa while other ability users grew stronger, eventually someone powerful enough would shatter the villa's defenses, drag him out, kill him, and absorb his ability. At that point, it wouldn't matter whether he had offended anyone. Having an ability itself would be the original sin, the reason for others to attack him. Could Xiao Ran give up his ability? First, he didn't want a second. Even if he did, he had no idea how. So to survive in this apocalypse, to live freely without anyone's control, I must not rest on my laurels or seek temporary safety. I must become strong. Only when I'm strong enough to crush all opponents will no one dare provoke me. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. Having died once, he had no desire to die again. So better for me to live and you to die. Who are you? Other ability users. So I must keep a low profile, not let anyone know I have abilities to avoid being targeted. Second, I must take the initiative, seek out ability users, and grow stronger. After absorbing just one ability, the maximum size of my spatial gate doubled, and all my physical attributes improved. What if I absorb more? Xiao Ran was filled with anticipation. Then his resolve hardened. Because if even he, a self-proclaimed coward, crave power, what about other ability users? Competition and slaughter were inevitable. So Xiao Ran had to face it head on. Zhang Yuron's long eyelashes fluttered as she woke. She tried to sit up, but couldn't help hissing in pain. It hurt. Yesterday had been her first time. Xiao Ran smiled. Take it slow. Let's have breakfast first. He wouldn't spoil this true goddess to the skies, but he was quite fond of her. Outside, they kept things simple. No brushing teeth or washing faces first. They'd clean up properly when they returned. Zhang Yurong was used to it, having been trapped in the armory without the chance to brush or wash. After breakfast, Xiao Ran drove to the next gas station. Since he was already out, he might as well continue gathering energy. Additionally, Xiao Ran wanted to see if he could encounter other ability users. Anyone who showed even a hint of hostility would be shot without hesitation. He believed that almost no ability users had absorbed others' abilities, yet still in their initial stage. Thus, the bullets in his spatial storage would possess terrifying lethality. He was sure to win. Along the way, Xiao Ran continuously used his spatial perception. Combined with the bullets in his spatial storage, this skill was incredibly effective. So he had to master it thoroughly. Spatial perception made him feel as if he had eyes all over his body with no blind spots. Within a 5-meter radius, no detail could escape his senses. However, obstacles could block it. But as long as Xiao Ran didn't interrupt the ability, spatial perception would transform from a static photo into a video, even holographic, three-dimensional, observable from all angles. This was spatial ability. As for consumption, Xiao Ran had tested it. If used intermittently, he could activate it about 100 times. Maintaining continuous dynamic vision lasted only a minute. 1 minute, so short. But he soon laughed at himself. A minute was enough to empty all the bullets in his spatial storage. If he couldn't defeat the enemy by then, what use would prolonged spatial perception be? Xiao Ran emptied one gas station and moved on to the next. On the way, Jiang Yurong spoke about herself. She came from a scholarly family. Both her parents were university professors. Thus, she had received a traditional upbringing, which was why, despite her stunning beauty and figure, she had remained a virgin. Family education was crucial. After graduating from university, she had a small rebellious streak, moved to another city, and passed the civil service exam. But she hadn't even completed a full year at her job when the catastrophe struck. Her face showed a trace of grievance. Having left her parents' protection, she had wanted to have a proper romance. Yet now she had lost her innocence, and only knew Xiao Ran's name. Xiao Ran just smiled without saying much. She would adapt on her own. By around 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Ran decided to head home, instead of continuing to avoid being trapped outside by thick fog like the day before. Fortunately, the G-Class had been modified, or he might have frozen to death. An hour later, Xiao Ran drove back into the neighborhood. As the G-Class appeared, it immediately drew many gazes. That guy didn't freeze to death outside. What a shame. I was hoping he'd die so we could move into his villa. Everyone was disappointed. But one person stared intently, Su Qingmei. Xiao Ran parked the car and closed the garage door. Then, together with Jiang Yuning, he entered the ground floor of the villa. Leopard the dog immediately bounded over, circling Xiao Ran and wagging its tail with wild enthusiasm. Xiao Ran patted its head and chuckled. Leopard, you're not pulling your weight. Yesterday, I ran into a dog that had evolved superpowers. Now that's impressive. Leopard didn't understand a word, still wagging its tail. Yet it noticed Jiang Yuning sniffed her, caught Xiao Ran's scent, and circled her too, rubbing its head against her leg. You lecherous mutt scram. She's mine, Xiao Ran scolded with a laugh. The house was warm enough, so Xiao Ran told Jiang Yuning to strip off all her clothes and discard them. They had been worn for over 20 days. Thankfully, the cold weather and her natural fragrance had kept them from stinking. Jiang Yuning was deeply embarrassed, covering one part only to expose another, flustered and awkward. Xiao Ran burst into laughter, scooped her up, and carried her upstairs. Leopard obediently stayed on the first floor as instructed. Entering the bathroom, Xiao Ran began filling the tub. Jiang Yuning was incredulous. This water isn't toxic. Xiao Ran smiled. It's pure water, of course it isn't. You really are. She struggled for words. If nothing else, his extravagance in using clean water for a bath alone made him a contender for the world's richest man. Once the water was ready, she sank into it. As the warmth enveloped her, she let out a blissful moan. Who else could still enjoy a hot bath these days? A soak, no less. Xiao Ran grinned, shed his clothes, and stepped into the tub. An hour later, Xiao Ran donned a bathrobe and headed to the basement. Xiao Ran. At the sound of the door opening, Han Yun and the other 3 women stirred with excitement. When they saw him, they rushed over. If he hadn't returned, they would have been trapped inside. We missed you so much, the 4 women exclaimed. Xiao Ran smirked. How much? So much. Naturally, they asked what he had been doing all day. He simply said he'd gone out to gather energy. The villa's power relied on a generator, and without fuel it was useless. He wouldn't reveal his secrets, nor mention Jiang Yuning's existence. Han Yun and the others weren't yet qualified to truly live in the villa, so they didn't need to know too much. Suddenly, a pounding came from the basement door. Xiao Ran had already received an alert. He glanced at the monitor and saw a woman standing at the entrance. She was clearly showing sincerity by not holding an umbrella. What is it? Xiao Ran asked. The woman looked up, facing the camera. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. What a stunning woman. At least a 90. Was there another rare beauty in this neighborhood? First Han Yun, then Wang Lulu. Was this place some kind of blessed land? My name is Su Qingmei. I heard you have a car. I want to know what you'd take to give it to me, or even lend it. You can come along, I need to go somewhere. The beauty said. Xiao Ran was taken aback. He certainly wouldn't give away the G-Class. Lending it, however, might be possible if the terms were right. After a moment's thought, he used the remote to open the door. With a click, the iron gate swung open automatically. Su Qingmei took a deep breath and strode in. It was so warm. So the rumors were true. This villa still had heating. Then she saw Xiao Ran and the 4 women, especially Han Yun and Wang Lulu, whose looks and figures rivaled her own. She had been brimming with confidence, but seeing these 2 made her hesitate. Yet she quickly steeled her resolve. As she studied them, they studied her back, equally impressed. Where had such a gem come from? A sense of unease crept over them. Xiao Ran smiled and asked, which building are you from? Su Qingmei paused briefly. Am not an owner here. I only arrived the day before yesterday. Xiao Ran was surprised. Are you with the 8 women who came then? Su Qingmei shook her head, then nodded. We're all escaped convicts from prison, but we're not exactly together. They had only teamed up temporarily to survive. Xiao Ran could hardly believe that such a beautiful woman was a female prisoner. "Why were you imprisoned?" he asked curiously. Su Qingmei hesitated. "I have a younger sister. In high school she was nearly assaulted by a scumbag. I protected her and accidentally killed him." Xiao Ran couldn't help but glance at Su Qingmei. If this woman wasn't lying, she was a true family loyalist. Now desperate to find her sister, she came to borrow his car. Such sisterly devotion. "Your sister is in Suching?" he asked. If it was a distant city, forget it. With the current harsh weather, even reaching the nearest city was extremely difficult. This was a suicidal endeavor. Su Qingmei nodded. "My sister is studying at Su University." "Which campus?" Xiao Ran asked again. "Xiaomen." Xiao Ran pondered. From here to Su University's Xiaomen campus wasn't far, just 9 kilometers by navigation. But the real question was how many people were on campus. How complex was the environment? How hard would it be to find one person? In short, how dangerous was it? If it were yesterday, even if Su Qingmei offered herself, he'd at most trade food with her. Risk an expedition. He'd only venture as far as the nearby gas station. He'd never go that far. Besides, schools were crowded with people he didn't know. Who knew when a sneak attack might come from? Survival meant lying low. But now his thinking had shifted slightly. Safety was still paramount, yet he needed to grow stronger, or no matter how he hid, other superhumans would eventually hunt him down. Better to eliminate them than be eliminated. His spatial ability was undoubtedly a top-tier power. The mutated husky head faced was fast, strong, and well-defended, yet it could only suffer against him, ultimately falling to his hands. The strength of spatial ability was clear. But as other superhumans grew stronger through mutual slaughter, if he remained stagnant, his advantage would shrink until he became a weakling at the bottom. By then, even if he wanted to fight, would he have the chance? Thus, when Su Qingmei asked to borrow the car, Xiao Ran seriously considered the matter. "What price are you willing to pay?" he asked casually. Su Qingmei bit her lip, hesitation flickering across her face, but she said, "Don't you like beautiful women? I'm pretty enough, right? Lend me the car, and I'll sleep with you." The proposal wasn't surprising. Who could offer anything truly tempting now? A beautiful woman's greatest asset was herself. Xiao Ran paused again, then said, "I need a few days to prepare. Come back in 3 days." Su Qingmei grew anxious. "With the weather this bad, every day puts my sister in more danger. Can't we go today or tomorrow?" Xiao Ran shook his head. "No, I said I need time to prepare. If you can't wait, find someone else to lend you a car. I want mine." Whose car could still drive on such icy roads? And with temperatures this low, most cars' heaters might not even work. Using such a vehicle would be suicide. It was already minus 40 degrees, and it would drop another 20 at night. Anyone staying out would freeze to death. Su Qingmei paced anxiously, but could only agree. "Leaving in 3 days. When I'm ready, or it'll be delayed," Xiao Ran said flatly. No matter how beautiful Su Qingmei was, his life mattered more. Only his sense of urgency to grow stronger made him consider her proposal at all. But he added, "You can stay here for a few days. Food, drink, hot showers. The works, hey, you know." Su Qingmei was tempted, but decisively refused. If Xiao Ran got her now, would he still lend her the car? Borrowing the car meant Xiao Ran had to come along. How else would he get it back? Going out meant danger. Once he had her, why take the risk? She pleaded with him to prepare quickly, then left. After she left, Han Yun and the other 3 women chattered away. She's selling herself, but still playing hard to get. Right, she'll sleep with him anyway. Why not enjoy it early? Instead, she acts like a virtuous widow. They disparaged Su Qingmei fiercely. Not knowing how much supplies Xiao Ran had, they feared more people in the villa meant faster depletion, threatening their own survival. Xiao Ran ignored their gossip. His excess energy spent, he went upstairs. On the 2nd floor, he found Jiang Yuning awake, but she had moved from the bathtub to the bed, still sleeping. Her hair was half spread across the white sheets and pillow in stark contrast. He didn't disturb her, instead taking out his phone and opening a map to search. Head told Su Qingmei he needed days to prepare. Prepare what? Heavy weapons. Even a sniper rifle had struggled against the mutated husky. What about facing superhumans, especially those who'd evolved twice? Could current firepower take them down? Xiao Ran needed something stronger. An autocannon would be ideal. If not, a missile would do. Just launch one and level everything. The police station's a dead end. At best, sniper rifles, maybe no submachine guns. They'll need to hit the armed police. But I recall there's a garrison in Suching. I visited in middle school. They had heavy weapons, even tanks. If I can find that place. Firepower won't be an issue. But it had been so long. He couldn't remember the location. They'll ask around. Lots of people must have been there for field trips back then. At noon, Jiang Yuning finally woke up. Seeing Xiao Ran sitting nearby scrolling through his phone, her face flushed as she asked, "How long did I sleep?" "It's already the next day." Xiao Ran laughed. "Since you slept so long, shouldn't you properly reward me?" Jiang Yuning's face instantly paled as she quickly said, "I still hurt." Xiao Ran chuckled and pinched her cheek. "You've only been asleep for 3 hours. Get up, time to eat." Jiang Yuning rose from bed, her movements hesitant and halting as they aggravated her wound. Growing impatient, Xiao Ran scooped her up, walked to the coffee table, and set her on the sofa. "What do you want to eat?" "I can order dishes," Jiang Yuning asked in surprise. Since she already knew about his spatial powers, Xiao Ran didn't mind revealing his vast stockpile of supplies. This would only make her more devoted to him. Abundant supplies naturally bring a sense of security, and once people grow comfortable, they tend to settle into routine, letting things slide. Xiao Ran nodded. "As long as it's not too outrageous, your requests can be fulfilled." "Then I want mapo tofu." Jiang Yuning clasped her hands at her chest, as if making a wish. Xiao Ran smiled, and produced a plate of mapo tofu from his dimensional space. It really existed. Jiang Yuning's eyes sparkled. "I also want roast duck." Xiao Ran waved his hand, and a sliced roast duck appeared on the coffee table. "One last thing. A light soup," she stated her final request. Xiao Ran naturally obliged, and asked, "Enough?" "Enough, enough," Jiang Yuning nodded repeatedly. "Having more than we can eat would be wasteful, and even if you have plenty, we should use it sparingly, since no one knows how long this catastrophe will last." This girl really knew how to manage. Xiao Ran nodded, thinking that Jiang Yuning could never guess just how much he had stockpiled. He alone could live off it for hundreds of lifetimes, enough to sustain hundreds of people for a lifetime. And that was only counting his current supplies. He could still acquire more, so the final stash might feed 1,000 people for a lifetime. 1,000 people, enough to form a small community. After the meal, Xiao Ran told Jiang Yuning to do as she pleased, watch shows, rest, or exercise, while he took the leopard for a stroll around the garage. After walking the dog, he asked the 4 women, Han Yun and the others, "Did you ever go on spring or autumn outings to the military base during school, or have any experience with it?" Aside from Zhang Jingyao, Wang Lulu, and Zhong Lei weren't natives of Suzhou, either. Only Han Yun was the exception. The two studied a map, but could only roughly pinpoint the location near Guangfu, because there was a military airport there. With that in mind, Xiao Ran took out the loudspeaker and broadcast to the entire compound. "Dear neighbors, I need to know the location of a certain military unit in Suzhou. Anyone with detailed information can come to me for food, a box of instant noodles, and a box of water." He shouted it 3 times and quickly closed the window. Freezing cold. Half an hour later, someone knocked on the basement door. Xiao Ran checked the surveillance feed. It was an old man. Surnamed Qian, it seemed. Xiao Ran wasn't very familiar with him, so he asked directly, "Uncle Qian, right?" "Yes, yes," the old man nodded and bowed. Xiao Ran continued, "Uncle Qian, do you know that location?" "Yes, before I retired I worked as a cook at the South Barracks Cadre Center, and I often heard people talk about that unit. Over time I remembered it all," Uncle Qian said. Xiao Ran opened the garage door, had Zhang Jingya carry out a box of instant noodles and a box of water, then closed the door and asked the exact address. Uncle Qian began to explain. However, the military camp was in the mountains, so he couldn't give a street address, only which mountain to enter and how to navigate once inside. In fact, once you entered the right mountain, there would naturally be checkpoints on both sides, and you could just follow the road. Xiao Ran checked the map. It was over 30 kilometers away. It was noon now, so if he left immediately, he could make it before dark. Time to go. Xiao Ran felt a strong urge to replenish his firepower. He prepared 3 days' worth of food and water for the 5 women upstairs and downstairs, then set off. The G-Class maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Not fast, but safety came first. Why rush? If he rolled over halfway, even with countless supplies in his dimensional space, the chances of freezing to death in the wild were high. Along the way, he encountered many obstacles, which he promptly cleared. 2 hours later, he finally reached the mountain range Uncle Qian had mentioned. He spotted a checkpoint, but no one was there. That was normal. Given Suzhou's temperature, the military's winter gear couldn't be thick enough to withstand such extreme cold. Besides, there had been toxic hail falling. Who could endure that? Xiao Ran drove into the mountains. After a while, he noticed deep tracks on the road. The ice layer had been broken, leaving clear marks. Those must have been left by a tank. Xiao Ran compared them to the tracks left by his G-Class. Though heavy, it couldn't break the ice layer. So to crush such thick ice, the vehicle must have been far heavier than his. Most likely a tank. Xiao Ran's face lit up with joy. That meant the unit had left the camp and been rescued. Although the situation outside wasn't much better, at least there were places to find supplies. Xiao Ran had never served in the military, but that didn't stop him from respecting the soldiers. So knowing they might have been saved, he was genuinely pleased. But if the troops had withdrawn, would they have taken all the weapons? Probably not, since they might not even have enough capacity to transport people, let alone weapons. He would find out once inside. Now he didn't even need to check the checkpoint. Just follow the tracks on the ground. Over 20 minutes later, Xiao Ran finally entered the camp. A dead silence. Not a single person, not even a bird. Xiao Ran checked his gear and got out of the car. Instantly a biting chill hit him. Freezing to death. He searched the camp, and soon his eyes lit up. He found the armory. And now this was a real armory. Compared to it, the police station's arsenal yesterday was a joke. Pistols, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, and even RPGs. Jackpot. Who would dare challenge my firepower now? Xiao Ran didn't bother sorting things out first. He directly stashed the weapons. As for the bullets and rockets, he could move them into his dimensional space, slowly finding a warmer spot to continue. He searched around and found a tank with a broken track, but otherwise functional. Holy shit. When others came here, even if they were superpowered individuals, at most they could only carry away a few weapons. It would take a crowd to take more. But Xiao Ran. He could empty the entire camp all by himself. A tank. Haha. He sat inside, directly took out his laptop, plugged in a portable hard drive, and found a video about tank operation to learn how to load and fire. How to adjust the cannon barrel or aim at a target. No need at all. So it was purely a physical task, loading the shell. Once the shell was loaded, pressing a button was all it took to fire. A tank is a weapon, and the most important thing for a weapon is ease of use and simple operation. To Xiao Ran's delight, there were even 8 shells inside the tank. Shells, man. He loaded one and fired it. Boom. He felt a ringing in his ears. Fortunately, the spatial gate was steadily positioned at the cannon's muzzle. Oh, after absorbing the Husky's ability, the gate's maximum size had doubled, and its maximum release distance had also doubled, reaching up to 4 meters. He captured a shell in mid-launch. Xiao Ran took out cotton balls, stuffed them in his ears, and continued. Boom, boom, boom. He fired all 8 shells one after another, then stored the entire tank into his dimensional space. Perhaps it might come in handy later. Checking the time, it was a little past 3 in the afternoon. If he set off now, he might make it back to the residential complex before the thick fog set in. Time to go. Xiao Ran headed back. He still maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, but luck wasn't on his side. Not long after entering the city, the fog swiftly rolled in, completely blocking the roads. Could he still move forward? Barely. Xiao Ran just had to continuously use spatial perception to ensure he wouldn't stray off course or crash, but maintaining that perception nonstop, he could only last a mere minute. Full recovery. About half an hour. So by the time he used it and recovered, finally reaching the complex, it was already broad daylight. He'd have to spend another night outdoors. Xiao Ran sighed. At least he didn't lack food or drink, nor worry about freezing to death. In the past, he would have definitely spent the night in the car, safety first, but now he felt a bit eager to try something new. Going to Suzhou University meant entering a new, completely unfamiliar environment. How would he face it? He could simulate it now. He got out of the car, locked the door, and after walking just 20 meters, entered a residential complex. Though it was only 5 p.m., the sky was gloomy, and with the thick fog, it was no different from night. He advanced cautiously, and soon found the entrance to a building unit. It was locked. Xiao Ran didn't break it forcefully, but instead took the electric bike path into the underground garage. However, the civil defense door there was also shut naturally to keep out the cold. No choice, Xiao Ran went back to the ground, took a hammer, and smashed it. Bang! The glass of the unit door shattered, and he slipped inside. As soon as he entered, he heard voices. They came from the underground garage. What was going on? Xiao Ran went down the stairwell via the emergency exit to the basement, but didn't recklessly open the door to barge in. Instead, he cracked it open, just a sliver, and used spatial perception. The door was blocked not with heavy objects, but with quilts. That was for insulation. Xiao Ran realized it immediately, and the noise inside was chaotic, meaning there were many people in the underground garage. He quietly pushed the door open, reached out, and pressed. Whoosh! The quilt blocking the door vanished. Pushing again, the door opened to a gap just wide enough for one person. He slipped through, quickly closed the door, and put the quilt back. Silent and unnoticed. Xiao Ran looked ahead, and saw a campfire about 10 meters away, fueled by various furniture, and a large pile of books stacked nearby, like a small mountain. What surprised Xiao Ran was that a group of people were dancing around the campfire, as if the outside world weren't a catastrophic apocalypse, but a vacation resort. Next to the campfire were several grills with meat roasting, and the aroma could be smelled from afar. Xiao Ran swept his gaze and estimated about 100 people around the fire, maybe a few more, but not by much. By the firelight, he could clearly see that the oldest among them was at most 40, with most being young adults in their 20s and 30s, both men and women. No elderly, no children. Around the campfire there were also bedding laid out in a circle, so they slept on the floor at night. That was a viable method. Everyone living together allowed for centralized heating, reducing consumption. But where had the elderly and children gone? A residential complex should have people of all ages. Unless. Xiao Ran frowned, looked again at the roasted meat, and his eyes turned cold. He moved along the wall silent, and in the darkness barely touched by the firelight, while the group was busy singing and dancing with no one noticing him. Xiao Ran arrived at the eastern section of the garage. Unlike the western section, it was pitch black and freezing cold. The civil defense door was shut. Xiao Ran pushed it open, entered, closed it again, and then turned on his flashlight. Holy crap. Even though Xiao Ran had already killed dozens of people, his scalp still tingled. Because the place was piled with corpses. All were either elderly or children, though there were some young adults too. Each had their hands bound, their faces frozen in expressions of despair and terror preserved by the extreme cold. In Xiao Ran's mind, scenes began to unfold. In this complex, those 100 or so able-bodied young men had banded together, subdued the others in batches, herded them here, and left them to freeze to death. And these people, they survived by using the resources from every household in the complex. Judging by the map, this complex was sizable, with perhaps 5,000 residents. So 5,000 people sustaining 100 would allow them to hold out for a long time. For instance, the corpses here were their food reserves. When hungry, they'd drag one out, roast it, and eat it. Xiao Ran's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Killing was common in the apocalypse. To survive, everyone became selfish. But cannibalism, that was the bottom line. Once that line was crossed, humans could do anything. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. He had already pronounced their death sentence. Worse than beasts. He made a round and returned to the western section. By then, the 100 or so people had stopped dancing and were lying in their bedding, indulging in wild revelry. Lascivious sounds filled the air. Chaos reigned supreme. Xiao Ran's eyes widened as his worldview faced an immense shock. Yet upon further reflection, if people had resorted to cannibalism, could they still be considered human? Animals, after all, possessed no sense of shame. Xiao Ran shook his head and strode out with long steps. The closer he drew to the bonfire, the more colossal his shadow grew, stretched by the flames. Finally, someone noticed the anomaly. "Who are you?" This cry jolted the revelers from their frenzy, and all eyes turned toward Xiao Ran. Indeed, he was a stranger clad in a thick down jacket. Yet a middle-aged man immediately crawled out, threw on a coat, and gestured to the crowd to calm down. "No need to be alarmed. This is a new brother sent to us by the divine. Come, let us welcome our new member." Instantly, many began to applaud. The catch was that most of them were stark naked. A group of bare-bottomed people clapping carried an eerie absurdity. The middle-aged man then turned to Xiao Ran and said, "Brother, please tell me your name." Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "My name is Xiao Ran, but I can hardly become your brother. Sharing beds as you do. No thank you. I have some standards of cleanliness." The middle-aged man signaled with his eyes, and several men and women quickly dressed, moving to flank Xiao Ran from both sides. Xiao Ran acted as if he hadn't noticed. "Brother Xiao, this world is utterly chaotic. Only the divine can save all beings," the middle-aged man declared with a sanctimonious air. "Now the divine opens its arms to you. Why do you refuse? To reject the divine is to fall into darkness, condemned to eternal damnation." Xiao Ran shook his head. Whenever disaster strikes, cults thrive, for their extreme doctrines find fertile ground. Ask yourself, is this extreme weather normal? It is not. Surely it is the wrath of the gods. Such beliefs gain traction easily. By now the flanking figures had drawn closer, brandishing fruit knives and cleavers, tools used for dismembering and slicing flesh, kept conveniently at hand. "Die!" They lunged from the shadows, charging at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran let out a cold laugh. He opened a spatial gate to his left, and with a series of rapid shots, bullets flew forth. Then he opened another gate to his right. With his spatial perception, he had a complete grasp of the 8 assailants. Their appearances, their trajectories, all laid bare. 8 bullets, guided with precision, pierced through their foreheads with a series of wet thuds. All 8 crumpled to the ground, dead in an instant. The others had no idea what had happened. They only saw the 8 charge at Xiao Ran, and then collapse simultaneously. A collective intake of breath followed. What had just occurred? Examining the fallen, each bore a bloody hole in the forehead from which crimson blood gushed forth. Their eyes were wide open, as if refusing to accept their doom. A chill ran through everyone, their bodies turning ice cold. The middle-aged man was stunned. After a long pause, he stammered, "You are a demon's envoy. Brothers and sisters, this man comes on behalf of the demon. Let us join forces and slay this demonic messenger, lest the demon discover our location and annihilate us all." He had likely used a demonic theory to manipulate the crowd, so his words sent a shiver through them. Their gazes toward Xiao Ran once again brimmed with murderous intent. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. I am no demon's envoy. I am the demon himself." He casually pointed at one person. "Die." A bullet flew silently, and a spray of blood blossomed. A scream rang out. Xiao Ran's face darkened, for the shot had missed its mark. Instead of a headshot, it struck the man's ear. The distance had compromised his aim. Somewhat embarrassing, having declared die so boldly. Yet the onlookers were terrified. Over a dozen meters away, with a mere gesture, Xiao Ran had blown off a man's ear. This was utterly horrifying. As Xiao Ran had claimed, he was not a demon's emissary, but the demon incarnate. Immediately some fell to their knees, kowtowing repeatedly. "Lord Demon, I wish to pledge allegiance. Spare my life." These were the fickle ones devoid of true faith. Xiao Ran said calmly, "Those who submit come to me, and I shall lead you into my domain." What did that mean? The kneeling ones hesitated, then rose and shuffled toward Xiao Ran. After a few steps, one person suddenly vanished, disappeared into thin air with no trace of abnormality. The others froze in their tracks. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "What are you waiting for? Don't you want to follow me?" They finally understood. The vanished one had indeed entered Xiao Ran's domain. However bad it might be, it had to be better than this place, didn't it? With that thought, one stepped forward and vanished instantly. This emboldened many, and they followed suit. One by one they disappeared, but some held different notions, retreating instead of advancing. After a few minutes, no one else moved forward. Xiao Ran scanned the scene. Over 30 people had chosen to step back. "Demon! Demon!" the middle-aged man cried out. He even produced a cross from somewhere, brandishing it at Xiao Ran as if to intimidate him. "I command you to retreat at once." Xiao Ran scoffed. He formed his right hand into a gun shape, aiming at the middle-aged man. "Biu," he said. A bullet shot out silently, followed by a scream. The man clutched his neck, stumbling backward as blood spurted through his fingers like water from a leaky pipe. Xiao Ran's mouth twitched. He had aimed for a headshot again, but missed. Curse his awful aim. Beyond the range of his spatial perception, his accuracy plummeted. Yet the man's gruesome state sent the crowd into a terror that nearly drove their souls from their bodies. Using his hand as a gun and actually firing bullets. A demon. An absolute demon. "Lord, please spare me. Take me to paradise. I offer you my soul." They screamed hysterically, while the women grew even more frenzied, tearing off their clothes and lying on the makeshift beds, shouting, "Demon, take me. Ill bear your demonic seed to rule this world." The middle-aged man had already sunk weakly to his knees, his eyes growing dimmer until he collapsed with a thud. But no one spared him a second glance. All fixed their fervent gazes on Xiao Ran. What did it matter if he was a demon? As long as he could keep them alive, they cared not whether their souls went to hell or elsewhere after death. Xiao Ran raised his hands once more and said, "Those who submit to me enter my domain quickly." This time, though some hesitation remained among the survivors, most of them walked toward Xiao Ran. They had already deemed him a demon, so how could they dare to disobey? Disobedience meant certain death. Obedience, on the other hand, even if they vanished abruptly, might indeed mean entering his world, as he claimed. As long as they showed submission and compliance, perhaps the demon would appreciate them and regard them highly. It was still better than waiting to die, wasn't it? With such thoughts, they stepped into the space gate, themselves instantly becoming corpses. Yet at least it was painless. Xiao Ran smiled as well. He had saved many bullets. Not bad, they were teachable. However, there were still 4 women who did not willingly walk into the trap. They were attempting to seduce Xiao Ran into carousing with them. What use was it for you to submit to the demon? We would become the demon's women directly, even bear his demonic seeds. Wouldn't our status be far higher than yours? A bunch of fools. Women should make proper use of their looks and figures. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Wasn't this going to cost him 4 more bullets? But Xiao Ran was not stingy. He stepped forward a few paces, and just as the 4 women thought his demonic heart had stirred, 4 bullets flew out. Thud, 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 thud. Because the distance was close enough, each woman took a bullet to the forehead, leaving a bloody hole and killing them instantly. How could Xiao Ran possibly fancy these women? Not only had his taste become refined, but even if they hadn't, he wouldn't have been interested. He took out a bed mattress and bedding from the dimensional space. The floor where those people had slept was too filthy for him to lie on. For him, supplies were the least of his worries. Lying in the thick bedding, the highest quality with excellent warmth retention, and with a large bonfire nearby radiating heat continuously, even in such extreme cold, Xiao Ran slept drenched in sweat and was awakened by the heat in the middle of the night. He also had a nightmare, dreaming of being covered in big men, which startled him awake. When he woke, he realized he had piled on too many blankets. They were heavy, as if someone were pressing down on him. All right. He took away 2 quilts and went back to sleep. This time he slept straight until past 6 o'clock. He didn't continue sleeping, but instead took out the weapons he had just harvested and began firing. 2 hours later, the dimensional space held a large number of new bullets, mostly from heavy machine guns. Time was limited, so Xiao Ran naturally collected the most powerful ones. Of course, there were also RPGs, handheld rocket launchers. Xiao Ran exited the garage, and the biting cold wind hit him, sharpening his spirits as the dense fog dispersed once more. Time to head home. He drove back to the neighborhood, moving extremely slowly and frequently checking street signs as navigation was useless now. He had to rely entirely on his eyes. As he drove, he pondered. That neighborhood had about 5,000 people yesterday, yet not a single Esper emerged. What did that mean? The mutation rate was pitifully low. It was pure coincidence that he had encountered a mutated husky on his second trip out. He wasn't sure if it was bad luck or good. Xiao Ran considered it good luck, because it made him realize early on that there might be other Espers in the world. Most importantly, he had absorbed the husky's ability, learning that other Espers' powers could be plundered, and he had gained and strengthened himself in the process. If he had stayed holed up in the villa surviving for a year or two, a powerful Esper might have broken in by force. Then he wouldn't even have a chance to resist, and all the beautiful women he had gathered would have to be handed over. Xiao Ran shook his head. In this life, he would never be killed by anyone. After driving for nearly another hour, he finally returned to the neighborhood. When the large G drove steadily through the gate, it naturally caught many people's eyes and made them burn with envy. They were starving to death. But Xiao Ran, he could still go out to find food. Demand food from Xiao Ran. And drinks too. Since he has the ability to go out, he should share what he gets with us. Right? How can he hog it all? That's so selfish. Besides, we've been guarding Building 4. What has he contributed? Without our efforts, he might have been eaten by the people in Building 4. How can such a good thing exist in this world, taking all the benefits without giving anything in return? Go find him. The residents of various buildings communicated among themselves, and a group of half-starved, parched people quickly reached a consensus. Find Xiao Ran. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran drove the large G back to the villa remotely, opened the garage door, drove in without needing to reverse, and closed the garage door. As he opened the villa's first-floor door, the leopard rushed toward him. Jiang Yuning stood behind the leopard, and when she saw Xiao Ran clearly, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. You're back. I was so worried about you. Her demeanor resembled that of a wife anxiously waiting for her husband returning from a dangerous mission, filled with concern. Xiao Ran smiled. Jiang Yuning's relieved expression didn't seem feigned, but did they truly share such deep feelings? Of course not. So her worry was a blend of many emotions. For instance, if Xiao Ran died outside, she would be trapped in the villa. She must have already tried. All doors in the villa required a fingerprint or password to open, whether from the outside or inside. Xiao Ran hadn't restricted her movement on the first to third floors, but she couldn't open the main door or go to the basement. So like Han Yun and the other three women, she was a bird in a cage, just a larger one. Moreover, this was the apocalypse. Who knew how many humans remained outside? Naturally, people felt lonely, especially those with weak hearts who feared becoming the last human on Earth. Additionally, Xiao Ran was her first and only man. A woman could never forget who her first man was, as it was the only time of bitterness before sweetness, pain before pleasure. Xiao Ran petted the leopard for a while, then walked toward Jiang Yuning and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" No, Jiang Yuning shook her head. I was worried, so I wasn't hungry. Xiao Ran smiled. Whether it was sincere or meant to please him, it sounded good to his ears. I haven't eaten either. Come on, let's eat together. Xiao Ran laid out a lavish breakfast like a hotel buffet, where one could take whatever they wanted, causing Jiang Yuning's flat belly to bulge. The indulgence stretched all the way until noon. Xiao Ran sighed. He had just resolved to exercise restraint, yet he found himself indulging multiple times every day. But could he be blamed? It must be the effect of absorbing the supernatural power, he reasoned. It has not only strengthened my body and abilities, but also left me overflowing with energy. Perhaps it will settle down after a while. Yes, that must be it. How could I be a person given to excess? Just as Xiao Ran was reflecting, the monitoring system emitted a warning beep. Since he was already in the basement, he walked over directly to check. Wow, so many people. Xiao Ran saw that the passageway was packed with people, and beyond it, even more were gathered outside. Had all the survivors in the entire residential complex come running here? Except for Building 4. Xiao Ran, we know you're in there. Come out and talk to us. Don't play the coward. These people shouted, their courage bolstered by the umbrellas overhead or the raincoats they wore. Previously, Xiao Ran had killed dozens of people, his methods clearly involving poisonous water poured or sprayed, as well as poison in food. Now that they had measures to shield themselves from liquids as long as they avoided eating anything he offered, what was there to fear from him? Some claim Xiao Ran also had a gun, but this was never confirmed, and most people still refused to believe it. This was China. Where could you possibly get a gun? If it weren't for the fact that his villa was impossible to breach by sheer force, they wouldn't be wasting words here. They would have smashed their way in for a free-for-all loot. Xiao Ran turned on the microphone and said calmly, "What do you want to discuss with me?" Seeing that he refused to come out, the crowd was furious but helpless. If they could break into the villa, would they still be shouting here? So with Xiao Ran unwilling to emerge, they could only bark in impotent rage. An old man stepped forward and addressed the camera at the entrance. Xiao, I'm Director Wu from the neighborhood committee. You must believe that this disaster will eventually pass. So if you refuse to help now, you will face reckoning after the catastrophe. Tisk tsk. Straight away he slapped on a big accusation and made alarmist threats. Xiao Ran naturally didn't care. The disaster passing. It would indeed pass. But not in a year or two. It would take decades, centuries, or even longer. Just look at the polluted water. How long would nature need to purify it? And on top of that, there was the abnormal cold. Once an ice age arrived, would it end anytime soon? So even if humanity could survive this crisis, it would ultimately be reduced to units of a single neighborhood or even a single family, like tribes in a primitive society. Hundreds or thousands of years later, when spring finally returns, you talk to me about post-disaster reckoning. Wasn't that ridiculous? Xiao Ran remained unruffled. It didn't hurt to toy with these people for a while. So Director Wu, what do you want me to do? Hearing this, Director Wu couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. CC. Ordinary folks like him were easily intimidated in front of an official. Just a few words, and he was already scared. He cleared his throat and said, after discussion and deliberation, we've come up with two options for you. First, you go out daily to search for supplies, bring them back, and hand them over to us. The neighborhood committee will distribute them according to need. Of course, you won't be making a sacrifice for nothing. Once the disaster is over, you'll be our primary hero and report your contributions truthfully to the nation. Second, considering your solitary efforts, you can share that vehicle. Everyone will take turns going out to find supplies. Your contribution will be slightly less, but you'll still get the top credit. Which one do you choose? Xiao Ran laughed in disbelief. How could these people be so shameless? He said flatly, I choose the third option. Huh. Director Wu was dumbfounded. He had only offered two choices. That is, you keep shouting, and I keep doing my own thing. Xiao Ran's voice drifted out lazily, followed by the soft laughter of women. Not just one, but several. The crowd immediately thought of Han Yun, the renowned beauty of the neighborhood. When she passed through the gates, countless men had fantasized about her in their dreams. She was the goddess of many, the one they could only kiss in their sleep. Yet now such an exquisite woman was inside Xiao Ran's villa at his mercy. As they pictured the scene in their minds, the onlookers couldn't help but stand in awe. Adulterer. Whore. They could only curse, inwardly gnashing their teeth with envy. Why wasn't it them? Director Wu's face darkened, and he bellowed, Comrade, Xiao, don't think we have no way to deal with you. We just don't want to go to extremes. I'm telling you, if you don't accept our terms today, well, release the people from Building 4 and tell them that you were the one who locked them up. Haha, once a pack of beasts that feast on human flesh sets its sights on you, do you think you'll have any peace? Unless you never leave this house. Xiao Ran was somewhat astonished. Release the people from Building 4. You people have truly lost your minds. He knew his villa was impenetrable to ordinary people, so even if the residents of Building 4 believed he was responsible for sealing the building, which was indeed the case, they would not remain idle if they couldn't breach the villa. You lot are bound for misfortune. Such short-sightedness. Was Xiao Ran afraid? Not in the slightest. In a direct confrontation, even the entire community combined would be no match for him. And now he even possessed a certain degree of defense against attacks from behind. Spatial perception. Naturally, he wouldn't be manipulated by Director Wu's words. He sneered a few times and said, aren't you afraid of being devoured by the people from Building 4 first? If you want to release them, go ahead. I'm protected by my villa, and they can't break in. If you're foolish enough to let the tiger return to the mountain, suit yourselves. With that, he turned off the microphone and blocked out all external sounds. Han Yun and the other three women watched him with a trace of worry in their expressions. After all, the actions of Building 4 had been terrifying. They had killed or captured nearly half of the building's residents, behaving like wild beasts. In contrast, Xiao Ran, though ruthless, only acted when provoked. He wouldn't bother with others unprovoked, unlike Building 4, which would target you even if you left them alone. How did this world come to this? It's only been 22 days since the apocalypse began. They were all filled with deep sighs and reflections. Xiao Ran, however, was relentless. In the afternoon, he drove out again. This time, he headed straight for the Xiamen campus of Suzhou University. Along the way, he cleared obstacles. He didn't want to reveal his spatial ability when traveling with Su Qingmei, so he made a trip first. But it wasn't a wasted journey. He stopped at gas stations and supermarkets along the way, going in for a zero-cost shopping spree. The feeling of not having to pay was exhilarating. Only the food items were a pity. They had been stored in sub-zero temperatures, and thawing them took considerable time. Moreover, frozen and thawed food would surely lack quality and taste. But at least it could fill their stomachs. When even eating was a problem, who could afford to be picky? These food items could be used as rewards, sparing his high-quality reserves. Xiao Ran meticulously categorized them in his dimensional space, setting aside all frozen items. He would never consume them himself. He drove all the way to the gate of Suzhou University's Xiaomen campus before turning back. Just as his car rounded a corner and was about to disappear, a young man suddenly appeared. Despite the freezing temperature, the man wore only autumn clothing, showing no sign of being bundled up. He looked ahead with a puzzled expression and murmured, "Was that a car?" But on such icy ground where walking itself was treacherous, how could a car maintain balance? It should have crashed instantly. The young man shook his head and turned into the Suzhou University campus, carrying a large bag on his back. Today Xiao Ran returned to the community just before the dense fog gathered again. Clang, clang, clang. Someone beat a gong. Instantly a flood of people surged from the unit doors of the front buildings, rushing swiftly to the main gate. They all brandished clubs, some carrying hammers with aggressive intent. How were they planning to smash his car? Xiao Ran's eyes turned cold as he floored the accelerator. Roar! The modified G-Wagon, with its formidable engine, howled and charged forward. Seeing the steel beast bearing down on them, those in front dared not stand their ground and scrambled to get out of the way. Too late. Thud, thud, thud. Several people were sent flying like scattered petals, the crisp sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. Then these people crashed to the ground. Some were knocked unconscious, while others coughed up blood continuously. But regardless, in such harsh conditions, being hit by a car meant only one outcome: death. Was there any doctor left to treat them now? Heh! The G-Wagon sped off, but immediately stopped, reversed, accelerated, and rammed into the crowd again. This time everyone wailed and cried in terror. Thud, thud, thud. More were sent flying, but others seized the chance to hurl their clubs and hammers at the car. Xiao Ran sneered and silently fired dozens of bullets, causing another large swath of the crowd to collapse. Even though the car was modified for enhanced defense, Xiao Ran was unwilling to let it sustain damage. What if the G-Wagon rampaged through the crowd, combined with bullets from his dimensional space, causing people to fall in droves? However, most didn't realize that many were shot. They assumed everyone was struck by the vehicle. In such chaos, who would notice how each person died? They wailed and cried, scrambling back into the buildings, regretting that they hadn't been born with extra legs. But the icy ground was treacherous. The faster they ran, the more likely they were to slip. Once they fell, the exposed skin scraping against the ice would bring excruciating pain, making them howl in agony. Minutes later, the survivors had all fled into the buildings. Looking outside, perhaps over 100 bodies lay scattered. Xiao Ran deliberately revved the engine to a thunderous roar, as if making a proclamation, before slowly driving the G-Wagon back into the villa. And the survivors? They trembled in fear. In their eyes, Xiao Ran had become even more brutal than the people from Building 4. After all, Building 4 was a group, but Xiao Ran, just one person. One person with such lethal power and destructiveness. What would happen if there were a group of him? What do we do? Everyone was at a loss. Threats didn't work on Xiao Ran, and blocking his path only led to him ruthlessly running people over. They were truly out of options. Release the people from Building 4, and let them fight it out with Xiao Ran like dogs. Director Wu gritted his teeth. Just moments ago, his son-in-law had been run over and killed by Xiao Ran. How could he not hate him? But the people from Building 4 are no saints either. Someone worried. Do you want to starve to death instead? Director Wu said coldly. Let Building 4 and Xiao Ran tear each other apart. That's our only chance for survival. Otherwise, we're just waiting for death. Let's go. So the group wrapped themselves in thick quilts and approached Building 4. We can let you out, but you need to agree to a few conditions. Director Wu shouted through a loudspeaker. A window opened and Liu Yang's face appeared, revealing a chilling smile. Oh, let's hear it. The two sides exchanged a flurry of words, and after some haggling they finally reached a consensus. Then those outside began filling the pits. Earlier, to prevent people from jumping out of the windows of Building 4, they had dug deep pits beneath each window, filling them with sharp objects. Once the pits were filled, they first placed furniture at the bottom, then covered it with quilts and other soft materials, making it easy to escape from the second-floor windows. Liu Yang was the first to jump out. When over 20 people from Building 4 had emerged, Liu Yang patted Director Wu's face and said with a smirk, I hear Director Wu has a daughter, quite pretty. How about letting us brothers have some fun with her? The people in Building 4 had broken free. They had nearly starved and died of thirst, trapped within their own building, already pushed to the brink of despair. Having resorted to cannibalism in their desperation after such an ordeal, could they possibly retain any shred of compassion? No. Thus misfortune befell the others in the compound. That night, harrowing screams filled the air incessantly. Although Director Wu and his cohorts had pinned the blame for sealing the building on Xiao Ran, Liu Yang and his group were not foolish. How could such a massive undertaking be accomplished by one person in a single night? Therefore, Director Wu and his people must have been involved. Why show any mercy to one's enemies? The people from Building 4 charged out, like ferocious tigers, murderous, intent blazing. In contrast, the residents of other buildings were utterly disunited. As long as the Building 4 mob didn't target them, they dared not show themselves. Instead, they barricaded the stairwells with furniture and posted guards ready to fend off any attack, with bamboo poles thrust through the barriers. Thus, a single guard sufficed to ensure safety. But today, the entire Building 12 suffered alongside Director Wu. The Building 4 mob stormed in, and the residents of Building 12 offered little resistance, quickly subdued. What followed was a one-sided brutal assault from Building 4. All the men were killed one by one, frozen to serve as emergency rations. The women were reduced to tools for venting lust. Director Wu's daughter, who possessed some charm, was repeatedly violated by over 20 men and died before dawn. Director Wu was forced to watch the entire ordeal from the sidelines, spitting blood in fury and consumed by regret. If only he hadn't released these beasts. Though Xiao Ran was ruthless, as long as you didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered. Unlike these animals from Building 4, utterly devoid of humanity. The old man wept until blood tears streamed down, ultimately crying himself blind. He truly regretted his actions. But what use was regret? The tiger had been released back to the mountains, even inviting the wolf into the fold. The deed was done. Lu Yang lit a cigarette scavenged from the spoils, gazed toward the villa not far off, flicked the ash, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I heard Xiao Ran has a vehicle that can drive on ice. Even if we don't want to be his enemy, circumstances force us to take him down. But he won't be easy to deal with. The villa itself was impregnable. Smashing through those thick walls was beyond human strength. Could they still use engineering vehicles, or even explosives for a demolition? What then? We'll have to wait for him to come out and set up roadblocks to force him to stop. The barriers must be large and heavy enough to stop the vehicle. We'll wait for his next trip out. While the compound was plunged into chaos, Xiao Ran enjoyed the utmost comfort. Though he had prepared sufficient firepower and scouted the route, he could have set out today. Why rush? After all, it had been over 20 days into the apocalypse. Those who couldn't survive were surely dead already. One more day made no difference. Wang Lulu now only occasionally thought of her son, flesh and blood she had borne. But in such circumstances, what could she do? Utterly powerless. At noon, Xiao Ran unexpectedly spotted someone on the surveillance feed. Lu Yang from Building 4 stood at the iron gate, clad in a raincoat, waving at the camera. Looking for me? Xiao Ran asked. Lu Yang smiled. I want to borrow your vehicle. Name your price. Any woman in this compound, I can give her to you. Xiao Ran laughed too. If I wanted any woman ID, just throw food at them. No need for force. Besides, I don't enjoy force. It's meaningless. He preferred women who yielded willingly and cooperated eagerly. Whether their hearts were true or feigned didn't matter. But force. Either you meet fierce resistance, or it's like handling a dead fish, utterly lifeless. So either it's like slaughtering a pig, or like necrophilia. What's the point? Lu Yang shook his head. Xiao Ran, I'm sincerely asking to borrow your vehicle. You'd better agree. Are you about to threaten me? Xiao Ran asked. No, only those without strength resort to empty words, Lu Yang said with a smile. Xiao Ran, we'll meet again. A real meeting, you know. Tisk, you're being cheeky. Fine, when you see me I hope you can still be that tough, Xiao Ran chuckled. I've got superpowers. They'll teach you the meaning of submission. Ha ha ha. Lu Yang laughed loudly, then turned and left. The negotiation had broken down. His gaze turned icy. If Xiao Ran had lent the vehicle, that would have been ideal. He didn't really want to fall out with Xiao Ran. After all, too many had died at Xiao Ran's hands, though through various coincidences rather than sheer force. Still, it didn't lessen his wariness. Pity, such a pity. But he had to get Xiao Ran's vehicle, or they would remain trapped in the compound. Xiao Ran, however, paid Lu Yang no mind. In the afternoon, he spent 3 hours working out, and in the evening, he watched a drama with Zhang Yorning. Strictly speaking, Zhang Yorning was watching the drama while he was measuring her body with his eyes. You're so beautiful. You must have been pursued by many colleagues. Xiao Ran asked. Zhang Yorning pouted slightly. Who do you take me for? I was the police beauty of the city. After attending a conference in a neighboring city, many colleagues specially applied to transfer to our city, our bureau, and many sons of high-ranking city officials were chasing after me. Xiao Ran chuckled. That's good. No superior would dare to harass you. Exactly, Zhang Yorning nodded. To harass her would mean offending half the second-generation officials of Sioux City, which in turn meant offending their parents. No trivial matter. Xiao Ran burst into laughter. But in the end, I'm the lucky one. Zhang Yorning pouted coquettishly. You're just being ungrateful after getting what you want. With her beauty, she could easily marry into a distinguished family. Both her parents being university professors was a huge advantage. Yet here, she was having sold herself for some food. Alas, She looked at the man beside her with a complicated expression. The more despairing reality became, the more she found herself dependent on him, and as that dependence grew, complex feelings for Xiao Ran began to stir within her. One day her heart would completely surrender. This realization frightened her, yet she was utterly powerless. Could she still leave Xiao Ran? Setting aside everything else, she already knew what those fierce men in Building 4 were capable of. The moment she stepped out of this villa, she might be captured by a group of brutes, toyed with and ravaged. Then, a fate worse than death. No, even after death, she might be devoured as food. At the thought of such a scene, she trembled, her pretty face turning pale. This wasn't just limited to this neighborhood. Cannibalism might be unfolding in every corner of the earth. She couldn't help but cling to Xiao Ran, murmuring, "You must never let anything happen to you." If something happened to Xiao Ran, her own fate would be utterly tragic. Xiao Ran chuckled, "Don't worry. I'm a selfish man. I won't allow any other man to touch you." That day Xiao Ran did nothing, yet it felt as though he had been busy all along. From upstairs to downstairs, his kidneys could barely keep up. No wonder so many emperors in history died young. But it seems I haven't been affected at all. Xiao Ran looked in the mirror, showing no signs of exhaustion from overindulgence. Comparing himself to a photo taken a few days ago, he found that he actually looked better and more energetic now. How strange. Could it be that gaining superpowers has enhanced my physique, making me even more resilient? If this guess is true, then absorbing dozens or even hundreds of abilities might turn me into a human jackhammer with my body unaffected and even growing stronger. Damn, that's great. Xiao Ran nodded, adding another reason to hunt down ability users. The day of indulgence finally passed. Xiao Ran welcomed Su Qingmei early in the morning. "Can we leave now?" as she asked eagerly. "You're in luck. I've prepared everything we need," Xiao Ran replied with a nod. Su Qingmei bit her lip, hesitating for a few seconds before saying, "Could I find my sister first, and then complete the transaction?" Seeing Xiao Ran's expression darken, she quickly explained, "I'm not trying to cheat you, but I'm still a virgin. If I give myself to you now, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk properly and continue searching for my sister." Xiao Ran was slightly surprised. A stunning beauty like her still a virgin. None of the 4 women before, Han Yun and the others, had been, yet now 2 had appeared in a row. How curious. Xiao Ran didn't commit to an answer, instead asking, "First, I only agreed to lend you the car and accompany you to Suzhou University. I never promised to definitely find your sister." Su Qingmei hesitated, then nodded. "Just take me to Suzhou University. Even if we don't find my sister, I'll fulfill my promise when we return." Xiao Ran continued, "Second, what if you default?" "I can swear." Xiao Ran raised a hand to stop her. "I don't believe in oaths." "How about this? If you try to back out, I'll shoot you." He pulled out a pistol and brandished it in front of Su Qingmei. She trembled and nodded, whispering, "Fine." She had a gun too, but Xiao Ran had confiscated it during her first visit. Faced with a strong armed man, Su Qingmei felt a powerful submission, both psychologically and physically. "All right, let's go," Xiao Ran said. Han Yun and the other 3 women quickly gathered around, urging Xiao Ran to be careful. They also shot warning glances at Su Qingmei. Su Qingmei sighed, inwardly thinking that after finding her sister and fulfilling her promise, she would take her sister far away. She had no desire to compete for favor with those 4 women. Xiao Ran reassured Han Yun and the others. He didn't know how many days the trip to Suzhou University would take, so he stocked up on food and water. Upstairs, Jiang Yuning kept adding firewood to the fireplace, ensuring they wouldn't get cold. Even if the fireplace failed, the backup generator was already connected, so the air conditioning could be used. It might not be as effective at heating as the fireplace, but at least they wouldn't freeze to death. He led Su Qingmei to the first floor while Han Yun and the other 3 could only watch helplessly. Although they had stayed in the villa for several days, they hadn't earned Xiao Ran's trust and had never left the basement. Now they felt a pang of envy towards Su Qingmei. Xiao Ran closed the basement door, and Su Qingmei waited for him. She heard footsteps thumping down the stairs and saw another stunning beauty, no less than herself, descending. A mangy dog ran over from the kitchen, stopping beside the beauty, its tongue lolling out as it studied Su Qingmei. "Another one here." Su Qingmei stared at Jiang Yuning, who was sizing her up, in return, sparks of rivalry flashing in their eyes along with a strong sense of threat. Xiao Ran had already told Jiang Yuning he was going out to help someone find a sister. Jiang Yuning initially thought Xiao Ran was just being overly sympathetic, but now seeing Su Qingmei, she realized she had misjudged him. Sympathy. It was clearly lust. But she was wrong about Xiao Ran. If it weren't for his urgent need to improve himself, he wouldn't have agreed to help her find her sister, even if she were 10 times more beautiful. He never did dangerous things. But now Xiao Ran's sense of crisis and urgency was overwhelming. In his view, this trip was primarily about training and hunting ability users, with Su Qingmei being nothing more than a bonus. Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei set off. As the big G drove out of the garage, many people in the neighborhood stood by their windows watching. Among them was naturally Lu Yang. He turned around and said to the crowd in the room, "Brothers, time to get to work." Roar! A group of men shouted in unison, each holding one or two women. After planting passionate kisses on their faces, they all stood up. What were they planning to do? Build an impenetrable barricade at the main entrance, forcing Xiao Ran to stop the car. When the time came, they would rush out and lock the tires of the big G with wool clamps. Xiao Ran would then become a turtle in a jar at their mercy. You might be an ironclad turtle inside the villa, untouchable, but now that you've come out, in the end you're just one man. Xiao Ran, why not just lend us the car nicely? You forced our hand. Lu Yang sneered, stubbing out his cigarette, but this was his last cigarette. So he was desperate to seize that big G to go out and scavenge supplies from the supermarket, especially cigarettes. He could go a day without food, but not without a smoke, or head feel completely off. As the big G drove out of the neighborhood gate, Su Qingmei turned her head and asked, "Do you know that many people in the neighborhood are staring at you, wishing they could tear you apart and devour your marrow?" "I know," Xiao Ran replied casually. "And you still dare to go out?" Su Qingmei found it hard to believe. "You do have a gun, but one gun. No counting Mei Ting's guns, that's only 3 in total. Can 3 pistols intimidate an entire neighborhood? Those people in Building 4 have turned to cannibalism. How crazy are they? You need a submachine gun to stand a chance." Xiao Ran chuckled. "You mean I should turn back immediately and not take you to Su University?" "That's not what I meant." Su Qingmei quickly said, truly afraid that Xiao Ran would change his mind and not take her out, leaving her with no choice but to fight him to the death. "Then shut up and don't distract me while I'm driving." Xiao Ran said. "Don't you know you shouldn't talk to the driver, or it might cause an accident?" Su Qingmei was speechless. "You're only going 20 miles per hour, even if you crashed. How bad could it be?" Besides, the car was clearly modified with a heavy-duty front bumper that looked incredibly solid. She crossed her arms and fell silent. However, Su Qingmei was a little touched that Xiao Ran braved the danger to keep his promise. If she knew that Xiao Ran actually wanted to go out to train himself to find other ability users and mutated beasts, and that she was just an afterthought, she wondered if her gratitude would turn into blazing fury. What, was she not pretty enough, or her figure not good enough? Was she utterly unattractive to him, just an afterthought? After half an hour of careful driving by Xiao Ran, they arrived at the Xiaomen campus of Su University. This was actually the east campus of Su University, but a moat divided it into 2 separate areas. The so-called Xiaomen campus was on the east side of the moat. Since Xiao Ran had cleared the road yesterday, they drove smoothly all the way. Su Qingmei found it strange. Although there were many abandoned cars on the road, some crashed, some just parked haphazardly, there was somehow a clear path for the car to pass through. It was as if someone had cleared it in advance. She wasn't stupid, and she couldn't help but look at Xiao Ran. "You said you needed 3 days to prepare. Did you spend the first 2 days clearing the road?" "No, impossible. How could one person clear a road? Even if you used the big G to push the blocking cars aside, how long would it take to clear a path about 10 kilometers long? It definitely couldn't be done in a day or 2. Had someone driven here before, a pioneer who cleared it?" She was puzzled. They reached the school gate. Xiao Ran stopped the car and made a gesture for her to get out. Su Qingmei was startled. "You're not driving in." Xiao Ran smiled. "Our agreement was to bring you here, not to drive you inside." Indeed, it wasn't mentioned. Su Qingmei couldn't argue, but she knew Xiao Ran was driving a hard bargain. She had to ask, "What do you want?" "Stay with me for 3 more days." Xiao Ran raised his hand, showing 3 fingers. Su Qingmei gritted her teeth. "1 day. Deal." Xiao Ran agreed readily. Whether Su Qingmei agreed or not, he was going into the school anyway, so had gained a free day. Su Qingmei's chest heaved with anger, knowing she had been tricked by Xiao Ran. But since she had already agreed to sleep with him, what difference did 1 more or 1 less day make? The big G slowly drove into the campus. Once inside, the library was ahead, the gymnasium and swimming pool to the right, and the teaching buildings to the left. The two analyzed the situation. If Su Qingmei's sister was in any of those places, she probably wouldn't have survived until now. So she was either in her dormitory or the cafeteria, otherwise she would have easily frozen or starved to death. They headed to the cafeteria first. Why the cafeteria instead of the dormitory? Because Su Qingmei didn't know which building or room her sister was in. There were too many targets, so it was safer to go to the cafeteria first. Soon they drove to the outside of the cafeteria. To Xiao Ran's surprise, many people were lying by the cafeteria windows looking out. Counting, there were about 30 people, both men and women. "Let's go check it out." The two got out of the car, and Su Qingmei immediately shivered. Even though she had changed into warmer clothes, the bitter cold still made her tremble. The weather was simply too harsh. In the first few days it hadn't been that cold, only -10-something degrees Celsius. Wearing winter clothes they could have endured, but back then poisonous hailstones were falling. Who dared to run out under that? Now the poisonous hailstones had stopped, but the temperature had dropped to -40 degrees, or even lower. With Suzhou residents' preparations, what winter clothes could withstand such cold? Su Qingmei couldn't help but look at Xiao Ran because the clothes she was wearing were given by him. This man, a ridiculous thought arose deep inside her, was following this man the best choice in this apocalypse. Then she quickly shook her head. Given Xiao Ran's lustfulness, would he spare her sister? She could sacrifice herself, but she absolutely couldn't let her sister be defiled by this man as well. Leave? Once she found her sister and fulfilled her promise, she had to take her sister and leave. Xiao Ran and Su Qingmei walked toward the cafeteria. When they arrived at the entrance, the doors swung open to reveal a group of young people gazing at them with excitement. "Are you the rescuers sent by the government?" one of the college students asked. Xiao Ran shook his head. "Sorry, we're just looking for someone." Su Qingmei quickly added, "Do you know Su Ran?" The students, though disappointed, nodded in unison. Su Ran is the school beauty. How could we not know her? Xiao Ran nodded inwardly. With an older sister as beautiful as his, it was no surprise that her younger sister would also be stunning, making her the campus belle of Su University. "You look a lot like her. Are you her sister?" a female student asked. Su Qingmei nodded. "Yes. Do you know where Ran is now, eh?" The female student thought for a moment. "If she's not in the West cafeteria, then she must have starved. There are 2 cafeterias." Su Qingmei nodded. "Thank you." With that, she grabbed Xiao Ran to leave. But as they turned, their path was blocked. "Would like to borrow your car, okay?" a male student said with a smile. Su Qingmei's expression darkened. Borrow? That car was tied to finding her sister, and she needed it to take her away. How could she possibly lend it? Besides, it wasn't even hers. "No," Xiao Ran replied flatly, shaking his head. The male student's face fell. "Dude, look at the times. People are starving to death, and you refuse to help." Xiao Ran chuckled. "We're strangers. Why should I care about your survival?" This enraged the students, who stepped forward. Su Qingmei, once a weak girl, but now a hardened fighter after years in prison, clenched her fists with sharp eyes. Xiao Ran simply smiled and pulled out his pistol. "Anyone want to try a gun? That test would be fatal." The students retreated step by step. Suddenly, a sharp premonition struck Xiao Ran. His instincts moved faster than thought, opening a spatial gate to his left to absorb a fast-flying object. Scanning with his mind, he found it was a basketball. With a thought, he released it slightly, altering its trajectory to fly over his head. He didn't want to expose his secret, as that would ruin his chance to ambush. Only then did the sound of breaking air arrive. Damn, that basketball had broken the sound barrier. Bang! The ball slammed into the wall, exploding with a loud crack, leaving a deep crater. Su Qingmei reacted belatedly, looking toward the source of the sound. The crowd parted to reveal a male student sitting on a table in the distance, tossing a basketball, with a dozen more beside him. Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed. Throwing a basketball at supersonic speed. This man had to be an ability user. That's why he had used the spatial gate to absorb, and then released the ball, making it seem like a mere miss, hiding his own power. Feigning weakness, then unleashing full force to defeat the enemy. He would eliminate the threat without harming himself. Playing the underhanded strategist was fine. "Haha, that's Brother Yang's warning." A male student boasted. "Brother Yang is a superhuman. He can throw things at supersonic speed. Imagine a bullet that small at that speed. How devastating. And what about something many times heavier?" "Brother Yang." Xiao Ran looked at the student on the table. "What's your name?" The distance was too great for accuracy, and using a cannon would obliterate the target, possibly preventing him from absorbing the ability, and the cafeteria might collapse, burying him alive. He needed better conditions to strike. "Yang Wenqi," the same student shouted. "Now you know Brother Yang's power. I ask again, will you lend the car?" Bang! Without even glancing at him, Xiao Ran raised his gun and fired. A shot rang out, a wisp of smoke rose, and the student crumpled to the ground. Xiao Ran blew on the barrel, looking at the horrified crowd. "I hate being threatened." Whoosh! In that instant, Yang Wenqi hurled another basketball. The ball arrived without sound. It had exceeded the speed of sound. Unfortunately for him, Xiao Ran was prepared, his spatial gate already open against his body. The ball was sucked into another dimension, then shot out from above his head, smashing into a male student's face. Bang! The student's face was instantly mangled, bones cracking under the immense impact. His brain turned to pulp, spraying from the shattered face. Then he collapsed with a thud. Yang Wenqi's attacks were terrifying, each one like a heavy shell. But why had both missed their mark? The first could be a warning, but the second? Xiao Ran had killed their comrade. Surely Yang Wenqi was serious. Yet it missed again, even killing one of his own. What was going on? In the distance, Yang Wenqi finally frowned. Strange. Ever since gaining his ability, his arm strength and accuracy were superb. Within 100 meters, he never missed. But both throws had deviated, albeit slightly, which was highly abnormal. He didn't realize Xiao Ran was also an ability user only, feeling a vague unease. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and walked toward Yang Wenqi. Yang Wenqi attacked again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Basketballs tore through the air, their sonic booms following. But each one grazed past Xiao Ran, striking a student. All males by coincidence. After several throws, everyone sensed something was off. How had Yang Wenqi become a near-miss master? He only missed Xiao Ran, yet hit his own allies with deadly accuracy, always targeting the men. Too bizarre. Xiao Ran walked, then paused. Whenever he absorbed a basketball, though he couldn't track the ball's trajectory, he only needed to watch Yang Wenqi's motion. A flick of the wrist meant an attack was coming. He would stop, open the spatial gate. Simple. Now he was only 8 meters away from Yang Wenqi. Yang Wenqi began to sweat coldly. Xiao Ran was definitely problematic, deeply problematic. A superpowered individual. He immediately declared in his mind, absolutely. But what kind of ability was this? Causing attacks to deviate. Wouldn't that make this guy naturally invincible? How to fight? Yang Wenqi immediately entertained the idea of retreat, but it was freezing outside. They could still run from the dormitory to here before, but could they run back now? Freeze to death. Then he'd have to fight. Yang Wenqi let out a roar and hurled the basketballs beside him one by one. However, it was useless. No, there was an effect, because each time he threw one, a male student fell. Then Xiao Ran stopped pretending, too lazy to calculate trajectories, so it was seen that the basketballs were clearly shot in a straight line, but when they reached Xiao Ran, their direction would deviate. Bang, bang, bang. As more male students fell to the ground, the other students were also frightened and scattered in all directions. But while fleeing, they would also be hit in the back of the head, falling with regret. Yang Wenqi was drenched in cold sweat. Could Xiao Ran's superpower really be deflection attack? Such an ability ensured he was invincible, and he still had a gun. How could people block or dodge bullets? For a moment, Yang Wenqi was sweating profusely with anxiety. After the catastrophe, although conditions were harsh, he had become the undisputed leader of this group, thanks to his superpower. Everyone had to flatter him and curry favor, and he got to choose his food first. Only he could eat his fill. Therefore, he didn't particularly dislike this natural disaster. Moreover, they were after all students on campus, and the loss of morality was much slower. So far they had held the line, and there had not been serious oppression among people, because they always felt that this disaster would pass, and the country would send someone to rescue them. If they committed evil deeds, now wouldn't they be eliminated? But as food grew scarcer, some girls had been approaching him intentionally or unintentionally, giving him hints. What did it mean? Naturally, they would use their bodies in exchange for his permission to get more food and avoid starving to death. Yang Wenqi had also entertained the idea of killing the other boys and leaving only the girls, but so far it was just an idea, not put into action. But now, his position was in jeopardy, even his life was in danger. At this moment, he deeply regretted. If he had known it would come to this, he should have cast aside his scruples earlier and indulged in pleasure. Then even if he died now, at least he had had his fun. I surrender. Yang Wenqi raised his hands. Compared to his own life, what couldn't he let go? Moreover, he was a superpowered individual. Even if he became Xiao Ran's lackey, would he still worry about not having enjoyment? Kneel, Xiao Ran said calmly. Anguish flickered across Yang Wenqi's face, but he slowly knelt down. Good. From now on, be my dog. He'll tell you to go east, you don't go west, Xiao Ran said, putting away his gun, stepping forward a few paces and reaching out to press down on Yang Wenqi's head. If Xiao Ran still had a gun, Yang Wenqi would never dare to let him get so close, let alone let him touch his head. But now he felt relieved, thinking Xiao Ran really intended to take him as a subordinate, so he obediently let Xiao Ran press his head. Although it was humiliating, at least his life was saved. However, the next second his expression turned extremely ferocious and furious, but he couldn't make a single sound, because his throat was pierced through by at least dozens of bullets. Yang Wenqi perished. Xiao Ran had never intended to let him live, nor had he planned to take him as a subordinate. He deliberately put away the gun just to get close and deliver a fatal blow. At the same time, he was conducting an experiment. What experiment? It was whether he could directly plunder the superpower while the superpowered individual was still alive. The facts proved. No. The moment Yang Wenqi was shot dead, a warm current surged into Xiao Ran's palm and instantly spread throughout his body. It seemed to be brewing some change, but also seemed not. However, Xiao Ran immediately felt a fire rising in his lower abdomen, burning, so that his eyes turned red. He couldn't help but look at those girls, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, the superpower was definitely poisonous. An aphrodisiac poison. Otherwise, why would he become extremely excited after absorbing abilities twice? Moreover, this time it was stronger, making him lose control. All of you come here, he said in a low voice. But everyone trembled in fear, not daring to move. Although in fact the only one killed by Xiao Ran was Yang Wenqi, now anyone who wasn't a fool could guess that the basketballs Yang Wenqi threw had been tampered with by Xiao Ran, which was why they only grazed Xiao Ran, but killed others viciously. Faced with such a ferocious demon, who wouldn't be afraid? Xiao Ran smiled, faintly raised his hand, and fired a shot. Bang! Instantly, all those hiding in various places tremblingly came out. The cafeteria was only so big, and they couldn't run outside, so where could they hide? Moreover, the basketballs shot by Yang Wenqi had all hit the boys. If someone said Xiao Ran didn't do it on purpose, only a fool would believe that. So the remaining girls naturally felt a little reassured. When everyone came out, there had been more than 30, now only 11 remained. All were girls, and they were quite good-looking, all meeting the standard of beauties, with 2 barely reaching 80 points. Xiao Ran reached into his clothes and pulled out a plastic bag from inside, which was full of oranges. "Want to eat them?" he asked. The girls nodded hurriedly. Xiao Ran revealed a wicked smile. "I can give them to you, but you have to trade with your bodies. Those who want to make a deal with me go into that room." Xiao Ran. Su Qingmei couldn't help shouting loudly, veins bulging on her forehead. "What are you here for?" Xiao Ran glanced at her and said indifferently, "Don't forget you haven't fulfilled your promise yet. How about you take their place and play with me?" Su Qingmei quickly shook her head. If she lost her virginity here, how could she search for her sister while in a state of barely being able to walk? Moreover, Xiao Ran's state was somewhat off, his eyes frighteningly red, as if he had taken the wrong medicine. She dared not provoke Xiao Ran at this moment. Xiao Ran walked into that room, first making some arrangements. The 11 girls exchanged glances, and then all of them walked toward that room. After a long time, the door opened, and Xiao Ran walked out looking refreshed. "What are you standing there for? Let's go," Xiao Ran said indifferently as he passed by her.